Chapter 1: The Beginning and the Goddess Getting the Certificate. Son, our ancestral grave is smoking. Do you know Aunt Zhang? She's the landlord with 5 buildings in Binhai City. Her daughter has taken a liking to you. Tomorrow at 5 p.m., she has arranged to meet you at Jiangnan Restaurant. This girl, cough cough, probably doesn't look too good, but you can't just look at appearance when marrying a wife, right? Besides, Mom is considering your future. You know her family situation. Lu Xiaobai stood in front of Jiangnan Restaurant, a bitter smile on his face. In his past life, as a man in his 30s, he was actually being forced by his mother to go on a blind date in this life. That's right, Lu Xiaobai was a time traveler who had just crossed over to this parallel world called Blue Star. In his past life, he was an 18th tier singer who committed suicide by jumping into a river due to severe depression, only to find himself inhabiting a person with the same name in this world. In Blue Star, the entire entertainment industry was stagnant, with signs of serious regression. A time traveler, Lu Xiaobai retained many classic songs for his past life in his mind. He could casually take out a song and dominate the entire entertainment circle. Enough thinking. Just get through this blind date. Lu Xiaobai had no way to refuse this blind date that a year ago, the original owner's father died in a car accident, leaving the burden of the family on his mother alone. The elderly lady raised a son and a daughter by herself. Since he had inherited the original owner's body, he naturally had to be filial to the original owner's mother. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaobai stepped into the restaurant. "Sir, may I ask how many of you there are? Do you have a reservation for a private room?" A female waitress warmly approached, her eyes scanning Lu Xiaobai. Seeing him in a cheap t-shirt and jeans, a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. "Excuse me, which way to box 8? Please follow me." "No need, I can go by myself." "Sir, this is a 5-star hotel. If you go to the wrong room and disturb someone important, it won't be good." The waitress maintained a polite smile. "Damn, a dog looking down on people." Lu Xiaobai cursed inwardly and followed her to the door of box 8. "Sir, why haven't you gone in yet?" The waitress looked puzzled. Lu Xiaobai awkwardly rubbed his nose. His mother had told him which box it was before he came, but he couldn't remember clearly. He had intended to call and ask when he got to the hotel, but seeing the waitress's guarded expression, he decided to push the door open without thinking much. As soon as he entered, he saw a young girl in her 20s sitting at the table in the box, wearing sunglasses and a mask, dressed in a white dress. Only her fair and delicate arms and calves were exposed, radiating an ivory-like sheen. "You must be the one with the surname Lu?" The girl's voice was cool, yet exceptionally pleasant. "Yes." Lu Xiaobai let out a long breath. Fortunately, it seemed he hadn't entered the wrong box. But this girl was so rude, just calling him by his surname. Did someone with the surname Lu eat your family's rice? Moreover, wearing sunglasses and a mask in broad daylight, was she too ugly to show her face? He complained silently in his heart. "Do you have your ID?" "Yes." "Why? Are you checking my household registration?" "All right, then let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate." The girl picked up her bag and walked straight out. "What?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai almost suspected there was something wrong with his ears. So direct? Getting the certificate right after meeting? Are you afraid you won't get married? What are you standing there for? The sooner we get the certificate, the sooner you can go back and report. The girl said impatiently. "Wait, I didn't agree." Lu Xiaobai waved his hands repeatedly. After all, he was a time traveler. Reaching the pinnacle of life was a sure thing for him. He didn't want to casually marry a girl just because her family had some money. "Are you annoying? Why are you dragging this out, you big man?" The girl pulled Lu Xiaobai's sleeve and walked toward the exit of the box. Wait. Lu Xiaobai quickly withdrew his hand. Due to the force, the girl's bag fell to the ground. When she bent down to pick it up, her mask slipped down. Seeing her face, Lu Xiaobai froze in place. How could there be such a beautiful girl in the world? Her skin was fair and delicate, as smooth as mutton fat jade. Her brows and eyes were exquisitely painted, as if she were a carefully crafted work of art by heaven. She was simply a celestial being. If he could marry such a beautiful landlord's daughter, it wouldn't be unacceptable. Lu, I know you don't want to marry me, but actually I don't want to either. But we both don't want to make a fuss over this little matter, right? The girl put her mask back on and continued to pull Lu Xiaobai outside. "What about the dishes on the table?" "Forget it, I've already paid." Dazed, Lu Xiaobai was dragged by the girl onto a nanny car and arrived in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. In Blue Star, the process of handling paperwork was quite fast. The girl took the marriage certificate from the staff, glanced at it, and tossed one of the copies to Lu Xiaobai. "Here, this is for you." You can go home by yourself." After saying that, she turned and got into the nanny car. "Hey, you're leaving just like that? After getting the certificate, shouldn't we cultivate our feelings properly?" Lu Xiaobai hurriedly chased after her, not even bothering to look at the marriage certificate. The girl remained silent, and the nanny car had already sped away. "What's going on? Is this girl sick? She dragged someone to get a certificate upon meeting, and I haven't even brushed my teeth?" Lu Xiaobai was dumbfounded. As he thought, he opened the marriage certificate. It was only then that he had time to carefully look at the girl's appearance. At a glance, he was mesmerized. She was so beautiful that even the famous Lu Tianxian from his past life would pale in comparison. However, when Lu Xiaobai's gaze swept to the name column, he suddenly trembled all over. It clearly read Su Nanxiao. "I got the wrong person." Lu Xiaobai's mind buzzed. The girl his mom set him up with was named Wang Xiaozue, not Su Nanxiao at all. Wait, isn't Su Nanxiao a well-known female artist? Even though he had only been in Blue Star for a short time, he had heard of Su Nanxiao's name early on. At 18, she won the championship in a national singing competition, launching a legendary career. With her sweet voice, she captured many fans because of her outstanding appearance. Countless men went crazy for her. Thus, she earned the title of Jade Maiden Leader and was recognized as the national goddess of Longhua. Why would such a big star know him? And why was she so eager to get a certificate with him? Lu Xiaobai's mind was filled with confusion. Ding! The entertainment reputation system is binding. Please wait. A mechanical voice echoed in Lu Xiaobai's mind. Lu Xiaobai was overjoyed. "I knew it, as a time traveler. The system is a standard feature. IT may be late, but it will never be absent." Chapter 2: Marrying a man like this. How will you live in the future? The host earns reputation points when others admire, respect, or like him. Reputation points can be exchanged for songs, singing skills, music theory proficiency, personal charm, and musical instrument playing abilities, etc. Detected that the host has married the famous artist Su Nanxiao. Although the marriage has not yet been made public, it has still attracted some attention. Based on this, the host gains 100 reputation points. Can exchange for one song. Note, all exchanged songs will be automatically registered for copyright by this system. Lu Xiaobai's eyes lit up, filled with immense joy. This is a huge profit. Not only did he marry a big star, but he also bound a system and earned reputation points. Although he was a professional singer in his past life, he was merely supported by capital and trafficked that he had singing skills, but not much. He understood some music theory, but it was limited to being able to read guitar tabs, if that even counts. So, although he stored many songs from his past life in his mind, he couldn't read music. Now, the system helped him sort everything out. However, the most troublesome thing now is probably the marriage certificate issue. Lu Xiaobai felt a bit flustered. Su Nanxiao was definitely preparing to get a marriage certificate with another person named Lu. After realizing the mistake, she would surely come to handle the divorce procedures. It would be so distressing to finally get the meat into his mouth, only to spit it out. "Sister Qin, everything has been taken care of." As soon as the van started, Su Nanxiao called her manager, her tone carrying a hint of relief. "Nanxiao, you've really suffered. How will you live after marrying such a man?" On the other end of the line, Sister Qin's sobbing could be heard. "Isn't this a good thing? Marrying him is definitely better than marrying a scummy man. My idol, Queen Mei, wore a wedding dress at the last moment of her life, marrying music and her fans. At worst, I could be like her. What does it matter if there's no love or man? At least I have music and fans to accompany me." Su Nanxiao forced a smile, but Sister Qin could clearly hear a hint of desolation in her tone. Which girl doesn't long for a passionate love? It turned out that Su Nanxiao once refused to have dinner alone with an investor. After that, her career took a nosedive. Originally packed with schedules, one after another was canceled. Her company Longting Entertainment gradually shifted resources to other artists, and her carefully prepared new album had to be indefinitely postponed. Worse still, Su Nanxiao's father recently underwent heart bypass surgery. Due to her lack of income during this period, after paying this expense, her savings were nearly depleted. If the company continued to freeze her out, she might have to sell her house and car, ending up on the streets. Many readers have questions about this. Let me explain. Stars earn a lot, but expenses are also high. For example, paying makeup artists and stylists, as well as salaries for managers and assistants, etc. I remember a certain star said that when he was broke, he only had 1 million left in his pocket. And he wasn't exaggerating. At this moment, the company president, Lu Feng, took the opportunity to propose a condition. As long as Su Nanxiao married his son, the company would reinvest resources into her to others. This seemed like a tremendous blessing, marrying into a wealthy family and letting her career return to its peak. But those who knew the inside story felt deep sympathy for Su Nanxiao. Because Lu Feng's son was gay, and he was the receptive partner, Lu Feng wanted the two to marry just to cover up the truth. Su Nanxiao thought it over and felt that it was better to marry a gay man than to live her life with a scummy man, which led to the earlier scene of getting the marriage certificate. That you're able to think this way, which is good. Marrying Lu Mingxian at least preserves your innocence. Sister Qin said through sobs. Wait, what did you just say? President Lu's son is named Lu Mingxian? Su Nanxiao's heart skipped a beat. Yes, didn't President Lu tell you? Sister Qin said in confusion. Su Nanxiao hurriedly took out the marriage certificate, flipped it open to check the name column, and a bolt of lightning flashed through her mind. It clearly read Lu Xiaobai. Sister Qin, it seems I got the wrong person. She took a deep breath. What did you say? You're saying the person you got the marriage certificate with today isn't Lu Mingxian? A high-pitched scream came from the other end of the line. Yes, this is completely my fault. I dragged him to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Nanxiao forced a bitter smile and recounted the entire process. It's fine, it's still not too late. Let's hurry to find him to handle the divorce procedures and then apologize to Lu Mingxian. Sister Qin hurriedly said. Lu Xiaobai, who had just gotten the marriage certificate with the goddess, didn't go home immediately, but instead went to the food street in the city center of Binhai. His mother worked 2 jobs. She cleaned during the day and set up a barbecue stall at night. Raising him and his 8-year-old sister, Lu Shan.So, his sister came to help at the stall every night. Today, due to an unexpected matter, only his sister was watching the stall. By the smoky barbecue stall, 8-year-old Xiaoyan was dripping with fine beads of sweat on her forehead. But she didn't have time to wipe it off. She was busy flipping the skewers. This girl, Lu Xiaobai's heart suddenly tightened. Xiaoyan was only 8. She should be at an age to hug dolls and act cute. Yet now she had to look after the entire stall alone. And the brother who should have taken responsibility, which was him, had never lent a helping hand. Memories surged like a tide. The original owner, after graduating from a third-rate university, was overly ambitious and preferred to live off his family rather than help them. Whenever his mother and sister returned home late at night, exhausted, the original owner always complained that the house was too noisy and affected his rest. Bastard, a complete bastard. Mom and little sister work hard every day while I just loaf around. I'm really not a man. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaobai clenched his fists. At that moment, a tinkling laughter came. He saw a luxury car slowly passing by the street, with a little girl the same age as Lu Xiaoyan sitting inside. The girl wore a pink princess dress and was holding a doll, just like a princess from a fairy tale. Xiaoyan was mesmerized, and the skewer in her hand fell to the ground, earning her a scolding from the customer. Lu Xiaobai's nose suddenly felt sour, as if his heart was being pricked by needles. His sister was 8 years old and had never owned a doll. What a damn society. Some are born in Rome, while others are born as cattle or horses. Xiaoyan, you go take a break. I'll handle it. Saying this, Lu Xiaobai quickly stepped forward and took over the work from his sister. Brother, why are you here? Xiaoyan looked up in disbelief, her big eyes full of surprise. You have to know, her brother always complained that setting up a stall was too dirty and tiring, and had never come here, let alone helped out. Lu Xiaobai's heart trembled. The shock in this girl's eyes made him feel ashamed. I'm sorry, Xiaoyan. I was too much a jerk before. I won't be like that anymore. He squatted down, looking into his sister's eyes. I'm so happy that you came. Xiaoyan blinked and suddenly jumped into his arms, rubbing her little head against his chest. Chapter 3, Invisible Wings. The stunning goddess, Lu Xiaobai, gently patted his sister's frail back, feeling her small body shivering slightly. No, I need to make money quickly. In his previous life, he was an only child who dreamed of having a sister. In this life, heaven has actually given him such a lovely and well-behaved sister. He vowed to ensure that this sensible little girl, who made people feel sorry for her, would live a good life. Hey, teacher Zhang, when will you give me the song you promised? What? You gave it to Zhou Mingqi? Okay, sorry to bother you. Hey, teacher Li, I'm still missing one song for my new album. Could you please help me write another one? Hello, are you there? Su Nanxiao was calling one after another, and by the end, her voice even carried a hint of pleading. Her agent, Sister Qin, watched this scene with a heavy heart. Su Nanchao used to be in the spotlight, but now she had to humble herself to ask for songs. Nanchao, stop calling. We need to get going. The priority now is to find that guy to handle the divorce paperwork. Sister Qin advised from the side. Okay. Su Nanchao put down her phone. Then, the two of them went to Lu Xiaobai's home according to the address on his ID card. However, after knocking on the door for a long time, no one responded. Helpless, they had no choice but to search the streets. Where on earth did that annoying little brat go? Not staying at home properly, running around everywhere. Sister Qin's high heels clicked urgently against the ground, her brows furrowed tightly. Sister Qin, stop calling him a brat. It was me who forced him to get the marriage certificate. He is innocent. Su Nanchao wore a plain dress, her expression anxious and somewhat guilty. I really don't know what to say about you. You can't even take care of yourself, and you're still trying to defend someone else. Sister Qin felt a mix of anger and pity for her. Found him. He is over there. Su Nanchao suddenly pointed ahead. Sister Qin looked in the direction she was pointing. Under the dim yellow light of a barbecue stall, a little girl with two crooked pigtails and round eyes like black grapes was sitting. A young man in his 20s was sitting beside her, gently wiping the dirt off her face. The man was wearing a faded t-shirt, his well-defined profile faintly visible in the smoke. Seeing this warm scene, the two women couldn't help but stop in their tracks. It seems his family is really struggling, bringing his sister out to set up a stall late at night. In any case, today is my fault. As long as he agrees to handle the divorce paperwork, I will definitely give him some compensation. Su Nanchao took a deep breath, frowning as she spoke. Nanchao, you should think about yourself right now. You've lost your gigs, and your new album can't be released. If this continues, you'll be eliminated from the entertainment industry. Sister Qin shook her head and sighed. In the materialistic and tempting entertainment industry, Su Nanchao was like a pure white lotus, unsullied by the mud. Otherwise, with her looks and singing skills, she would have long become a top star. How could she still be just a second-tier star? It was now deep into the night. The diners gradually dispersed, leaving behind a mess of tables and chairs. Xiaoyan, since there are no customers now, let me sing you a song. Lu Xiaobai took off his oil-stained apron. Great. Lu Xiaoyan clapped her rosy hands excitedly, her little pigtails bouncing along. At this moment, she felt very happy. Although life was tough and tiring, having her brother by her side to help and sing for her made her feel sweet and happy. Lu Xiaobai raised his hand to smooth his slightly messy hair and cleared his throat. Given their poor family situation, he definitely couldn't afford a guitar, so he could only sing a cappella. However, in his previous life as an 18-tier artist, his singing skills, while not exceptional, were above average. So singing a cappella was no problem. Every time, I stand strong in solitude. Every time, even when hurt, I shed a tear. The clear singing voice drifted slowly through the night market. The song Lu Xiaobai exchanged for was Invisible Wings. He wanted to bring a little warmth to his sister with this song, while also encouraging himself. Upon hearing the opening, Lu Xiaoyan covered her mouth, looking at her brother as if he were a stranger. When did my brother sing so well? Su Nanchao and Sister Qin stood by, stunned. The sudden song was like a bolt of lightning, exploding in their minds. What song is this? Why have I never heard it before? Su Nanchao Mumut. Even you haven't heard it? Could it be that he wrote this song? Sister Qin's eyes widened. Who is Su Nanchao? Having worked in the entertainment industry for many years, along with her love for music, she had almost never missed any songs released on the market, buying and listening to them all. If even she hadn't heard of it, it must truly be an original song. Don't think about it. They have a beautiful sun. I see. Even the sunset changes every day. Hearing these lyrics, Lu Xiaoyan froze for a moment, her eyes slightly red. The song felt like a needle, gently pricking the softest part of her heart. The grievances of being mocked by classmates for her family's poverty. The loneliness of guarding the barbecue stall after school. The loneliness she felt when seeing other little girls playing with dolls. In just a few lines, it seemed to sing out her innermost feelings. Upon reaching this point, Su Nanchao couldn't help but cover her mouth, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, she remembered her own life. When she first entered the entertainment industry as a newcomer, she suffered countless grievances. Every sunset, she would curl up in her small rented room, crying over the setting sun. I know, I have always had a pair of invisible wings, carrying me to fly, giving me hope. I finally see all dreams are blooming. The youthful song I chase is so bright. At this moment, Su Nanxiao felt her scalp tingle, and goosebumps rose all over her body. Yes, all dreams will bloom. Everything in the past is merely a prologue. The past has gone, and the future has come. As long as she firmly believes she has invisible wings, she will eventually reap flowers and applause. Unknowingly, a crowd had gathered in front of the barbecue stall. Wow, why haven't I heard this song before? It's so good. This song completely crushes the ones on the charts. Do you think this little brother wrote it? Impossible. How could someone running a barbecue stall write such a beautiful song? The bystanders were whispering to each other, some lost in thought. Others took out their phones to scan the QR code in front of the barbecue stall for tips. There was even a middle-aged man squatting by the roadside, crying like a child. Invisible wings. Let dreams last longer than the sky. Leave a wish for myself to imagine. The song finally reached its conclusion. Chapter 4. Can you sell me this song? Good. It sounds amazing. Young man, can you sing it again? Yes. We want to hear it again. Just sing it one more time, and I'll give you a tip of 100 yuan. I'll give 200. I'll give. The onlookers shouted excitedly. Thank you all for your support. I'll sing it again right now. Lu Xiaobai smiled and nodded at the crowd. He just received a system notification that he gained 5 points of reputation. Plus, with people giving tips, wouldn't it be foolish not to keep singing? Nanjiao, analyze this song with your professional eye. How is it? Sister Qin patted the already tearful Su Nanjiao. The melody of the verse is smooth and gentle, and it has a strong narrative quality. The chorus suddenly leaps in pitch, creating a vivid auditory image that breaks through the gloom with high notes and emotional outbursts. As soon as it came to music, Su Nanjiao perked up, wiping her tears and speaking nonstop. She was indeed a talented woman from the Yanjing Music Academy, speaking eloquently, but seeing Sister Qin's confused expression, she didn't continue. In short, this song has high artistic value and will last for at least 100 years. More importantly, once this song is released, the entire entertainment industry will be in an uproar. Su Nanjiao concluded decisively. Hiss! Sister Qin gasped. Su Nanjiao is a talented woman who graduated from Yanjing Music Academy. Although she can't write songs, her eye for music is extremely high. Even when evaluating a song written by the renowned musician Zhang Ziyuan, who received a Lifetime Achievement Award, her comment was just it's okay. But her evaluation of this song is actually a 100-year classic. Nanjiao, this is an opportunity, a huge opportunity. You're currently being sidelined by Longting, and your career isn't a downturn. Isn't the biggest reason the lack of songs? As long as you buy this song, how can Longting still control you? Suddenly, Sister Qin excitedly grabbed Su Nanjiao's hand. You see, the main reason Su Nanjiao is so tightly controlled by Longting is that no songwriter is willing to write songs for her. Now, her new album just needs a title track. If she has this song, she will return to her peak, or even have further possibilities. That makes sense. Su Nanjiao's eyes brightened. She had already liked this song to the extreme as soon as Lu Xiaobai sang the first 2 lines. If this song could be sung for her, Su Nanjiao felt a surge of excitement. More importantly, if the new album sells well and creates value for the company, will the company still keep her sidelined? For a moment, she suddenly felt the world open up before her. Lu Xiaobai sang a full 5 times before the crowd gradually dispersed. That night, he earned 20 points of reputation and received 813 yuan in tips. He felt very satisfied that he could finally buy some good food for his sister and mother. Xiaoyan, let's go home. Okay, let's pack up and head home. Saying this, Lu Xiaobai and his sister began to pack up the barbecue stall and tables. Hello, are you Lu Xiaobai? At this moment, Su Nanjiao quickly walked up, her voice gentle. As soon as she spoke, a faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks. It was a bit awkward that they had already received their marriage certificate, yet she couldn't even remember his name. Yes, you can call me Xiaobai. Lu Xiaobai remained very calm. Seeing his wife suddenly appear, he also felt a bit awkward. But having lived 2 lives, he knew that as long as he wasn't embarrassed, the one who was embarrassed would be the other person. I'll still call you Lu Xiaobai. My dog is named Xiaobai. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Nanjiao realized she had misspoken and her cheeks turned red. No, my little Xiaobai needs to change his name. Okay. Lu Xiaobai's mouth twitched. Brother, Who is this beautiful sister? She looks so good. Lu Xiaoyan stared with her big round eyes, not blinking as she focused on Su Nanjiao. Although Su Nanjiao was wearing sunglasses and a mask, her facial features and figure revealed that she was definitely a top-notch beauty. You're also very cute, little sister. I'm your brother's friend. Su Nanjiao giggled and gently pinched Lu Xiaoyan's chubby cheeks. Although they had already received their marriage certificate, she certainly couldn't bring herself to say the word wife. What? My brother, who is that poor, can actually have a celestial friend? Lu Xiaoyan's mouth dropped open, her face full of shock. A few months ago, her brother graduated from a garbage university and has been lying at home ever since. With no degree, no job, and no sweet talk. How did he manage to win over such a beautiful lady? Oh no! As soon as she finished speaking, she covered her head. Lu Xiaobai gave her a light smack on the head. At this time, many onlookers gathered again in front of the barbecue stall. However, this time they were there for Su Nanjiao. This jade-like girl, even with sunglasses and a mask, couldn't hide her deadly charm. What do you need from me? I still have to get home. Lu Xiaobai said calmly to Su Nanjiao. She probably came to find me to handle divorce procedures, right? If that is the case, then let us just do it. Since she has come to find me, what else can I do? In that case, I'll be brief. Was that song you just sang written by you? Su Nanjiao asked expectantly. Yes. Lu Xiaobai nodded calmly. He felt a bit surprised. She wasn't here to divorce him. Hiss. Even though Su Nanjiao was mentally prepared, she still gasped upon hearing this. This man is actually so talented? You need to think carefully before you answer. Our Longhua takes copyright very seriously. If it's infringement, you might end up in prison. At this moment, Sister Qin quickly walked over with a serious expression. You can check with the copyright office. If they can't find this song, I'll turn myself in. Lu Xiaobai glanced at her lightly. No yoke. The System S stuff is automatically registered for copyright. He wasn't afraid of anyone checking. So, can you sell me the song? Su Nanjiao asked eagerly, her palms slightly sweating. How much will you offer? Lu Xiaobai felt a bit tempted. The economic situation at home was too tight. If he could get a sum of money, life would greatly improve. Besides, singing this song for his future wife would also be quite nice. After all, they are family, and it's better to keep the benefits within the family. Currently, there are two types of transaction modes. The first is a one-time buyout. I'll pay you 1 million, and then you will permanently obtain all the rights to the song, and you will no longer enjoy any subsequent earnings. Su Nanjiao said, What? So much money? Lu Xiaoyan gasped in shock. Even Lu Xiaobai was a bit surprised. Nanjiao, are you crazy? Sister Qin was almost going to go crazy. What does 1 million mean? Even buying songs written by top creators in Longhua is only a bit over 1 million. How can a newcomer like Lu Xiaobai be worth that much? Chapter 5, are you interested in him? Sister Qin, I know what I'm doing. Su Nanjiao waved her hand, interrupting her. Even though this 1 million was nearly all her savings, she still believed it was worth it. Are there other options? Lu Xiaobai asked. Another option is that I pay you 100,000, but you can enjoy a 25 share. Su Nanjiao said. Nanjiao. Sister Qin was anxious again. Whether it's the 100,000 advance or the 25 share, both are too high. But Su Nanjiao interrupted her again. I'll choose the second option. Lu Xiaobai said. Only a fool would choose the first one. Even in my past life, Invisible Wings was a top-ranking song. In Blue Star, it's like a nuclear bomb. The subsequent share will likely be an astronomical figure. All right, let's sign the contract first, and I'll go to the bank tomorrow to transfer the money to you. Su Nanjiao said as she took out the contract from her bag. Wait, don't you need the sheet music and lyrics? Lu Xiaobai said. No need, I just memorized them. Just tell me the song title. Su Nanjiao said. Hearing this, Lu Xiaobai was astonished. What a talented girl. She could remember the lyrics and melody after just a few listens. What about the arrangement? There's also the arrangement. Lu Xiaobai said. He decided to go all the way and sell the complete package. Invisible Wings is not only great in lyrics and melody, but the arrangement is also classic. Especially the intro with the acoustic guitar, it's exceptional. Without this arrangement, the song's charm would undoubtedly be greatly diminished. You can arrange music too? Su Nanjiao and Sister Qin were stunned. Many well-known musicians focus on composition and leave arrangements to professional teams. It's not that they're lazy, it's just that they don't know how. Composition and arrangement are completely different tracks, and the latter is actually more challenging. It's simple. Someone who doesn't understand music theory can write a melody. But have you ever heard someone who doesn't understand music theory arrange a piece? Moreover, just knowing music theory isn't enough. Arrangers also need to understand various instruments. Just wait. After saying that, Liu Xiaobai took out some draft paper and a pen from Liu Xiaoyan's backpack and began to write the sheet music, lyrics, and arrangement while leaning on the bench. In fact, he was just copying. Opening the system panel, all the relevant information was clear at a glance. Su Nanjiao and Sister Qin curiously walked over and watched intently. The more they looked, the more shocked they became. The draft paper was filled with dense writing, from lyrics, sheet music to chords, from bass lines to rhythmic combinations. Everything was there. Genius. Simply a genius. The two women sighed in their hearts. Nanjiao, you're giving too much money, aren't you? Watching Liu Xiaobai and his sister ride away on their tricycle, Sister Qin couldn't help but frown. Not too much. Not at all. For such a good song, I think I'm underpaying. Besides, with this song, my new album will definitely sell well. A mere 100,000 can be earned back in no time. Looking at the gradually fading figure in the distance, Su Nanjiao said firmly, "He is just a newcomer who doesn't understand the industry. Even if you pressured the price down to 50,000, he would probably accept it. You haven't had any gigs for a long time, and you haven't released a new song. Your savings probably aren't much either. Saving a little is better than none. Be honest, are you interested in him?" Sister Qin's expression suddenly became serious. This was the only explanation. "Anyway, we'll all be family in the future. Isn't this money just going from one hand to the other?" "What are you talking about, Sister Qin?" Su Nanjiao's pretty face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she lightly punched her. "Also, why aren't you bringing up the divorce paperwork?" Sister Qin's expression grew even more grave. "I just think that it's a bit inappropriate to buy a song from him and then immediately mention a divorce." Su Nanjiao explained. "Nanjiao, you're now an idol artist. Most of your fans are attracted by your single status. Once the news of your marriage spreads, you know how much impact it will have on your career. This Liu Xiaobai, while he has written a good song, who can guarantee he will write more in the future? In the entertainment industry, there are too many people who became famous with one song and then disappeared without a trace." Sister Qin said earnestly. After years of getting along, she had treated Su Nanjiao like a sister or even a daughter. She didn't want to see such a precious girl end up with a pig. Although this pig had decent looks and high talent, Su Nanjiao bit her lip, remaining silent, her gaze still following the direction Liu Xiaobai had left. "Brother, with so much money, we've hit the jackpot." On the way home, Liu Xiaoyan bounced around like a cheerful sparrow. "My goodness, how can we possibly spend this much money?" She counted on her fingers, her eyes shining like stars. Currently, her brother had received over 800 in tips, plus the 100,000 that was about to arrive. "It's too much. We can't possibly spend it all." Liu Xiaobai shook his head and laughed while riding the tricycle. A mere 100,000 is a huge sum for her. "What is this? This is just the beginning. Just wait. I will prepare a generous dowry for you in the future." He thought to himself, "By the way, after receiving the money, how do you plan to spend it?" Liu Xiaobai jokingly asked Liu Xiaoyan. "First, I'll buy some supplement for Mom. Her health is getting worse," Liu Xiaoyan said, counting her fingers. Liu Xiaobai fell silent. Their mom, Cheng Yakin, was only in her 40s but looked as if she were in her 60s due to years of hard labor. "Then I'll buy a guitar for you, and the rest of the money I'll save." Liu Xiaoyan continued. "Brother has always loved music, yet he can't even afford a guitar that costs a few hundred. What about your favorite doll? Don't you want to buy one?" Liu Xiaobai asked. "I'm in the 3rd grade now. I'm a big kid. I don't need dolls anymore," Liu Xiaoyan said seriously. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaobai suddenly felt his eyes sting. He knew that Xiaoyan wasn't being truthful. Just a moment ago, when she saw that little girl holding a doll, her eyes had gone wide. When they got home, their mom, Cheng Yakin, hadn't returned yet. Liu Xiaobai opened the system panel and began to study it. In this system, reputation points were the only currency and could be exchanged for various goods in the system mall. In the mall, there were various songs from his past life, each song costing 100 reputation points for exchange. Additionally, one could exchange for singing skills, music theory proficiency, various instrument performance abilities. Even more exciting for Lu Xiaobai was that there were explosive skills available. Infinite vocal range. The host can easily control any vocal range achievable by humans. Emotional resonance. Increases the emotional impact of the singing, making it easier for the audience to resonate. Walking CD. Increases stability during live performances, unaffected by the environment. Absolute pitch. Accurately identify heard pitches, personal attractiveness, and charm. Chapter 6. Searching for the Barbecue Brother online in summary. There's nothing you can't think of, but there's nothing the system can't exchange for. Of course, the exchange prices are also terrifying, and with the current reputation points, it's definitely unimaginable. It seems that in the early stages, I can only be a behind-the-scenes player, Lu Xiaobai thought. His looks and singing skills can only be described as decent at best. He could only be an 18-line singer. But that's fine. In Blue Star, especially in Longhua, the status of creators is quite esteemed due to the scarcity of quality songs. Moreover, in his previous life, he worked himself to the bone for gigs, not only developing depression, but also losing a lot of time with his family. Now, casually copying some songs to easily earn money is indeed a great joy. At this moment, it was already 11 p.m. A girl named Tang Tang excitedly opened her computer and posted a video of Lu Xiaobai singing on Weibo. She was the one who filmed the video in front of the barbecue stall. She often shares some good songs on Weibo, but she has only gained a few thousand followers so far. That night, she was so moved after listening to Lu Xiaobai's performance that she was in a complete daze. She instinctively felt that this song would definitely go viral. So, while listening to the song, she didn't forget to record a video. As she uploaded it, she added a caption, "Help, Barbecue Brother performs a celestial song. If you don't cry after listening, I lose." Only 10 minutes after sending it out, signs of it going viral appeared. In the past, Tang Tang's videos would get at most a few hundred views within 10 minutes. But this time, the situation was completely different. 400,000 views, 100,000 likes. A flurry of comments. Every time the numbers refreshed, Tang Tang's heart raced. What the heck? What kind of celestial song is this? A tough guy like me actually shed a few tears. It's so good, I can only say. I've never heard this song before. Could it be that this barbecue stall guy composed it? I just checked, and I couldn't find anything at all. If that's the case, all I can say is, this kid is terrifyingly talented. Netizens commented one after another. Within just a few hours, Barbecue Brother performed Celestial Song, and Invisible Wings rushed into the top 3 trending topics. Meanwhile, Tang Tang's Weibo followers were continuously increasing. Followers 181. Followers 472. Followers 1,049. Soon, it broke through the 30,000 mark. Oh yeah, Tang Tang excitedly rolled around on her bed. However, the tone in the comments section quickly changed. ISNT this the food street in Binhai City? I just bought grilled cold noodles there last week. Wow, I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. Barbecue Brother is right behind the red sign of Wong's fried noodles. Let us gather in Binhai City. Let us form a brother search team. This kid will definitely achieve great things in the future. Getting to know him early will give us bragging rights later. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Wait, the video is so blurry. You can't see his face at all. Seriously, did the blogger buy their phone from a bargain site? The pixels are so low. Damn, lousy blogger, lousy phone. Let us draw a circle to curse the blogger. Tang Tang's face instantly fell, looking aggrieved. Is it wrong that I can't afford a good phone? At this moment, the whole internet had already kicked off a wave of searching for the Barbecue Brother. Even though they couldn't see his appearance clearly, they still had confidence that they could find him. Don't forget, Lu Xiaoyan also appeared in the video, selling barbecue, Wong's fried noodles, a young brother, and a sister. This information was more than enough. Some people even flew to Binhai City to search for him. The next day, the vendors on Food Street were pleasantly surprised to find that today's visitors had multiplied several times compared to usual. Unfortunately, the little money Lu Xiaobai made would definitely mean that he wouldn't let his mom set up the barbecue stall at night anymore. The efforts of the netizens were destined to be in vain. Reputation points 109. Reputation points 345. Reputation points 457. Reputation points. The next morning, while Lu Xiaobai was still dreaming, he heard the system's notification sound ringing. He opened the system panel to see Reputation points. 3,145. Skills owned. None. Skills available for exchange. None. Lu Xiaobai was very excited and then turned off the system's notification sound. No great news can delay my sleep. He covered himself with the blanket and went back to sleep. Ding, ding, ding. A hurried ringtone rang again. This time, he was wide awake. Lu Xiaobai could only pick up the phone. It was a bit bittersweet. Nowadays, in the era of fully popularized smartphones, he was still using an old model, a feature phone that his father had used during his lifetime. Lu Xiaobai, it's me, Su Nanjiao. I've transferred the 100,000 to your card. Also, I plan to go to the recording studio to record a song today. Can you guide me if you're free? Su Nanjiao's excited voice came from the other end of the line. You're recording so soon? Aren't you going to practice a bit more? Lu Xiaobai was a bit surprised. I've practiced all night, Su Nanjiao said. After returning home, she was so excited that she couldn't sleep, so she got up to practice singing. She practiced the whole night, only dozing off for a short while on the couch. All right, Lu Xiaobai nodded. I'll come pick you up now. After saying that, Su Nanjiao hung up the phone with a snap. This girl is really something. Lu Xiaobai shook his head as he walked into the living room. It happened to be Saturday, and both his mom and sister were at home. So, yesterday Aunt Zhang called me and said that Xiaobai waited for you for several hours but didn't see you. You really are something. If you don't want to go on a blind date, just say so. Why play hide and seek? His mother, Cheng Yakin, chattered on while making breakfast. Mom, just cancel the blind date. Lu Xiaobai said. Cancel? Such a good marriage proposal. And you want to cancel just like that? Their family has 5 buildings. If you marry her, you won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life, you know? Cheng Yakin stepped out of the kitchen, pointing her finger at Lu Xiaobai's forehead. Mom, I can make money now. I don't need to rely on others. Lu Xiaobai smiled bitterly. Make money? You don't even have a job and you're talking about making money? How can you be so high-minded? His mother said, tears suddenly falling as she spoke. Your health is getting worse. What will you and Xiaoyan do if I'm gone one day? Lu Xiaobai's eyes suddenly turned red. In his mother's heart, she always cared for her 2 children. Mom, what I said is true. Last night, I earned over 100,000 selling songs. At this moment, his sister Lu Xiaoyan bounced out of the bedroom like a little deer. What? How much did you say? Cheng Yakin's movements suddenly froze, her eyes wide open. 100,000. Mom, you heard that right. Lu Xiaobai repeated. Impossible. Are you scamming people outside? Which sucker would spend 100,000 on your lousy song? Cheng Yakin jumped up as if she had been electrocuted. Chapter 7. This song was really written by this pretty boy. The payment notification is right here. Lu Xiaobai showed his phone. Looking at the shocking number, Cheng Yakin felt dizzy. She slapped herself hard, and her whole face swelled up. It must not be a dream. 100,000 yuan? She wouldn't earn that much even after years of running a barbecue stall. Lu Xiaobai finally clarified everything. But he didn't mention getting a marriage certificate with Su Nanjiao. He was afraid it would scare his mom. Cheng Yakin slumped on the sofa, murmuring to her father's photo. Old Lu, did you see that? Our ancestral grave is smoking. My son sold a lousy song for 100,000. Finally, Su Nanjiao's phone rang. Mom, I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back before lunch. Lu Xiaobai hurriedly changed his clothes and went downstairs. Cheng Yakin remained silent, still staring at the photo. Getting into Su Nanjiao's nanny car, Lu Xiaobai saw 2 women sitting inside. One was his agent, Sister Qin, and the other was a girl with a bit of baby fat on her face, looking somewhat silly and cute. As soon as he got in the car, Lu Xiaobai felt like he had entered a crowd of women, with a faint and elegant fragrance wafting in the air. This is my agent. You met her before. This girl is my assistant, Wu Yuhan. You could just call her Yuhan, Su Nanjiao introduced. Hello, Teacher Lu. Sister Qin extended her slender right hand to shake hands with Lu Xiaobai. After witnessing Lu Xiaobai's stunning talent, her attitude had changed significantly, now addressing him with respect. Wu Yuhan, on the other hand, leaned in curiously beside Lu Xiaobai. How did you write such a good song? Where did your inspiration come from? Did you graduate from a music academy? How many people are in your family? Do you have a girlfriend? The little girl bombarded him with questions, becoming increasingly annoying. Lu Xiaobai could only respond casually. By the way, great talent. This phone is for you. Suddenly, Su Nanjiao pulled out a beautiful box from her bag and handed it to Lu Xiaobai. Last night, she had noticed that Lu Xiaobai was still using an old model phone. So, this morning, she specifically went to a specialty store to buy him a smartphone. This is not just giving a phone. It's clearly handing him a job offer. My precious cabbage is going to be pushed by a pig. Sister Qin wailed inwardly. This is the latest model, even more expensive than the one Su Nanjiao uses. This won't do. Lu Xiaobai shook his head repeatedly. Although this phone was a gift from his wife, he really didn't want to be a man living off a woman. Just take it. Consider it as payment for arrangement and recording. Besides, it will be more convenient to contact each other in the future. Su Nanjiao tossed her hair and smiled sweetly. The charm in her every move made Lu Xiaobai's heart skip a beat. Truly the leader of Jade Maidens, even he, a man reborn, couldn't resist her allure. Oh my, great talent, you're trending. You're going to be famous. The video has over 5 million likes already. At that moment, Wu Yuhan suddenly screamed. Let me see. Su Nanjiao took the phone. Upon seeing it, she was instantly stunned. Not only did the likes exceed 5 million, but the comments also surpassed 1 million. Opening the comments section, it was flooded with praise. What a divine song. It made me cry. Barbecue brother, you're a genius. I'm kneading. I always knew I had a pair of invisible wings, carrying me over despair. These lyrics are so heartfelt, they strike the soul. I feel like this song will become a classic. The music of Long Country is finally seeing the dawn. Su Nanjiao froze. She knew the song would be popular, but she didn't expect it to be this popular. It should be noted that this song had no accompaniment, and Lu Xiaobai's singing was only at an average level. If it had accompaniment, and she sang it herself, she couldn't even imagine what kind of results it would achieve. Su Nanjiao looked at Lu Xiaobai with admiration. He truly was a treasure boy, and he was her husband, albeit only nominally. Thinking of this, her cheeks suddenly flushed. Oh, what a pity. Such a good song, yet it was ruined by our great talent. This guy sings worse than I do. Wu Yuhan pouted and said. In fact, Lu Xiaobai's singing was above average and far from being bad. However, Wu Yuhan was still sulking over Lu Xiaobai's earlier nonchalance and deliberately said this to annoy him. But your singing is worse than mine, Lu Xiaobai retorted indignantly. At that moment, the nanny car slowly came to a stop. We're at the recording studio. Let's go in, Su Nanjiao said. This recording studio did not belong to Longting. Now that Su Nanjiao was being shelved by the company, using company resources would be met with cold eyes. With her thin skin, she had no choice but to go outside. Oh, the great star Su is here. What an honor. At that moment, a bald, middle-aged man in his 40s walked up quickly and greeted warmly. His name was Zhang Kai, the owner of this recording studio. Seeing that a big star like Su Nanjiao was actually recording here, he felt very surprised and excited. It should be known that although his recording studio was decent, it was ultimately not as high-end as Longting Entertainment. Hello, Boss Zhang. Please arrange a recording studio for me as soon as possible, Su Nanjiao said lightly. Okay. Zhang Kai personally led Su Nanjiao and her group into a recording studio. Hey, buddy, during a singer's recording, no outsiders can come in. Just as Lu Xiaobai was about to enter, Zhang Kai stopped him. He is not an outsider. He is the lyricist and composer of this song. Su Nanjiao turned and said. Zhang Kai was slightly surprised, but also somewhat disdainful. With your young age, you can write songs for a big star like Su? Wait, why are you going into the recording room? You're just a recording studio owner. What do you want to do? Just as Zhang Kai was also preparing to enter the recording studio, Lu Xiaobai reached out to stop him. I am both the boss and the recording engineer. Do you think I can't go in? The bald man's face darkened. Sister Qin and Wu Yuhan covered their mouths and laughed. This great talent has quite a strong sense of revenge. I'm starting. Su Nanjiao stood in front of the microphone, took a deep breath, and looked at Lu Xiaobai. Okay, Lu Xiaobai nodded. Every time, I stand strong in solitude. Every time, even if I'm hurt, I won't shed tears. Su Nanjiao slightly closed her eyes and began to sing. Hiss. After just 2 lines, Zhang Kai's pupils suddenly constricted, his whole body tensed. He turned sharply to look at Lu Xiaobai, his eyes filled with disbelief. This song was really written by this pretty boy? Zhang Kai was a former lead singer of a band and later transitioned to a producer with a keen ear. He could guess the chorus direction just by hearing the intro of those mass-produced songs in the industry. But the song Su Nanjiao was singing now had a simple yet catchy melody and straightforward yet poignant lyrics. The level was at least that of a well-known songwriter. He stared intently at Liu Xiaobai in front of the control panel. Chapter 8, Let Me Write You Another Song. I finally see that all dreams are blooming, and the youthful voices chasing them are so bright. At this moment, Su Nanjiao has reached the chorus, her voice gradually becoming more powerful. Zhang Kai instinctively held his breath. This song is going to explode. He could almost foresee the storm this song would create on major music platforms once it was released. The song ended. It was sung so well. No wonder she is a big star. Zhang Kai was the first to stand up and clap vigorously. He was not flattering. He was speaking from the heart. In terms of singing skill, Su Nanjiao had already reached the level of a first-line star. If it weren't for the quantity and quality of her representative works being lacking, she would have already become a diva. Nanjiao is amazing. Sister Nanjiao is awesome. Qin Jie and Wu Yuhan also gave her thumbs up. Talented guy. What do you think? Su Nanjiao turned her gaze to Liu Xiaobai, a faint smile on her lips. She had spent an entire night pondering over this song. Every vocal transition, every breath, and even the emotions behind each line of lyrics she had scrutinized countless times. She was confident that this was the most perfect version she could give. I'm not satisfied. You didn't sing the soul of this song. Liu Xiaobai shook his head, his tone calm yet firm. As soon as he said this, the air in the recording studio seemed to freeze. Zhang Kai's smile froze on his face. When did Su Nanjiao's singing skills become something a newcomer could question? Qin Jie and Wu Yuhan widened their eyes. You sang so well, and you are still not satisfied? At this moment, Su Nanjiao's eyes suddenly turned red. She never expected that the hard work she put in all night would result in such a comment. If you think you can do better, then go ahead. Wu Yuhan exploded, slamming the table and glaring at Liu Xiaobai. Yuhan, what are you saying? Who says only those with good singing skills are qualified to give feedback? Su Nanjiao's voice trembled a bit, but she still tried to remain calm. Then tell me, where are my shortcomings? She then looked at Liu Xiaobai, her eyes showing a hint of stubbornness and pleading. First of all, I must admit that your pitch, rhythm, and technique are impeccable, much better than my singing. But the problem is that this song is called Invisible Wings, not the Horn of Victory. Liu Xiaobai stood up and walked in front of Su Nanjiao, his voice low yet clear. Do you know why it's called Invisible Wings? Because when people are at their most confused and vulnerable, they don't even know if they have wings. You sang too confidently. But what truly touches people's hearts in this song is that sense of uncertainty. Can I keep going? Does my dream really matter? Do I even have wings? These hesitations, struggles, and self-doubts are the essence of the song's verses. Yet you turn it into a battle song. The recording studio fell silent. Zhang Kai stared blankly at Liu Xiaobai, suddenly realizing that he had only heard the technique earlier, but overlooked the essence of the song. Su Nanjiao stood still, her body slightly trembling. She finally understood why she always felt something was missing. After a long time, she raised her head, her eyes still red but showing a relieved smile. Thank you so much. This is probably the most precious feedback I've heard since I entered the industry. She deeply bowed to Liu Xiaobai, her voice soft yet firm. This man truly seems to have some substance. This thought simultaneously crossed everyone's mind. Following that, Su Nanjiao sang for nearly an hour. It wasn't until she sang for the 15th time that Liu Xiaobai finally nodded. After receiving Liu Xiaobai's approval, Su Nanjiao jumped up excitedly like a little girl. When they walked out of the recording studio, Wu Yuhan went out to settle the bill. Zhifu Bao charged $39.94. 5 yuan. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaobai's mouth twitched. This greedy recording studio really makes money. They earned nearly 4,000 in just 1 hour. It's even odd amount. What didn't he know was that this price was already discounted. If someone else had recorded the song, it would have cost at least 6,000. A group of people got into the van, ready to go their separate ways. Talented guy, I have a small request that I hope you can fulfill. Su Nanjiao said expectantly. Go ahead. Liu Xiaobai nodded. I'm planning to release an album soon, and I want to use this song, Invisible Wings, as the title track. But I also want you to help me look at the other songs and give some suggestions. Su Nanjiao smiled sweetly. Of course, no problem. Liu Xiaobai quickly lowered his head. The charm that the goddess inadvertently revealed left him completely defenseless. Taking the headphones from Su Nanjiao, Lu Xiaobai began to listen carefully. The more he listened, the darker his expression became. What are these terrible songs? Whether it's the melody, lyrics, or arrangement, they're all at rock bottom. You are my VIP. No need to pay, just a monthly fee. You're like instant noodles, and I'm like boiling water, soaking you for 3 minutes, and you're soft. Love you to the point of crashing. Rebooting, still thinking of you. Lu Xiaobai finally understood why so many terrible songs could top the music charts. Compared to this crap, they were indeed considered high quality. What? Do you think it's not good? Su Nanjiao asked cautiously. Let me write you another song. Lu Xiaobai shook his head. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. Another song? Su Nanjiao's voice trembled slightly, her slender fingers unconsciously twisting together. I'm telling you, talented guy, don't just brush it off. You just finished one yesterday, and you want to write another today? Writing songs isn't that easy. Qin Jie said with a hint of disdain. Exactly. Even well-known musicians consider it good if they write a good song in a month, Wu Yuhan pouted. Bring me paper and a pen. Lu Xiaobai smiled slightly. You plan to write it on the spot? Everyone in the car stared wide-eyed, doubting their ears. Yes. I suddenly got inspired while listening to the song just now. Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Here, take this. Su Nanjiao quickly rummaged through her bag for paper and a pen and handed them to Lu Xiaobai. With his talent, this song at least won't be worse than the others in my album, Su Nanjiao thought. Taking the paper and pen, Lu Xiaobai immediately started writing furiously. Su Nanjiao and Wu Yuhan leaned in to take a peek. Just seeing the first few lines of lyrics made them tremble all over. If you suddenly sneeze, it must be because I'm thinking of you. If you're woken up by your phone in the middle of the night, that's because I care. What? What kind of divine lyrics are these? It's simply too sweet. Chapter 9, Love You, Yes. The song that Lu Xiaobai prepared for Su Nanjiao is indeed the Love You from the previous life of the Sweetheart Master. Su Nanjiao has a pure appearance and a sweet voice, making it perfect for her to sing the Sweetheart Master song. In your heart, am I the only one? Love is just me constantly bothering you. Lu Xiaobai continued to write. Oh my gosh, seeing these lyrics. I feel like the air around me is filled with the scent of honey. Wu Yuhan had a love-struck expression. Su Nanjiao's heart suddenly raced. She had never been in a relationship before, but suddenly felt the sensation of first love. Come on, try singing it. Lu Xiaobai quickly finished the lyrics, composed the music, and arranged it, then handed the A4 paper to Su Nanjiao. Su Nanjiao took it and stared at it for a while. Nanjiao, hurry up and sing. I can't wait any longer. Wu Yuhan said eagerly. You little girl, Nanjiao still needs time to read the score. Qin Jie scolded playfully. In fact, with Su Nanjiao's musical talent, it wouldn't take her long to read the score at all. She was amazed by the composition of this song. The song seemed simple, but the artistic level was very high. Although the lyrics weren't profound, their straightforwardness was precisely what made them charming. The melody, while simple, was extremely catchy. It incorporated many syncopated rhythms that perfectly expressed youthful feelings. Compared to this song, the songs in her own album could only be described as garbage, which would be an insult to garbage. For a big man to write such a soft and delicate song is simply too talented. Su Nanjiao looked at Lu Xiaobai with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Oh no, my precious cabbage. Seeing this scene, Qin Jie felt a pang in her heart, and her expression turned a bit unfriendly. She could see the affectionate look in Su Nanjiao's eyes. In front of fans, Su Nanjiao appeared pure and sweet, but privately, she had never looked at a man like that. Hurry up and sing. Why are you looking at me? Lu Xiaobai's face turned red. Even a tough guy would blush when being stared at by such a beautiful woman. Oh, Su Nanjiao quickly pulled herself together, cleared her throat, and started to sing. Wow, this song is so beautiful. Wu Yuhan clapped and cheered loudly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Once this song is released, all the young boys and girls in the world will be captivated. After listening, Qin Jie fell silent for a moment before finally saying, Driver, hurry back to the recording studio. I want to record the song. Su Nandia Suden Li Xiaotet. Nanjiao, don't rush. How can you record without the arrangement being ready? Xin Ye frowned it. Oh, I'm sorry, I got too impulsive. Su Nanjiao stuck out her tongue. After getting out of the car, Lu Xiaobai didn't go directly into the house, but instead walked into a nearby musical instrument store. Looking at the wide array of instruments in the store, he finally gritted his teeth and chose a guitar that cost over $1,000. He wasn't spending money recklessly. He wanted to do it right from the start. People who are good at playing the guitar know that a guitar costing a few hundred is practically unusable. The feel and tone are miles apart. And since he planned to be a behind-the-scenes figure at first, he was destined to become proficient with instruments. After buying the guitar, Lu Xiaobai hurried home. "Bro, you finally came back. I've been almost suffocating at home alone." As soon as he walked in, Lu Xiaoyan rushed over and hugged his leg. "Where's Mom? Where did she go?" Lu Xiaobai asked. "She went to work overtime." Lu Xiaoyan replied. "Damn it, over 1,000 yuan salary, and she still has to work overtime on Saturday." Lu Xiaobai cursed the heartless boss in his heart, while also feeling sorry for his mom. Cheng Yakin worked as a cleaner during the day and ran a barbecue stall at night to earn extra money. It was simply too hard. When she comes back, I must stop her from working at the stall at night. Lu Xiaobai thought. "Come on, Big Brother will take you to the amusement park." Shaking off his thoughts, he waved his hand. It's a bit sad, but Lu Xiaoyan is already 8 years old and has never been to an amusement park. Now that he finally has some money, he certainly wants to take his sister out to have some fun. That must cost quite a bit, right? Never mind. I'll just stay home and read. It's okay. Big Brother has 100,000 yuan in his account. But we can't spend it recklessly. Are you going or not? If not, I'm leaving. Going. Lu Xiaoyan excitedly ran back to her room to change clothes. Longting Entertainment Company. Limited. What? You want to change the songs for the new album? And you want to replace 2 of them? Who gave you that right? The boss, Lu Feng, slammed the table and glared at Su Nanjiao. "Mr. Lu, according to the contract, the company does not have complete decision-making power over Nanjiao's album. What she is doing is not inappropriate. Moreover, the 2 songs she replaced were only demo tracks that were never officially recorded, which did not cause significant cost losses to the company." Before Su Nanjiao could speak, Qin Jia interjected, her tone firm yet polite. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng fell silent but stared intently at Su Nanjiao. A year ago, Longting signed a contract with Su Nanjiao. At that time, she was already a hot second-tier star in the entertainment industry, second only to A-list celebrities. Because of this, the company granted her a lot of leeway in the contract and did not interfere with her much. I want to see what song is so good that it can make the big star Su suddenly change her mind. A middle-aged man in his 50s, named Li Wenbo, said coldly. He was a well-known songwriter at Longting Entertainment. The 2 songs Su Nanjiao decided to replace were both written by him, which made him feel humiliated. "Teacher Li, I'm really sorry. Actually, all the songs you wrote are very good, but I believe these 2 new songs fit my style better," Su Nanjiao said calmly. In the past, she actually respected Li Wenbo quite a bit. This songwriter had single-handedly helped countless artists rise to fame and was known as the godfather of love songs in the music industry. It's just a pity that this guy is unambitious. At 50 years old, he is still writing some clitchy love songs. Songs like "You're My VIP." No need to pay, just a monthly subscription. You're like instant noodles, and I'm like boiling water, soaking you for 3 minutes until you're soft. These songs that make people want to vomit were indeed from his pen. I want to hear how good these so-called songs that suit you better can be. Li Wenbo squinted his small eyes, his gaze revealing a hint of disdain. Of course. Su Nanjiao calmly opened her phone and pressed the play button. The first song was "Love You." The lively and agile melody instantly flowed through the conference room. Upon hearing this song, Lu Feng felt deeply moved. He was over 50 and thought he had seen through matters of love long ago. But listening to this song, he couldn't help but recall his youthful first love. After the song ended, there was a moment of silence among everyone. Chapter 10. Don't expect me to write songs for you anymore, Humph. It's just a little love song. Simple and straightforward, completely lacking in originality. It's just something to please those young folks. A moment later, Li Wenbo was the first to break the silence with a cold snort. Hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a hint of disgust towards Li Wenbo. Right? Your songs are so original. Just a bunch of stuff that makes people want to retch. Next came the second song. Su Nanjiao ignored Li Wenbo's sarcastic remarks and pressed the play button again. As the music progressed, Lu Feng's previously furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and his eyes widened more and more. However, Li Wenba's expression became extremely unpleasant. What? Who wrote these two songs? Lu Feng finally asked. The anger in his tone had vanished, replaced by excitement and enthusiasm. This person is a genius, an absolute genius. He must be brought into Longting Company to create more value for the company. His name is Lu Xiaobai. He is not a professional musician. Su Nanjiao took a deep breath and said slowly, Lu Xiaobai, why have I never heard of this person? How good could a song written by an unknown nobody be? Li Wenba frowned, his face full of disdain. Teacher Li, the quality of music cannot be measured by fame. I believe that as long as it is a truly good song, it will definitely be recognized by everyone. I hope to include these two songs in my album so that more people can hear them. Su Nanjiao looked directly into Li Wenba's eyes and said seriously, All right, Su Nanjiao, you don't want my songs, huh? Then I'll give them to someone else to sing. Let's see what the market says about whose songs are truly good. Li Wenba stood up in anger. And also, don't expect me to write songs for you anymore. After saying that, he kicked the chair aside and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The loud sound of the door echoed in the conference room, leaving everyone's eardrums ringing. Others looked speechlessly at his retreating figure. This guy not only has his songwriting ability declined, but even his music appreciation skills have fallen to such a level. There's no need to test whether it's good or not. Anyone can tell the difference, right? Nanjiao, can you give me Lu Xiaobai's contact information? Lu Feng looked at Su Nanjiao with anticipation. Sure, his number is... Su Nanjiao said without hesitation. Nanjiao, how can you give Lu Zong Lu Xiaobai's contact information? What if the company offers him a high price for his songs and then gives them to someone else to sing? After leaving the office, Sister Qin said with dissatisfaction. Her concerns were not unfounded. In Longting, there are several singers with more fame than Su Nanjiao. The company's resource allocation to them far exceeds that given to Su Nanjiao. Sister Qin, I can't be too selfish. You know Lu Xiaobai's family situation. He needs more money and a bigger platform to showcase his talent. Besides, even if I don't give the contact information, would Lu Zong not be able to find it out? Su Nanjiao said calmly. Sigh. Sister Qin sighed softly. This Su Nanjiao is great in every way, but she's just too kind. With her personality, it's hard to tell whether it's a good or bad thing to enter the entertainment industry. Now, we can only hope that Lu Xiaobai will leave some good songs for Nanjiao out of consideration for their marriage. Li Wenba rushed out of the office with a gloomy face, his dissatisfaction with Su Nanjiao surging like a tide. He couldn't wait to find a singer who could handle these two songs to slap Su Nanjiao in the face. He wanted the world to know that no matter what, you are still you. The dignity of a well-known songwriter cannot be provoked by a rookie. After thinking for a while, Li Wenba quickly made his way to the dressing room. There, the famous diva Zhou Mingqi was preparing for tonight's event. Teacher Li, what brings you here? Zhou Mingqi, who was touching up her makeup in front of the mirror, turned her head and instantly broke into a sweet smile. Here are these two songs. I'm giving them to you to sing. Li Wenba stepped forward and handed her two song sheets, which were the ones Su Nanjiao had replaced. Wings of Love and Love Me. Really? You're so nice to Mingqi. I don't know how to repay you. Zhou Mingqi said as she took the song sheets, her delicate fingers brushing lightly over Li Wenba's hand. It's hard to believe that a distinguished diva would flatter a lyricist and composer, but this phenomenon is quite common in Blue Star. Due to the stagnation of the entertainment industry, the music field has fallen into a gap, and well-known musicians hold a very high status in Blue Star. Many big stars often try to ingratiate themselves with them. Of course, there's another important point. Although Zhou Mingqi carries the aura of a diva, she is merely a product of capital and traffic. She knows that Li Wenba holds significant influence in the music world, so clinging to him is more beneficial than harmful. Haha, as long as you like it. These two songs are not easy, but with your strength, it will definitely be a piece of cake. Li Wenba was in a good mood after being flattered by her, his gaze wandering over her. Teacher Li, rest assured, I will practice hard and live up to your expectations. Also, to thank you, I plan to book a private restaurant. Are you free to join me tonight? Zhou Mingqi naturally held onto Li Wenba's arm, her fingers gently stroking. That won't do, Li Wenba said seriously. What? Zhou Mingqi could hardly believe her ears. Although Li Wenba was older, he was a notorious lecher. She was tempting him like this, and he actually rejected her? Can a dog really change its habit of eating shit? You will be very busy in the next period. 5 days. I'm giving you 5 days to release the new album. Li Wenbo squinted his eyes. 5 days? Isn't that a bit rushed? Zhou Mingqi said with confusion. Not rushed at all. Haven't you already recorded 7 or 8 songs? With your diva power, finishing 2 songs in a day is not difficult, right? Then use the next 4 days to produce the master and album cover. It's completely doable, Li Wenbo said confidently. That is true, but why are you in such a hurry? Wait, Su Nanjiao's new album is also set to release in 5 days, right? Isn't that a collision? Zhou Mingqi suddenly exclaimed. You should know that in the entertainment industry, 2 singers under the same company usually do not choose to release albums on the same day, as it leads to an internal resource drain. Don't you still understand the company's plans? A trace of cold light flashed in Li Wenbo's eyes. What plans? Zhou Mingqi was puzzled. Although you are a diva, in terms of real ability, you actually cannot compare to Su Nanjiao. Can you admit that? Li Wenbo said. Chapter 11 Invitation from Longting. Zhou Mingqi nodded sadly, a glimmer of jealousy flashing in her eyes. Whether to support you or Su Nanjiao has actually been a topic of constant debate among the company's higher-ups. That time, Su Nanjiao refused to have dinner with the investors, and the executives were very angry. Since then, the company's resources have started to lean towards you. If it weren't for that, her status might have surpassed yours long ago. You know what happened later. Su Nanjiao stood up Lu Xiao, and at that point, the company was already considering giving up on her, Li Wenbo said. Then why hasn't the company given up on her? A vicious glint flashed in Zhou Mingqi's eyes. Because her popularity is too high, she can still create value for the company. So, the final tone they settled on is to raise a gu. Li Wenbo explained that. Raise a gu? What does that mean? Zhou Mingqi asked, puzzled. In simple terms, raising a gu means that the one who survives is the true queen. So, they have been testing market reactions to decide whom to focus on promoting next, Li Wenbo explained. In that case, I must step on Su Nanjiao this time. I want her to know that my status as a queen cannot be provoked. A sharp glint flashed in Zhou Mingqi's eyes. Well said. Then it's settled. Your albums will be released simultaneously in 5 days. Whoever lives or dies will be determined in one battle. Li Wenbo clapped his hands. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai and Lu Xiaoyan took the bus to the largest amusement park in Binhai City. As soon as they stepped through the amusement park's entrance, the lively and bustling atmosphere hit them. It was the weekend, and the park was packed with people, the air filled with the sweet scent of cotton candy and popcorn. Brother, is that the carousel? Lu Xiaoyan looked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement and nervousness. Let's go play. Brother has already paid. Lu Xiaobai looked at his sister's adorable appearance, a doting smile on his face, and said gently, Oh yeah. Lu Xiaoyan cheered excitedly and dashed towards the carousel like a gust of wind. Lu Xiaobai stood by, quietly watching Lu Xiaoyan hop onto the carousel. Her smile was so radiant that it seemed to brighten the entire world. Seeing his sister immersed in joy, Lu Xiaobai felt incredibly relaxed. In his previous life, he had chased after the so-called music dream, neglecting the warm moments spent with family. Those missed birthdays and holidays became an indelible pain in his heart. In this life, he decided to give his family a happier life. Dingling. At that moment, Lu Xiaobai's phone rang. He took out the latest Apple phone Su Nanjiao had given him. Hello, who is this? Lu Xiaobai asked in a deep voice. Hello, I am Lu Feng from Longting Entertainment Company, Limited. I would like to invite you to join our company as a silver-level music creator. I wonder if you would be interested? As long as you agree, we will provide you with a substantial signing fee. On the other end of the line, Lu Feng's deep and expectant voice came through. If this invitation were to leak out, it would surely shake the entire Chinese music scene. Longting Entertainment, the top star-making factory in the country, actually extends an olive branch to a newcomer who has only written 2 songs. Moreover, the position offered is that of a silver-level music creator, on par with Li Wenbo. It should be noted that Li Wenbo has been in the music industry for decades. Lu Xiaobai was not surprised by Lu Feng's call at all. He believed in the artistic value of his 2 songs. In his previous life, Invisible Wings and Love You were not particularly classic songs. But in this music Poor Blue Star, they existed as a dimensional strike. Mr. Lu, this proposal is quite interesting. However, I need some time to consider it. Lu Xiaobai lightly tapped the edge of his phone with his fingertips. There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line. Lu Feng clearly did not expect such a response. An ordinary person would likely be so excited upon receiving this invitation that they would be incoherent. But this young man was so calm enough to frighten him. However, because of this, Lu Feng became even more convinced of his judgment. This Lu Xiaobai definitely has something in him. Of course, this is my private number. I'll look forward to your reply at any time. Lu Feng quickly adjusted his tone. Lu Xiaobai hung up the phone, gazing into the distance. Joining Longting would undoubtedly come with many disadvantages, such as limited creative freedom and the company possibly requiring him to write some drivel songs. Additionally, the company would take a portion of the copyright earnings. But in comparison, the advantages of joining Longting are greater. The first, of course, is the substantial signing fee. Lu Xiaobai is currently in dire need of money. He really wants to buy a larger house for his mother and sister. Once he receives the signing fee, at least the down payment will be no problem. Furthermore, joining Longting would help him build some connections and alleviate the anxiety of not getting gigs. More importantly, he would have access to the company's arrangements, mixing engineers, recording studios, and other resources. At that moment, Cheng Yakin was bending down to wipe the glass door of the boardroom. The old injury in her waist began to ache again. At 40 years old, a 60-year-old waist was the result of over a decade of cleaning work. Despite the hard work, Cheng Yakin always wore a smile. Now, her son has succeeded, earned a fortune, and has become more sensible. Just thinking about this made her want to laugh out loud. Yakin, remember to clean the conference room on the 16th floor later. The supervisor's impatient voice came through the intercom. Okay, coming right away. She quickly got up and rushed to the 16th floor with her cleaning cart. I finally see that all dreams are blossoming. The chasing young voices are so loud. At that moment, the singing coming from the break room made Cheng Yakin stop in her tracks. This sounds like my son's voice. At that moment, several young female employees in the break room were looking at their phones. The singing was coming from their phones. What kind of divine song is this? I've never heard it before. Yeah, I woke up to find the whole internet talking about this young man. What a pity, the video is too blurry. I can't see his face clearly, but from the outline, he should be quite handsome. He is so talented. They whispered among themselves. Cheng Yakin leaned in closer. Just a glance made her shiver all over. That familiar barbecue stall, and that familiar figure. It really looks like my son. Watch it. Water splashed on me. Go to your work. Wang Lina, dressed in a branded suit, said with a look of disgust, waving her hand like shooing away a fly. Lina, let me take one more look. That looks like my son. Cheng Yakin blurted out. The break room instantly fell silent. Several female employees exchanged glances, then suddenly burst into a piercing laughter. Chapter 12. The Jade Maiden Sect Leader versus the Queen. Lina, did you hear? The cleaning lady said this is her son. Is it really that shameless to ride on the hype now? Annie, do you know how many views this video has? It's in the tens of millions. And your son? I say it's my husband. Besides, how could you tell with such a blurry video? Several female employees mocked loudly. How could I not recognize my son? Cheng Yakin immediately got anxious and leaned in to point at the screen. This barbecue stall is my family's, and this little girl is my daughter, and this supermarket next to it. The more she spoke, the more animated she became. The crowd fell silent. It seemed. It really was the case. I won't look at your phones anymore. My son will naturally buy me things when he earns money. After Cheng Yakin finished speaking, she held her head high and left. I'm sorry about earlier. Auntie, don't be angry. Please walk slowly. A girl named Zheng Jiai hurriedly apologized. Jiai, what are you doing? Even if that really is her son, does it need to be like this? Exactly. Several girls chattered away. This man and Aunt Cheng will soon become people we can't reach. Zheng Jiai walked out of the tea room and chased after her. She graduated from a music academy and has a strong musical background. She understands that the song Invisible Wings has a high artistic achievement. If, as rumored online, this young man is the author of this song, he will surely become a top composer with limitless prospects. 5 days later, Lu Xiaobai's online popularity finally began to wane. That evening at 6 p.m., the entire internet exploded with excitement over a Weibo post. The Jade Maiden Sect leader, Su Nanxiao, released a beautiful poster on Weibo stating, New melody, new story. My new album will meet you tonight at 9 p.m. Looking forward to listening together. As soon as the Weibo post was released, the fans' long-suppressed enthusiasm was instantly ignited. Family, who understands? We finally awaited Nanxiao's new album. We must support it fiercely. The Jade Maiden sect leader finally has a new album. I've been waiting for this day for ages. Nanxiao songs can heal my weary soul every time I listen to them. This new album is sure to be on repeat for a whole year. Why does it have to be released at 9 p.m.? It's so frustrating. In an instant, Weibo's traffic skyrocketed exponentially. The comment section was flooded with fans' messages. Unable to stop. It's worth noting that since Su Nanxiao debuted, she has only released one album. In that album, she successfully captured countless fans' hearts with her sweet voice and beautiful, pure image, becoming the Jade Maiden sect leader in everyone's hearts. However, after that, fans never received another album from her. Now, this long-awaited surprise has finally arrived. However, the bigger surprise was still the poster. In the poster, Su Nanxiao wore a pure white long dress, quietly sitting on the rocks by the sea. She slightly turned her face, her eyes gazing at the camera. Her eyelashes were coated with a soft glow under the sunlight, and her unadorned face was clean without a single flaw, making one unable to resist wanting to protect her. This scene is so beautiful I can hardly breathe. Is the sister a fairy who walked out of the painting? This beauty is simply heavenly, okay? I've already downloaded it as my wallpaper. Countless netizens' eyes sparkled, itching to lick the screen. However, just half an hour after Su Nanxiao posted, an even more explosive news broke. Queen Zhou Mengqi officially announced on Weibo her new album, created in collaboration with renowned musician Li Wenbo, will be released tonight at 9 p.m. My goodness, the Queen is also releasing an album. Zhou the Queen and Teacher Li teaming up is simply a divine combination. This is bad. My Nanxiao's new album is in danger. How can your Nanxiao compare to our Mengqi? Exactly. A mere second-tier star still wants to ride the coattails of the Queen? Dream on. At this moment, Cheng Yakin and Zheng Jiai were chatting while packing up to go home. Since the last incident, their relationship had become very good. Jiai, it's time to get off work. Let us go home together. Aunt Cheng, aren't you setting up your stall tonight? Yes. Now that our son has earned some money, I could take a break. I really envy you for having such a good son. You're not bad either. If my son didn't have a girlfriend, I would definitely let you be my daughter-in-law. Cheng Yakin said, half-jokingly, making Zheng Jiai's cheeks flush slightly. How could I have that kind of luck? She thought to herself. By the way, why are you in such a hurry to get off work? Auntie, don't you know? Tonight at 9 p.m., both Queen Zhou Mengqi and Su Nanxiao are releasing new albums at the same time. I have to rush home to listen and download. Oh, you young people really love chasing stars. Currently, Cheng Yakin only knows that her son has written a few songs and earned some money, but she could never dream that he was writing songs for big stars. After bidding farewell to Cheng Yakin, Zheng Jiai jogged home and eagerly turned on her computer. With just over a minute until the album release, she stared intently at the time in the bottom right corner of the screen, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the mouse. At 9 p.m. sharp, both new albums went live. Zheng Jiai did not hesitate and decided to listen to Zhou Mengqi's first. After all, as the queen of the music industry, coupled with renowned musician Li Wenbo's direct involvement, this album, even if it cannot become a classic, at least won't disappoint. With great anticipation, she clicked on the first song, Wings of Love. Her smile is like the sun, warming my heart. Every time I see her, it feels like I've hit the jackpot. Just after hearing the first two lines, Zheng Jiai frowned. What is this? But she still held onto a glimmer of hope, reassuring herself that it might improve, so she continued to listen patiently. The wings of love fly and fly, crashing in a glass without regret. Your smile is strawberry-flavored, turning me into a little puppet of love. Zheng Jiai's toes awkwardly dug into the floor. She could clearly feel that the creator was trying hard to create a romantic and sweet atmosphere, but it could not cover up that indescribable greasy feeling. The song finally ended. Zheng Jiai remained silent for a long time, her face full of disappointment. Time seemed to have dulled Li Wenbo's inspiration, with each song worse than the last. And Zhou Mengqi showed no emotional fluctuation while singing, with no visible improvement in her singing skills. Zheng Jiai clicked on the second song, Love Me. Chapter 13 Negotiation with Longting. You are my VIP. No need to spend money. Just a monthly subscription. You're like instant noodles, and I am like boiling water. Just soak you for 3 minutes, and you become soft. Upon hearing this, she instantly widened her eyes. What? What the hell is this? This is clearly crap. Despite her ears suffering, Zheng Jiai still listened to all 10 songs of the diva. There was no choice, the money was already spent, and it felt wasteful not to finish. After all 10 songs played, Zheng Jiai was immediately furious and quickly opened the comment section. However, there was no need for her to leave a message, as the comment section was already filled with curses. What is this thing? A dignified diva releasing such a work? It's simply wasting my expectations. Has Li Wenbo run out of talent to write such garbage songs? I demand a refund. This is not the diva album I imagined. Refund. I paid money to listen to this. ISNT, this is scam. Meanwhile, Zhou Mengqi's brain-dead fans came online. You don't understand, my Mengqi's songs are so good. You are clearly just jealous. Yes, no matter what, it's way better than that Su Nanjiao. Zheng Jiai shook her head helplessly, preparing to exit the comment section. Just then, she suddenly noticed a highly upvoted comment. Strongly recommend everyone to listen to Su Nanjiao's album. It's simply divine. Zheng Jiai looked at the number of likes below the comment and gasped. In just half an hour, the likes for that comment had exceeded 80,000. Is it really that good? Curious, Zheng Jiai clicked on the first song of Su Nanjiao's album. Every time, I stand strong in solitude. Every time, even when hurt. A 1T shed a tear. Upon hearing this, she was instantly dumbfounded. ISNT, this written by Aunt Cheng's son? Has he been noticed by a big star so quickly? Zheng Jiai clicked on the song information interface, and it clearly stated, lyrics and music by unknown, arrangement by unknown. The guy can even arrange music? She instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes full of astonishment. Without a doubt, this unknown person must be Liu Xiaobai's stage name. Wait, is the next song also written by him? Zheng Jiai felt like she had discovered a new continent and immediately clicked on a preview button for Love You. If you suddenly sneeze, it must be because I'm thinking of you. If I'm woken up on my phone in the middle of the night, that's because I care. Su Nanjiao's sweet voice, combined with this cheerful melody, instantly filled the entire bedroom with a sweet atmosphere. Wow, so sweet. Zheng Jiai cradled her face in her hands, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes sparkling with little stars. Every note felt like a sweet candy, slowly melting in her heart. After finishing the song, Zheng Jiai remained immersed in the sweet atmosphere of the music, unable to extricate herself for a long time. Without hesitation, she downloaded all the songs from Su Nanjiao's new album. Subsequently, Zheng Jiai excitedly opened her homepage. At this moment, the comment section was flooded with positive reviews from netizens. The quality of this album is too high, especially the first 2 songs, absolutely divine. I want to recommend this album to the whole world. It's simply a treasure in the music industry. I absolutely love Invisible Wings. I've looped it 10 times, and it made my pillow wet with tears. I cried on the subway. The guy next to me handed me a tissue, and he was also wiping his tears. My favorite is Love You. It melted my heart. Am I the only one who noticed the lyricist and composer? The 2 best songs in the album were all written by someone called Unknown. Oh, who is this unknown? How could this happen? How did it turn out like this? In a private villa, Li Wenbo stared intently at the computer screen, his face dark enough to drip water. Just then, his phone suddenly rang, the caller ID showing Zhou Mengqi. Teacher Li, what on earth is going on? How could the album be criticized like this? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Mengqi angrily questioned. Maybe. We didn't grasp the style this time. Li Wenbo hesitated for a moment before stammering. Do you know how much I invested in this album? Now, being criticized like this, my reputation is ruined. Zhou Mengqi's voice trembled with anger. What good does it do to vent your anger on me? Didn't you also approve of the songs I wrote? Li Wenbo felt a wave of irritation and raised his voice to retort. Immediately, the 2 began to argue fiercely on the phone. The crystal chandelier in the villa emitted a soft, warm light. Su Nanjiao had just finished her shower, slipped into a pink pajamas, and burrowed into the soft bedding. Her snow-white legs were slightly bent, and her tender pink toes playfully curled, exuding a unique girlish charm. She took out her phone, clicked on Lu Xiaobai's avatar, and opened the chat window. Great talent. This album has been a huge success. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite you to dinner tomorrow night. Are you free? The message was typed out, but soon Nanjiao hesitated to hit send. This was still her first time inviting a man to dinner, except for that blind date. What are you afraid of? He is your husband. She secretly cheered herself on. With that thought, Su Nanjiao finally clicked the send button. As soon as the message was sent, she tossed her phone aside, her heart racing like a little rabbit. After a while, her phone dinged, and Su Nanjiao jumped up as if she had been electrocuted. Sure, but let us skip dinner and just have coffee. No problem. What time? Is 8 o'clock okay? Sure. Su Nanjiao put down her phone and happily rolled around on the bed. Then, she shyly buried her face in the pillow, her legs kicking joyfully in the air, because she realized that her previous posture looked just like that of a lovesick puppy. The reason Lu Xiaobai set the time for 8 o'clock in the evening was that he had an appointment that night. President Lu of Longting wanted to invite him to dinner to discuss contract signing matters. When he pushed open the box door, Lu Feng was leaning on the leather chair, smoking. A middle-aged man beside him smiled and nodded. Teacher Lu is really punctual. His name is Han Yong, a senior executive at Longting. Good evening, gentlemen. Lu Xiaobai nodded politely and took a seat across from them. In fact, he was very dissatisfied inside. In Blue Star, the status of music creators is very high. After writing 2 good songs, he should be treated with respect. However, both Lu Feng and Han Yong displayed an air of superiority throughout the process, even failing to stand up to greet him. Nanjiao's new album is selling well, and those 2 songs of yours are indispensable. Lu Feng flicked the ash from his cigarette and said with a smile. In fact, he valued Lu Xiaobai's talent very much. But valuing talent was one thing. As a profit-driven businessman, he wanted to sign the still new Lu Xiaobai at the lowest possible price. Therefore, he needed to dominate the negotiation and suppress the other party's momentum. Chapter 14. Basic piano performance skills, too much praise. Lu Xiaobai picked up his teacup, his tone calm. The album has sold like crazy, and you say it's just not bad? Teacher Lu, regarding the matter I mentioned to you last time, let us first talk about the compensation issue. As long as you join Longting, we will offer you a 3-year contract with a signing fee of 1 million. In addition, you will also enjoy 30 of the copyright revenue. Lu Feng suddenly extinguished his cigarette and spoke directly. This condition is fairly generous, and he believed that Lu Xiaobai would definitely not refuse. However, Lu Xiaobai frowned slightly. This compensation is indeed acceptable. However, he did not like Lu Feng's seemingly condescending attitude. Teacher Lu, why don't you thank President Lu right away? This is the treatment of a well-known creator. Han Yong added at the right moment. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai became a bit angry. Thank you for what? Do I need to be grateful for something I earned with my talent? In that case, I'll have to ask for a lion's share. He smirked slightly. President Lu, do you think you can bully me just because I'm young and inexperienced? What do you mean by that, Teacher Lu? Lu Feng frowned. The 2 songs I wrote for Nan Xiao must have earned the company at least 10 million, right? Yet you only offer me 1 million as a signing fee? Lu Xiaobai said lightly. Teacher Lu, you may not know this, but even a well-known creator like Li Wenbo only gets a signing fee of about 2 million at Longting. And you, Lu Feng hurriedly said, but can the songs written by Li Wenbo earn you tens of millions? Lu Xiaobai interrupted him. So, what you mean is a signing fee of 5 million, and the contract only lasts for 1 year. Hiss. Both Lu Feng and Han Yong gasped. This guy really dares to ask for a lion's share. In fact, given Lu Xiaobai's talent, 5 million is not too much. However, they always held on to a mentality of picking up a bargain. Additionally, I want to enjoy 40 of the copyright revenue. Lu Xiaobai's next sentence nearly caused them to explode. Teacher Lu, please don't be too greedy. Lu Feng's face darkened. Do you know what you're saying? In our long country, even the top creators can't get such a high share. Han Yong said with a pale face. Don't rush, both of you. ISNT negotiation like this? I make an offer, and you counter-offer. Lu Xiaobai smiled slightly and pressed his right hand down. Lu Feng and Han Yong exchanged glances. They suddenly felt that the entire negotiation had been dominated by this young man. If one plan fails, then use another. At Lu Feng's signal, Han Yong spoke. In the entertainment industry, There are many who have written a few good songs and then disappeared. The 2 songs you wrote are indeed good. But that doesn't mean. Before he finished speaking, Liu Xiaobai pressed his hand down again. In that case, let us wait and see. That's all for today. You can contact me again in a while. He stood up and straightened his collar. However, he paused meaningfully. It might not be at this price. After saying that, Liu Xiaobai turned and left. Lu Feng and Han Yong were instantly dumbfounded. Didn't you just say you wanted to negotiate? Why are you flipping the table now? Teacher Liu, please stay. Lu Feng shouted. President Liu, let him go. He's just an arrogant kid. There's no need to waste time on him. Han Yong sneered. I still feel a bit uneasy. In just 2 days, he has written 2 extraordinary songs. Perhaps he really has that talent. Looking at Liu Xiaobai's back, Lu Feng frowned. President Liu, you need not worry. Those 2 songs must have been written by him long ago. In our long country and even the entire Blue Star, there are almost no people who can continuously create classic works. He was just lucky, that's all. Besides, if we agree to his terms, our company would lose so much profit. Han Yong raised his voice, deliberately letting Liu Xiaobai hear it. Lu Feng pondered for a moment and felt that Han Yong's words made some sense, but his inner anxiety grew stronger. Let us leave it at that for now. However, you must closely monitor Liu Xiaobai's movements and report any news to me immediately. Also, Liu Xiaobai's true identity must be kept confidential. After coming out of the private room, Liu Xiaobai sneered. Does he really lack this money from Longton? Yes, he does, and he is quite in need. But he believes even more that his talent is worth far more than this money. At this moment, it was just 7:30. Liu Xiaobai took the bus to the place he had arranged to meet Su Nanxiao. Thank goodness. He let out a long breath. This was his first official meeting with his wife, and it wouldn't be good if he was late. Since it was still not quite 8 o'clock, Liu Xiaobai opened the system panel before entering the CAF. Ding! Detected that the host's reputation value has accumulated to 7,000 points. Just then, the system's voice rang out. My reputation value is already this high? Liu Xiaobai was very surprised. Su Nanxiao's new album has sold incredibly well, and plus, the video of him singing in front of the barbecue stall is still circulating online. The combination of these 2 factors naturally caused his reputation value to grow rapidly. At this moment, the system panel displayed reputation value, 7,402 points, skills owned, none, skills redeemable, basic singing skills, basic guitar performance skills, basic piano performance skills, basic. Liu Xiaobai unhesitatingly ruled out singing skills. Since he chose to be the behind-the-scenes figure, singing skills were temporarily unnecessary. Among the many instruments, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose the piano. The reason is simple. The prestige of the piano is slightly higher than that of the guitar. After the redemption, the system panel changed. Reputation value, 402 points, skills owned, basic piano performance skills, skills redeemable, none. The system's redemption rules are roughly as follows. 100 points to redeem a song. 7,000 points to redeem basic singing or instrument performance skills. 10,000 points to redeem intermediate singing or instrument performance skills. 20,000 points to redeem advanced singing or instrument performance skills. As for other extraordinary skills, the redemption points are terrifyingly high, so it's better not to mention them. After closing the system panel, Liu Xiaobai pushed open the door to the CAF's private room. He was slightly surprised that Su Nanxiao had already arrived. Great talent. You finally made it. Su Nanxiao smiled sweetly, her voice crisp and pleasant. Since it was a public place, she wasn't wearing sunglasses or a mask, and her fair little face was fully exposed. The neon lights shone through the window, illuminating her, making her look like a fairy who walked out of a painting. You could just call me by my name. Calling me great talent makes me feel uneasy. Liu Xiaobai said helplessly. All right, then I'll call you Xiaobai. Su Nanxiao tilted her head and playfully blinked. As soon as the words left her mouth, it seemed she suddenly remembered something. Don't misunderstand. My dog has already been renamed. Chapter 15 from now on, all your songs will be handled by me. Oh, that's fine. Liu Xiaobai took a sip of coffee, trying to hide the smile in his heart. Speaking of this, I really have to thank you. I was suppressed and kept in the dark by the company for a while, but the songs you wrote made the company pay attention to me again. More importantly, The company is planning to organize a large concert for me. This has always been my dream in music. Su Nanjiao's eyes softened, filled with sincerity and gratitude. Indeed, Liu Xiaobai's appearance was like a light, illuminating her previously dim star path. You don't have to worry about being kept in the dark anymore. Liu Xiaobai revealed a mysterious smile. Why? Su Nanjiao's beautiful eyes widened. From now on, all your songs will be handled by me, Liu Xiaobai said lightly. That's great. Su Nanjiao's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed with excitement, instinctively covering her mouth with her fair little hand. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, her ears slightly flushed. Xiaobai, what are you looking at? Looking at you. Don't look. There's only us two here. If I don't look, who should I look at? Look at the floor. Su Nanjiao nervously tugged at her skirt, her heart racing like a deer. All right, no more jokes. Liu Xiaobai suddenly sat up straight. It turned out he was just joking. Su Nanjiao suddenly felt a wave of disappointment. Aren't you going to have a concert? Let me give you another song. Liu Xiaobai's next sentence made her eyes light up again. That's great. Su Nanjiao excitedly clapped her little hands. What kind of song do you want? Liu Xiaobai asked. After pondering for a moment, Su Nanjiao said, I have always wanted to sing a song for my father. Some time ago, he had heart bypass surgery, and I was really afraid I would lose him. I had nightmares every day. At this moment, Liu Xiaobai also thought of his mother. She was only 40 years old, but her hair was already turning gray. It was time to write a song for her as well. At this time, the private room fell into silence. Both were silently thinking about their thoughts. Inspiration struck. Suddenly, Liu Xiaobai snapped his fingers, startling Su Nanjiao. You come up with it so quickly. Su Nanjiao froze. It should be known that even the top songwriters in Longwood take several days to write a song, but he only needs a few minutes. What are you days for? Hurry up and find paper and a pen. Liu Xiaobai said somewhat speechlessly. This is just basic practice. What is so surprising? But I didn't bring paper and a pen. Su Nanjiao blinked her watery big eyes, looking a bit innocent. Who brings paper and a pen when going out for coffee? Then I'll ask the waiter for some. Saying this, Liu Xiaobai prepared to walk out of the private room. How about you sing it for me? Su Nanjiao rested her chin on her hand and said. She suddenly recalled the boy who sang in front of the barbecue stall. Although his singing wasn't great, it was clean, refreshing, and radiated confidence. All right, then I'll play and sing, Liu Xiaobai said while walking to the piano in the private room. This was a high-end music-themed CAF in Binhai City, with a piano in every private room. The upcoming song was very suitable for piano accompaniment. Su Nanjiao's eyes lit up. It's not surprising for a boy to play the guitar, but playing the piano is impressive. Liu Xiaobai sat on the piano bench, his long fingers dancing lightly over the black and white keys. Su Nanjiao's gaze was firmly drawn to his figure, her eyes filled with focus and obsession. This man was like a huge treasure. Every interaction revealed new highlights about him. The old tree at the door sprouts new buds. The withered tree in the yard blooms again. Liu Xiaobai's voice was as clear as a mountain stream. Su Nanjiao unconsciously softened her breath. Half a lifetime of words, hidden in a head full of white hair. Upon hearing this, Su Nanjiao suddenly trembled all over. This lyric was like a carving knife, piercing her heart fiercely. Those memories sealed by time surged back like tide. Back then, I was just a naive child, following them wherever they went. At that time, they were still young and strong. But I inadvertently discovered that their temples had long been dyed white by the years, and their figures were becoming more and more hunched. The once tall figures had become so thin under the erosion of time. Su Nanjiao was immersed in the song, her eyes already moist. Where's the time gone? I haven't even taken a good look at your eyes before they became blurry. A lifetime of trivialities in the blink of an eye only left a face full of wrinkles. As the chorus began, Su Nanjiao's tears streamed down uncontrollably. She recalled the last time she went home. Her mother's busy figure in the kitchen seemed much more hunched than she remembered, and her father had started wearing reading glasses without her noticing. And she was always in a hurry. The suitcase was filled with expensive gifts for her parents, but she was stingy with spending more time having a meal with them. Dad, Mom, your daughter misses you. Su Nanjiao suddenly cried out in tears. Liu Xiaobai's singing gradually faded. After the song ended, Su Nanjiao still couldn't pull herself out. Xiaobai, this song is too beautiful. She slowly lifted her head, looking at Lu Xiaobai with tearful eyes, her voice choked. Just when Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao met, the internet had already exploded. Not because of Su Nanjiao's new album. Although the buzz around a new album was still high, it had been overshadowed by another topic. Who is the unnamed person suddenly soared to the top of the trending searches. The click rate for the entry skyrocketed at a terrifying speed of 100,000 per second. Opening major social media platforms, related discussion threads were everywhere. Who exactly is this unnamed person? The song has swept across the country, yet they don't even reveal their real name. Too mysterious. Exactly. How could someone who writes such amazing songs not reveal their real name? It seems they really regard fame and fortune as dirt. Countless netizens speculated online. Fans then used their imagination, turning their gaze to their own idols. Could it be our brother? He has always loved creating. Maybe he wants to surprise his fans. It must be our Appa. He often shares some amazing melodies privately. This time, he finally can't hide it anymore. The comments from these fans instantly attracted a wave of backlash. Your idol, if he could write such amazing songs. I do a live stream, standing on my head to wash my hair. The person above is conservative. I'll do a live stream, standing on my head, eating shit, and it's 10 kilograms, no discount at all. Senior music critic Melody Catcher published an in-depth analysis article, looking at the current music scene. Anyone who can reach such heights in songwriting must be a top figure in the music industry. He wants to make his voice heard in this noisy era of traffic with pure musical works. Once the article was published, the reading volume instantly surpassed 1 million. Chapter 16, the biggest surprise at Su Nanjiao's concert, however. Many netizens raise questions about this. Do you think it's possible? Tell me, which top songwriter in our dragon country can write such good songs? As the topic continued to heat up, some top stars also joined in, further pushing the excitement to a climax. Lin Shuaying, the Diva under Tianyi Records, was the first to speak out. After listening to this album repeatedly, every note strikes the soul. I really look forward to collaborating with the unnamed person to create more musical classics. Shun Mingjie, the king under Tianyi Records, couldn't sit still either. When faced with a reporter's interview, he stated without hesitation, "The talent of this creator is astonishing. I can't wait to get into the recording studio with him." Major record companies also began to take action. Wang Hongwei, the owner of Xingyao Entertainment, urgently called a meeting, demanding that the agents do everything possible to contact the unnamed person, even offering sky-high contracts. The executives of Shengshi Music even personally got involved, inquiring about information from industry insiders. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Only Lu Xiaobai, Lu Feng, and a few others knew the true identity of the unnamed person, and for various reasons, they were unwilling to reveal it. At this moment, Su Nanjiao was looking helplessly at the mysterious genius admired by countless people, who was busily packing up leftover snacks from the table. I said, "Xiaobai, if you want it, just order a few more portions. There's no need to pack it up." Su Nanjiao said with a wry smile. "Don't waste it. I'm taking it home for my mom and little sister." Lu Xiaobai replied, "During that meeting, you wasted a whole table of food, and I didn't say anything." Su Nanjiao suddenly felt touched. This man always thinks of his family. If I end up with him, he would probably treat me the same way, right? Thinking of this, her face suddenly turned red. After packing up, Lu Xiaobai got into Su Nanjiao's car. This big star was personally driving him home this time. Lu Xiaobai was very envious because Su Nanjiao had switched to a Mercedes-Benz this time. "When I have money, I want to buy a car too," he muttered to himself. Taking public transport every time is really inconvenient. "Xiaobai, do you have a driver's license?" "Yes." "Then you drive." As a guy, asking me to drive you is just not right. Su Nanjiao's tone had a hint of a spoiled tone. That's indeed not right." Lu Xiaobai sat in the driver's seat and started the car. This was his first time driving such a good car, and he was tense and highly focused. Just then, Su Nanjiao's phone vibrated. She picked it up and instantly froze. "Xiaobai, you've completely blown up this time. The whole internet is guessing who the unnamed person is," Su Nanjiao said excitedly. "Let them guess." Lu Xiaobai stared ahead, not daring to blink. "I really can't understand it. Everyone wants to be famous, so why do you want to hide your identity?" Su Nanjiao asked curiously. "What's so good about being famous?" Just look at you. Every time you go out, you have to wear sunglasses and a mask, afraid of being recognized even while shopping. Lu Xiaobai's tense mood finally began to relax. Although he might debut in the future, he didn't want to show his face so soon. He suddenly realized that being a behind-the-scenes boss seemed pretty good too. Personally elevating a star to a diva, that feeling. It's like playing a nurturing game, quite enjoyable. Su Nanjiao tilted her head and thought about it. It did seem that way. Then do you plan to keep hiding like this forever? Su Nanjiao asked again. It depends. Maybe one day I'll step on stage and become a superstar. Lu Xiaobai said. Your voice and looks are good, and your talent is unquestionable, but your singing skills still need some practice, Su Nanjiao smiled. She found Lu Xiaobai's words somewhat dismissive. Then let's make a bet. What if I really become a superstar? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Then I'll take care of all the household chores. Su Nanjiao blurted out. As soon as she finished speaking, her cheeks turned slightly red. Oh no, this is it. Nanjiao, how could you, such a reserved person, say what's on your mind? No need for that. If you do the housework, it might end up a complete mess. Better let a maid do it. Lu Xiaobai joked. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't lift a finger. Su Nanjiao wrinkled her nose and said defiantly. When Lu Xiaobai drove the car to the foot of Su Nanjiao's building, he suddenly noticed that it was unusually quiet beside him. Turning to look at the passenger seat, Su Nanjiao, who had been bantering with him, was now as quiet as a porcelain doll, leaning her head against the seat. Her long black hair was messily scattered beside her face. Her pink lips unconsciously pursed as if she was mumbling something. A glance downward revealed a bulging bag. Further down, her beautiful legs were tightly pressed together, with not a single gap. Her fair little feet were encased in sandals, with round, delicate toes. Wow! Lu Xiaobai almost nosebleed and quickly turned his head to wake Su Nanjiao. That evening at 6 p.m., Su Nanjiao officially announced on Weibo, after much preparation. I am finally going to meet everyone at the concert. This concert will not only feature the premiere of new singles, but also a bigger surprise. Looking forward to spending an unforgettable night with you all. This news detonated a chain reaction on the internet like a nuclear bomb. Oh my god, Nanjiao is having a concert. Female white-collar worker Chang Xiaoyu exclaimed on the subway after seeing the notification, drawing curious glances from other passengers. But she didn't care about that. Her fingers quickly took a screenshot and sent the news to the WeChat group. As soon as the message was sent, the WeChat group exploded. I saw it too. I just rushed out of the meeting room and got scolded by the boss. It's all tears. After waiting for 3 years, I finally get to see Nanjiao's concert. I can't miss it this time no matter what. What do you think Nanjiao will sing as new songs? And what is this bigger surprise? When Chang Xiaoyu switched back to Weibo, Su Nanjiao's post had already surpassed 200,000 shares and was nearing 1 million likes. Weibo is going to crash, she murmured as her page suddenly froze. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Su Nanjiao concert shot to #1 trending. While netizens were looking forward to this concert, they were also guessing, what new songs would Su Nanjiao sing, and what did she mean by the surprise? Xiaobai, I didn't expect you not only to write songs, but also to have quite a marketing mind. Seeing the heated discussions among netizens, Su Nanjiao smiled sweetly at Lu Xiaobai. This so-called surprise was indeed Lu Xiaobai's idea. Chapter 17, there's a little game that everyone will definitely be interested in. Of course, Lu Xiaobai said proudly. However, I'm really worried you might mess it up. Su Nanjiao said with some concern. Don't worry. Don't you trust my abilities? Lu Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. As he spoke, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That iron rooster, Lu Feng, is going to bleed heavily this time. Since he doesn't believe in my talent, I will slap his face hard, making him come with a bunch of cash to sign me. In fact, as long as Lu Xiaobai reveals his identity, many companies, better than Longteng, would come to sign him. However, his primary target has always been Longteng. This is because there's only one top music company in Binhai City. If he signs with another company, he would have to leave Binhai City and be separated from his wife. Additionally, Su Nanjiao had told him that Lu Feng is neither good nor bad. In one sentence, he is a person who prioritizes interests above all. Once you lose your value, he will ruthlessly discard you like a worn-out shoe. But if you have immense value to him, he will treat you better than his own father. Compared to hypocrites, Lu Xiaobai actually prefers dealing with such real villains. On the day of Su Nanjiao's concert, the area outside the Magic City Sports Stadium was packed with people. A long line of hundreds of meters extended from the main entrance of the stadium to the subway station. Inside the venue, it was even more lively. Before the concert even started, the stadium was full of people, with cheers and screams intertwining. Suddenly, the lights went out, and the entire venue fell silent. Then, a countdown appeared on the big screen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tens of thousands of glow sticks lit up simultaneously, and tens of thousands of voices screamed at once. In the center of the stage, a spotlight shone down, revealing Su Nanjiao in a stunning silver gown before the audience. "Nanjiao, I love you. Nanjiao is so beautiful." In an instant, the deafening cheers soared into the sky, as if they would lift the roof of the stadium. "Is this the charm of my wife?" Xiaobai sat backstage, completely shocked. He had known Su Nanjiao's popularity was high, but he didn't expect it to be at this level. In fact, what Xiaobai didn't know was that half of Su Nanjiao's current popularity was due to him. At this moment, the familiar guitar intro played. It was Invisible Wings. "Every time, I grow strong in the solitude. Every time, even if I'm hurt, I won't shed a tear." Su Nanjiao's singing was crisp and pleasant, penetrating every inch of air in the stadium. "Wow, it's so good. I could listen to it 100 times and never get tired. Oh my God, this is my favorite song. Nanjiao sings it so well live." After one song, before the audience could recover, a dynamic and cheerful rhythm suddenly began. The melody of Love You instantly ignited the entire venue. The audience below was completely ecstatic, starting a massive sing-along. The song ended, but the audience was still immersed in it. Every time this song plays, the air feels sweet. After listening to this song, I save money on candy at home. This nameless person is so talented, able to write both inspirational songs and sweet songs. Everyone was discussing. However, when Su Nanjiao started singing other songs, the audience's reaction quickly fell like a tide. Because these songs were written by well-known creators like Li Wenbo when Su Nanjiao first debuted. Compared to the previous two songs, these were far inferior. A boy complained to his companion beside him. "I used to like these songs, but after hearing the first two, they seem bland." I have to say, the nameless person raised our threshold. His companion nodded repeatedly. It would be great if the next songs were still written by the nameless person. Let's look forward to Nanjiao's new song. Maybe it was also written by the nameless person. All right, there is indeed that possibility. Other audience members were also discussing. Next, I will sing a new song. The lyricist and composer of this song is the nameless person. On stage, Su Nanjiao smiled as she said. As soon as she said this, everyone got excited. "I guess right." A fan shouted loudly. "Be quiet. The song is about to start." Other fans angrily interrupted him. The entire venue quickly quieted down. The clear and melodious sound of the piano began. After the prelude, Su Nanjiao gently opened her lips. The old tree at the door sprouts new buds. The withered tree in the yard blooms again. So many words hidden in half a lifetime, tucked away in white hair. The audience's pupils contracted sharply. Wow, this melody, these lyrics, it's simply captivating. The little feet in my memory, the chubby little mouth. A lifetime of love given to him. Just for that call, Mom and Dad. The venue was incredibly quiet, with only Su Nanjiao's singing echoing. At this moment, sobs could be heard from the audience. They all thought of their own parents. Where has the time gone? We haven't even fully felt youth before growing old. As the chorus began, the entire audience was in tears. "I can't take it anymore. These lyrics are too heartfelt. Would it be embarrassing if I cried?" A middle-aged man with a full beard said with a trembling voice. "Embarrassing? Didn't you see everyone else crying?" His companion choked out. After Su Nanjiao finished singing, the audience fell into silence. They were crying so much that they forgot to clap and cheer. Next, I want to urge everyone. Please take out your phones and send a greeting message to your parents. Okay? Su Nanjiao said to the audience with red eyes. Good. A unified shout echoed throughout the venue. Immediately after, tens of thousands of audience members took out their phones simultaneously to send WeChat messages to their parents. The photographer quickly picked up his camera, pressed the shutter, and captured this shocking moment forever. Nanjiao, can you tell us who this nameless person really is? At this moment, a little girl sitting in the front row suddenly shouted loudly. Yes, we all want to know. Countless audience members shouted in unison. At this point, their curiosity about the identity of this nameless person had reached its peak. Invisible Wings, Love You or Has Time Gone? A single person can write 3 completely different styles of songs. More importantly, each one is a classic. The lyrics are heartfelt, and the melodies are catchy. Who is this amazing person? Regarding this request, I'm afraid I cannot satisfy everyone, because this musical genius has repeatedly instructed me not to reveal his identity. Su Nanjiao smiled as she said. Upon hearing this, the entire audience was greatly disappointed. However, there's a little game that I think everyone will definitely be interested in. Su Nanjiao continued, but after she finished, no one responded. Chapter 18. The craziest live performance in Chinese music history. We are not interested in the game. We just want to know who this nameless person is. We want to see their true face. Next, I will arrange for the lighting technician to randomly shine a beam of light into the audience. I will count down with my back turned, and whoever the light lands on will share a theme. Then, I will invite the nameless person to improvise a song based on that theme, which I will sing. Moreover, this musical genius has guaranteed that the song created will definitely satisfy everyone. However, don't get too excited. He will not make an appearance. There are many doubts about this scenario, so let me explain. Under the condition of having a complete score, a professional singer can sing it immediately after reading it, and a professional band can play the accompaniment right away. Friends who understand music can confirm this. Of course, the effect may not be perfect, but the audience will surely understand. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue was stunned. Live creation? And guaranteed to satisfy everyone? What a joke. Even Zhang Ziyuan and Li Wenbao wouldn't dare to do this. Zhang Ting, a music producer sitting in the VIP area, suddenly sat up straight, almost dropping the thermos cup in his hand. If this can really be done, this will definitely be the craziest live performance in the history of Chinese music. The music critic beside him pushed up his glasses with trembling fingers. The audience was also stunned. No way. How is this possible? Improvising based on a theme? Even a deity couldn't do that. If it really happens, I'll just kneel and listen. Excited gasps erupted from the audience. Of course, I have a small request. The theme chosen by the selected person must be suitable for a girl. Su Nanxiao continued. The audience understood this very well. After all, she is a young girl. You can't expect her to sing some passionate songs. Now let's get started. Su Nanxiao then turned around. 10, 9, 8. At this moment, Su Nanxiao had already begun the countdown. The lights started to sweep back and forth. Choose me. Choose me. I want to propose a theme. I want to propose a theme. Countless enthusiastic fans waved their glow sticks desperately, fearing that the light wouldn't shine on them. When Su Nanxiao shouted one, the light stopped and landed on a girl in her 20s. Countless envious gazes were directed at her. To propose a theme for a top music talent to create on the spot, then have a big star perform it. What an honor. The girl stood up, extremely excited, and said, "A few days ago when I went back home, I found that my high school classmates have all gone their separate ways. It's just a pity that I have lost contact with many of them, and I miss them very much. Therefore, the theme I chose is graduation." Upon hearing this, the audience was dumbfounded. Oh no, the genius is in trouble. This is because Zhang Ziyuan, a top musician who has received a Lifetime Achievement Award, wrote a song themed around graduation 8 years ago. The song is called Youth Does Not End. At that time, this song swept the music scene, almost winning all significant awards. Many music critics lamented that Youth Does Not End is a paragon of graduation-themed songs. But with this, the nameless person was under great pressure. Even if he really manages to create something, it will be hard to satisfy everyone. At this moment, Su Nanxiao also began to feel nervous. She had looped Youth Does Not End countless times. It was definitely a classic piece. Xiaobai, can you do it? All right, next I will bring you another song. While I sing, the nameless person will be writing in the background. After I finish singing, the staff will bring the score over, and then everyone can listen. Su Nanxiao said, without having time to think more. What the hell? Music producer Zhang Ting was taken aback. A song lasts only 3 to 4 minutes. Can a nameless person really compose a good song in such a short time? This is too fantastical. Su Nanxiao gave a signal to the band members. indicating that they should try to buy some time to give Lu Xiaobai more time to create. Backstage. Big talent. It's been a minute already. Why haven't you started writing yet? The little assistant Wu Yuhan was almost in tears from anxiety. Yuhan, be quiet. Don't interrupt Xiaobai's train of thought. Qin Jie said sternly. In fact, her mood was more anxious than anyone else's. If Lu Xiaobai couldn't write anything, it would be embarrassing for him, and it would ruin Nanxiao's concert. However, Lu Xiaobai was completely unfazed. I'm feeling a bit thirsty. If only I could have a cup of tea, he said leisurely, resting his hands behind his head. These two women are so annoying. He decided to take his revenge. I'll get it for you. Wu Yuhan shot him a glare and turned to make tea. My shoulders are a bit sore. If someone could help me massage them, that would be great. Lu Xiaobai crossed his legs. I'll massage you. Qin Jie helplessly walked to his back. You little rascal. If you dare to mess with me, I'll skin you alive. She thought viciously. 2 minutes passed. Su Nanxiao's song had reached its climax. Yet, Lu Xiaobai still hadn't put pen to paper. The reason he was taking so long to think was not that he couldn't write, but because he was suffering from choice paralysis. There were simply too many songs themed around graduation in his previous life. The one sitting next to you, the wind rises. Youth at the roadside of the phoenix flower, the sea is wide and the sky is vast, can't say goodbye. He began to think carefully. First, he ruled out the wind rises because that song is more suitable for university graduates. Then he ruled out the sea is wide and the sky is vast and can't say goodbye, as both are Cantonese songs. And most of the audience here are from Shanghai. After some thought, he finally chose the one sitting next to you. First, this song is more classic. Second, it fits the theme better. Just as Qin Jie and Wu Yuhan were anxious, Lu Xiaobai finally started to write furiously. Just as the last notes ended, 2 staff members stepped onto the stage, handing an A4 sheet of paper to Su Nanxiao and the band members. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ting's eyes widened. Could it be that the nameless person not only wrote the lyrics and music in such a short few minutes, but also arranged the music? What kind of divine operation is this? He screamed in his heart. All right, the nameless person has completed the creation. Next, please give me and the musicians a few minutes to prepare. Su Nanxiao took the paper and smiled at the audience. Then, she turned her gaze to the score. After only a few seconds of looking, her expression changed. This subtle change was caught by the keen-eyed audience below. Everyone's hearts dropped. What does this mean? Did the nameless person write something terrible? But then again, how could a song written in just a few minutes guarantee quality? Chapter 19, Classmate You. It must be said that Su Nanjiao and the musicians have a very high level of musical literacy. They completed their preparations in just a few minutes. Let's get started. Su Nanjiao nodded to the musicians. At this moment, a beautiful guitar harmony began, followed by a nostalgic harmonica melody. Will you remember tomorrow the diary you wrote yesterday? Will you still care tomorrow about the you who used to cry the most? The audience fell silent, except for Su Nanjiao's singing. Hearing this, a middle-aged woman in the audience suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes turning red instantly. The memories of campus life, the laughter and play during breaks, passing notes in class, and that innocent first crush, everything became incredibly clear in this song. Who married the sentimental you? Who read your diary? In the VIP area, a middle-aged man in a suit sat tense. His thoughts drifted back to his senior year in high school. The girl with a ponytail sitting in front of him was the most beautiful scenery of his youth. Xiaoqin, you must be married now, right? Is your husband good to you? He silently murmured in his heart as a tear slowly slid down his cheek. Back then, the sky was always so blue, and the days passed too slowly. You always said graduation was far away, but in the blink of an eye, we all went our separate ways. A girl snuggled in her boyfriend's arms, softly humming along. She remembered the night before graduation when the whole class sat together, writing down their dreams on the blackboard. Now they had long gone their separate ways, busy with life. Have your dreams come true? A faint smile appeared at the corner of the girl's mouth. La. La. As the last note fell, the audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. They stood up, unwilling to sit down for a long time. They paid tribute to Su Nanjiao, to the unnamed person, and to that youth that would never return in the most enthusiastic way. This song sang of an era. Zhang Ting murmured. Once this song was released, there would be no more graduation songs in the world. The music critic beside him spoke with a trembling voice, his eyes shining with excitement. Su Nanjiao looked proud. At this moment, she was more excited than winning any awards at a music festival. This song was written by my husband in just a few minutes. She really wanted to announce this fact to the whole world, to let everyone know how talented her husband was. This is bad. Zhou Mingqi, who was watching the live broadcast, looked pale. The live broadcast hadn't ended, but with years of experience in the entertainment industry, she could tell that Su Nanjiao's concert would absolutely be a great success. The quality of Where Has the Time Gone and Classmate You was rare in the world. And the spontaneous creation segment by the unnamed person would make this performance forever recorded in the history of Chinese music. Most importantly, she keenly sensed that Su Nanjiao had a deep connection with this unnamed person. If they teamed up, where would Zhou Mingqi have a foothold in Longting and the entire entertainment circle in the future? She could already see her tragic future. The freezing and neglect that Su Nanjiao once suffered would definitely double on herself. What to do? Teacher Li, what should we do now? Zhou Mingqi's voice was clearly choked with tears. Although she had the halo of a diva, she was actually just a vase. When faced with such a tricky situation, she completely lost her idea. Li Wenbo, sitting beside her, also looked serious. This unnamed person was so talented that Longting would definitely extend an olive branch to him. Once this person entered Longting, his position as a well-known creator would have to be moved back. Teacher Li, you have to think of a way. Zhou Mingqi was so anxious she was almost crying. Is there anyone from our side at the concert venue? Li Wenbo pondered for a moment and said, yes. I bribed some fans and planned to record that bastard's mistakes live. But it was completely useless. That bastard barely missed a note or forgot the lyrics. Zhou Mingqi gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with malice. That's good. You let them. Li Wenbo's face suddenly showed a sinister smile. At the concert venue, this song Classmate You has already been gifted to me by the unnamed person, and I plan to release it as a single. It is expected to be online within a week, so please look forward to it. Su Nanjiao smiled sweetly. Great. The audience was extremely excited. They had long been deeply attracted by this song, eager to download it and play it on repeat 100 times. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. No, that girl just now must be a plant. Yes, definitely pre-prepared. It must be fake. A few audience members suddenly shouted. I swear, I'm not a plant. The selected girl shouted loudly, but her voice seemed so small amid the noisy doubts and was soon drowned out. Are you sick? The lights were randomly projected. How could it be fake? An audience member defended. The lights are controlled by the staff. How could it not be fake? The doubts continued unabated. Hearing the doubts, Su Nanjiao's chest rose and fell violently with anger. These people questioning her husband made her angrier than questioning herself. Well, since you say it's fake, then give me another theme, and let's continue. She picked up the microphone and said in a cold tone. As soon as she said this, she suddenly regretted it. Am I being too presumptuous? Will Xiaobai hate me? All right, let's continue. The audience suddenly became excited. They could not only watch the excitement, but also continue to enjoy the unnamed person's great song. So why not? Who's afraid of who? The man who had led the shouting stood up and took the microphone handed to him by the staff. This time, my theme is still graduation, he said proudly, as if he had already seen the unnamed person making a fool of himself. Good, great. This guy is definitely a genius. Li Wenbo and Zhou Mingqi, who were watching the live broadcast, cheered loudly, their eyes shining. They believed that the unnamed person would definitely show his true colors this time. The reason was simple. Ordinary people wouldn't prepare 2 songs on the same theme in advance. All right, after I finish this song, we'll see the outcome. But I declare in advance, if the unnamed person pulls it off, you can't continue like this. Su Nanjiao shot a cold glance at the man. Chapter 20. The Wind Rises Backstage. Great talent. Can you write it? Wu Yuhan was anxious. Simple. Lu Xiaobai said, since you want to ruin my wife's concert and tarnish my reputation, I'll make you completely give up. A glint flashed in his eyes. This time, Lu Xiaobai didn't play tricks and started writing directly. Sister Qin looked from behind him. The more she looked, the more her face showed surprise. This kid is definitely a treasure. Nan Xiao followed him. No loss. At this time, Su Nanjiao was still singing old songs, but her fans had lost interest in listening. They only cared about one thing. Can the nameless person complete the creation on time as required? If completed, can the quality be as high as you and me at the same table? Just as Su Nanxiao was halfway through her song, suddenly two staff members walked onto the stage. Hiss! Everyone gasped. You should know that only 2 minutes had passed. What the hell? Is this nameless person a god? Zhang Ting stood up with a whoosh, shock written all over her face. The song finally ended. Su Nanxiao eagerly took the A4 paper and began to read carefully. As she read, her brows furrowed. This is bad. Could it be that the nameless person wrote something terrible this time? The fans' hearts sank at once. Teacher Zhang, what do you think? The music critic beside Zhang Ting asked. You can't write a good song in just 2 minutes. The nameless person must have messed up this time. Zhang Ting said seriously. Su Nanxiao took twice as long to read the score this time compared to last time. Xiaobai has given me a big problem this time. She thought bitterly. It's not that this song is too bad, but it's too difficult to sing. Although Su Nanxiao's strength could completely manage it, she didn't want to make mistakes or go off-key, because there must be people from her rivals watching for her mistakes. Finally, the score reading ended. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the prelude began. At the same time, the screen was ink-washed and slowly condensed into 3 powerful characters. The wind rises. Su Nanxiao lightly opened her lips. On this journey, I walk and stop, following the traces of youth's drift. Just before stepping out of the station, I hesitated a bit. In just a few short lyrics, the entire audience held their breath. This song is definitely not bad. A middle-aged woman suddenly clutched her chest, tears smudging her exquisite eye makeup. 10 years ago, she stood on the platform, watching her classmates leave one by one. When she first knew this world, lingering everywhere, watching the sky as if it were right in front of her, she was also willing to go through fire and water to experience it again. These lyrics truly capture the hearts of young people. For dreams, for the people they like, they're indeed willing to go through fire and water. Music producer Zhang Ting sighed lightly. I once found it hard to extricate myself from the vastness of the world, also indulging in my dreams. No matter true or false, I make no struggle and fear no ridicule. When Su Nanxiao sang these lines, the atmosphere in the venue reached a climax. The main melody built a sense of oppression with minor thirds, and the chorus suddenly jumped into pure fifths to release emotions. This is textbook-level emotional control. Zhang Ting trembled as he took out his phone's memo. The anxiety and longing of stepping onto a new journey. The curiosity and fearlessness when facing the vast world. This song vividly describes a young person's state of mind in just a few words. A phenomenal work. This is definitely a phenomenal work. The music critic beside him was extremely excited. At this moment, Zhou Mengqi had already slumped in her chair, her face pale. Why does this bitch have such good luck? Why does she know this nameless person? Why am I not as good as her? Her hands were tightly clenched into fists, and the jealousy in her heart burned like a raging fire. Su Nanxiao and the nameless person had completely broken into the mainstream. The heat shot up like a rocket, quickly sweeping through the entire entertainment industry. On the streets and alleys, whether in bustling cities or quiet towns, people couldn't stop talking about this shocking concert. Their names occupied almost all the headlines of entertainment media, with titles that were more eye-catching than the last. Su Nanxiao premieres new song at concert. Mysterious guest nameless person improvises 2 classics. Igniting the audience. God-level live performance, nameless person writes 2 classics in minutes, leaving the audience in tears. Where has time gone, you and me? At the same table, the wind rises. 3 songs become legendary. Su Nanxiao's concert instantly turns into youth memory kill live. After Su Nanxiao's concert, the whole internet was asking, who exactly is the nameless person? Su Nanxiao's fans were even more caught up in extreme fervor. They flooded social media. Nanxiao's concert was simply amazing. I can loop these 3 new songs for a whole year. I've been a fan of Nanxiao for so many years, and she always surprises me. This time there's such an amazing, mysterious person helping her. Love it. Who is this nameless person? This talent is simply out of this world. Please reveal your identity quickly. Su Nanxiao's manager Qin Jia's phone was also bombarded with calls. Major variety show production teams were throwing out olive branches, inviting Su Nanxiao to participate in popular shows. Directors of music programs personally called, hoping Su Nanxiao could be a special guest. However, More people were still asking Qin Jie for the nameless person's contact information. But Qin Jie was quite professional and firmly refused to disclose anything without Su Nanxiao's permission. Many professional music critics also joined the discussion. Music critic Melody Catcher wrote in his column, "From the heartfelt narrative of Where Has Time Gone to the youthful nostalgia of You and Me at the Same Table, and the inspirational growth of The Wind Rises, the nameless person has demonstrated an extremely rich creative style and profound musical foundation. His works are not only melodious, but also rich in meaning, able to provoke strong emotional resonance from listeners. I want to say, he has saved the entire Chinese music scene." Once this review article was published, it quickly garnered over 1 million reads, sparking more people's attention and curiosity about the nameless person. Nanxiao, this concert has truly gone viral. The requests are flooding in like a tide, almost blowing on my phone. Manager Qin Jie hurriedly walked in, her excitement evident on her face. "Oh, really? What are they?" Su Nanxiao took the moisturizing spray that Wu Yuhan handed her and lightly sprayed it a few times. "Nanxiao, Super Music Festival invites you to be the opening performance guest. Fashion Peak magazine wants to invite you to shoot the cover." And Qin Jie quickly swiped through the tablet screen. Chapter 21, "I want you to be the male lead, oh?" Su Nanjiao's eyes sparkled with surprise. The Super Music Festival is the top music festival in the industry, gathering the most influential musicians from around the world. Being able to open there would definitely elevate her fame to a whole new level. But there's one thing I must remind you. However, Qin Jie's tone quickly turned serious. "You and Lu Xiaobai have already obtained a marriage certificate. Is it appropriate to be living separately like this? I think, since your house is so big, you might as well let him move in." Upon hearing this, Su Nanjiao's face instantly flushed red. "What are you talking about, Qin Jie?" She was both embarrassed and anxious, stomping her foot as she said, "I have to tell you, several top female singers have called me for Lu Xiaobai's contact information. If you don't hurry up, someone might snatch him away." Qin Jie said meaningfully, "Aren't you opposed to me being with Lu Xiaobai? You've pressured me several times to get a divorce with him." Su Nanjiao lowered her head slightly, unconsciously tugging at the hem of her clothes. "That was in the past. I never thought his talent would be this high. If you are with him, although it might damage your pure and innocent image, the benefits far outweigh the disadvantages." "So," Qin Jie changed her tone, "you must seize his heart quickly. Don't say any more. I don't want to hear it." Su Nanjiao covered her face, looking like a frightened little deer. This girl, she is almost a superstar and still so easily embarrassed. Qin Jie shook her head helplessly, her eyes filled with affection. Qin Jie, I can't say it," Su Nanjiao said shyly, her voice as small as a mosquito's buzz. "Oh," Qin Jie was speechless. This girl is simply a love idiot. Doesn't he want to hide his identity as a music genius? In the future, when practicing songs and arranging music, just let him come to your house and say it's for privacy. And then just say, for the convenience of work. Let him live at your place in the future. "Oh, thank you, Qin Jie. This silly girl." Longting Entertainment Company, Limited Bang. Lu Feng slammed the table, glaring at Han Yong. "You swore back then that Lu Xiaobai only wrote those songs due to luck. And now, in less than half a month, he has written 5 great songs. Each one is a classic. Han Yong, give me a reasonable explanation." Lu Feng's voice was low and filled with anger, causing the temperature in the entire conference room to drop sharply. Han Yong's face instantly turned pale. "Damn it, wasn't it you who insisted on making the decision back then? As a small artist director, I have no authority to speak." But he could only think this in his heart. "Mr. Lu, please calm down. This is indeed my fault. I didn't see the talent in Lu Xiaobai. However, it's not too late to remedy the situation. Lu Xiaobai hasn't signed with any other company yet, right? We can still talk to him." Han Yong tried to calm himself down, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. "Talk my ass. He will definitely raise his price now. I'm losing big time this time." Lu Feng was furious. "Mr. Lu, I believe that no matter how much he asks for, we have to grit our teeth and accept it. Otherwise, if he joined a rival company, the consequences would be unimaginable." Another executive named Ma Rong quickly said. Hearing this, Lu Feng shivered. If Lu Xiaobai joins a financially strong company like Tianlai or Tianyu and collaborates with their top stars like Shen Mingzhi or Lin Shuai. Then Longting would have no power to fight back. Negotiate. Contact him immediately, he said impatiently. CAF private room. Xiaobai, the songs from my new album. Along with the 3 you just wrote, the company is preparing to shoot MV for them. Su Nanjiao said excitedly, her eyes sparkling. This is a big deal. You have to know, not every song or album gets an MV. Some don't get any at all. This is because companies must consider the return on investment. If they invest a lot in shooting and end up with no expected returns, the company will incur losses. And for Su Nanjiao's new album, the company actually plans to shoot MVs for all 3 new songs, which is quite rare. Oh, just shoot it then. Liu Xiaobai casually replied, still thinking about the systems matters. Recently, due to his explosive performance at Su Nanjiao's concert, his reputation value has skyrocketed. It's almost reaching 7,000 now. Should he continue to accumulate it for intermediate piano performance ability or directly exchange it for basic guitar performance ability? He was feeling somewhat indecisive. Shooting an MV requires a male lead. Su Nanjiao said softly. What? Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaobai's pupils instantly widened. This is not a trivial matter. The MV that his wife is preparing to shoot includes a super sweet love song, I Love You. If they find a male actor to shoot intimate scenes with Su Nanjiao, then just thinking about it made him feel uncomfortable. So, I want you to be the male lead. Su Nanjiao looked at his nervous expression and couldn't help but smile, a charming blush appearing on her face. Huh? Liu Xiaobai was dumbfounded. Actually, you look quite good. You are fully qualified to be the male lead. Su Nanjiao's face turned slightly red. I want to do it. Liu Xiaobai quickly shook his head. He has become addicted to being behind the scenes, and he has little interest in being in the spotlight. Then, I'll find another male actor. Su Nanjiao showed a sly smile. You dare. Liu Xiaobai became anxious. Just kidding. Don't worry. I'll find other actresses for the MV. Su Nanjiao covered her mouth and laughed. Seeing Liu Xiaobai so concerned, she felt delighted. Oh, you dare to play with me? Huh? Liu Xiaobai pretended to be angry and pinched Su Nanjiao's little face. The soft touch transmitted from his fingertips, TSK, TSK. After a bit of playful banter, Su Nanjiao finally started to get serious. By the way, Xiaobai, I have something serious to discuss with you. Go ahead. It's like this, I'm considering my next album, so I'd like to ask you to write a few more songs. Liu Xiaobai was slightly surprised. It's not that he doesn't want to, or that he can't write, but he found it strange. Generally, after singers release a new album, they focus on promotions and appearances. Yet, his wife is thinking about the next album first. She is simply a workaholic. Want songs? No problem. I'll take care of all the songs for your new album. Liu Xiaobai patted his chest, looking confident. Chapter 22, The Unequal Treaty, really? Su Nanjiao stood up excitedly, knocking over the snacks. In fact, her real intention was to take the opportunity to have Liu Xiaobai move into her house. She didn't expect to have an unexpected delight. If every song in her next album was written by unknown people, then this album would definitely be the most significant masterpiece in the Chinese music scene. And there would be no doubt about it. Oh no, this spendthrift girl. Liu Xiaobai wailed inwardly. What she knocked over was a tiramisu worth hundreds of yuan. He had planned to pack it up to take home for his mother and sister. Xiaobai, are you serious? Su Nanjiao was completely unaware of the spilled tiramisu, grabbing Liu Xiaobai's arm and shaking it vigorously. Of course, I'm serious, but I have a condition. Liu Xiaobai suddenly said. What condition? A hint of tension flashed in Su Nanjiao's originally lively eyes. Kiss me, Liu Xiaobai said smugly. He wasn't being reckless. Having lived 2 lives, he deeply understood that things that come too easily are often not cherished by others. So, he wanted to make things a bit difficult for Su Nanjiao. He believed that such an outrageous condition would definitely be rejected by the pure-hearted leader of the girl group. Upon hearing this, Su Nanjiao's face instantly flushed red, her long eyelashes quivering like startled butterflies. However, Liu Xiaobai was instantly dumbfounded. She really kissed him. The 2 locked eyes. The atmosphere was both enchanting and awkward. Just when Su Nanjiao finally mustered the courage to invite Liu Xiaobai to move into her house. Didungling. Liu Xiaobai's phone rang. Teacher Liu, can we talk again? Liu Xiaobai put the call on speaker. On the other end, Lu Feng's urgent voice came through. Of course. Lu Zong. Lu Xiaobai smiled faintly. Hey, why call me Lu Zong? We're both surnamed Lu. We're family, just call me Feng Go. On the other end, Lu Feng's tone even carried a hint of flattery. Alricht, Feng Yi. But I already mentioned last time, when you come looking for me again, it won't be at the same price as last time. Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Su Nanxiao gave him a thumbs up. That's how negotiations should be. No matter how friendly the attitude is, when it comes to interests, one should not yield an inch. There was silence on the other end for about 10 seconds. Okay, how much do you want? 3 million. 2 million. That's really too much. 5 million. All right, then what about the copyright revenue? 50. How about 45? No deal. There was silence on the other end again. Su Nanxiao covered her mouth in shock. 50 copyright revenue? That's the treatment of top creators in Dragon Country. All right, I agree, but there's a small condition. After a long silence, Lu Feng finally spoke. Oh yeah, after Lu Xiaobai hung up the phone, Su Nanxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Seeing her husband earn a lot of money and seeing Lu Feng sign an unequal treaty, her heart was as sweet as honey. Those who bullied, you must pay a price, Lu Xiaobai said with a smile. MHM. Su Nanxiao's fair cheeks flushed with shyness. Una luxurious villa. A hot-looking woman was sitting on the lap of a 50-year-old man, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck. If this scene were seen by outsiders, they would definitely be shocked, because they were none other than the well-known creator Li Wenbo under Longting and the diva Zhou Mengqi. Teacher Li, I'm being bullied so badly by that bitch Su Nanxiao. Please help me, Zhou Mengqi said in a coy tone. Her new album sales and reputation were being crushed by Su Nanxiao, and the situation was quite dire. If this continued, her position as a diva might be at risk. Human nature is like this. A person can often tolerate mababa, spending money like water, but cannot stand those around them buying houses and cars. Now, Zhou Mengqi was utterly furious with Su Nanxiao. MHM. Libambu raspunda parfunturidi. Hee. What does it have to do with me if you're being beaten by Su Nanxiao? Everyone says you're a reincarnated Zhuge Liang, so help me think of a way. I can do anything. Even that wouldn't be impossible. Zhou Mengqi whispered in Li Wenbo's ear. Oh, Li Wenbo appeared calm on the surface, but he was overjoyed inside. If the diva were to give herself to him, all the men in the world would be envious of him. Ahem, I actually have a good idea. You should get off me first. Great, I knew you would have a way. Do you know what Su Nanxiao's biggest advantage is? Isn't it obvious? She has unknown people writing songs for her. Wrong, it's her pure image. Livambu lit sigarata. Because she is too beautiful and pure, she has won the fan support. And unknown people must have seen this, which is why they willingly write songs for her. Tell me, if we destroy Su Nanxiao's image, what will happen to her? A sinister smile appeared on his lips. She will completely collapse. Fans will abandon her. The company will give up on her, and unknown people will no longer write songs for her. Zhou Mengqi said with a look of surprise. Exactly. Li Wenbo snapped his fingers. But how do we destroy her image? She has been in the industry for so many years without any scandals or controversies, so we can't find any dirt on her. Zhou Mengqi asked in confusion. Then we created ourselves. Li Wenbo walked to the TV and inserted a DVD. The screen began to play the MV of I Love You. This man is Han Xinyu, right? If I'm not mistaken, he should be your secret boyfriend. Li Wenbo pointed to the male lead on the screen. Teacher Li, don't say that randomly. I don't have a boyfriend. Zhou Mengqi's face turned pale as she shook her head repeatedly. She was in a state of panic. How did he know about such a secret? If you don't tell the truth, I won't help you. Li Wenbo interrupted her impatiently. Yes, but he only has eyes for you. Zhou Mengqi pretended to shyly lower her head. This Han Xinyu should listen to you, right? Li Wenbo exhaled a puff of smoke. It was not surprising that he could guess this. Zhou Mengqi was very skilled at dealing with men, and Han Xinyu was just a rookie, so he was definitely under her thumb. Yes, Zhou Mengqi admitted frankly. That's good. Livambus milat misteriously. At 5:23 a.m. the next day, a short video titled I'm Sorry, I Can No Longer Remain Silent suddenly went viral on major social media platforms. In the video, the 19-year-old rookie Han Xinyu, with red eyes and a trembling throat, faced the camera. I originally regarded Sister Nanxiao as an idol. Who would have thought she would treat me like this? Chapter 23, I absolutely believe you. While shooting the MV for Love You, Sister Nan Xiao said. She wanted to talk to me privately about the script. He covered his face, his shoulders shaking. I was really scared. She is a senior, and I'm just a newcomer, but I still refused her. Now, Sister Nan Xiao calls me every day, threatening that if I don't cooperate, she will ruin my career. Han Chenyu said, wiping his tears in front of the camera. The comments section below the video was instantly flooded with all sorts of vulgar comments. Wow. Shocking scandal in the entertainment industry. The pure goddess turned into a seductress? Appearing innocent while being so promiscuous behind the scenes? She usually looks so pure and cute. Turns out she lusts after fresh meat. So disgusting. I feel sorry for my little brother. Vomit. Acting so innocent. Turns out she's a green tea bitch. I always thought she was pretending. Turns out she specifically targets fresh meat. Of course, many people also came out to support Su Nanxiao. They all believed that Su Nanxiao's looks are among the best in the entertainment industry. How could she possibly be interested in someone as effeminate as Han Chenyu? Even if she were interested, how could she possibly engage in such sordid threats? But the irrational netizens simply wouldn't listen. Su Nanxiao's the male lead of MV quickly rose to the top of the trending searches. Soon, Zhou Mingqi posted a Weibo. As Chenyu's friend, I couldn't sleep all night after learning about his situation. This industry shouldn't make such a pure big boy face rules with trepidation. We need to stand up and say no. The statement from the grand Diva immediately pushed the topic to another climax. This Weibo post was instantly shared 200,000 times. And Zhou Mingqi Speaks for Han Chenyu quickly climbed to second place on the trending list. At this moment, even Su Nanxiao's fans began to waver. Unfollowed. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You were still maintaining a pure goddess image before. How disgusting. Get out of the entertainment industry. Su Nanxiao's Weibo comment section was completely overrun. Damn, this Han Chenyu is really something. With his effeminate and disgusting looks. How could our sister, Nan Xiao, possibly like him? Seeing the video and the comments, Wu Yuhan was so angry she felt like she would explode. Su Nanxiao sat dazed by the computer, mechanically refreshing the page. The vulgar comments felt like sharp knives, stabbing deep into her heart. Nanxiao, are you okay? Qin Fong said worriedly. Su Nanxiao's current calmness made her very concerned. I don't. Why is he framing me? Why? Su Nanxiao curled up in the chair, hugging her knees and crying like a helpless child. Nanxiao, pull yourself together. They are framing you. You need to gather your spirit and fight back. Qin Fong shouted sternly. But what can I do now? I can't produce any evidence to prove my innocence. Su Nanxiao's eyes were filled with tears. Upon hearing this, Qin Fong was momentarily speechless. What I need to do most now is to contact teacher Lu Xiaobai. After some thought, she finally had a clue. Xiaobai? What does this have to do with him? Su Nanxiao looked confused. That's right. We can talk about your image later. But if Lu Xiaobai stops writing songs for you because of this, then your career will really be over. Qin Fong said seriously. In fact, losing the pure goddess image isn't the end of the world, because Su Nanxiao could still transition into a powerful singer. But all of this depended on Lu Xiaobai's attitude. If he doesn't believe her, or even develops a dislike for Su Nanxiao because of this, then the transition would almost certainly fail. Without fans and good songs, she would naturally be abandoned by the company. Su Nanxiao's lips trembled slightly. After a long time, she finally took out her phone and sent Lu Xiaobai a WeChat message. Do you believe me? This time, Lu Xiaobai quickly replied, I absolutely believe you. After seeing Han Chenyu's video, Lu Xiaobai immediately knew it was fake. The reason was simple. First, the female lead of this MV is someone else. If Su Nanxiao really liked Han Chenyu, why wouldn't she be the female lead? That way, she would have plenty of opportunities to get close to the fresh meat. Secondly, with that effeminate look, Su Nanxiao's taste wouldn't be that low. Moreover, after spending some time together, Lu Xiaobai knew that Su Nanxiao was a kind girl who would never engage in such sordid threats. If I find out who framed my wife, I will definitely ruin them. A cold glint flashed in Lu Xiaobai's eyes. Regardless, the most important thing now is to resolve the current crisis. For Qin Fong and the others, this was extremely difficult, but for Lu Xiaobai, it was very simple. However, this also meant bowing to that person. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Is Brother Feng available? I need your help with something. Jiangnan Restaurant. In the most luxurious private room. Teacher Lu. This great talent actually has something to ask of me. How rare. Lu Feng joked, while taking out a Cuban cohiba from a gilded cigar box and offering it to Lu Xiaobai. Want to try? Just air freight it in. The taste is rich. Ever since Lu Xiaobai showcased his terrifying talent at the concert, Lu Feng's attitude had undergone a 180-degree change. Lu Xiaobai accepted it. Lu Feng quickly took out a lighter to light it for him. I came this time for Su Nanxiao's matter. Lu Xiaobai exhaled a puff of smoke. I can tell. Nanxiao is lucky to have your concern. Teacher, you are much better than my useless son. You and Nanxiao are quite the match. Lu Feng said with a smile. Sharp as he was, he had already sensed the connection between Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanxiao. Brother Feng is being too kind, but your way of addressing me seems a bit inappropriate, right? Lu Xiaobai smiled. Oh, what's inappropriate? Lu Feng raised his eyebrows in confusion. Since I call you Brother Feng, what should I call you? Lu Xiaobai chuckled lightly. Since you need something from someone, you should lower your own attitude a bit. Ha ha ha. I neglected that. I'll drink to that. Lu Feng laughed heartily and then raised his glass and drank it all. So what brings you here, my brother? I'll get straight to the point. Are we Dragon Rising going to give up on Nanxiao? Lu Xiaobai said solemnly. Now that he had signed a contract with Dragon Rising and was about to start work in a few days, he naturally had to say we when referring to Dragon Rising. That depends on your attitude, my brother. As long as you don't give up, Dragon Rising will naturally continue to support her. Lu Feng said, popping a peanut into his mouth. Then thank you, Brother Feng. Lu Xiaobai sighed in relief. Chapter 24. Transaction. I have one more question. You said Han Xinyu is under Longting, right? He is the one who framed Nanxiao, correct? That's right. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai felt completely relieved. No matter how much he trusted Su Nanxiao, as a man, he would inevitably have some doubts. Is there a way to make him tell the truth? Of course, this is on me. Sister Qin and Su Nanxiao would never have imagined that the huge trouble in their eyes was resolved by Lu Xiaobai with just a few words. This is the privilege of a genius music creator. However, Lu Xiaobai was definitely not satisfied with this. Who is the mastermind behind this? A rookie trainee like Han Xinyu wouldn't randomly offend a big star, right? Lu Xiaobai fixed his gaze on Lu Feng's eyes. As long as he catches the mastermind, that person is as good as dead. Han Xinyu has been secretly dating Zhou Mingqi. Lu Feng said without hesitation. This could be hidden from others, but not from him, the leader of Longting. A cold glint flashed in Lu Xiaobai's eyes. So it was her. Because of the trouble caused at Su Nanxiao's concert, Lu Xiaobai had long been disgusted with Zhou Mingqi. Who would have thought she would do something so disgusting again? However, Zhou Mingqi is just a brainless vase. If I'm not mistaken, this idea should have come from Li Wenbo. He has always been quite close to Zhou Mingqi. Lu Feng continued. Lu Xiaobai's eyes flashed with surprise. It wasn't the involvement of Li Wenbo that surprised him, but Lu Feng's betrayal. As a CEO, he actually sold out his company's hottest diva and a well-known creator. What was he after? Little brother should be curious about why I sold out these two, right? Lu Feng smiled. That's right. Lu Xiaobai nodded. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Lu Feng smiled. The lie is that they deserve to die for offending my little brother. As for the truth, I'm just a pure businessman, aiming to maximize my own interests. Little brother, the value you create alone far exceeds that of the two of them combined. As long as you can work at Longting with peace of mind because of this, what does losing the matter? Lu Feng took a sip of wine and chuckled. All right, this time I owe you a favor, Brother Feng, Lu Xiaobai said solemnly. Oh, to make my little brother owe me a favor, I must be extremely fortunate, Lu Feng said with some surprise. Lu Xiaobai smiled and clinked glasses with Lu Feng. Then I'll make two small requests. Lu Feng continued. Brother Feng really speaks frankly. Just say it. Lu Xiaobai smiled lightly. When we signed the contract, I requested that you conceal the identity of the nameless person. You remember, right? Lu Feng said. I remember. Lu Xiaobai nodded. The reason Lu Feng made this request was actually to prevent Lu Xiaobai's identity from being exposed, as countless companies would offer high prices to poach him. Even if Lu Xiaobai had a strong sense of contract spirit, he wouldn't be able to resist if they surrounded and pestered him. Longting's funds weren't that strong, and they really didn't have the confidence to keep Liu Xiaobai. However, for Liu Xiaobai, who temporarily wanted to be behind the scenes, this condition was just what he wanted. So he agreed. Of course, this agreement actually had little binding force. Even if Liu Xiaobai really leaked it, as long as he insisted he didn't say it himself, Lu Feng wouldn't have any way to deal with him. But Lu Feng still believed that Liu Xiaobai was at least a person who cared about his reputation. So my first request is that within a year, you must create a king or queen for Longting. Of course, excluding Su Nanxiao. Lu Feng stared intently at Liu Xiaobai, his face full of expectation. This request would be extremely difficult for others, but he was very confident in his little brother's ability. No problem. Liu Xiaobai answered without hesitation. Lu Feng sacrificed a diva and a well-known creator for himself, which is not an excessive compensation. The second request is that your top works should be released under the name of Nameless Person, while ordinary works can use your real name. Lu Feng continued. Okay, is that a deal? A deal. All right, when you come to Longting will give you the best treatment. Zhou Mingqi and Li Wenbo would never have imagined that. Amidst the clinking of glasses between the two big shots, they were sold out like this. These two are simply beasts. If I don't take you down, I won't share your surname. As Liu Xiaobai walked out of the hotel, a fierce flame ignited in his eyes. Just because of jealousy, Zhou Mingqi and Li Wenbo actually wanted to ruin his wife's everything. If it weren't for him, Su Nanxiao's fate would be extremely tragic. Her image destroyed, abandoned by the company, and scorned by fans. Her future would be bleak. As dawn broke, the offices of Longting Entertainment Company Limited were already bustling. On the first floor of the company, several movers were sweating profusely as they unloaded a batch of brand new desks and chairs from the truck and moved them into the elevator. Initially, the employees coming and going in the company didn't pay much attention to this. It was probably new employees arriving. Such scenes were commonplace in the company and nothing remarkable. However, when everyone saw the movers bringing the desks and chairs into the office numbered 808, they instantly became uneasy. This was because room 808 had a special significance in the company. It was located in a prime position in the office building, overlooking the bustling street scenery of the entire city. Its area was also the largest among all the offices, measuring over 50 square meters. More importantly, this office had been in use for over 9 years. The company president, Lu Feng, declared that only the most outstanding creative talents in the company were qualified to use this office. Since then, everyone had been secretly competing, hoping to one day prove themselves worthy to occupy it. Who do you think is the big shot who can work here? Whoever it is, it doesn't matter. Why should they enjoy such treatment right away? We've worked hard writing songs, and the company has never valued us this much. Could it be that the company poached Zhang Ziyuan? Impossible. Our Longting doesn't have that kind of strength. Could it be the Nameless Person? Wow, if it really is him, then that's understandable. Everyone whispered to each other, speculating. Just as the crowd was exchanging words, the elevator doors slowly opened. Liu Xiaobai, dressed in a simple yet tasteful casual outfit, walked out with a brisk pace. After receiving the signing fee from Longting, he treated himself to a new outfit. He looked clean and refreshing. Liu Xiaobai glanced at the sign and confidently walked towards room 808. Who is this person? What does he want? He probably is a newcomer coming for an interview, but walked into the wrong place. The creators busy at their computers all paused their work, their eyes closely following Liu Xiaobai's figure. Chapter 25. Keep it up. I'm waiting for you in room 808. Liu Xiaobai completely ignored the strange looks from those around him and walked directly to the office door. Hey dude, you're in the wrong office. Li Wenbo quickly approached him, blocking his way with a condescending arrogance on his face. I'm not in the wrong place. The HR told me to come to room 808. Liu Xiaobai looked confused. When those words were spoken, everyone present burst into laughter. President Liu said that only the company's top creative talents are qualified to use this office. Are you the top creative talent? Li Wenbo looked at him with disdain, his tone full of sarcasm. Who are you? Liu Xiaobai felt a surge of annoyance. I'm Li Wenbo, a well-known creative talent at Longting. If I'm not qualified to use this office, what makes you think you are? You really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Li Wenbo pushed Liu Xiaobai aside, his face darkening ominously. Oh! Lu Xiaobai stared at Li Wenbo, a fierce glint in his eyes, but it quickly vanished. Hiss! A chill ran down Li Wenbo's spine. He thought to himself, I only said a few harsh words, but that kid's gaze just now. It was like he wanted to kill me. I just got lucky. One day you'll also have this office. Lu Xiaobai put on a smile. Since he wanted to take revenge for his wife, he couldn't let the enemy see through his thoughts. He was well aware of this. Teacher Lu, I'm so sorry I'm late. Just as the tension between the two was palpable, a young girl hurried over, bowing to apologize to Lu Xiaobai. Secretary Lin, you. Li Wenbo was taken aback. This young girl, Lin Yashuan, was President Lu's personal secretary. She usually had an air of superiority towards others in the company, but it was surprising to see her so respectful towards Lu Xiaobai, leaving everyone in shock. Teacher Lu, I'm really very sorry. I should have personally welcomed you, but I was late due to traffic. Lin Yashuan continued to apologize. It's fine. You go ahead and be busy. Lu Xiaobai waved his hand. This is Teacher Lu Xiaobai, personally invited to the company by President Lu. From now on, room 808 will be Teacher Lu's office. Please cooperate with Teacher Lu's work. Lin Yashuan turned to address the stunned crowd. After speaking, she elegantly left, leaving a group of people exchanging glances. Good luck, Teacher Li. I'll be waiting for you in room 808. Lu Xiaobai smiled and then closed the door. Just as he turned, a cold glint reappeared in his eyes. At this moment, Li Wenbo's face twisted in jealousy. A brat who hasn't even written a song. Why does he get to work in such a nice office? After entering the office, Lu Xiaobai looked around and smiled in satisfaction. The office was not only luxurious, but also fully equipped. Piano, guitar, violin, cello, bass. It had everything. However, Lu Xiaobai knew very well that once he lost his value, all these things would disappear. The incident regarding his wife should have been resolved by now. He shook off his thoughts and approached the desk to turn on the computer. Sure enough, the top trending topic was Han Xinyu apology video. In the video, Han Xinyu looked pale and extremely aggrieved as he said, I deeply apologize for taking up public resources due to my recent actions. The truth is, my girlfriend, the Queen Zhou Mingqi, forced me to frame Sister Nan Xiao. She is actually a very good girl, and I'm sorry for her. Han Xinyu's expression of grievance was indeed not acted. He had no choice. He had to choose a side between his queen girlfriend and Longting's president, Lu Feng. It was obvious who was strong and who was weak, right? The comments section exploded, refreshing with hundreds of comments per second. Wow, what a shocking twist. So the one who really monopolized the young fresh meat was Zhou Mingqi. This woman is truly disgusting, previously pretending to condemn the chaos in the entertainment industry. Damn, she is really playing both sides. Please, Zhou Mingqi and her fans, publicly apologize to Nan Xiao. Sisters, let us flood the comments with Zhou Mingqi, get out of the entertainment industry. Restore Nan Xiao's innocence. Those who previously insulted Nan Xiao, come out and apologize. I suggest the police get involved. This is already defamation. Lu Xiaobai closed the computer and took a deep breath. The matter had been resolved, but those two brutes hadn't been dealt with yet. How could he ruin their reputations completely? He really had to plan this out carefully. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, his phone rang. It was soon Nan Xiao calling. Xiaobai, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, On the other end of the line, soon Nan Xiao choked up several times, her voice trembling. Finally, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Every time she faced a crisis, it was this man who pulled her out of the mire. Her gratitude was beyond words. She suddenly realized that the boy who used to sing in front of the barbecue stall had grown into someone she felt was out of her league. You already know? Lu Xiaobai was slightly surprised. Yes, President Lu told me everything, soon Nan Xiao replied. Lu Xiaobai was a bit taken aback, but quickly understood that Lu Feng was just doing a favor. Xiaobai, you've been so good to me. I really don't know how to thank you. Under Su Nan Xiao's endless gratitude, the two finally ended the call. After hanging up, Lu Xiaobai continued to ponder his revenge plan. Zhou Mingqi's reputation was already ruined, and she was not far from collapsing. So, the main target now was Li Wenbo. Suddenly, Lu Xiaobai's eyes lit up, and a preliminary plan formed in his mind. He immediately opened his computer and registered a Weibo account under a pseudonym. He didn't expect that this action would bring a huge shock to the music industry. Teacher Li, Teacher Li, Huang Wenkai, the director of the AR department, hurriedly approached Li Wenbao's workstation. What is the rush? Li Wenbao said impatiently. Huang Wenkai was nominally the superior of music creators, but for a well-known creative talent like him, they had more of a cooperative relationship, so there was not much fear in speaking to him. Teacher Li, it's a huge opportunity. Director Zhang just asked our company to customize a theme song for a movie. As long as the quality meets the standards, they will pay our company 5 million yuan, plus subsequent revenue shares. Huang Wenkai said excitedly. 5 million? I'll take it. Li Wenbao's eyes lit up. Chapter 26 Young people are too impulsive. He is a well-known creator, enjoying high copyright income. If a song he wrote is favored by director Zhang, he can receive a prepaid amount of over 300,000 yuan. Coupled with subsequent revenue sharing, this is quite a substantial income. That's great. This matter probably only you can handle, Huang Wenkai said excitedly. However, Li Wenbao's eyes flickered. You can also try to find this person. He pointed to the office door of Lu Xiaobai, adding in a sarcastic tone, he is the best creator in our company. Li Wenbao had no good intentions. He wanted to take this opportunity to test Lu Xiaobai's abilities while proving that he, Li Wenbao, was the best creator at Longting. If Lu Xiaobai couldn't deliver a good song, he would naturally have no face to continue occupying room 808. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. I didn't expect President Liu to actually give room 808 to this Lu Xiaobai. Huang Wenkai was slightly shocked. What? You, the AR department director, don't know about this? Li Wenbao's eyes widened. President Liu only mentioned Lu Xiaobai's hiring to me, but didn't mention giving him room 808. Huang Wenkai shook his head. Then hurry in and find him. If I create simultaneously with him, the success rate will be higher. Li Wenbao said with excitement. This is solid proof. Lu Xiaobai has no real skills at all, just a person with connections. He and President Liu share the same surname. They might even be relatives. All right, saying this, Huang Wenkai pushed open the door to room 808. This time I will definitely expose your true colors. Don't think you can always occupy this best office just because of connections. A glint flashed in Li Wenbao's eyes. Teacher Liu, hello. I am Huang Wenkai, the AR director. As soon as he entered the office, Huang Wenkai stepped forward to shake hands with Lu Xiaobai. In fact, he looked down on Lu Xiaobai a bit, but he still needed to maintain appearances. Hello, Director Huang. Lu Xiaobai quickly stood up and shook Huang Wencai's hand. This kid is not bad, really polite. Huang Wenkai nodded secretly. I heard everything you said outside, just now. Just leave this song to me. However, according to the contract, I do enjoy 50 of the revenue share. Lu Xiaobai said lightly. That's not a problem. Huang Wenkai already knew about this. How much revenue share Lu Xiaobai enjoyed was a matter for the company to worry about, and had nothing to do with him. This is the movie script. Take a good look at it. Remember, you must submit it within a week. This movie is a major work by the top director Zhang Haoren, so it can't be neglected. After reminding him a few times, Huang Wenkai left Lu Xiaobai's office. Lu Xiaobai took out the movie script and began to read it carefully. The film tells the love story of a couple that lasts for 7 years. The female lead suddenly goes abroad due to family changes and is gone for 7 years. When she returns to the country, the male lead has become a well-known lawyer. Ultimately, the two resolve their misunderstandings and come back together, continuing a romantic love story. The plot is quite cliché. To sum it up in one word, it's a super bad movie. However, Lu Xiaobai's eyes lit up. This is so similar to the movie He Yi Sheng Xiao Mo from his previous life. If that's the case, then the theme song should come easily. As the saying goes, bad movies produce great songs. The theme song for this one can be considered quite classic. Immediately, Lu Xiaobai began to write quickly. Once finished, he went to Huang Wencai's office. What did you say? You finished that quickly? Huang Wenkai looked at Lu Xiaobai as if he were a monster. From when he received the movie script until now, it hadn't even been half an hour. Such speed in songwriting was simply unbelievable. Only that mysterious musical genius, nameless, could rival him. It just happened that inspiration struck. Lu Xiaobai touched his nose. Teacher Liu, this matter is not a joke. Director Zhang is well known for his high standards for movie theme songs in the industry. If you take it lightly, It will be our company's disgrace. Huang Wenkai said seriously. Director Huang, why not listen before making a conclusion? Lu Xiaobai smiled. All right, you put down the score first. I'll take a look later. Huang Wenkai sighed. Young people are too impulsive. At critical moments, we still have to rely on veterans. Look at Li Wenbo. He is still carefully thinking it through. Only writing this way can produce quality work. Okay, then you can get back to it. Lu Xiaobai didn't care and turned to leave. Back in his office, he began to mess with the instruments inside. Unfortunately, besides the guitar and piano, Lu Xiaobai didn't know how to play any other instruments, making such a nice office somewhat wasted. After playing the guitar for a while, he realized it was almost noon, and it was time to pick up his sister from school. So, Lu Xiaobai immediately turned off the lights and air conditioning and left the office without hesitation. In fact, even if it didn't come to work, no one in the company would dare to manage him. Damn, this kid comes to work at 9 o'clock and leaves by 11, daring to do this on the first day of work. Won't he just get more arrogant in the future? A young composer looked at Lu Xiaobai's departing figure, full of resentment. Who told him to be our company's best creator? Li Wenbo said sarcastically. TCH, just him? Just a person with connections. I think he doesn't even qualify to lick teacher Li's feet. The young composer said disdainfully. I finally see that all dreams are blooming, and the young voices pursuing them are so bright. I finally soar, looking with my heart unafraid. As soon as Lu Xiaobai arrived at his sister's school gate, he heard a melodious chorus floating from a campus. It was Invisible Wings. This song had actually made it to the school. Lu Xiaobai was somewhat surprised. After all, the wider the song spreads, the more prestige he gains. This song is so beautiful. Every time I hear it, I can't help but hum along. Yeah, the lyrics and music are so well written. I really thank the lyricist and composer for writing such a great song for the kids. Mumling's mom, do you know who sings this song? I want to buy a record to listen to. You don't know? This is Su Nanqiao's new song. At the school gate, parents were eagerly waiting while chatting enthusiastically. Lu Xiaobai's lips curled up slightly. Ding, ding, ding. The school bell rang crisply. Before long, Lu Xiaobai saw his sister and a few little girls chatting and laughing as they walked out of the school gate. Lu Xiaoyan was gesturing with her hands, as if telling an interesting story, causing the little friends beside her to burst into silver bell-like laughter. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiaobai felt a surge of indescribable joy in his heart. Chapter 27, I advise you not to sign up. Once due to poor family economic conditions, Lu Xiaoyan had a very introverted personality. At school, she was always alone and had almost no friends. Her mother said that every time school was over, other kids would walk home in groups, but she was always the only one walking alone. Nowadays, her little sister unexpectedly made 5 or 6 friends at once. Brother. Just then, Lu Xiaoyan inadvertently looked up and spotted Lu Xiaobai. She excitedly waved at him and skipped over. During this time, her brother earned some money, improving their family situation, and he often came to pick her up from school. She felt like she was living in a dream. Forget it. Since there's nothing else to do, let's see what that guy wrote in his song. Huang Wenkai sat in his office, casually picking up the sheet music that Lu Xiaobai had just given him. He carelessly unfolded the paper and lazily scanned the first line of notes. But the next moment, his back suddenly straightened. This isn't right. It's one thing to have complete lyrics and music, but he even clearly labeled the arrangement. The direction of the guitar, arpeggios, the timing of the drum beats, even the string arrangements for the bridge. Damn it, Huang Wencai's throat tightened a bit. Having been in the industry for over a decade, he knew too well what this meant. The vast majority of creators either only write melodies or just lyrics. Being able to handle both is already a rare talent. And this kid can even arrange music. Huang Wencai's spirits lifted, his fingertips lightly tapping along with the notes on the sheet. Before long, goosebumps erupted along the back of his neck. Good song. What great song. Huang Wenkai slammed the table, startling his assistant who had just entered, almost dropping her coffee cup. As the director of the Artist and Works department, he knew too well the value of the sheet music. This is definitely a nuclear bomb capable of blowing up the charts. The only songs that could compare to this one were the 5 songs created by unknowns. Xiao Chun, hurry up and take this song to record the accompaniment. Huang Wenkai shouted. After getting a response from his assistant, he quickly logged into the company intranet and posted a message. there is currently a new song, which is the candidate theme song for director Zhang's 7-year agreement, written by our creator Liu Xiaobai. Female singers who want to record a demo, please sign up. Since this song is from a female perspective, only female singers can apply. It was now noon. Singer Li Siki hurriedly finished her lunch and returned to the company. Sister Siki, you didn't take a break at noon and came back to the company? The receptionist smiled and greeted her. Yes, I still need to practice in the rehearsal room. Li Siki smiled back, her fingers unconsciously playing with her hair by her ear. In 3 months, she would turn 30, yet she was still a third-tier female singer. In the entertainment industry, which thrives on youth, if she didn't work hard, she would truly miss her opportunities. Entering the artist lounge, she habitually opened the company intranet to check the latest announcements. Huang Wencai's message suddenly caught her eye. A new song? Limited to female artists? It's also a candidate theme song for a new movie by the top director in Longhua. Without any hesitation, Li Siki immediately clicked on the sign-up link. Siki, do you want to participate in the audition? Just as Li Siki's finger hovered over the mouse, a cold voice drifted from behind her. She turned around to see another female artist, Lin Xiwei, leaning against the doorframe. Her fingers painted with bright red nail polish, curling her long hair. Yes, although the chances are slim, I still want to give it a try. Li Siki smiled slightly. To her, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, it was worth pursuing. I advise you not to sign up, Lin Xiwei said coldly with a smile. Why? Li Siki asked, puzzled. Upon hearing the content of their conversation, many female artists gathered around, curiously listening to them. Don't you know? This Liu Xiaobai is a distant relative of President Liu and doesn't have any real talent. His status as a top creator was completely pushed up by President Liu. With such connections, how good can the songs he writes be? After Lin Meiqi and several other female artists gathered around, they lowered their voices to say, but trying it out doesn't hurt. Besides, even if it's a bad song, at least there's compensation. Li Siki blinked her eyes. You don't know. Liu Xiaobai and Li Wenbo are both currently working on the theme song for director Zhang's movie, and they have already fallen out. If you record the demo for this song, you won't have a chance to sing songs by teacher Li Wenbo anymore. Lin Meiqi explained. Upon hearing this, the other female artists began to discuss among themselves. What Meiqi said makes sense. I heard that Li Wenbo is particularly petty. If you offend him, you won't have the chance to sing any of his songs in the future. One is a genuine well-known creator, and the other is a fake rookie creator. It's obvious which one to choose. Exactly. If you choose Liu Xiaobai's song, you might not have a good time in the company in the future. At this time, Liu Xiaobai hummed a little tune as he returned to the company. His working hours were very flexible, and he didn't have to clock in at all. But he was still concerned about the instruments in his office, so he came over. Finished the song so quickly. I can't wait to see your masterpiece, Li Wenbo said to Liu Xiaobai sarcastically. He had also seen Huang Wencai's message on the intranet. He looked down on Liu Xiaobai's speed. A song in half an hour. Do you think you're an unknown? Just wait. That's a masterpiece you'll never be able to write in your life. Liu Xiaobai didn't look back as he entered the office and then slammed the door shut. Since he now had a plan for revenge, he was too lazy to hide himself. Hiss, this kid is really arrogant. A mere connection holder dares to look down on our teacher Li? The people present were extremely shocked. Teacher Liu, the song you wrote is simply amazing. At this moment, Huang Wencai hurriedly walked into Liu Xiaobai's office, looking extremely excited. It's okay, Liu Xiaobai said indifferently. He was very confident about this song, having won numerous awards in his past life. However, Huang Wencai showed a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Liu Xiaobai asked curiously. Currently, there's only one singer signed up for the audition. Huang Wencai smiled awkwardly. How is that possible? This shouldn't be the case. Liu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Don't say he is currently the company's top creator. Even as a junior creator, he shouldn't be treated so coldly. It's like this. Knowing the ins and outs, Huang Wencai explained the whole situation. I called each of them, but they all declined. Then, he revealed a bitter smile. No need. Let that one person sign up for the audition. Liu Xiaobai shook his head. As for the others, they will regret it later. Then he smiled coldly. Chapter 28. If Director Zhang doesn't use this song, he will definitely regret it for life. Hello, Teacher Liu. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to work with you. In the recording studio, Li Siki deeply bowed to Lu Xiaobai. After thinking it over, she decided to take a gamble. Since President Liu let Lu Xiaobai move into room 808, there must be a reason for it. Mere connections are not enough. This person must have unknown talents and abilities. Sister Siki, hello. Please familiarize yourself with the sheet music first. Lu Xiaobai smiled as he handed over the A4 paper. Li Siki was about 8 years older than him, so calling her sister was not inappropriate. Okay. Li Siki took it with both hands and began to study it seriously. As her gaze moved across the sheet music, her eyes widened more and more, and her expression became increasingly shocked. The melody, the lyrics, were simply perfect, especially the last line of lyrics, which made her blood boil. Why does love sentence all beings to solitude, unable to break free, unable to escape? The knot that cannot be untied, the calamity that cannot be resolved, is you. The paper rustled in her hands. For 7 years, Li Siki had gone from a talent show champion to someone who was ignored. She had sung countless sweet pop songs, but had never encountered such a sharp and straightforward piece. This was not just a song. It was clearly a knife that could cut through the heart. Teacher Liu, can I sing this song silence? Li Siki raised her head, gripping the edge of the sheet music tightly, her knuckles turning white. She knew this could be the biggest opportunity of her life. If she seized it, she would soar to new heights. If she missed it, she would continue to sink. I can tell at a glance that this is what I've been waiting for. If I miss it, I really don't know what to do. As she spoke, Li Siki's voice began to tremble, and her eyes started to redden. Let us do a good trial performance first. As long as you perform well, I will give you this opportunity, Lu Xiaobai reassured her. In fact, he initially intended this song for his wife. But ever since the incident involving Han Shenyu was clarified, Su Nankyo had started to fly all over the world again. If it weren't for this, there wouldn't even be a trial performance. But if Li Siki was truly suited for this song, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, he had too many good songs in hand, and his wife couldn't sing them all alone. All right, I will do my best. Li Siki Kulanchet had feasts. She was determined to give her all to secure this song. Li Siki calmed her emotions and began to sing along with the accompaniment, softly opening her lips, unable to help but become a stubborn fish, swimming against the current all the way to the end. The vows made in youth silently sunk in the deep sea. As the singing began, Huang Wenkai trembled all over, just looking at the sheet music. He couldn't fully appreciate the charm of this song. Now that he heard the live performance, he realized he had underestimated it. Lu Xiaobai nodded slightly. Li Siki's singing skills were not top-notch, but she perfectly conveyed the melancholy and loneliness of a woman in the song. In this regard, even Su Nankyo could not compare to her, as her voice was just too sweet. He decided that this woman would be his second diva after Su Nankyo. After the song ended, the recording studio fell into a brief silence, as if it were the calm before the storm. Li Siki's chest rose and fell violently as she looked at Lu Xiaobai with great anticipation. Sister Siki, as long as Director Zhang has no issues, this song will definitely be yours. Lu Xiaobai smiled brightly. Upon hearing this, Li Siki felt her blood freeze instantly, and her mind went blank. After a long while, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. She knew that her fate had been completely rewritten in that moment. You missed a great song. Back in the office, Lu Xiaobai sent a message to Su Nankyo. What's going on? Su Nankyo, who was in the capital, happened to have time and immediately replied. I wrote a theme song for director Zhang's new movie, and during the demo recording, I found that Li Siki's vocal condition suits this song better. Lu Xiaobai explained. Having lived 2 lives, he understood deeply that no matter how gentle or lovely a woman is, they can be unreasonable. It was necessary to clarify things in advance. Wah. What happened? Just kidding. The song you wrote is probably a bit melancholic, right? Sister Siki's voice is indeed more suitable than mine. Oh, that's good. But you have to make it up to me. Of course, 10-fold, 100-fold compensation. Quiche. Lu Xiaobai smiled slightly. The originally aloof Su Nankyo was becoming more and more lively. Just then, there was a knock on the door. After receiving permission, Li Siki walked in. Teacher Liu, thank you so much this time. I would like to treat you to a meal. Is that convenient for you? Li Siki buwadepli. Eating is fine, but there's no need to thank me. You earned this with your strength. Besides, whether director Zhang will ultimately use this song is still uncertain, Lu Xiaobai said. If director Zhang doesn't use this song, he will definitely regret it for life. Li Siki smiled sweetly. As they spoke, they walked out of the office. Just as they exited, they saw Li Wenbo passing by. Siki, congratulations on getting a good song. However, you might not have the chance to sing my songs in the future. He smiled coldly, deliberately emphasizing the word good. You sang a song for my enemy, and you still want to sing my songs? Dream on. Thank you, teacher Li. I indeed got a good song. Li Siki smiled sweetly, also deliberately emphasizing the word good. After saying that, she linked her arms with Lu Xiaobai's and walked past him with her head held high. Still dare to threaten me? So what if I don't sing your song? Teacher Lu's song is worth more than dozens or hundreds of yours. On the set of 7-Year Agreement, director Zhang, Longting Entertainment has sent us 2 theme songs for us to choose from. Zhang Haoran's assistant rushed over excitedly. Great. Hurry up and let us listen. Zhang Haoran perked up, sitting up straight. He had every reason to be excited. The movie was about to wrap up, but the theme song had yet to be finalized. If it didn't get decided soon, he would have to shorten the promotional cycle, which could lead to a series of negative consequences. The assistant quickly opened the computer. After logging into the email, he found the demo of the 2 songs in the attachments. One was The Answer in Time, written and composed by Li Wenbo, sung by Zhou Menqi. The other was Silence, written and composed by Lu Xiaobai, sung by Li Siki. Let us listen to the first one first. After pondering for a moment with a furrowed brow, Zhang Haoran said, Okay. The assistant immediately clicked on The Answer in Time. That summer, the wind blew gently. Your smile made my heart intoxicated. Time rushes by like flowing water, but I'm still here waiting for someone. Zhang Haoran's fingers unconsciously tapped a rhythm on his knee, and his brow gradually relaxed. Chapter 29, take the demo out and listen to it again. Truly deserving of being a renowned creator, Teacher Li's songs are indeed full of artistic conception. Moreover, Zhou Tianho's singing skills are quite good as well. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. After finishing the song, he declared, Let us go with this one. Zhang Haoran waved his hand. What? You're not going to listen to the second song? The assistant was caught off guard. Director Huang specifically emphasized that this song Silence is the main recommendation. The assistant was instantly stunned. There's no need for that. Notify Longting. We will choose answers in time. But Zhou Tianho is on the verge of collapsing. It doesn't matter. I won't hand over the official song to her. The assistant hesitated to speak. Huang is recognized as a top music producer in the industry, and his recommendations are always accurate. How much time can it take to listen to a song, no matter how busy you are? He really couldn't understand. But Zhang Haoran had already turned and walked toward the set, giving him no chance to argue. Lu Feng, oh Lu Feng, nepotism and self-serving. After all these years, you haven't made any progress. Zhang Haoran sneered as he paced. Just now, as soon as he saw Lu Xiaobai's name, he immediately concluded that this was Lu Feng practicing nepotism. The reasons were simple. First, they both have the surname Lu. Second, how could a newcomer whose name he had never heard before suddenly qualify to compete for the theme song of his movie? It would be hard to believe without powerful backing. Third, and most importantly, Lu Feng had a history. To cover up the fact that his son is gay, he even blackmailed Su Nanxiao into marrying his son. Such behavior made Zhang Haoran, who despises evil, hate Lu Feng to the core. If it weren't for Longting Entertainment's top-tier strength in the domestic entertainment industry, Zhang Haoran wouldn't have chosen to cooperate with this company at all. When Zhang Haoran's decision reached Longting, the news spread like wildfire. Breaking news. Director Zhang directly rejected Lu Xiaobai's song. It is said that director Zhang cursed. What the hell is this? Huh. I said that this relationship-based person will eventually reveal their true colors. Some people, relying on their strong backgrounds, dare to occupy room 808. Yet what they produce is even worse than garbage. They don't even consider their own worth, and still want to compete with Teacher Li. In the corridor of the composition department, groups of creators gathered together. They were talking while keeping an eye on room 808 with jealousy thick enough to cut. Li Wenbo casually strolled to the door of room 808 with his hands in his pockets. I advise someone to have a little self-awareness. Hurry up and vacate this office, so as not to tarnish such a good location. He suddenly stopped and raised his voice. Exactly. Who else besides teacher Li has the qualification to occupy room 808? The people around him echoed in agreement. At this moment, in the singer's rest area, Li Siki was sitting alone in a corner, her face showing traces of disappointment and grievance. How dare she accept such a terrible song? Is her brain flooded? Humph. She sang a song that nobody wanted, thinking it would turn her fortunes around. Now look, she's made a huge fool of herself. Exactly. Doesn't she check who wrote that song? Following an incompetent creator, what good outcome could there be? I'm afraid Li Siki's future is ruined. If Teacher Li doesn't write her songs, what waves can she possibly make? A few female artists gathered together, glancing at Li Siki from the corner of their eyes, while whispering, especially Zhou Mengqi, who spoke the loudest and with the most bitter tone. Just then, Lu Xiaobai suddenly walked in, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Oh, isn't this our company's most outstanding music creator? What's up? Come to demand an explanation for your masterpiece? Zhou Mengqi swayed over. Lu Xiaobai slowly turned his gaze toward her. That sharp look made Zhou Mengqi instinctively take half a step back. She felt like prey being eyed by a beast. Who do you think you are? Get lost. Lu Xiaobai coldly glared at her, his gaze sharp as a knife. This woman's image in the outside world has become infamous, yet she still has the audacity to come here and complain. The entire office area gasped. This guy is really arrogant. Zhou Mengqi's face turned pale, her nails digging deeply into her palm. She was a diva. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? You. Who do you think you are? How dare you be rude to me? Zhou Mengqi, enraged and her features twisted, charged forward wanting to slap Lu Xiaobai. Lu Xiaobai was quick and caught her hand. I never hit women. Don't push me. Lu Xiaobai coldly looked at her, his eyes devoid of warmth. Zhou Mengqi's pupils contracted violently, a chill running up her spine. This man's gaze is terrifying. Bah, trash. Lu Xiaobai spat at her, then walked over to Li Siki. You. Zhou Mengqi's chest heaved violently. The gazes of her colleagues pierced her back like needles. She had never felt so humiliated in her life. Siki, will you still dare to sing my songs in the future? Lu Xiaobai ignored her and spoke to Li Siki. His voice suddenly softened, as if he had become a different person. Of course, and it would be an honor. Li Siki nodded vigorously. Good. Lu Xiaobai smiled slightly, patted her shoulder, and left a parting remark. Remember, those who laugh at you today won't even be worthy of holding your shoes tomorrow. At this moment, Zhang Haoren was sitting in a car with his assistant, heading to Longting to sign a contract. I've been sentenced to a lifetime of solitude by love, neither retaliating nor letting go. The circles I can't draw with my pen, the fate I can't fill in my heart, is you. Suddenly, the assistant's phone rang. A fleeting glint of cunning flashed across the assistant's face. He quickly pretended to be flustered, rummaging through his bag for his phone. In fact, he had accidentally heard this song last night and was deeply captivated by its unique melody and heartfelt lyrics, playing it on repeat all night. Therefore, he specifically set this song as his ringtone, hoping to let director Zhang hear it at this moment. Upon hearing the ringtone, Zhang Haoren's expression instantly became serious. This song is interesting. Xiaowan, what song is this? Once the assistant finished the call, he eagerly asked. This is the second song sent by Longting. The assistant blinked. What did you say? Is it the one written by that Lu something by? Yes. Quick, take out the demo and listen to it again. Okay. The assistant hurriedly took out the tablet and started playing it. This song is exactly what I want. Compared to this one, Li Wenba's song is simply not worth mentioning. After listening to the demo, Zhang Haoren trembled all over, his scalp tingling. Although he didn't understand music very well, he could still tell the difference between gold and scrap metal. Chapter 30, the nameless person actually applied for a Weibo account. Director Zhang has graced us with his presence. We at Longting are truly honored. Huang Wenkai led Li Wenba and others to warmly welcome Zhang Haoren, who had just walked into Longting. Where's Teacher Lu? Where's Teacher Lu Xiaobai? Zhang Haoren couldn't waste time on pleasantries and eagerly asked Huang Wenkai. Director Zhang, I'm the composer of the theme song. Why are you looking for Lu Xiaobai? Li Wenba looked confused. Li, I'm really sorry, but I've decided to change the theme song to Teacher Lu's song Silent. Zhang Haoren said apologetically. What? This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Li Wenba's mind. Wasn't it agreed upon earlier? Why suddenly change the song? Are you messing with me? Li Wenbao's voice suddenly rose, and his face turned grim. Li, you misunderstood. I always focus on matters, not on people. Zhang Haoran remained calm. In Longhua, the status of a composer is quite high. However, Li Wenbao's status in the music industry is far inferior to Zhang Haoran's status in the film industry. Therefore, he was not intimidated by Li Wenbao at all. You are messing with me. You are definitely messing with me. Li Wenbao's face turned pale and then flushed, his eyes burning with humiliating anger. Hurry, Director Huang. Quickly find teacher Lu Xiaobai. Zhang Haoran ignored him and repeatedly urged Huang Wenkai. I just called teacher Lu. He said he is not available. Huang Wenkai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What? The entire hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone around gasped in shock. Who is Zhang Haoran? He is the top director in Longhua. Not only does he win awards for his films, but he is also the director of the Olympic Games opening and closing ceremonies, as well as the Spring Festival Gala. How dare a newcomer like Lu Xiaobai say he is not available? Who doesn't he know that guy is always slacking off, coming late and leaving early, just when everyone thought Zhang Haoran would fly into a rage? I didn't choose teacher Lu S. Song at first, so he might be angry with me. However, young people should have this kind of pride. I'll personally go apologize to him. Zhang Haoran suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes filled with a hint of admiration. Personally? Apologize? A top director personally apologizing to a rookie? The staff around were so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. Meanwhile, Li Wenbao staggered back with a face ashen as death. Zhang Haoran strode toward the elevator, followed by a group of stunned, Longting executives. I knew it. I knew teacher Lu Song would be chosen. As they passed the artist rest area, Li Siki was hiding around the corner, tears streaming down her face in excitement. Teacher Lu, I'm really sorry. I previously failed to recognize your greatness. Standing in front of Lu Xiaobai, Zhang Haoran bowed repeatedly, his face full of regret. At this point, many people had quietly gathered outside the office. Li Wenbao stood among the crowd with a gloomy face, full of unwillingness and anger. In fact, the reason Zhang Haoran was so respectful to Lu Xiaobai was partly due to his genuine guilt. But the more important reason was that Lu Xiaobai was his lifesaver. That's right, a lifesaver. When Zhang Haoran received the script for 7-Year Appointment, he keenly realized that it was a super terrible movie. But since he had taken the money and signed the contract, he could only grit his teeth and continue shooting. He could fully imagine that once the film was released, the box office would surely be dismal, and it would become the biggest joke of his career. However, now, with the classic song silent, the situation was completely different. On one hand, this song could become a core selling point for promotion, attracting audiences to the cinema and saving the box office. On the other hand, audiences might weaken their negative reviews of the movie because of their love for the song, thus saving its reputation. Therefore, Zhang Haoran's gratitude towards Lu Xiaobai was beyond words. Director Zhang, you flatter me. I'm just a newcomer, so it's understandable not to be trusted. Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. No. Your talent far exceeds my imagination. This song is simply a perfect match for my movie. I hope you will be magnanimous and allow Silent to be my movie's theme song. Zhang Haoran said eagerly. Sure, but I have a small request. Being praised by a top director, Lu Xiaobai did not feel flattered at all, but remained very calm. You say. Zhang Haoran was mentally prepared for this. This theme song must be sung by Li Siki. Lu Xiaobai pointed at someone in the crowd and said calmly. Hearing this, Li Siki covered her mouth tightly, her heart racing with excitement as if it would jump out of her mouth. Gasp! The surrounding people turned to her with shocked and envious gazes. No problem. Zhang Haoran readily agreed. In Longhua, creators already have significant authority, so this request is not excessive. Outside the office, some were envious, some were jealous, and more were whispering, this woman is likely to rise. Meanwhile, Li Wenbao had long disappeared quietly into the crowd. Cheng Zihan bit on his straw, boredly scrolling through Weibo. As a junior music college student and a music blogger, his daily routine in the morning is to browse industry news. The nameless person verified Weibo account. A system notification suddenly popped up. He sprayed his milk tea out of his mouth. Trembling fingers opened the account homepage, and the blue V verification was prominently displayed. His brain instantly crashed. What the hell? Nameless person actually applied for a Weibo account. He immediately took a screenshot and posted it on his music blogger account with 100,000 followers, captioning it with only one sentence. The entire entertainment industry is going to be shaken tonight. 3 minutes later, Chung Zihan's Weibo exploded. What the hell? Is this real? Could it really be the person who spontaneously composed 2 classic songs at the Nanjiao concert? Who else could it be? This is a huge news. Chung Zihan took a deep breath and clicked on the trending search nameless person real name registered Weibo, which had skyrocketed to the #1 trending topic at rocket speed. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaobai's Weibo account comments section had completely exploded. What the hell? I've never seen anything like this. This person actually opened Weibo. Kneeling. This young lady is beautiful and charming, can be sweet or salty, seeking sponsorship. Please post more daily updates. Let me also bask in the great God's aura. I hope the great God can notice me. I will love you for 10,000 years. Among them, one comment received 100,000 likes. Big shot. Can you post a photo? I want to see your true face. Countless netizens left comments below like sycophants, requesting for pictures. Additionally, many artists also left comments on Weibo asking for songs. Teacher, can you write me a song? You can set the price. Great God, look at me. I have a wide vocal range and can handle any song. I'm begging for collaboration. Teacher, do you think I'm suitable to sing your song? Humbly, Chapter 31. The cold little sister-in-law. Later on, major entertainment companies also began a battle for talent. Come to us, teachers. Choose your resources, set your own terms. Join us for top-notch treatment, and let's build a music empire together. Unfortunately, no matter how much everyone fawned over them, the nameless person gave no response. Because Liu Xiaobai's main purpose for opening a Weibo account was simply to carry out his revenge plan. After registering with his real name, he had thrown this matter to the back of his mind. At Binhai City Airport, today was the day Su Nanjiao returned to Binhai City from the capital, and Liu Xiaobai came here to pick her up. The MU-5371 flight from the capital had arrived. As the announcement sounded, Liu Xiaobai's gaze immediately locked onto the exit. Finally, Su Nanjiao appeared, dragging her suitcase, walking briskly down the corridor. Her long, silky black hair fell over her shoulders, and her white t-shirt paired with blue jeans perfectly highlighted her tall and slender figure, attracting the attention of countless passersby. Despite wearing sunglasses and a mask, it couldn't hide the stunning charm of the goddess of jade. Nanjiao. Liu Xiaobai waved at her. Upon recognizing him, Su Nanjiao's eyes instantly lit up, and she jogged a few steps towards him. Slow down, slow down. Liu Xiaobai quickly ran over to take the luggage from her hands. Xiaobai. Su Nanjiao flashed a faint smile, her eyes curving into beautiful crescents. She then shifted her gaze, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. I haven't properly thanked you for that matter. It was just a small thing. Liu Xiaobai didn't want to tell Su Nanjiao about his revenge on Zhou Mengqi and Li Wenbo, fearing it would worry her. The two chatted as they walked, unknowingly reaching the parking lot. Xiaobai, did you buy a car? Su Nanjiao asked, a bit surprised. Yes. Liu Xiaobai felt a bit awkward. He had bought a Toyota Camry. During this time, he had received payment for the theme song from director Zhang, as well as royalties from Invisible Wings and Love You, plus the signing fee from Longting. Now, he had at least 5 million in assets. However, Liu Xiaobai still chose the Toyota Camry. The reason was simple. It was cheap. He was also planning to save money to buy a large house for his mom and younger sister. Moreover, he intended to continue lurking behind the scenes and needed to maintain a low profile. But Su Nanjiao, who has used the luxury cars, didn't mind Liu Xiaobai's modest car at all. Instead, she happily got in. I can ride in your car again. Su Nanjiao stuck out her little tongue. Seeing the goddess's beautiful face, Liu Xiaobai couldn't help but feel his heart flutter and blurted out, "Then I'll be your driver for life." As soon as he said this, a hint of blush appeared on Su Nanjiao's face. By the way, what songs have you written for me during this time? To ease the awkwardness, Su Nanjiao changed the topic. It's a song about growth, loss, and return. I plan to use growth as the theme for your new album. As soon as this topic came up, Liu Xiaobai perked up. Oh, so that means less singing or no love songs, right? but I'm best at love songs. Why do you want to avoid this theme? Su Nanjiao blinked her big eyes, filled with confusion. Lu Xiaobai lightly tapped the steering wheel with his fingers. It's not about avoiding love songs, he said in a low voice, but your current state deserves a more complex expression. What do you mean? Su Nanjiao tilted her head to look at him. You can't always be a singer who only sings about little love stories. Lu Xiaobai turned his head, looking straight at her. Su Nanjiao's breath caught, feeling a surge of emotions. If a singer is long limited to songs about little love stories, they will encounter a ceiling in artistic vitality and market development. To further expand in their career, they must break through the mold. At the same time, Su Nanjiao felt sweet inside. She didn't expect he had even thought this through for her. What a thoughtful man. At this moment, the car had stopped outside Su Nanjiao's building. Come my house. Just in time to sing that song for me. Lu Xiaobai was about to say goodbye when Su Nanjiao suddenly said, Sure. A smile appeared on Lu Xiaobai's face. But I have a younger sister who is a bit reclusive and proud, so you need to be more understanding. Su Nanjiao said, looking a bit troubled. Oh, you have a younger sister? Lu Xiaobai asked curiously. What? Just because you have a younger sister, I can't have one, right? Su Nanjiao rolled her eyes at him. The elevator dinged, stopping at the 16th floor. Su Nanjiao's home was located in a high-end residential area. The entrance to the spacious flat was paved with finely textured, natural marble. Elegant artistic sculptures were placed on both sides of the corridor, giving it a very upscale feel. In a while, I also want to buy a house like this for my mom and younger sister. Lu Xiaobai felt excited. Su Nanjiao opened the door, and a spacious and bright 500-square-meter flat instantly came into view. In fact, she used to own a villa, but due to being shelved by her company and having no income for a long time, she had to sell it. Now, she had money, but she was too busy with work to buy another one. As soon as they entered, there was an incredibly spacious living room. Lu Xiaobai hadn't even had the chance to properly take in the surroundings when his gaze was drawn to a small figure. On the sofa in the living room sat a little girl holding a puppy. She was about the same age as Lu Xiaoyan, looking like a delicate doll that had stepped out of a fairy tale. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were like two clear lakes. No wonder they were born to the same parents. She was a little beauty. Upon seeing Lu Xiaobai enter, the little girl merely raised her eyelids slightly. Then, she nonchalantly looked away and resumed watching the cartoon on TV. Looks like this is my little sister-in-law, and she really resembles my wife. That dog in her arms probably had the same name as mine before. Lu Xiaobai thought. Su Mingyao, quickly call your brother Xiaobai, Su Nanjiao said, frowning as she took off her shoes. I want to call. The little girl glanced at Lu Xiaobai while grooming her puppy, her voice crisp yet carrying an incomprehensible distance for her age. Su Nanjiao felt very embarrassed. Damn, I was actually looked down upon by a little girl. Lu Xiaobai felt indignant and decided to improve his relationship with his future sister-in-law. Hello, little sister. Your name is Su Mingyao, right? That is a beautiful name. How old are you? You must be in elementary school now, right? No matter how Lu Xiaobai tried to strike up a conversation, the little girl's reply was always a single word. This girl has always been so aloof. Forget it. Don't bother with her. Su Nanjiao said with a wry smile. Chapter 32 7-Year Agreement Premier Lu Xiaobai still wouldn't give up and decided to tell a joke to make the little girl laugh. Let me tell you a story. There was a turtle that got hurt and asked a snail to buy medicine for it. But after 2 hours, the snail still hadn't returned. The turtle yelled, If you don't come back soon, I'm going to die. At that moment, a voice came from outside. If you keep talking, I won't go. After finishing the joke, Lu Xiaobai burst into laughter, and even Su Nanjiao couldn't help but chuckle. However, Su Mingyao remained aloof. She scratched the lion dog a few times. The little dog opened its mouth, its snow-white body trembling as if it were laughing. Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao's laughter abruptly stopped. The little girl scolded both of them at the same time. Ignoring the cold little girl, the two walked through the corridor and arrived at Su Nanjiao's singing practice room. Don't mind her. Su Mingyao wasn't like this before, Su Nanjiao explained with a bitter smile. It turned out that Su Nanjiao was once at the peak of her career, earning a lot of money. To provide her sister with a better educational environment, she sent her to a prestigious private elementary school. At that time, Su Mingyao was lively and cheerful. However, later on, Su Nanjiao faced being shelved by her company. Her career plummeted, and with their father falling ill and needing surgery, their family's financial situation took a turn for the worse. The little girl had to transfer to an ordinary school. She was sensitive by nature and couldn't bear such a huge gap, and slowly, her personality became withdrawn and introverted. While they were talking, they entered the practice room. The room of several dozen square meters was equipped with various musical instruments: guitars, pianos, keyboards, basses, drums, violins. Do you know how to play all these instruments? I only know a little piano. Then why did you buy so many instruments? Can't I learn? Su Nanjiao rolled her eyes. All right, I'll sing this new song first, and see if you like it. Lu Xiaobai said as he sat down at the piano. A gentle piano prelude began to play. After the prelude, Lu Xiaobai started to sing softly. When I was a child, noisy and willful, my grandma would always sing to me. On summer afternoons, old songs comforted me. That song seemed to sing like this. The singing was tender and heartfelt, seemingly taking Su Nanjiao back to her childhood, feeling those warm and beautiful memories. The new song Lu Xiaobai wrote for her was this song, which had been covered by the King of Heaven, Darkness Falls. Wow, this song is really beautiful. It could totally be the title track of an album. Su Nanjiao's eyes sparkled with little stars. Then you should practice hard. While Su Nanjiao practiced singing, Lu Xiaobai, feeling bored, opened the system panel. It clearly displayed reputation points, 10. 129, skills owned. Beginner piano playing ability, skills available for exchange. Beginner guitar playing ability, beginner violin playing ability. He then realized that his reputation points had exceeded 10,000. Just a few days ago, his reputation points were only 7,000. Why has my reputation increased so dramatically recently without releasing a new song? Lu Xiaobai was stunned. However, he quickly understood that it must be due to opening a Weibo account. So, he opened his Weibo. Wow, Lu Xiaobai was instantly shocked. At that moment, his Weibo followers had reached 20 million. It didn't seem like much since Su Nanjiao had 110 million followers, and even the fallen diva Zhou had 150 million. But don't forget, Lu Xiaobai had only opened his Weibo account 3 days ago. Moreover, more importantly, he was the behind-the-scenes creator, and his exposure was far less than Su Nanjiao's. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xiaobai posted his first update. Thank you all for your attention. I will share some music creation insights here in the future. By the way, I wrote a new song for Nanjiao, so everyone please pay attention to her new album. In fact, Lu Xiaobai's main purpose for opening Weibo was to retaliate against Zhou Mengqi and Li Wenbo. However, he couldn't make it too obvious. If his first update directly targeted them, it would be too apparent. At this moment, the comments section exploded like a lit powder keg. The big guy finally posted an update, first in line to check in. The big guy has written a new song so quickly again. He's simply a rapid-fire shooter. Can't wait for Nanjiao's new album. I'm just counting the days. Nanjiao's diehard fans here. Thank you for writing such a good song for our Nanjiao. Big guy, what's your relationship with Nanjiao? I guess you're a couple. The one above is talking nonsense. My Nanjiao won't fall in love with other men. In front of the largest Starlight cinema in Binhai City, the crowd surged like a tidal wave, winding and twisting into an endless line. That day was the grand premiere of the movie 7-Year Agreement. This film was directed by the top director Zhang Haoran from Longhua. His past works have won countless honors in the film industry, achieving both box office and critical acclaim. He was practically a legendary figure. Therefore, everyone's expectations for this film were sky high. I heard director Zhang spent a whole year preparing for this movie. It must be a masterpiece of the year. I saw the trailer. The visual quality is stunning. Every frame could be a wallpaper. A product of director Zhang must be a fine piece. Just based on his golden name, this movie is worth watching. And the cast is simply unbeatable, with veteran actors and popular stars. This lineup is bound to be a hit. People were discussing animatedly. Amidst the eager anticipation and chatter, it was finally time to enter. In the cinema's VIP hall, Zhang Haoran looked down at the crowd below, his palms slightly sweaty. Years ago, when he directed the Olympic opening ceremony and the Spring Festival Gala, he wasn't this nervous. Because he knew deep down, 7-Year Agreement was a super bad movie. Despite putting in all his effort, focusing on details, and polishing the visuals, he still couldn't cover up the fact that the plot was weak and the logic was flawed. But now, it was too late to turn back. I hope that little guy's new song can salvage some of my reputation, Zhang Haoran muttered to himself. The lights in the theater dimmed, the big screen lit up, and the movie officially began. At first, due to the stunning visual quality, the audience was immediately immersed, occasionally whispering their admiration. However, as the plot progressed step by step, signs of trouble began to emerge. Oh no, the plot twists are too abrupt. It's like a sudden turn. The relationship development between the male and female leads is like riding a rocket. They suddenly love each other deeply without any build-up. I take back my previous comment. This is definitely the king of bad films. Hearing the audience's comments, Zhang Haoran's clothes were soaked with sweat. It's over. My lifelong reputation is about to be ruined. He clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 33. I owe you a favor. As the plot continues to disappoint, everyone's criticisms become sharper. Director Zhang has really messed this one up. My expectations have shattered. I just want to know how such an absurd storyline was written. And the acting. Some popular stars were just going through the motions. Their expressions as stiff as wood. And even the performances of seasoned actors were somewhat lackluster. Just when the scene was about to spiral out of control, the plot finally reached its climax. At this moment, the female lead and the male lead were separated by distance, and longing surged over her like a tidal wave. In an instant, a melodious and heartfelt piano prelude flowed out, instantly capturing everyone's ears. The once noisy cinema fell silent. Unable to resist, I transformed into a stubborn fish, swimming against the current alone to the end. The song MO began to echo softly. Oh my goodness, what a divine song this is. It's so beautiful. A young girl's eyes widened like saucers. This melody, these lyrics, I would call them a stroke of genius. A boy in a trendy hoodie gaped in shock. His mouth agape. The vows made in youth have silently sunk into the deep sea. After a few replays, the ending is still the same. Losing you. At this moment, some people's eyes began to redden. These lyrics are too heart-wrenching. Every line hits home. Who wrote this song? I need to follow them immediately. It's simply incredible. Do you think it could be written by the Nameless One? No doubt. It must be their handiwork. At this point, the song reached its climax. And Siki's voice suddenly soared. I am sentenced to a lifetime of solitude by love, neither fighting back nor letting go. The circles that cannot be drawn by the pen, the connections that cannot be filled in my heart, are you. Everyone felt a tingling sensation on their scalp. This song. A middle-aged man in the front row suddenly grabbed his wife's arm, exclaiming, "Oh my God." Suddenly, there was a commotion in the back row. A girl covered her face, her shoulders trembling slightly. At this moment, she thought of her first love. They had once vowed to be together for a lifetime. However, the one who became his bride was another person. At the wedding, she held it together, not shedding a single tear. Everyone thought she had moved on from this relationship, but only she knew that her entire world had collapsed. Do you remember the vows made in youth? Do you know that I am sentenced to a lifetime of solitude by love? At this moment, she felt a crack open in her closed heart. Her emotional defenses completely shattered. Whoa, she cried heartbreakingly. The movie The 7-Year Appointment mirrored this girl's feelings, finally coming to an end. The lights came on, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. For this song alone, the ticket price was worth it. The cinema lights slowly brightened, but the entire auditorium was strangely quiet. No one stood up, no one cleaned up the popcorn buckets, and there wasn't even a whisper. All the audience's eyes were glued to the screen, waiting for the last few lines of the credits. Finally, after a long list of special effects teams, art directors, and editors, a simple line of black text on a white background appeared. Theme song. MO lyrics composition. Xiaobai performed by Siki in an instant. The entire cinema erupted in excitement. Xiaobai. Who is that? I've never heard of this person. Someone who can write such an amazing song shouldn't be unknown. Such a great song shouldn't have been written by the Nameless One, right? So, our Dragon Country has produced another genius creator? Wait, Siki. Why does that name sound so familiar? Isn't she a washed-up third-tier singer? People began to whisper and discuss. A blogger in the front row quickly started editing a Weibo post. Breaking. The theme song for The 7-Year Appointment was actually created by a newcomer. Following the Nameless One, another genius creator has emerged. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, Zhang Haoran let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally escaped a disaster. He immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Xiaobai. Teacher Lu, I can't thank you enough. I owe you a favor this time. Just as the viewers were hurrying home, news of the premiere of the 7-year appointment quickly spread online. The theme song Mo and Lu Xiaobai's name skyrocketed to the top of the trending topics. A divine song saved a bad movie. I finally concede. Isn't that right? The movie's plot was so disappointing. If it weren't for this song, I wouldn't want to stay for even a second longer. Lu Xiaobai, this newcomer, is simply the chosen one in the music world, pulling the movie out of the mire of mediocrity. Is there anyone else like me who, just to hear Mo, is planning to watch the 7-year appointment again? Count me in. Let us go for second viewing. The idiots upstairs, have you lost your minds? If you want to listen to the song, just wait for the music platform to release it. Why go for second viewing of that bad movie? You're the one who is foolish. How long do you think we have to wait for this song to be released? Exactly. I can't wait even a minute. Similar comments poured in like snowflakes. Soon after, another Weibo post sparked a new wave of discussion. It was the one posted by the blogger in the cinema. Following the nameless one, another genius creator has emerged. This post instantly became the focus of the entire internet. As a loyal fan of the nameless one, I have to say this Lu Xiaobai is also quite impressive. Both of them are undoubtedly geniuses. Our Chinese music scene has hope. They feel like twin stars in the music industry. The future of Chinese music relies on them to raise the flag. Are the people upstairs sick? Does Lu Xiaobai have the qualifications to be compared with the nameless one? Invisible Wings, Love You, Where Did the Time Go? The nameless one has produced 5 classic works. And what about Lu Xiaobai? He only has one song, Mo. What does he have to compare? Just because he wrote a good song, he dares to ride on the nameless one's coattails? Haha, that's just pushing it. In an instant, the comment section became charged with tension. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai, Su Nanxiao, and the aloof little girl Su Mingyao were sitting around the dinner table having dinner. Su Nanxiao held her phone, reading the intense and amusing comments from netizens, laughing uncontrollably. Xiaobai, you've become rivals with the nameless one. Her eyes turned into crescent moons. Boring. The little girl frowned slightly, her pink lips pressed into a straight line. Mingyao, you don't know, your brother Xiaobai and the nameless one are the same person. And now their fans are in a chaotic argument. Su Nanxiao explained to Su Mingyao, and then couldn't he help but laugh again. Oh. Su Mingyao still wore a blank expression. Chapter 34, My alter ego actually defeated my true self, by the way. Director Zhang said he owes you a favor. So you really hit the jackpot this time. Su Nanxiao was at a loss with her sister and had to change the topic. Oh, what do you mean? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow slightly, stopping his actions to look at Su Nanxiao. Director Zhang is a man of his word, since he said that if you have any requests in the future, as long as they aren't too unreasonable, he will agree. Moreover, he has extensive connections and great influence in the industry. The films he directed have won numerous awards, and he's also the chief director of the Olympics and the Spring Festival Gala. Su Nanxiao took a sip of milk, cleared her throat, and said, if I asked him to let you perform at the Spring Festival Gala, that wouldn't be an unreasonable request, right? After pondering for a moment, Lu Xiaobai replied. As soon as the words were out, both Su Nanxiao and Su Mingyao looked at him in surprise. This man is really good to my sister. A glimmer of different light flashed in the originally cold eyes of the little lowly. Su Nanxiao's eyes instantly turned red. She hurriedly lowered her head, but her trembling eyelashes still betrayed her inner excitement. Performing on the Spring Festival Gala stage is a highlight moment that every singer dreams of. Now that Lu Xiaobai knows her dream, he immediately thought of using director Zhang's favor to help her achieve it. This intention instantly opened the softest part of her heart. After dinner, Lu Xiaobai was preparing to leave. Su Nanxiao really wanted to say, why don't you just stay here? But every time the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back down. By the way, Xiaobai, if you have time, you can bring Xiaoyan over to play. Mingyao has no friends at school. Maybe this will make her more cheerful. Just as Lu Xiaobai was about to start the car, Su Nanxiao suddenly said. As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but applaud her own cleverness. How am I so smart? Using my sister as an excuse is brilliant. If Xiaobai often comes over, wouldn't it be natural for him to move in? Great. Lu Xiaobai's eyes lit up instantly. He also agreed with this idea. His sister often stays home alone, and it can be quite lonely. At 9 a.m., in the lobby of Longting Entertainment Building, as soon as Lu Xiaobai pushed open the revolving door, the receptionist immediately stood up. Good morning, Teacher Lu. Her voice was sweet enough to drip honey. When he reached the elevator, several artist assistants who were chatting suddenly fell silent. Please, Teacher Lu. One girl with a high ponytail jogged over and eagerly pressed the up button. Xiaobai, do you have time tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner. Big talent. Here is Xiaomei's phone number. If you're lonely, you can chat with her. On the way to his office, greetings and flattery echoed continuously. Ever since Silent became a hit, almost everyone's attitude toward him has taken a 180-degree turn. Among them, the most eager were the artists. Nowadays, since Li Siki sang Silent, her career seems to have taken off like a rocket. She has an overwhelming number of engagements, some even scheduled for next year. Countless artists watched with envy, their eyes turning red with jealousy, wishing they could get to know Lu Xiaobai and have him tailor a song for them. When Lu Xiaobai arrived at his office door, Li Wenbo was standing in the hallway, smoking and chatting with several creators. Upon seeing him, a hint of unease flashed across Li Wenbo's face. Teacher Li, Xiaobai is a rookie, and he will still need your guidance in the future. Lu Xiaobai smiled and clasped his fists. To Li Wenbo, this sounded like a small knife, piercing directly into his fragile and sensitive ego. Damn it, what guidance? Your song is praised to the skies, while my song is criticized as worthless. Do you still need me to guide you? You arrogant brat. No matter how great you are, can you surpass the nameless? Go and show off in front of him if you have the guts. Li Wenbo scolded angrily. He knew he wasn't Lu Xiaobai's opponent, so he could only desperately bring up the nameless to suppress Lu Xiaobai's momentum. Yeah, just because you wrote a good song, your tail is already in the sky. The nameless has genuinely written 5 classic masterpieces. What is more, he has always kept a low profile, never showing off. That is the character and realm we creators should have. A creator named Zhang echoed. Teacher Zhang is right. We should take the nameless as an example, focus on creating, and not be swayed by fame and fortune, so we can leave true masterpieces in this restless music scene. Another slightly plump creator nodded vigorously. Looks like you all really like the nameless? Lu Xiaobai paused in his action of opening the door and turned around to say, of course, he is a true musician. Li Wenbo straightened his back, looking righteous. Who would have thought that just a short while ago, he had been slandering the nameless like crazy? Lu Xiaobai said nothing and turned to enter his ultra-luxurious office. I wonder what your expressions will be like when my identity is revealed. He chuckled inwardly. At that moment, he opened his computer to check the music charts. Lu Xiaobai was pleasantly surprised to find that Silent had forcefully squeezed into the top 5 of the new song chart. Were the top 4 songs. They are Invisible Wings, Where Has the Time Gone, You at the Same Table, and The Wind Rises. The Sweet and Lively Love You, due to its main audience being young girls in love, was slightly inferior in reputation and sales. However, it wasn't bad, ranking 6th just behind Silent. My alter ego actually defeated my true self? How interesting. Lu Xiaobai chuckled. Just then, a gentle knock on the door sounded. It was none other than Longting CEO, Lu Feng. Little brother, you really made us proud at Longting Entertainment this time. Lu Feng tightly grasped Lu Xiaobai's hand, shaking it vigorously. The song Silent has become incredibly popular, and Li Siki is getting so many engagements that her hands are getting sore. This is all your credit. I see that in the future, you will definitely be a leading figure in the Chinese music scene. He looked at Lu Xiaobai with admiration. Brother Feng is overpraising me. This is also the opportunity given to me by the company. Lu Xiaobai pretended to be modest. After saying that, the two exchanged smiles. To an outsider, they would appear to be old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. You brat, you're just too modest. Lu Feng laughed heartily, patting Lu Xiaobai's shoulder. The company has decided to arrange a dedicated life assistant for you to help you with some daily matters. You can choose the candidate from within the company. What do you think? Lu Feng's voice was quite loud, and several creators outside the door heard it clearly. Chapter 35, I hope you don't attend the award ceremony, damn. Upon hearing this, Their eyes turned red with jealousy. It's not uncommon for music creators to be provided with life assistance by the company, but this is a privilege reserved for top creators. And Liu Xiaobai, having only written one good song, why does he deserve a life assistant? What's more critical is the latter part of the statement, that he can choose the assistant himself. You must know that Longting is an entertainment company with plenty of beautiful girls. If he gets to pick, it would be like a large selection of brides. This bastard really has it good. Thinking of this, they were almost going crazy. All right, then thank you, Brother Feng. Liu Xiaobai smiled and nodded. Having an assistant is nice. They can help him pick up his sister from school. This is our top-grade Dahongpo tea and Cuban cigars. If you need more, just go to my office and grab some. Immediately after, Liu Feng took out a box of tea and cigars from his bag and placed it on the table. Brother Feng, there's no need to be so polite. We're all family, so just speak your mind. Liu Xiaobai said with a smile. Favor given to others always comes with a request. He understood this well. Haha, isn't that right? We're all family. Liu Feng laughed, his wrinkles showing. So, the Chinese music gala is about to take place. You should know about this event, right? He continued. I've heard a bit about it, Liu Xiaobai replied. This gala is hosted by the Music Association and is the most authoritative music award ceremony in the Dragon Kingdom. If a nameless person wins an award, I hope you don't attend the ceremony. Of course, if you win the award as yourself, then that's a different story. Liu Feng stared closely at him, his expression a bit tense. The contract clearly stated that Liu Xiaobai must not reveal that he is the nameless person. However, winning an award at the gala is an honor that is incredibly high, almost the ultimate dream of all musicians and singers. Liu Feng worried that Liu Xiaobai wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of such honor and would ultimately choose to tear up the contract. Brother Feng, you're overthinking it, Liu Xiaobai said lightly. Nowadays, he had become addicted to being behind scenes. He really enjoyed the feeling of operating in the shadows, remaining anonymous, and had no interest in being in the spotlight. Besides, if a pseudonym can win an award, can't he win an award himself? That would be ridiculous. Satisfied, Liu Feng left. Not long after he left, there was another knock on the door. This time it was Su Nanjiao. She had a smile on her face, her skin as white as snow, and her cheeks slightly flushed, making it hard for Liu Xiaobai to look away. Xiaobai, shall we go have a meal? No, I have to pick up Xiaoyan from school later. Oh, in that case, I'll go too and pick up Mingyao along the way. But we're going in different directions, right? Which school does Mingyao go to? Binhai Primary School. What the heck? Xiaoyan goes to that school too. What a coincidence. In fact, Su Nanjiao didn't really need to pick up her sister. That was usually the nanny's job. But she just wanted to spend more time with Liu Xiaobai. As they spoke, they walked out of the office side by side. This scene instantly attracted countless envious and jealous gazes. The music creators were mainly jealous of Liu Xiaobai. He had just joined the company and was already so close to the beautiful head of the Jade Girl sect. Normally, Su Nanjiao was always polite and distant with others. But now she was laughing and chatting with Liu Xiaobai, which was enough to make people green with envy. But more artists were envious of Su Nanjiao. Her close relationship with a nameless person had already made countless people envious, and now she was also involved with the rising star, Teacher Liu. Why did all the good things have to go to her? Some people even couldn't help but curse softly. Su Nanjiao once again got into Liu Xiaobai's Camry. Ever since Liu Xiaobai bought a car, she had rarely driven herself. Upon arriving at Binhai Primary School, groups of parents had already gathered at the school gate. As soon as Su Nanjiao got out of the car, she instantly became the center of attention. She wore a light yellow floral dress, and her fair legs shone like ivory in the sunlight, her delicate collarbone visible at the neckline. With skin as white as snow and cheeks slightly flushed, she resembled a peach blossom in full bloom in spring. The eyes of the surrounding male parents were all drawn to her. One dad, who was originally chatting with others, widened his eyes upon seeing Su Nanjiao. Several young dads suddenly appeared flustered, unable to resist sneaking glances. Fortunately, Su Nanjiao was wearing a mask and sunglasses. Otherwise, it would have caused a sensation. Who is this girl? I've never seen her before. Are these two married? Damn, if she's my wife, I'd be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. That's conservative. I'd be willing to shorten my life by 50 years. Then wouldn't you be dying soon? Damn, are you cursing me? You said that yourself. You're over 30 this year. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Just then, the school bell rang. Before long, Lu Xiaoyan and several little girls walked out. Brother. Lu Xiaoyan spotted Lu Xiaobai at once and excitedly ran over her. Sister Nanjiao is here too? She looked at Su Nanjiao with excitement. Now she already knew Su Nanjiao's identity. Yes. Su Nanjiao squatted down and touched her little face. Then let us go home quickly. Wait, we still have to pick someone up. The three waited for a long time, and just as the school gate was nearly empty, they finally saw a small girl with delicate features walking out with her head down, looking lonely. Su Mingyao. Su Nanjiao called out loudly. Su Mingyao looked up, and, upon seeing her sister and Lu Xiaobai, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Today, my sister and brother Xiaobai actually came to pick me up from school? So you are Sister Nanjiao's sister. Hello, I am Lu Xiaoyan from Class 2, Grade 3, and you? Lu Xiaoyan enthusiastically took her hand. Class 1, Grade 4. Su Mingyao was still as few words as ever, maintaining her cool demeanor. On the way home, Lu Xiaoyan chattered away, sharing interesting stories from school. Sunan this my patenti, listening and occasionally responding gently. Only Su Mingyao remained silent. Lu Xiaobai drove, looking at this warm scene in the rearview mirror, and couldn't help but smile. Let us just go to my house. In the afternoon, I'll have the aunt take them to school. Su Nanjiao said. Sound good. Lu Xiaobai replied. By the way, Sister Nanjiao, the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, and the school is going to have a cultural performance. I plan to sing your song, Where Has the Time Gone? So, can you teach me to sing it during this time? Lu Xiaoyan blinked her eyes, looking at Su Nanjiao with great anticipation. Although brother can also sing, his skills are still far behind those of Big Star. If she could get guidance from Su Nanjiao, she would definitely shine during the performance. Sure, but I'm very strict in teaching, so you have to be ready to endure some hardships. Su Nandas my. Of course, no problem, Lu Xiaoyan said loudly. Chapter 36 The Little Bug Flies. By the way, Mingyao, come up on stage with me. Let us shine together in the performance and amaze the whole school. She turned her head, looking at Su Mingyao with great anticipation. Sure, just when everyone thought Su Mingyao would refuse, she actually nodded gently. It was mainly Lu Xiaoyan's second sentence that moved her. What little girl doesn't like to wear beautiful clothes and show off in front of all the teachers and students? Let's change the song. This song isn't suitable for kids. It's too heavy. Lu Xiaobai suddenly said. That's true. Then you can sing Invisible Wings. Su Nanjiao said to Lu Xiaoyan. No way. This song has practically become our school anthem. It's been sung to death. Lu Xiaoyan replied. Upon hearing this, Su Nanjiao immediately felt troubled. At this rate, Lu Xiaoyan really wouldn't have any songs left to sing. Classmate you, The Wind Rises, and The Sky is Dark. These songs are all more mature in style, and their emotional expressions are more suitable for adults. As for sweet love songs like I Love You, they're even less appropriate. Xiaobai, why don't you write a new one? Su Nanjiao stuck out her tongue and said half-jokingly. Sure. Lu Xiaobai replied without hesitation. I was just saying it casually, and you're really going to write one? You know, writing children's songs is not the same as writing pop songs. Children's songs may seem simple, but few creators can write good ones. Su Nanjiao's eyes widened in surprise. I already have an idea. Just wait to hear it later. Lu Xiaobai smiled. This. Su Nanjiao was momentarily stunned. This? You already have an idea? Don't write childish songs like Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. That would be ear-piercing. Su Mingyao suddenly said coldly. It's for little kids. Don't act so mature all the time. Su Nanjiao tapped her on the head. Don't worry. It definitely won't be childish. Lu Xiaobai smiled. Su Nanjiao's description was quite accurate. A little girl acting mature all day long is both heart-wrenching and amusing. At this moment, the four of them had arrived at Su Nanjiao's house. This was Lu Xiaoyan's first time here, and she curiously looked around. Nanjiao's house is really luxurious. She couldn't help but marvel in her heart. It seems that buying a house must be done soon. Seeing the envious look in Xiaoyan's eyes, Lu Xiaobai couldn't help but feel emotional. In fact, with his wealth, he could have bought a house long ago, but he wanted to buy a better one in one go. Xiaobai, didn't you say you had an idea? Hurry up and sing for us. Su Nanjiao tilted her head, looking at Lu Xiaobai with expectation. Okay. Lu Xiaobai sat down at the piano in the living room. Brother, when did you learn to play the piano? Lu Xiaoyan exclaimed as if she had discovered a new world. I just learned. Lu Xiaobai quickly started playing, trying to divert her attention and hide the truth about his system. As the soothing melody flowed from the piano, he finally began to sing. The dark sky hangs low. The bright stars follow. The little bug flies, who are you missing? His voice was soft and warm, like a gentle breeze brushing over everyone's hearts. He chose the interlude The Little Bug Flies from the movie The Storm. In fact, there are many classic children's songs in his past life. But the problem is, many songs are not suitable for these two little girls to sing. For example, listen to Mommy's words and the brave one. So beautiful. Su Nanxiao immediately sat up straight. Even the usually cold Su Mingyao turned to look over. The stars in the sky shed tears. The roses on the ground wither. The cold wind blows, as long as you are with me. Lu Xiaobai continued to sing. What a beautiful melody. What a beautiful artistic conception. This song could definitely make it to the charts and dominate the entertainment industry. Su Nanxiao couldn't help but murmur to herself, her eyes sparkling. And that aloof little girl didn't know when she had started to hum along softly. After the song finished, the living room fell into a brief silence. I want to sing this in the performance. I'm sure I'll win first prize. Mingyao, don't you think so? Lu Xiaoyan clapped her hands. Su Mendia Zavili Notet. This song has both the innocent and playful essence of childhood, yet is full of meaning. It symbolizes the persistence of small lives, while also hinting at the drifting and searching of emotions. Xiaobai, you're simply a genius. Su Nanxiao was overjoyed. Not only can you write pop songs, but you can also write children's songs. This man always brings her surprises. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Lu Xiaobai said with a smile as he got up. Yay! Su Nanxiao made a victory gesture and rolled around on the sofa with her lion dog, just like a little girl. Now, she already had 2 good songs for her new album. How could she not be happy? Lu Xiaobai quickly shifted his gaze. Hey, you're wearing a skirt today. Aren't you afraid I'll have a nosebleed? Immature. The aloof little girl rolled her eyes at her sister. Su Nanxiao. It was almost 1 o'clock. After lunch, the 2 little ones went to their rooms for a nap. However, Lu Xiaobai was in a dilemma. As a native of Binhai City, he usually had the habit of napping. But now, he had no place to sleep. Although Su Nanxiao's house was large, it only had 7 rooms. Each little one occupied 1 room. The nanny occupied 1, and 1 was Su Nanxiao's bedroom. No matter which room he slept in, it wouldn't be appropriate. The other 3 rooms were Su Nanxiao's singing practice room, gym, and Su Mengyao's study. Although the area was large, there were no beds. You can sleep in my room. Su Nanxiao saw through Lu Xiaobai's thoughts, covering her mouth with her small hand, smiling with her eyes curved. Lu Xiaobai's mouth dropped open. Could it be that she wants to? Don't worry, I want to take a nap. Su Nankia Bodin Get. Lu Xiaobai followed her into the bedroom like a thief. It's somewhat poignant to say, although he has lived 2 lives, it was still his first time stepping into a girl's bedroom. Well, the good girls who hang out in bars don't count. So, Lu Xiaobai curiously looked around. Su Nanxiao's bedroom was primarily decorated in pink and white, arranged quite neatly. In the center was a princess bed, pile high, with all kinds of cute pillows. Every detail exuded innocence and romance. You go ahead and sleep. I still have to interact with my fans. Su Nanxiao walked barefoot into the room and turned on the computer. Lu Xiaobai lay down, and with a slight movement of his nose, he could smell the faint, unique fragrance belonging to Su Nanxiao in the blanket. As he unintentionally raised his eyes, he caught sight of Su Nanxiao's fair and delicate feet not far away, glistening like pearls under the soft light. This series of sensory impacts made Lu Xiaobai restless, tossing and turning unable to sleep. Forget it. I'll just go sleep in the office this afternoon. Lu Xiaobai simply got up and walked to Su Nanxiao's side. Chapter 37. You don't understand me at all at this moment. She was fully focused on editing her Weibo post. The songs The Wind Rises, The One Sitting Next to You, and Where Has the Time Gone, which I shared with everyone at the concert, will officially be released as singles tomorrow. I hope you all will like them. At the same time, I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to the nameless person. Thank you for writing so many great songs for me. Her fingers danced lightly across the keyboard, and soon, the Weibo post was successfully published. As soon as the post went live, the number of comments and likes skyrocketed like a rocket. Oh my god, finally, these songs are being released as singles. And I've worn out the concert version already. Kneeling, Nan Xiao's live performance was simply legendary. Having a single version is such a happiness. I must support it. The Wind Rises is truly a treasure of a song. I've been looking forward to the single since coming back from the concert. It's definitely going to be a hit tomorrow. The One Sitting Next to You was performed by Nan Xiao in such a vivid way. Those youthful memories rushed back to me all at once. In the comments section, fans' comments came in waves. However, the comments quickly changed direction. Am I the only one curious about who the nameless person is? Hey, Nan Xiao, can you reveal the identity of the nameless person? This godly figure is so aloof. Never replies to comments on Weibo. I can only ask you, what is your relationship with him? Is he a man or a woman? He might be Nan Xiao's boyfriend. What nonsense are you talking about? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If Nan Xiao has a boyfriend, my heart would surely break. Su Nan Xiao thought for a moment and replied, he is a very good friend of mine. Please don't guess randomly. As soon as the reply was sent, the netizens exploded. Holy shit, did you guys notice? Nan Xiao used he. Oh my god, could it be that idiot was right? This is bad. My goddess has really been taken away. Xiaobai saw these comments and suddenly burst out laughing. Su Nan Xiao didn't he notice someone behind her? Screamed and fell off her chair. Be careful. In a flash, Xiaobai reached out with his long arm and caught her securely. The fragrance of the girl wafted towards him. Through a thin dress, he could clearly feel the warmth of her skin. Once Su Nan Xiao was seated, Xiaobai immediately let go. Both fell into silence. Time seemed to freeze, and the entire room was filled with a scent called love. Threads of warmth wrapped around them gently. At this moment, Xiaobai suddenly felt something. If I had never met you, where would I be? How would life be? Should we cherish it? He began to hum softly. Su Nan Xiao trembled all over. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief and surprise. Is he confessing to me? Her once calm heartbeat suddenly raced. Perhaps knowing someone and living an ordinary life. I wonder if there could also be love as sweet as honey. Su Nan Xiao opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but no words came out. Yes, if I hadn't met you, my life would be shrouded in darkness. You are the light in my life. As time rushes by, I only care about you, willingly soaking in your breath. Hearing this line of lyrics, Su Nan Xiao felt a warm current surge in her heart, covering her mouth tightly. Yes, I only care about you. So I beg you, don't let me leave you. I can't feel even a hint of affection for anyone else. Su Nan Xiao suddenly felt her heart might explode. So this is love? So this is the wonderful taste of love. In this moment, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. This is a new song I just wrote for you in Inspiration Struck. How is it? Not bad, right? Xiaobai said proudly. Upon hearing this, Su Nan Xiao froze. Wasn't he confessing to me? He was just inspired and writing a new song? With emotions all stirred up. How can you not confess and just write a damn song? Thinking of this made Su Nan Xiao so angry she felt like her lungs would explode. Embarrassed and annoyed, she stretched out her little foot and stomped on Xiaobai with all her might. Then she sat on the bed, pouting, her eyes looking out the window. Hiss! Xiaobai gasped in pain, his eyes widening. What is wrong with this girl? She gets angry when I write her a song? What is going on? Even if my song isn't good, you don't need to be angry, right? Xiaobai spoke cautiously. Poor him. Having lived 2 lives and never been in a relationship, he had no idea about a girl's feelings. Writing songs, that is all you know, I thought. Su Nan Xiao rolled her eyes and said playfully. Thought what? Xiaobai asked curiously. Su Nan Xiao turned her head away. You tell me. You don't understand me at all. How would I know if you don't say? Truly understanding doesn't need words. Oh my god. Xiaobai was dumbfounded. After trying to appease Su Nan Xiao for a long time with no effect, Xiaobai had no choice but to find an excuse to go to work. As soon as he arrived at the office, Lu Feng's personal secretary, Lin Yashuan, walked into his office. Hello, Teacher Lu. Here is the invitation for the Chinese Music Festival. President Lu specifically asked me to bring it to you. Lin Yashuan said respectfully. In the company, although she relied on President Lu, she did not dare to show any disrespect to Liu Xiaobai. Receiving the invitation to the Chinese Music Festival means what? It means being nominated for the Music Award shortlist. This is undoubtedly a great honor, making most musicians feel ashamed. Why are there two invitations? Liu Xiaobai said curiously as he took them. That's because you and the nameless person have both been nominated for the shortlist. Lin Yashuan patiently explained. Oh, Liu Xiaobai was slightly surprised. He had only written one song, Silence, under his own name, and he actually had a chance to win an award. If you don't have anything else, I won't disturb your creative process. Wait, if you have something, just let me know. Liu Xiaobai pondered for a moment, suddenly showing an embarrassed expression. Yashuan, if I wrote a song for a girl, I'm just saying if. This song is of particularly high quality, but that girl got angry with me and even stomped on my foot. What do you think that's about? He stammered. Unable to figure out why Sun and Xiao suddenly got angry, Liu Xiaobai, who had been single for 2 lifetimes, could only seek help from others. What did you say? You wrote a song for a girl, and she got angry with you? How could there be such an ungrateful person in the world? Lin Yashuan's eyes widened as big as coins. Chapter 38. Wholesale pop songs as Liu's personal secretary. She certainly knew that the unnamed person was Liu Xiaobai. What an honor it was for such a talented musician to take the initiative to write songs for someone. Many top stars dream of receiving such treatment. Yet someone is throwing a tantrum and daring to step on Teacher Liu? Such a person must either have a damaged mind or be mentally unstable. Yeah, you're a girl too. What do you think she is feeling? Liu Xiaobai looked expectantly. I'm not sure, Lin Yashuan thought for a moment and said. But this person is so pretentious. I suggest Teacher Liu cut ties with her. She then said angrily. All right, you go ahead and get busy, Liu Xiaobai said, a bit disappointed, as he lit up a Cuban cigar with a lackluster demeanor. Okay, I won't disturb you any longer. Lin Yashuan tiptoed out of the office, afraid of disrupting Teacher Liu's creative inspiration. Liu always announced 2 ironclad rules in front of the entire company. First, no one is allowed to make loud noises in Teacher Liu's office. Entering and exiting must be done quietly. Second, no one should disturb Teacher Liu without reason. If it affects his creativity, the year-end bonuses will be completely deducted. After contemplating for a long time about Su Nanjiao's anger, Liu Xiaobai still could not come to a conclusion. He decided to put this matter aside because there was something more important to resolve immediately: buying a house. This matter could no longer be delayed. Currently, their family still lived in that dilapidated residential building, which was only 40 square meters, a 1-bedroom apartment. His mother and younger sister slept in the bedroom, while he slept in a partition area of the living room, which was very inconvenient. Logically, Liu Xiaobai's net worth now exceeded 5 million, so buying a house should not be a problem. However, he wanted to buy a large flat like Su Nanjiao's. Unfortunately, the price was also quite staggering, at least over 7 million. Although he could take out a loan, he preferred to buy it outright. The thought of carrying a mortgage for 30 years was terrifying. This meant he needed to quickly earn over 2 million more. What would he do to earn money quickly? Liu Xiaobai exhaled a puff of smoke, lost in thought. He had accumulated over 10,000 reputation points, enough to exchange for 100 songs without any issue. If he sold them all at once, his wealth would be astonishing. However, he didn't want to do that. It felt too much like wholesale. Moreover, it would tarnish the classic works from his past life. While classic songs couldn't be wholesale, pop songs could. Liu Xiaobai's eyes suddenly lit up. In his previous life, countless highly profitable pop songs were born. For example, Little Apple had total earnings of at least 200 million. Another example, Mouse Loves Rice brought in at least 170 million. But then again, the issue arose. While these songs earn a lot, they were also criticized by many. He aspired to become a top figure in the music industry. How could he leave such a stain? Was there a way to make money without being criticized? Snap! Liu Xiaobai snapped his fingers, a smug smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Big fool. Big blockhead. The world's #1 clueless straight man. After Liu Xiaobai left the room, Su Nanjiao ranted in her mind. Wrapped in her nightgown, her chest heaved dramatically, and her exposed swan neck flushed slightly. But after venting, she couldn't help but start regretting. Did I act too willful just now? What if he thinks I'm being unreasonable? Su Nanjiao bit her lip, struggling for a while, then suddenly sat up. Her cheeks were red, as if she had made some major decision. She opened the chat window with Xiaobai and thought for a long time before carefully typing a line. I wasn't really angry just now. I thought you would confess to me. After sending the message, she covered her head with the blanket, her heart racing. What did I just say? Oh no. Did I come off too forward? Su Nanjiao lay on the bed, burying her little face in the blanket, her fair and tender legs kicking restlessly. However, after waiting for a long time, she heard no notification from her phone. Did I say it too directly and scare him? Su Nanjiao bit her lip, her eyes gradually misting over. Images of Liu Xiaobai frowning and looking disdainful uncontrollably filled her mind, making her feel more and more upset, and tears dripped onto the blanket. Poor girl didn't realize that Liu Xiaobai was too busy with his money-making endeavor to check his phone. Teacher Liu, you say, you wrote over 20 songs? Huang Wenkai looked at Liu Xiaobai as if he were a monster. Director Huang, let me state once again, these songs are the works of my friend Wang Dali, and have nothing to do with me. Liu Xiaobai corrected him with a serious expression. Oh, then let me take a look at the quality of your friend's songs. Huang Wenkai rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with anticipation. Liu Xiaobai handed over a stack of sheet music. Huang Wenkai read intently, and the room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Liu Xiaobai's heart raced, and his hands trembled slightly. Even though he claimed these songs were written by his friend, he still felt embarrassed. It was somewhat shameful for someone who wrote classics like You and My Desk and The Wind Rises to be associated with such tacky songs. Time passed second by second, each moment feeling like a century. Good song. Great song. Huang Wenkai exclaimed excitedly, slamming the table. What? Liu Xiaobai was dumbfounded. You call this a good song? Are you blind, or am I hearing things wrong? Yes, absolutely a good song. The melody is catchy, and the lyrics are easy to understand. Although it's far less artistic than your songs, in terms of commercial value, it is definitely top-notch. Huang Wenkai excitedly paced back and forth in the office. As the director of the Artist and Works Department, his musical literacy might not match Su Nanjiao's, but his commercial vision was definitely top-tier in the industry. In his eyes, songs that could create enormous value for the company were good songs. That's good, that's good. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaobai felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. As long as you say it's good, I just want some money. Teacher Liu, please call Wang Dali immediately to sign the contract. I want all these songs. Huang Wenkai held on to Liu Xiaobai's hand tightly. My friend has entrusted me with all these songs, so you just need to sign a contract with me. Liu Xiaobai replied with a smile. He was prepared for this, pulling out a power of attorney signed by his mother, along with her ID and bank card. This was the perfect solution he had come up with. His mother wouldn't need to appear, so it wouldn't affect her reputation. At the same time, the income from the song sales could serve as her pension. This idea was simply brilliant. Liu Xiaobai secretly praised himself. Chapter 39, My Heartbeat Belongs to You, Ah. Oh. Huang Wenkai finally reacted and hurriedly instructed his assistant to get the contract. After some negotiations, both parties reached an agreement. The company would pay teacher Wang Dali a deposit of 2 million yuan to buy more than 20 of her songs. Additionally, the subsequent revenue share would be 25. By the way, Teacher Liu, if we need to contact Wang Dali in the future, how do we reach her? Huang Wenkai asked after signing the contract. My friend usually doesn't like to communicate with outsiders, so if you need to contact her, just come to me. Liu Xiaobai smiled. Oh, that's good. Huang Wenkai had no doubts. Many genius creators have quirks. Perhaps this teacher Wang Dali is just a bit socially anxious. Teacher Liu, I hope you can recommend more outstanding creators like Wang Dali to us in the future. Absolutely. Also, we need to find a time to confirm the singers for these songs, and we will need your cooperation then. Of course, of course. The moment Liu Xiaobai stepped out of the office, Huang Wenkai immediately logged into the company's intranet and posted a message. Outstanding musician teacher Wang Dali has created more than 20 excellent songs and is looking for suitable voices. Artists who meet the following criteria can apply. Just as Huang Wenkai finished editing the message and was about to click send, he suddenly hesitated. Who is Wang Dali? Nobody in the company knows her. If he sent out just like that, he feared there would be very few applicants. So, Huang Wenkai added a note below. Please note that teacher Wang Dali is a good friend of teacher Liu Xiaobai. Only then was he satisfied and clicked send. What Huang Wenkai did not expect was that this message would create a huge stir within the company. After leaving Huang Wencai's office, Lu Xiaobai was overjoyed. Now, he already had over 7 million in savings, enough to buy a luxurious flat. It was only then that he had time to check his phone. Lu Xiaobai discovered that a few hours earlier, Su Nanxiao had sent him a message. "I wasn't really angry just now. I thought you would confess to me." Upon seeing this sentence, Lu Xiaobai's mind buzzed with excitement, and he was filled with joy. "It turns out my little princess was waiting for a confession. I was just busy counting money and didn't check my phone. So here goes. From the moment you fell into my arms, my heartbeat has belonged to you." He quickly typed a line on the screen. At that moment, Su Nanxiao was curled up in a corner of the sofa. While absent-mindedly listening to Qin Jie ramble about next week's schedule, she swung her 2 slender legs. When she felt her phone vibrate, she couldn't wait to take it out and check. "Ah!" Su Nanxiao screamed, like a lively little rabbit, rolling on the sofa with a cushion in her arms. "Nanxiao!" Qin Jie was startled by the sudden commotion, and the schedule in her hand fell to the ground. "Pay attention to your artist's image. What if outsiders see this?" She was about to explode with anger. Early the next morning, which was Saturday, Lu Xiaobai drove a Camry, taking his mom and younger sister to the sales department of Yunqiyayu. This is a high-end residential area in Binhai City, comparable in quality to where Su Nanxiao lives. The sales department hall was magnificent, with a marble floor reflecting the crystal chandelier, and the entire floor-to-ceiling window looked out over an artificial lake. The suspended sand table area resembled a miniature city, with building models glowing under spotlights. "Xiaobai, why don't we go look at other places? The prices here are too high." Seeing the scene before her, Cheng Yakin instinctively shrank back. "Mom, this is it. Your son has money." Lu Xiaobai laughed as he put his arm around his mother's shoulder. His mom had spent her whole life worrying about money, and now that he had the ability to let her live well, he couldn't hesitate any longer. "Brother, look, this property has a slide, a fountain, and an artificial lake." Lu Xiaoyan was already on her tiptoes, peering through the glass with excited eyes. Their presence immediately caught the attention of several saleswomen. "Sir, are you looking to buy?" One tall saleswoman quickly approached. Her voice was sweet yet professional, and her name tag read Senior Client Manager, Lin Yan. Although Lu Xiaobai's family was simply dressed, she showed no disdain. For what she understood, in Binhai City, you should never look down on anyone. An old man in shorts and flip-flops might very well own dozens of rental properties. "Yes, introduce me to a 500 square meter flat," Lu Xiaobai said. "Hiss!" All the saleswomen gasped. A 500 square meter house in Yunqiyayu costs over 7 million yuan. Even Cheng Yakin and Lu Xiaoyan were stunned. They thought that even if Lu Xiaobai wanted to buy a house, he would only buy an 80 or 90 square meter one. 500 square meters? They couldn't even dream of it. "Son, isn't 500 square meters a bit too big?" Cheng Yakin shyly stepped back behind Lu Xiaobai and whispered, "Not too big." Lu Xiaobai waved his hand. "Sir, would you like to see the show flat first?" The saleswoman named Lin Yin asked with a smile. As she spoke, she subtly adjusted her collar to reveal her curves. If this man took a liking to her, it would be a blessing from 3 lifetimes. "Lead the way." Lu Xiaobai nodded. The 4 of them arrived at the show flat, and the sensor lights turned on in response. Lu Xiaoyan covered her mouth, almost unable to suppress a scream. She had been envious of Su Nanxiao's house after visiting it, but this place was just as good. She dove into the children's room, grinning foolishly, then rushed to the bay window, hugging a plush toy cushion and refusing to let go. "Mom, look quickly. You can lie here and count the stars." The moment the curtains lifted, sunlight poured onto her excited little face. Cheng Yakin, however, stopped at the master bedroom door, her hand trembling slightly as she held onto the door frame. A house this big and luxurious was something she never dared to dream of before. "Sir, let me introduce you to," Lin Yan said as she walked. "No need to say more. I'll buy this house." Lu Xiaobai waved his hand decisively. "Since both Mom and my sister like it, what else there to wait for? Besides, the quality of the Yunqiyayu property is well known in Binhai City." "What? You're buying just like that?" Lin Yan's mouth dropped open. "Is buying a house this casual? Do you think it's buying cabbage? All right, will you be paying in full or with a mortgage?" Lin Yan steadied herself and asked. "Full payment. Hurry up and prepare the contract," Lu Xiaobai said. becoming a bit impatient. Full payment. Lin Yin was almost petrified, staring at Lu Xiaobai with stars in her eyes. A gold master. Yes, simply a gold master. When they left the sales office, the sunlight stretched the shadows of the three of them long. We have a big house now. Lu Xiaoyan hugged the purchase contract to her chest, as if holding the most precious thing in the world. At this moment, she felt like the happiest person in the world. Cheng Yakin walked at the back, occasionally looking back at the tall building not far away. Old Lu, did you see? Our son has succeeded. She murmured to herself, tears streaming down her face. Lu Xiaobai slowed his pace, holding Lu Xiaoyan with one hand and wrapping his arm around his mother's thin shoulder with the other. He suddenly felt that the numbers in his bank card had become light, while his family's happiness was as heavy as a mountain. Chapter 40. Booking a flight. Heading back to Binhai City. Who is Wang Dali? Far away in a mountain city, Li Siki had just finished rehearsing and was staring blankly at her phone. It wasn't until she saw the last sentence of that message that she suddenly sat up straight, her pupils constricting and her breathing quickening. Sister Lan, book the flight for tomorrow. I want to go back to Binhai City. She stood up abruptly, her voice filled with undeniable determination. Are you crazy? Tomorrow is the biggest commercial performance in a mountain city. The organizer has invested heavily, and your appearance fee is a whopping 200,000. Do you know how many second-tier singers can't even get that price? Sister Lan raised her head in disbelief, having been focused on checking the schedule. Since singing silence, Li Siki's gigs had been pouring in, and her value had skyrocketed. To put it simply, she had transformed from a mountain chicken into a phoenix. I'm canceling. Just tell the organizer that I'm unwell and can't perform. Teacher Lu's friend Wang Dali has written over 20 songs and is currently gathering auditions. Li Siki ignored her shock and quickly packed her things, speaking without looking up. Just for that? It's not even a song personally written by Teacher Lu. Why are you so excited? Sister Lan was stunned, unable to understand. You don't get it. Birds of a feather flock together. How could someone who is friends with Teacher Lu be simple? Li Siki said quietly. Ever since she sang Teacher Lu's song, it was as if fate had favored her, propelling her from an obscure third-tier singer to a highly sought-after talent. She understood better than anyone that Teacher Lu's judgment was never wrong. Even if it meant giving up a 200,000 commercial performance or offending the organizer, she had to go back. Wang Dali, Teacher Lu's friend. Over 20 songs, audition registration. Lin Zimo, who was preparing for a concert in the capital, was staring intently at his phone screen, his breathing becoming heavier. He was the biggest male singer under Longting Entertainment, almost a first-tier artist. If Su Nanjiao was the sister of Longting, formerly Zhoumenqi, then he was the brother. An opportunity had arrived. Lin Zimo suddenly stood up. Book a flight. I'm going back to Binhai City right now. Hearing this, his assistant looked up in disbelief. Linga, you can't leave. The concert is only 5 days away. The stage, band, lighting, the whole team is waiting for your rehearsal. The assistant's voice trembled. I have to support the songs written by Teacher Lu's friend. Who knows, I might get a chance to connect with Teacher Lu. Lin Zimo said firmly. He had always wanted to invite songs from a mysterious, unnamed person, but no one knew the identity of that person. And Teacher Lu was the only musician whose creative level could barely match that of the unnamed person. So, he had to establish a connection with Teacher Lu. At this moment, even Zhou Mengqi had mustered the courage to sign up for the audition. It was obvious to anyone that she was at her wit's end. Since the scandal broke, this former queen of the music industry had become like a rat crossing the street, with everyone avoiding her. The well-known creators at Longting Entertainment were all keeping their distance. Even Li Wenbo had drawn a line with her. This situation couldn't be blamed on others. Who would have thought she would instruct her little boyfriend to frame Su Nanjiao, try to ruin her future? Such despicable tactics were a big taboo in the industry. To turn her fortunes around, Zhou Mengqi could only swallow her pride and try to mend her relationship with Teacher Lu. Meanwhile, Huang Wencai's message caused quite a stir among all the artists in the company. The artists who usually shone on stage rushed to the company one after another. Of course, there was one exception, Su Nanjiao. The reason was simple. Almost all the good songs written by Teacher Lu had been given to her. Naturally, she wasn't very interested in singing Wang Dali's song, even if he was a friend of Teacher Lu. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Huang Wencai stared intently at the computer screen. muttering to himself. The registration list on the screen was continuously growing, almost covering all the artists in the company. He never expected everyone's enthusiasm to be so high. And the root of all this was just that one sentence he added to the message. If teacher Liu himself wrote a song in the future, who knows how crazy everyone would be? He shook his head with a bitter smile. It was still dark when the three members of Liu Xiaobai's family got up to pack their things. Today was moving day. Mom, you've been wearing that piece of clothing for 3 years. Just throw it away. It's not like we can't afford it. You child, even if we have money now, we still need to be frugal, you know? Are you still planning to bring those 2 broken fans to the new house? Our new house has central air conditioning. Doesn't air conditioning use electricity? You really haven't experienced hardship. Oh my, Xiaoyan, are you also stuffing that broken spinning top into the bag? It's almost full. That was the first toy Mom bought for me. Of course I'm bringing it. Watching his busy and excited mother and younger sister, Liu Xiaobai could only smile wryly. These two had lived through tough times for so long that their good habit of being frugal was hard to change. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, Liu Xiaobai's phone rang. It was Su Nanjiao calling. Xiaobai, I'm downstairs at your place. I bought a lot of gifts for Annie and Xiaoyan. Come down to help me bring them up. Why are you here? Today is your housewarming celebration. How could I miss such an important day? Su Nanjiao chuckled lightly, her voice carrying a hint of shyness. Although they had officially established their relationship, this was still her first time meeting Liu Xiaobai's mother. The moment Su Nanjiao stepped through the door with her bags of gifts, the entire house seemed to brighten a notch. Sheng Yakin dropped the clothes in her hands, her breath catching. She had never seen such a beautiful girl. Her porcelain white skin had a faint blush, and her features were as delicate as if they had been hand-carved by God. Clearly just wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans. It accentuated her slender waist and long legs, her curves exquisite. Hello, Andy. Su Nanjiao set down the gifts in her hands, slightly bowing, her voice as melodious as a clear spring. She is Sister Nanjiao, a big star. Liu Xiaoyan excitedly bounced over to introduce her. My son's friend? A big star? Sheng Yakin's eyes widened, her CPU almost overheating. Ahem, I officially announced that she is my girlfriend. Liu Xiaobai said. Actually, she was his wife, but saying that would be too shocking. Upon hearing this, Su Nanjiao's face turned red from her cheeks to her ears. Shyly lowering her head, her long eyelashes fluttered, looking adorably soft and charming. Chapter 41. Even if I sing to dogs, I won't sing for you. Girlfriend? Big star? Sheng Yakin was almost fainting. I admit my son's ability to make money has improved a little bit, but dating a female celebrity is a bit excessive, right? Auntie, let me help you tidy up. Su Nanjiao saw Sheng Yakin still frozen in place and smiled slightly. Without waiting for Sheng Yakin to refuse, she squatted down and started organizing the scattered clothes. This. How can I accept this? Sheng Yakin was at a loss. Don't be polite. I often do housework at home. Su Nanjiao looked up, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. I believe you not. Liu Xiaobai rolled his eyes, silently complaining. But he didn't expect that Su Nanjiao's housekeeping skills were actually quite good. Her slender hands were skillfully folding clothes, each piece neatly squared. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her serious profile. Even the tiny hairs seemed to glow softly, making her look like a painting. Liu Xiaobai was a bit mesmerized. A big star folds clothes even better than I do. Annie, do you want to take this? Su Nanjiao held up a sewing box filled with colorful buttons. Yes, yes. If a button falls off, we can sew it back on and still use it. Sheng Yakin nodded quickly. Liu Xiaobai covered his face. This is such a huge embarrassment. However, you really know how to live. Su Nanjiao showed no signs of disgust. Instead, she carefully packed the sewing box and placed it in the storage bag. Her sincere compliment warmed Sheng Yakin's heart. It was now 7 a.m. The four of them had been tidying up for over an hour. Su Nanjiao was sweating, but still meticulous. Sheng Yakin watched this scene, her eyes suddenly feeling a bit hot. What a good girl. It's a bit of a waste for her to be with my rebellious son. By 10 a.m., the four of them finally arrived at the new house. Wow. As soon as Liu Xiaoyan stepped through the new home's door, she was like a little rabbit set free. Brother, this living room is even bigger than our old home. She excitedly spun around on the floor. Oh, my little ancestor, don't dirty the new floor. Cheng Yakin grabbed her by the back of her collar. But Cheng Yakin's own hands were trembling slightly. Standing at the entrance, looking at the spacious and bright living room with high-end furniture, she hesitated to step inside. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiaobai suddenly felt an immense warmth and happiness. Hey, big talent, your ability to make money is even better than mine now. I'll have to rely on you to support me in the future. Su Nanjiao poked him in the back. Sure, I'll support you for a lifetime. Lu Xiaobai whispered in her ear. Su Nanjiao's face turned red. Her voice, so low, was like a mosquito buzzing. At that moment, her cheeks were burning, and her breathing became rapid. By the way, who is Wang Dali? To ease the awkwardness, Su Nanjiao quickly changed the subject. Actually, it's my mom. Lu Xiaobai chuckled. Saying this, he explained everything in detail. Ha! I knew your money-making speed was so fast. Su Nanjiao covered her mouth and laughed. That's why I didn't tell you about it. Good songs are of course meant for my wife. Those pop songs can go to others. Lu Xiaobai joked. You're so cheeky. Su Nanjiao's delicate cheeks turned slightly red. But speaking of which, not all good songs have to be sung by me. You should also write songs for others. For example, that song Mo. It's more suitable for Sister Siki. Su Nanjiao suddenly said seriously. Lu Xiaobai thought for a moment and realized this was true. Su Nanjiao's voice was very delicate and sweet, and she couldn't handle many songs. For example, classmate Yuan, where has the time gone? If these songs were given to others to sing, they would actually have a better effect. Longting Entertainment Company Limited had never been so lively as today. The waiting area outside the recording studio was packed with people. Almost all the artists were back, except for Su Nanjiao. Even a few first-line stars who were rarely seen put aside their airs and squeezed into the crowd. They gathered in small groups. Occasionally glancing at the door of the recording studio, their faces filled with anticipation. I heard this time Lu Xiaobai is personally overseeing it. That's right. It's said that his mysterious friend has entrusted him with the entire project. If only I could use this opportunity to ease my relationship with Teacher Lu. I used to look down on him. That's right. It was still Li Siki who had vision. She signed up for the audition despite the pressure. Suddenly, the door opened, and everyone turned to look. Li Siki walked out of the recording studio, and anyone could see her excitement. Siki, did you succeed? A close female artist eagerly asked. Yes. I got 3 songs. Li Siki made a victory sign. How's the quality of the songs? Another artist asked. Although they can't compare to Mo, they are definitely classics. Director Huang's evaluation is that each one has the potential to become a hit. Wow. Everyone gasped, their eyes burning with envy as they looked at Li Siki. Who doesn't know that director Huang's commercial vision is top-notch in the industry? Since he said so, it's very likely to be true. Teacher Wang Dali is truly amazing. No wonder he's Teacher Lu's friend. Someone exclaimed. Not long after, the door opened again. This time, the one who came out was Longting's top star, Lin Zimo, whose usually calm face was rarely flushed with excitement. Zimo, how was your audition? Zhou Mingqi asked. Lin Zimo nodded, his excitement evident. Genius. Teacher Wang Dali is truly a genius. He kept repeating. The success of Li Siki and Lin Zimo made everyone even more expectant. However, as time passed, more and more artists walked out with their heads down, some even without a single song. How is that possible? Even Chun Xian got eliminated? Someone murmured. Chun Xian was a powerful female singer in the company, her voice highly recognizable. But at this moment, her face was pale. She just shook her head and left disappointedly. Finally, it was Zhou Mengqi's turn. She took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Get out. Before she could close the door, Lu Xiaobai's cold voice came through. How? How can you treat me like this? Zhou Mengqi froze in place, her face turning pale. She had anticipated that Lu Xiaobai would make things difficult for her, but she didn't expect he wouldn't even give her a chance to audition, directly embarrassing her in front of everyone. Even if I sing Teacher Wang Dali's songs to dogs, I won't sing for you. Lu Xiaobai sneered. Hiss. At this, everyone gasped. Zhou Mingqi's face turned from white to green, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Lu Xiaobai, don't go too far. This is Teacher Wang Dali's song. What right do you have to make decisions for him? She finally exploded, her voice sharp and piercing. Chapter 42. Li Wenbo. It's time for us to settle scores. She completely handed the song over to me to handle. I can give it to whoever I want. Is there any problem? Lu Xiaobai said leisurely. Zhou Mingqi bit her lip tightly, and amidst the mocking and sympathetic gazes of the crowd, she finally turned and left quickly. After the farce, the audition continued. Just as it was nearing its end, the recording studio door opened once again. This time, two almost unnoticed figures stepped out, Lin Dachuan and Ulan. One male and one female. They were not the company's heavily promoted artists and were hardly famous. Did you succeed? Someone asked tentatively. Teacher Lu Xiaobai asked Ulan and me to form a duo, so he gave us a total of 12 songs, Lin Dachuan said, scratching his head innocently. What? The entire break area erupted. 12 songs. What a joke. Why? Together, they have more than Lin Zimo and Li Siki. What's going on with teacher Lu Xiaobai? They don't even have a representative work. Jealousy, confusion, and anger spread among the crowd. Several artists who usually had no interaction with Lin Dachuan and Ulan now looked at them with disdain. Inside the recording studio, Teacher Lu, I don't understand how you could have set your sights on those two. They are plain-looking, their singing is outdated, and no young people like them, Huang Wenkai said. Hearing the commotion outside, puzzled, Lu Xiaobai smiled without speaking. Lin Dachuan's voice was deep like the desert wind and sand, while Ulan, though petite and delicate, had a strong, penetrating voice when she opened her mouth. Isn't that just like Phoenix Legend from my past life? So what if they're rustic? Being extremely rustic is trendy. If they form a duo, it will surely drive all the elderly crazy. After leaving the recording studio, Lu Xiaobai headed straight to the data room. He retrieved all the sheet music data of Li Wenbo since his debut, carrying a thick stack back to the office. Li Wenbo, it's time for us to settle the scores. A cold smile appeared on Lu Xiaobai's lips. Now, the main culprit Zhou Mingqi has lost her reputation, and it will be difficult for her to make a comeback. But this accomplice hiding behind the scenes is still at large. Lu Xiaobai first opened the system panel. Now, his reputation value had reached 12,000 points. He spent 10,000 points to exchange for the intermediate music theory proficiency skill. As a result, he only had a little over 2,000 points left. It seemed a bit unwise to waste so much reputation value on just one Li Wenbo. However, that was not the case. To become a true behind-the-scenes boss, music theory is an essential skill. At this moment, the panel displayed reputation value, 2,129 points, skills owned, basic piano performance ability, intermediate music theory proficiency, skills available for exchange, none. After exchanging for the intermediate music theory proficiency skill, Lu Xiaobai was pleasantly surprised to find that countless music theory knowledge was flooding towards him. The originally obscure chord progressions were now easily understood at a glance. The complex arrangement techniques suddenly became simple and clear in his eyes. Then, Lu Xiaobai began to study all of Li Wenbo's sheet music. In just half an hour, he found some clues. All right, Li Wenbo, it's time for me to peel off your famous songwriter's facade. Lu Xiaobai was quite pleased. After all the preparations he had done, setting up a Weibo account and exchanging for music theory proficiency, the revenge was officially beginning. Turning off the computer, lights, and air conditioning, Lu Xiaobai prepared to get off work. He first went to Binhai Primary School to pick up Lu Xiaoyan and Su Mengyao after school. Then, he drove Lu Xiaoyan back to her home. After that, he drove Su Mengyao to Su Nanqiao's house. In fact, Lu Xiaobai didn't need to go through all this trouble. He could have just taken the two girls back to his own house. The real reason he did this was to take advantage of Su Nanqiao's equipment. In the passenger seat, Su Mengyao held her backpack, her little face tense, but she occasionally stole glances at Lu Xiaobai. Your expression is off. You're smirking. Clearly plotting something bad. She frowned. You noticed that? You're right. I'm planning to stir up some trouble later. Lu Xiaobai said with a mysterious smile. Stir up trouble? What kind of trouble? Can I participate? Su Mingyao's eyes lit up. Speaking of which, I really need your help with this. Lu Xiaobai smiled faintly. As Su Nanqiao's sister, Su Mengyao also inherited musical talent and is a top student. She is the perfect little helper. So tell me, what kind of trouble are you planning? Su Mingyao's big eyes blinked. You know about Zhou Mingqi framing your sister, right? Lu Xiaobai asked. Of course, that woman is absolutely disgusting. Her current situation is truly satisfying. Su Mengyao said, tightly pursing her lips. There's also an accomplice behind that incident, and I'm planning to deal with this person. Lu Xiaobai said in a deep voice. All right, just let me know what you need. I'll do my best. Su Mingyao clenched her small fist. Lu Xiaobai laughed. This little girl is usually very aloof, but she actually cares a lot about and protects her family. As they spoke, they had already entered Su Nanxiao's home. Su Nanxiao was out of town for a performance, and only the nanny, Lu Xiaobai, and Su Mingyao were at home. After the two finished their meal, they dove into Su Nanxiao's singing practice room. What are we going to do next? The little girl asked excitedly. Lu Xiaobai didn't respond to her, but focused on adjusting the angle of the phone camera. Can we start now? After a long wait for Lu Xiaobai to get ready, Su Mingyao asked again. First, put this on. Lu Xiaobai threw a mask and sunglasses at the little girl. As a brother-in-law, he had to protect his sister-in-law's privacy. Dragon Tongue Entertainment Company, Limited. Even though it was already 7 p.m., Li Wenbo had not finished work. Ever since director Zhang chose silence, his status in the company had plummeted. Therefore, he had been holding back, preparing to write some good songs to slap Lu Xiaobai in the face. Oh my god! The nameless person posted on Weibo, saying he would shoot a teaching video. At this moment, a colleague beside Li Wenbo suddenly exclaimed with excitement. What? Upon hearing this, the songwriters who were still working overtime to write songs became excited. They all put down their work and opened the nameless person's Weibo. This big shot was actually going to teach in person. It was a huge surprise that they couldn't miss. Not to mention them, even the netizens were stirred up, all waiting by their computers. The nameless person showing up to shoot a video should finally reveal his true identity, right? They all wanted to catch a glimpse of this big shot's true face. At this moment, even Su Nanxiao curiously opened Weibo to watch. Lu Xiaobai hadn't told her about this. Hello, dear fans, I am the nameless person. The little girl beside me is my sister, named Yao Yao. In the video, Lu Xiaobai smiled and greeted everyone. Oh my god, the netizens were instantly disappointed, because Lu Xiaobai and the little lowly beside him were fully armed, hiding themselves completely. Chapter 43. So you're not a creator, but a tailor. Have you all noticed? The big shot is actually a young guy. He looks so young. You can tell he must be quite handsome. And his voice is super nice, very magnetic. His sister is also very cute, like a porcelain doll. At this point, attentive netizens started to discuss. Although Lu Xiaobai and Su Mingyao were both wearing masks, you could still roughly tell from their profiles. Many fans want to know how I usually create music, so today I want to record a video to explain it well. This time, let's first talk about arrangement. We all know that arrangement is not only one of the core aspects of music creation, but also, Lu Xiaobai said with a smile. At this point, the music creators began to feel disappointed. They were more interested in how the anonymous person writes lyrics and composes music. They had little interest in arrangement. However, listening is still good. After all, this is a master teaching in person. Moreover, understanding arrangement is also quite beneficial for music creation. But the netizens didn't care about that. Their only goal was to see the master more and hear his voice more. What is Xiaobai recording this for? Su Nanxiao frowned slightly. She understood Lu Xiaobai's character. He never does anything without a purpose. There must be a deeper meaning behind this. I don't want to talk too much theory. I'm sure everyone would find it annoying if I went on. Let's jump straight into practical work. Here, I want to choose a few songs that everyone loves to practice with. After Lu Xiaobai finished speaking, the video displayed the scores of several songs. Wow, Li Wenbo, sitting in front of the computer, was stunned, because the scores on the screen were all songs he had written. Truly worthy of being Teacher Li. Even the master chose your songs for the lecture. Yes, Teacher Li is probably going to get famous now. Who told him he is a well-known creator? We little Camillas can't compare to him. Colleagues around him started to praise Li Wenbo. Li Wenbo was overjoyed and hurriedly forwarded the video link to various WeChat groups. Come and see, the master is analyzing my work. He wants everyone to know that his song has been acknowledged by the master. Let's first look at this song, Wings of Love. From a score, we can clearly see that the chord progression of this song is 6/4 IV, and this song is in C major. So we'll assign chords to it, AMFCG. Next, we'll add arpeggios. Lu Xiaobai wrote on paper while explaining carefully. The master's explanations are truly easy to understand. Even I, a music illiterate, learned it. Wow, I just realized that arrangement is actually this simple Amazing. The more a master you are, the simpler your teaching is. Unlike our university professors, who you can barely understand 9 out of 10 sentences. The netizens were all discussing. All right, the accompaniment for this song is done. Yao Yao. Did you learn it? Lu Xiaobai turned to Su Mengyao. Are you kidding me? How can I not learn something this simple? The aloof lowly pouted. The next 10 minutes were arguably the most awkward public execution in the Chinese music scene. Then you can arrange the accompaniment for the next song? Love me. Lu Xiaobai said. Are you insulting my intelligence? Su Mengyao pretended to be angry. How am I insulting your intelligence? Lu Xiaobai asked in confusion. Look, the chord progression of this song is also 6/4 IV, and it's also in C major. There's no need to arrange an accompaniment. We can just use the one from the previous song. Su Mengyao pointed at the score of Love Me. Oh, you're right. Then let us move on to the next song. Are you just trying to waste time? What's wrong? The third one is the same. Then let us move on. Don't be so boring, okay? This one is the same too. Seeing Lu Xiaobai and his sister bickering in the video, many people began to realize. It turns out that it's not that arrangement is simple, but that these songs have very basic melodies and follow the same pattern. I always thought these songs were terrible, but couldn't put my finger on why. The Master S analysis explains everything. The case has been solved. These terrible songs use the same formula, and the melodic progression seems to be copied and pasted. I've always wondered why every time I hear these songs, the melody feels particularly monotonous, as if it's just repeating. Damn it, this assembly line songwriting method is truly ear pollution. The netizens started to curse. At this moment, Li Wenbo in front of the computer turned pale, his hands trembling. His phone vibrated like crazy. Teacher Li, it turns out you're not a creator, but a tailor. I've learned something new. So this is how you write songs. I bet you only use Control-C and Control-V to write music. The way his colleagues looked at Li Wenbo completely changed. Yao Yao, I'll play the accompaniment now. You sing these songs in sequence. And let us see if they're harmonious, okay? Lu Xiaobai continued in the video. No way, what terrible songs are these? I want to sing them. How that? Yao Yao, aren't you being a bit too presumptuous? How dare you insult a well-known creator? Don't you know that these songs are masterpieces by the great Li Wenbo? Lu Xiaobai said angrily. All right, don't be mad, brother. I'll reluctantly sing a bit. Su Mengyao blinked her big eyes. It's over. This time it's all over. Hearing this, Li Wenbo's vision went dark, and he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the netizens had already exploded with comments. It turns out all these songs were written by Li Wenbo. Damn it, a well-known creator wrote such terrible songs. Phew, with this level, the tunes are simple. The lyrics are lame. I could write them myself. It's simply a disgrace to the music scene. I used to consider him an idol. Looking back now, I really was blind. Speaking of which, the big shot is indeed humble. The songs he writes are 100 times better than Li Wenbo's. Yet he still calls him a master. Exactly. The more talented a person is, the more humble they are. Seeing this, Su Nanxiao's lips curled into a sweet smile. The truth is revealed. The purpose of Xiaobai's video was actually to support me. With such a good husband, I feel so fortunate. Lu Xiaobai's video soon ended. But the repercussions were far from over. Starting tonight, Li Wenbo's name would forever be etched on the pillar of shame. The next morning, the trending topic Li Wenbo's song quality questioned climbed to the top of the hot search. The reading volume broke 500 million in just a few hours, and the comments section was flooded with netizen complaints. Soon, many music critics and professional musicians also joined the discussion. Chapter 44, The Insect Flies, Stuns the Audience. Senior music critic Melody Catcher wrote a long article stating, from a music theory perspective, teacher Li Wenbo's chord usage in these songs is indeed too monotonous, with almost no technicality, completely not up to the standard of a well-known songwriter. His evaluation is relatively objective, but the criticisms from others are truly harsh. Renowned music critic Old Tan sarcastically suggested renaming Li Wenbo's collection to 100 Ways of Chord Progression Repeated, priced at $9.9 with free shipping. Suitable for reading in the bathroom. Professor Zhang from the Music Academy stated, I have designated today's video as a reverse teaching material for the composition department. With the assignment, find all the clichés in Li Wenbo's songs. Fewer than 20 means failing. It's truly a case of when the wall falls, everyone pushes, as some lesser-known songwriters who were once suppressed by Li Wenbo have also mustered the courage to speak out. They shared their experiences on Weibo, recounting how Li Wenbo used his position to marginalize them, making it difficult for their works to get exposure. These revelations have further tarnished Li Wenbo's image in the eyes of netizens. The topic of Li Wenbo suppressing newcomers is gradually fermenting on Weibo. At this time, Li Wenbo has just woken up from the hospital. Looking at the screen full of negative comments on his phone, his heart feels like ashes. In contrast, Liu Xiaobai unexpectedly gained a large number of fans during this storm. Many netizens commented under an anonymous Weibo post, "Please don't be so humble in the future. Your songs absolutely crush Li Wenbo. If you call him a master, what does that make you? We want more revelations like this to see the true colors of these so-called famous songwriters. Big shot. Not only do you write great songs, but you also dare to expose the chaos in the industry. I admire you so much. What a delightful surprise." Liu Xiaobai vowed that he initially posted the video just to hit back at Li Wenbo, but unexpectedly reaped a wave of fans. At this point, his Weibo followers had reached 50 million. Liu Xiaobai opened the system panel. Reputation, 4,023 points. Skills acquired, basic piano performance ability, intermediate music theory proficiency. Skills redeemable, none. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed, and the streets of Binhai City had quietly hung red lanterns. The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, and today was the day of the Mid-Autumn Cultural Performance at Binhai Primary School. Liu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao both set aside their work to attend the performance as parents. At this time, Liu Xiaoyan and Su Mingyao were still preparing backstage. The two held hands and strolled through the school corridor. These little kids are really full of energy. How enviable. Looking at the children chasing each other on the lawn, Liu Xiaobai sighed. "Stop right there. This old grandpa. How old are you this year?" Su Nanjiao pinched his cheek. "If you add up my age from my past life, I'm afraid I'm already 50. Liu Xiaobai thought to himself. The two laughed and joked, attracting the attention of countless parents and teachers. Liu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao rarely come to school, so most people don't recognize them. Whose parents are these? They look like stars. Exactly, especially that mom. What a figure, what skin, wow. Mom, that sister looks like a fairy on TV. Everyone was buzzing. Su Nanjiao's face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly buried her face in Liu Xiaobai's shoulder. Being mistaken for a mother at her young age is quite embarrassing. The program finally began. The auditorium was packed, with almost all the parents and families of the little children present. Of course, no one expected that the hottest superstar in Longwa and the most talented musician were among them. The performance opened with a chorus of Invisible Wings. Just as Liu Xiaoyan said, this song has practically become the school anthem. Su Nanjiao was overjoyed. She had never imagined that her song would one day enter a school. Next, let us invite Zhang Yuhang from Class 4, Grade 6 to bring us the classic children's song My Dream. As the announcer's voice fell, the program officially began. Liu Xiaobai was initially looking forward to it. Since it was a classic children's song, it should be good, right? However, he quickly frowned. This kind of trash song is called a classic. Liu Xiaobai muttered. Both the lyrics and the score are simply terrible. This is already considered good? Do you think everyone is as talented as you? Su Nanjiao, linking her arms with Liu Xiaobai, rolled her eyes. Young people nowadays really don't know how to appreciate. This is our Longwa's most classic children's song. A nearby, beer-bellied uncle, hearing Liu Xiaobai's words, disdainfully said. Liu Xiaobai smiled and said nothing. As the program reached halfway, the announcer's voice rang out again. Next, please enjoy the original song, The Insect Flies. Performers, Liu Xiaoyan from Class 2, Grade 3, and Su Mingyao from Class 1. Grade 4. The audience erupted. Did I hear that right? An original song? I can't believe I'm hearing an original song in elementary school. This is outrageous. Can elementary students really create original songs? Kids should have lower expectations. Amidst the whispers, the two little girls walked out hand in hand. On the left, Liu Xiaoyan wore a light blue puffy dress, while on the right, Su Mingyao had her long, smooth black hair down. Oh my God, whose kids are these? Are they real or dolls? So beautiful and kawaii. My heart is melting. I want to take them home and raise them. After seeing them, looking back at my own chubby daughter, I instantly feel like my child isn't as cute anymore. Many parents gasped with their hands over their mouths. The next song is called The Insect Flies, written and composed by my brother. I hope everyone likes it. Thank you. Amidst the rising waves of astonishment, Lu Xiaoyan gracefully bowed. This little girl is becoming more and more confident and outgoing. Lu Xiaobai smiled with satisfaction. The piano prelude began, and Lu Xiaoyan was the first to sing. The dark sky hangs low, bright stars follow. Insects fly, who are you missing? The tender but clear voice made everyone hold their breath. Then, Su Mingyao also began to sing. The stars in the sky shed tears, the roses on the ground wither. The cold wind blows, as long as you are with me. The principal's glasses, halfway up, froze on his face. The beer-bellied uncle's mouth dropped open, and his thermos rolled off the table. At this moment, even the most mischievous little boy fell silent, sitting still in his parents' arms. Not only are the two little girls beautiful, but they sing so well, it's simply unbelievable. Insects fly, flowers sleep, a pair of couples is beautiful. The two little girls began to sing in harmony. What a beautiful imagery. The lyrics are so exquisite. Such clean and clear voices, they purify my soul. Chapter 45. Is this the behavior of a diva? Everyone was immersed in the singing, feeling a surge of emotions. At the same time, more and more people took out their phones to start recording videos. As the last note fell, Su Mingyao performed an elegant curtsy, while Lu Xiaoyan playfully made a heart gesture. The audience fell silent for 10 seconds before a thunderous applause erupted. Amazing! The principal in the front row was clapping so hard his hands turned red. Truly classic. This is the best children's song I've ever heard. A father was shaking his wife's hand excitedly. If this goes online, I'll become an internet celebrity. A young mother's eyes were shining. The night breeze after the performance carried the early autumn chill as Lu Xiaobai held Su Nanxiao's hand, walking slowly along the tree-lined path in the Yunqi Yuan residential area. The two little girls had already been picked up by the nanny to sleep, leaving just the two of them. Since confirming their relationship, they had been looking for opportunities to be alone together, and such a good chance was naturally not to be missed. At this moment, it was getting late, and since this was a high-end residential area, there were hardly any people on the road. Nanxiao, have you noticed? Mingyao seems to have become more cheerful. Lu Xiaobai suddenly said. Indeed, I saw her talking to many little friends. It's all thanks to your talent. Su Nanxiao replied admiringly. If it weren't for you writing that song Insect Flying, she probably wouldn't have gone on stage. You're too kind. Lu Xiaobai smiled and cupped his fists. By the way, I still want to hear that song I Only Care About You that you sang to me that day. Su Nanxiao linked her arms with Lu Xiaobai's right arm and tilted her face up to say, Sure. Lu Xiaobai's heart softened as he led her to a stone bench by the roadside to sit down. If I hadn't met you, where would I be? How would life be? Should I cherish it? As Lu Xiaobai softly hummed, Su Nanxiao unconsciously leaned her shoulder against him. The moonlight tonight is beautiful, but your song is even more beautiful. Su Nanxiao nestled in his arms and whispered, What you actually mean is that the song is good, but my singing is not, right? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. It's okay. Su Nanxiao smiled playfully. Excuse me, was that song you just sang written by you? At that moment, a cold voice came from beside them. They turned to see a tall woman wearing a mask and sunglasses. You are? Lu Xiaobai asked in confusion. Sister Qingwu, is it you? Suddenly, Su Nanxiao sat up straight, excitedly saying, Nanxiao, I didn't expect you to recognize me like this, the woman said as she took off her mask. It turned out to be Gu Qingwu, the true diva of the Chinese music scene. She was a genuine superstar, not like the traffic diva Zhoumenqi. Having debuted for 20 years, she had won 17 Gold Melody Awards, and her album sales often topped the charts. Sister Qingwu, what a coincidence to meet you here. Su Nanxiao exclaimed in surprise. I'm a resident here. I just came down for a walk after dinner. Gu Qingwu smiled. She was well-maintained. It was hard to believe she was already in her 40s, Lu Xiaobai thought to himself. The song you just sang was really good. Did you write it? Gu Qingwu turned to Lu Xiaobai. Yes, Lu Xiaobai replied casually. For some reason, he didn't like this diva very much. He felt there was an air of arrogance and indifference in her demeanor, as if she looked down on others. Although Su Mingyao was also aloof, she was never arrogant and instead gave off a charming vibe. Are you sure? Do you own the copyright to the lyrics and music? Gu Qingwu asked. What does it have to do with you? Lu Xiaobai's voice grew cold. Is this an interrogation? I really like this song. Sell it to me. I'll offer you 500. 000. Gu Qingwu extended 5 fingers, appearing very generous. 500. 000. Lu Xiaobai was taken aback. Are you kidding me? From her tone, it seemed that this 500. 000 was for a buyout of the copyright. In other words, Lu Xiaobai would not enjoy any royalties in the future. Sister Qingwu, you're being a bit excessive, aren't you? We both understand music and should know the value of the song you just heard. A mere 500. 000. Do you think it's like buying cabbage? Su Nanxiao was a bit angry. He must be a newcomer. This price is already quite decent. Even songs from intermediate composers in the country don't go for much more than this. Gu Qingwu was slightly surprised. She really couldn't understand why Lu Xiaobai refused her high offer. Nanxiao, let's go. Don't waste your breath on her. Lu Xiaobai said coldly, standing up to leave. When Su Nanxiao bought his song before, she offered 1 million. He didn't expect the famous Diva to be so stingy and arrogant. He was truly disgusted. 60. 000 should be acceptable, right? Newcomers should know their place. Gu Qingwu said coldly, thinking Lu Xiaobai was playing hard to get, and continued to raise the price. Diva Gu. Lu Xiaobai suddenly turned around. Gu Qingwu was delighted. It seemed the newcomer couldn't resist the temptation of money. A mere 60. 000 to buy a classic song. This is a huge profit. On what basis do you think I would sing this song for you, and not for Nanxiao? Lu Xiaobai looked in her eyes. This was the question he had always wanted to ask. I am a diva. My singing skills are top-notch in the Chinese music scene, and good songs should be promoted by me, Gu Qingwu said without hesitation. Let's go. Her tone of arrogance made Lu Xiaobai lose all patience. He grabbed Su Nanxiao and walked away without looking back. If he stayed any longer, he feared he might hit someone. Is this the behavior of a diva? Why should a good song be given to you? Really, how shameless. A newcomer dares to act so high and mighty. Watching Lu Xiaobai's retreating figure, a glint of sharpness flashed in Gu Qingwu's eyes. That night after the performance, the live video of insect flying exploded online. Original song by elementary school students Insect Flying is amazing, seeking information on the lyricist and composer. Trending topics surged one after another. The comment section was even more lively. The stars in the sky are crying. The roses on the ground are wilting. This imagery is incredible. Begging for the audio source. My daughter has listened to it 30 times and still won't sleep. Which genius wrote this? This level blows away a bunch of professional musicians. Did that little girl say it was written by her brother? Just as the entire internet was crazily searching for this mysterious brother, Su Nanxiao's management company suddenly released an announcement. The lyricist and composer of the classic song Insect Flying is unnamed person. This song will soon be included in Su Nanxiao's new album Dark Sky. So stay tuned. As soon as the announcement was made, the internet exploded. Chapter 46. Releasing a mini album, I was wondering why it sounded so good. It turns out it's the Nameless One again. This Nameless One is simply extraordinary, producing classic hits one after another. It feels like his creative ability never runs dry. Just to calculate. Songs like Invisible Wings, I Love You, Where Has the Time Gone, You at the Same Table, The Wind Rises, and The Bugs Fly were all written by him in just a few weeks. This is quite absurd. Just as everyone was discussing it passionately, a netizen suddenly said, "Has anyone noticed that the recent music charts have been completely dominated by his songs? If he writes a few more songs, I'm afraid there won't be any room for others in the top 10. After some reminiscing, the netizens realized that it was indeed the case. For a full 2 or 3 weeks, his songs had never fallen out of the top 7 on the music charts. This means that, apart from Lu Xiaobai's Silence, which made it into the top 5, no other song could even slightly compete with his. Looking across the entire Dragon Country, who else could rival him besides Lu Xiaobai? This guy's terrifying. Everyone gasped in shock. Tianyu Records. It's that Nameless One again. Who on earth is this person? President Wang Jinyu was so furious that he slammed his tablet on the conference table. They had tried every possible way to uncover the identity of a Nameless One, but Su Nanxiao and others kept their mouths sealed and refused to speak. Now, they couldn't even find a way to recruit him. Of course, the Nameless One has a Weibo account, but he has completely gone into hiding since he posted a teaching video last time. President Wang. Didn't netizens say that the only one who can compete with the nameless one is Liu Xiaobai? Why don't we recruit him? This way, we won't be entirely helpless against Longting. The music director wiped his cold sweat and suggested. That makes sense. Contact Liu Xiaobai immediately. No matter what conditions we have to offer, we must invite him over. Wang Jinyu gritted his teeth and said. Starshine Entertainment's creative department. The conference room was silent. More than a dozen top composers stared at the projection screen, which displayed the lyrics and score of The Bugs Fly. During this time, they had been studying the works of the Nameless One, trying to uncover the secret of his creativity. The stars in the sky weep, the roses on the ground wither. How come we can't write such simple words? The chief composer suddenly threw his pen aside, muttering to himself. The entire piece only uses 6 basic chords but can create such profound imagery. This person's strength is truly immeasurable. Another composer sighed. The more they studied the Nameless One, the more unfathomable he seemed. Meanwhile, the person at the center of the storm was having dinner at Su Nanjiao's home. Liu Xiaobai was currently facing a happy dilemma. Su Nanjiao had been insisting that he move in with her. This was originally a good thing. But Liu Xiaobai had just bought a new house and had barely moved in for a few days. How could he just up and leave? Besides, living at his girlfriend's place felt a bit like being a freeloader, right? But the reason Su Nanjiao gave was hard to refuse. My house is equipped with all kinds of instruments and equipment. Wouldn't it be convenient for your creativity? You could buy your own, but do you know how expensive a piano is? It's better to save some money. My instruments and equipment are just sitting there. What a waste. So, Liu Xiaobai had been troubled by this for the past few days. Xiaobai, aren't you going to reveal your identity as the Nameless One? Su Nanjiao wrapped her long arms around his neck, hanging on him like a koala. But the contract states that if I reveal my identity, it counts as a breach of contract, and I'd have to pay a penalty of several million. Liu Xiaobai lightly scratched her perky nose. You're still worried about that? As long as you reveal that you are the Nameless One, many companies will fight to pay your penalty. Su Nanjiao said. Since I promised Lu Feng, I have to keep my word. Besides, if I go to another company, wouldn't that mean being separated from my lovely wife? Liu Xiaobai gently wrapped his arms around her slim waist. Hee, that's true. Su Nanjiao wrinkled her nose. In fact, she was quite happy inside. No one wants their boyfriend to be someone who doesn't keep his promises, right? By the way, speaking of business, your next album can be released, right? Liu Xiaobai said seriously. Huh, but I only have 3 new songs right now. Then just release a mini-album. Liu Xiaobai said. A mini-album is equivalent to a standard album, but only requires 3 to 6 songs to be released. But why are we in such a hurry to release a new album? Wouldn't it be better to release a standard album? Su Nanjiao was somewhat puzzled. Because the market needs to maintain its heat. If we wait to gather 12 songs for a standard album, it will take at least half a year. Liu Xiaobai said solemnly. You're right, Xiaobai, you're so smart. Su Nanjiao's eyes lit up. Liu Xiaobai smiled. In fact, the reason he just mentioned was indeed the most important one, but there was also a bit of personal interest involved. During this time, he hadn't released any new songs, causing his reputation to grow slowly. Currently, his reputation value hadn't exceeded 5,000, and he could only exchange for some basic performance skills. At this speed, exchanging for those amazing skills seemed far from reach. Infinite vocal range, emotional resonance, walking CD, absolute pitch, as well as personal appearance and charm. He had long been drooling over these. Then let's finish dinner quickly, and afterward, we can practice I Only Care About You. Okay. The hype from the live video of The Bugs Fly had not yet faded when another major announcement came. Su Nanjiao would release a mini-album in a week. In an instant, everyone was stunned. It should be noted that Su Nanjiao's last album was released just 3 weeks ago. In less than a week, she had already released singles for The Wind Rises, You at the Same Table, and Where Has the Time Gone? Now, she was going to release a new album? Other singers consider it fast enough to release a new album every 9 months. However, Su Nanjiao's fans didn't care about that. They were as excited as if it were the new year. Being a fan of Nanjiao is happiness. There are more good songs to listen to. They are already prepared to be brainwashed by the new songs. Help! I just set Where Has the Time Gone as my ringtone. Does this woman want me to change it again? Nanjiao is going to occupy all the top 10 spots on the charts. Haha, other singers' fans are probably going to cry in the bathroom. Everyone is guessing how many songs in the album were written by the nameless one. Probably only the bugs fly, because do you think the nameless one is a god? How could he write songs that fast? In the Weibo comment section, fans' messages surged like a tide. However, Su Nanjiao quickly revealed the answer. All 3 of my new songs were written by the nameless one. Chapter 47. Since that's the case, I will bring out my trump card. This news exploded like thunder. Everyone was stunned. Great God, please accept my knee, respect. Seriously suspecting that the nameless person is a wholesale song dealer. I suggest that the nameless person change their name to wholesale song dealer. A popular Weibo influencer conducted a detailed analysis. Su Nanjiao took 3 weeks to release 8 songs written by the nameless person. This means that this guy can write a song in just 6 days. This speed is simply outrageous. Meanwhile, all the artists and Longting Company who are preparing to release new songs receive a notice. The release of new songs was postponed to make way for Su Nanjiao's new album. Even those artists who were ready to sing Wang Dali's new song were affected. There's no way around it. The combination of the nameless person and Su Nanjiao is a bombshell. Even Liu Xiaobai's good friend, teacher Wang Dali, had to retreat. At this moment, Liu Xiaobai was having dinner at Su Nanjiao's house. Recently, he had spent more time at Su Nanjiao's house than at his own new apartment. Xiaomingio, let me quiz you on a history question. During dinner, Liu Xiaobai started teasing his sister-in-law again. This little girl is indifferent to people, but is super academic. Although she is a primary school student, she has dabbled in some historical knowledge. The little lowly remained aloof. Do you know how Zhao Yun died? Liu Xiaobai asked. Killed by the enemy. The little lowly replied after a moment of thought. Wrong. It was gallbladder inflammation. Liu Xiaobai said. Gallbladder inflammation? Su Mingyao's big eyes were filled with confusion. Was there gallbladder inflammation in the 3 Kingdoms period? Moreover, can gallbladder inflammation be fatal? I've never heard of that. Originally, gallbladder inflammation is not fatal. But don't forget, Zhao Yun was full of gall. Liu Xiaobai said seriously. Hee. Su Nanjiao burst into laughter. Boring. The little lowly rolled her eyes, but a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Su Nanjiao was very pleased to see this, and hurriedly gave Liu Xiaobai a wink. Meaning, did you see? She actually smiled. Quickly, do another one. Hee. It seems you haven't studied hard enough. Let me quiz you again. A centipede was bitten by a poisonous snake and had to have its leg amputated. The centipede was very sad, and then the doctor said something that made it instantly no longer sad. What did the doctor say? Liu Xiaobai asked again. Anyway, you have many legs, so at least you can still walk after the amputation. Su Mingyao said seriously. Hee. Su Nanjiao laughed again. I didn't expect my sister to be quite humorous. Sorry, I forgot to mention that all of the centipede's legs had to be amputated. Liu Xiaobai said. Then I don't know. Su Mingyao shook her head. The doctor said, dude, think positively. You'll be a worm from now on. Ha ha ha. Boring. After dinner, Liu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao walked into the singing practice room. Xiaobai, ever since you came, Mingyao's personality has started to become more cheerful. So, you should move in as soon as possible, Su Nanjiao said, wrapping her arms around Liu Xiaobai's arm in a coy manner. Well then, I'll go home tomorrow to pack my things and move in. Liu Xiaobai nodded. That's great. Su Nanjiao's eyes curved into a smile. She realized how happy and lucky she was. In her career, she had already joined the ranks of first-line singers. Once her new album was released, it was likely that becoming a queen would be a sure thing. And in love, she was even more outstanding, having such a talented and gentle boyfriend. If Liu Xiaobai's identity were revealed, who knows how many female stars would envy her. Dingling. Suddenly, Su Nanjiao's phone rang urgently. It was Wu Yuhan calling. Sister Nanjiao. Something big has happened. On the other end of the line, the little assistant's voice was very anxious. After listening, Su Nanjiao's face instantly turned pale. With a loud bang, her phone fell to the ground. Nanjiao, what happened? Liu Xiaobai asked nervously. Gu Qingwu's new album will also be released in a week. Su Nanjiao took a deep breath. Is Gu Qingwu that scary? Liu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Very scary. Extremely scary. Su Nanjiao said solemnly. As she spoke, she began to explain. It turns out that after Gu Qingwu won her 17th Golden Melody Award, she suddenly married a wealthy businessman in a flash. In the following years, She had a few children and stayed at home to raise them. It was precisely for this reason that Zhou Mengqi, Su Nanjiao, and others had the opportunity to rise. Back in the day, the queen's fame was simply outrageous, pressing everyone down to the ground. Now, she suddenly makes a comeback and has teamed up with top creator Zhang Ziyuan. This is definitely a dimensional blow to all artists. Xiaobai, it's not that I don't believe in your ability, nor do I lack confidence in myself. It's just that Gu Qingwu's fan base is too huge. More importantly, the company behind her, Tianlai, is the top entertainment company in Longhua. Sunandia Hudiden et Lai. Understand. Lu Xiaobai's expression also became serious. Gu Qingwu is not scary. The Zhang Ziyuan behind her is even scarier. Although their combined strength is formidable, Lu Xiaobai is not afraid at all. What truly puts pressure on him is a series of cold numbers. Gu Qingwu's Weibo has nearly 300 million fans. Each Weibo post has tens of millions of shares, and Tianlai Entertainment has enough cash flow to buy half the industry. Heh, he suddenly chuckled lightly. This era is so similar to my previous life. In the past, as long as the work was good enough, it would definitely be heard. But now, no matter how stunning the melody, it can't compare to a trending topic. No matter how heartfelt the creation, it can't compete with the traffic pushed by capital. Xiaobai, don't worry about me. Seeing Lu Xiaobai's expression, Su Nanjiao comforted him in return. I just realized that music is not a competition. It doesn't have to be about winning or losing. Even if the heat fades away, at least my fans will still listen to my songs. Lu Xiaobai gazed at her reddened eyes. He knew how strong-willed this girl was and understood what the title of queen meant to her. Now, she was just one step away from the throne of the queen. But suddenly, Gu Qingwu emerged. This situation would be difficult for anyone to bear. Lu Xiaobai had thought about avoiding the release time. But if he did that, everyone would know that the nameless person was Zhang Ziyuan's defeated opponent, and Su Nanjiao was definitely not Gu Qingwu's match. Faced with such an arrogant queen, how could he retreat? Lu Xiaobai clenched his fists. In fact, his desire to win was even stronger than Su Nanjiao's. Because once the heat is gone, it means that his reputation will grow at a slower pace. Since that's the case, I will bring out my trump card. Lu Xiaobai suddenly picked up a guitar. Chapter 48, this song will dominate the entire Chinese music scene. What is the secret weapon? Su Nanjiao looked pleasantly surprised. Nanjiao, you've worked hard during this time. Let us record another song. I promise this song will dominate the entire Chinese music scene. No amount of traffic or capital can stand a chance against it. Lu Xiaobai smiled coldly. You mean this song is even more classic than I Only Care About You? Su Nanjiao looked astonished. In her eyes, I Only Care About You had already reached a remarkably high artistic level, and she feared that even Lu Xiaobai would struggle to surpass it in a short time. But from Lu Xiaobai's words, it seemed that compared to the upcoming song, I Only Care About You could only be considered a little brother. Exactly. Lu Xiaobai smiled coldly. What do capital and traffic matter? If I take out the timeless classic that had a wide audience and high popularity in my previous life, how would you respond? Tianlai Entertainment. This new album, Human Whisper, is Qingwu's first battle after her comeback, and it must not fail. What ideas and suggestions do we have? Let us brainstorm. Zhao Chun, the president of Tianlai, said solemnly. I only have one concern, and that is Su Nanjiao, said top songwriter Zhang Ziyuan, frowning. Teacher Zhang is overthinking it. With you and me joining forces, who else in the entire dragon country can be our opponent? Gu Qingwu said coldly. Qingwu, don't underestimate Su Nanjiao. In terms of fame and strength, she is far from you. However, that nameless person behind her is quite formidable. To be honest, the songs he writes, I am ashamed to compare myself to. Zhang Ziyuan said. What teacher Zhang said is correct. With the songs from the nameless person, the music charts have been dominated by Su Nanjiao for nearly a month now. A senior executive said, I've listened to every song by the nameless person, and I can only say that this person is a genius. Every song he writes is a classic. Another executive added, in that case, let us increase our publicity efforts. Zhao Chun waved his hand. Immediately contact all major music platforms. Set Qingwu's album cover as a splash screen advertisement. Lock down all recommendation slots. And push Su Nanjiao's songs to the secondary page. Also, during this time, Qingwu needs to participate in more variety shows and interviews to increase topic heat. Additionally, arranged for dozens of marketing accounts to spread the word, claiming that Su Nanjiao's music is low-end and only works like Qingwu's, which meet international standards. Deserve to be on a grand stage. Oh, and edit the footage of Qingwu's performance at the Golden Hall and release a press release tomorrow. Zhao Chun shook his wine glass and suddenly revealed a cold smile. I want everyone to know that in the face of capital, so-called genius and sentimentality are nothing but ants that can be crushed. Meeting adjourned. On October 16th, the news of Gu Qingwu and Su Nanjiao releasing their new albums on the same day attracted countless attention. Entertainment news headlines and social media hot searches were dominated by this upcoming album release battle. The front page of the Dragon Country Entertainment News boldly printed the headline, Gu Qingwu versus Su Nanjiao, the pinnacle showdown of the Dragon Country music scene, accompanied by large photos of both singers. Everyone wanted to see if the nameless person and Su Nanjiao, this pair of rising stars, could turn the tables on Zhang Ziyuan and the Diva. However, no one expected that from the very beginning, this competition showed signs of being one-sided. All the splash screen advertisements on major platforms featured Gu Qingwu. All recommendation slots were bought out by Xiaobai. The top 5 hot searches were all dominated by Gu Qingwu's comeback and her new album, Su Nanjiao, the nameless person, and the video of insect flying. All lost their heat. In the end, Gu Qingwu posted a video of her singing at the Golden Hall on Weibo, completely pushing the heat to a climax. The caption below the video read, "Thanks to Xiaobai for allowing me to always stand at the top." Gu Qingwu's fans erupted. This is the true orthodoxy of the Chinese music scene. When Diva Gu was singing at the Golden Hall, a certain Su was still drinking milk. My Qingwu's voice is unmatched. Her new album will definitely be a hit. Finally, at 8 p.m., Gu Qingwu and Su Nanjiao's new albums went online simultaneously. The Diva's 2 million digital albums sold out instantly, and the comment section was filled with praise. Qingwu's high notes are incredibly powerful. This is true international standard. Teacher Zhang Ziyuan is indeed a top songwriter. Every note hits my aesthetic point perfectly. Su Nanjiao's songs? Sorry, my Qingwu's album has been on repeat several times. I don't have time to listen to other noise. Meanwhile, when Su Nanjiao's Darkness went live, it was like a small stone thrown into the deep sea, with downloads only reaching a mere 180,000. Everyone lamented, "Your grandfather will always be your grandfather." Even the nameless person and Su Nanjiao were not worthy opponents for Gu Qingwu. 2 million versus 180,000. Looking at the stark red numbers, Liu Xiaobai frowned. The power of capital is terrifying. He never expected that even the timeless classic of the music godfather from his past life wouldn't stand a chance. He sighed deeply. Just now, he had a discussion with Lu Feng. Lu Feng patted his shoulder and advised bitterly, "Little brother, give it up. Even if you lose this time, it's not your fault. If you want to blame someone, blame our Longting's strength for being too weak. We simply cannot compete head-on with a giant like Tianlai." These are the last words of this Longting leader. "I can't give up." Liu Xiaobai clenched his fists. Suddenly, he thought of his long-forgotten Weibo account. Let us post a Weibo to promote it. Maybe it will have an effect. Liu Xiaobai immediately logged into his account. Now, his follower count had reached 80 million. This number was quite impressive. Of course, compared to Gu Qingwu's nearly 300 million followers, there was still a significant gap. But Liu Xiaobai knew that these 80 million followers were his biggest trump card for a comeback. He pondered for a moment and began typing on the keyboard. Family. Su Nanjiao has a new song in her album called Childhood. This good song deserves to be heard by more people. After finishing, he attached the link to the song and clicked send. As soon as the Weibo was posted, the comments section immediately became lively. I said, "Big shot. You finally remembered you have a Weibo, right? The god has spoken. Must support. Go and listen to Su Nanjiao's song right now. I bought the album. It's really super good. Don't miss it, everyone." Although Gu Qingwu has more fans, I'd rather support someone who genuinely makes music. Go big shot. Go Nanjiao. As time passed, the heat of this Weibo post kept rising. Su Nanjiao's album sales began to show a noticeable increase. 190,000, 210,000, 240,000. Although there was still a gap compared to Gu Qingwu, The upward trend gave Liu Xiaobai a glimmer of hope, although this hope was pitifully small. Chapter 49. Dual excellence in lyrics and music. Every song a classic in front of her computer, an 18-year-old girl curiously clicked on a link from Liu Xiaobai's Weibo. Her name was Li Cici, a diehard fan of Su Nanxiao. However, in this album battle, she chose to support Gu Qingwu. The reason was simple. Gu Qingwu's songs accompanied her throughout her childhood and teenage years. She wasn't just listening to music, she was reliving her youth. Since the master had such high praise for childhood, it surely wouldn't disappoint, right? As Li Cici thought this, she clicked the play button. By the pond, cicadas were chirping about summer. On the swing by the playground, only butterflies rested. The moment the prelude began, time seemed to rewind. The cicada summer song, the swaying swing, the mottled blackboard. By the time the last note faded, Li Cici was in tears. If Gu Tianho's songs accompanied her entire childhood, then this song was her childhood. After listening to it once, she put on repeat many times before reluctantly clicking on the other songs from the new album. Wow, every song is a classic. No way, such a good album can't be buried. So, Li Cici began to crazily share the link. What she didn't know was that countless similar scenes were unfolding across the country at that moment. 250,000, 300,000, 320,000. This seemingly uneven competition was quietly turning the tide. Zhao Lei was a senior professor at the Shanghai Music Academy, already 61 years old. Today, after returning from school, he opened a new song chart. As an academic musician, he never listened to pop songs and wasn't a fan of either Gu Qingwu or Su Nanxiao. But today was an exception. His precious granddaughter Li Cici asked him to support her idol Su Nanxiao. He had naturally heard about the competition between the queen Gu Qingwu and Su Nanxiao releasing songs simultaneously, but he was unwilling to favor either side. If your song isn't good, even if you're my granddaughter's idol, I won't support you. Cao Lei's new. Gu Qingwu's new album was so popular, with so many positive reviews. It must be good. Let us listen to her songs first. With high expectations, he clicked on the first song, which was Gu Qingwu's title track, Love Stroll. Step by step, love strolls, slowly counting down through time. The road ahead may be unclear, but with you, I'm not afraid of getting lost. Zhao Lei nodded slightly. Zhang Ziyuan truly deserves to be a top musician in Longhua. The lyrics and melody are at least 100 times better than those of Li Wenbo and the others. Let us listen to the next one. Zhao Lei then clicked on the second song, Sky's Edge. How far is the sky's edge? The longing is as endless. I count the stars, waiting for a fateful reunion. If the wind can carry messages, please take my affection. Tell you far away, I have never gone far. Zhao Lei nodded repeatedly. Teacher Zhang truly deserves the Lifetime Achievement Award. He secretly admired. However, after listening to all the songs, Zhao Lei still frowned. The melodies lacked breakthroughs. The lyrics had no depth. The arrangement was too mediocre. Moreover, they were all love songs. After so many years, Teacher Zhang still hadn't made much progress. Let us try Su Nanxiao songs. Everyone has such high praise for Nameless Person. His songs shouldn't be too bad. Zhao Lei finally clicked on Su Nanxiao's new album. He first clicked on Insects Fly. He had heard the original version of this song and thought it was quite good. Now, listening to Su Nanxiao's version again, he was amazed. The two little girls had sung it well enough, but Su Nanxiao took this song to new heights. Her voice was ethereal and sweet, and her singing skills were top-notch. It was simply a great pleasure. Zhao Lei sighed to himself. After one song, he clicked on the second, One Darkening Sky. In my childhood, when I was noisy and willful, my grandmother would always sing to me. Just hearing the first line, Zhao Lei closed his eyes. At that moment, he seemed to return to his childhood. Back then, he never wanted to sleep, and his grandmother would always sing little tunes to lull him to sleep. On a summer afternoon, the old song comforted me. It seemed to sing like this. The sky darkens, rain is about to fall. The sky darkens, darkens. Zhao Lei suddenly opened his eyes wide. Beautiful, so beautiful. Leaving childhood behind and having my own life, with fresh songs and fresh thoughts. He straightened his back. I understand the meaning of this song now. In childhood, my grandmother's singing sheltered me from the wind and rain. As an adult, I have to face the storms of reality myself. But the memories of childhood will always be a spiritual refuge. A nursery rhyme ties together the spiritual legacy between generations. Nameless Person is simply a great talent, he murmured. After finishing this song, Zhao Lei's mood remained unsettled for a long time. He savored it for a full 5 times before finally clicking on the next song, I Only Care About You. If I had not met you, where would I be? How has life been? Should I cherish life? Halfway through the song, Zhao Lei suddenly slammed the table. This song is simply the pinnacle of love songs. It fully embodies the lyrical philosophy of Longhua culture: sorrow without pain, resentment without anger. Moreover, it poses the most fatal question in the simplest language. If I had not met you, Zhao Lei murmured. He listened to this song repeatedly for 10 times before reluctantly clicking on the last song, Childhood. By the pond, cicadas were chirping about summer. On the swing by the playground, only butterflies rested. Just hearing the beginning, Zhao Lei's eyes lit up and his hands clenched into fists. He sensed that this would definitely be a timeless classic. The teacher's chalk on the blackboard was still frantically scribbling away, waiting for class to end, waiting for school to be out, waiting for games in childhood. Zhao Lei suddenly felt his scalp tingle. What a divine song. Great. Simply too great. He murmured to himself. Why hasn't that girl from the next class passed by my window yet? The snacks in my mouth, the comics in my hand, the first love of my childhood in my heart. Zhao Lei was now excitedly pacing around the room. Dual excellence in lyrics and music. Dual excellence. Nameless Person, you are simply a rare genius in Longhua in a century. He could no longer contain his excitement, took out his phone, and sent a message in the colleague group. Hey, old folks, hurry up and listen to Su Nanxiao's new album, Dual Excellence in Lyrics and Music. Every song is a classic. As soon as the message was sent, the WeChat group immediately burst into a lively uproar. Chapter 50. We are willing to move the piano bench for you and copy sheet music professorally. Have the old antique changed its nature? What depth can a pop singer song have? It can't be your granddaughter sending it from your phone, right? Professor Sun. Some people have listened to classical music their whole lives, and now that they're nearing retirement, their ears aren't working. Huh? Professor Zhang. Lyrics and melody both exceptional? Can pop songs really deserve that title now? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by your students? Professor Su didn't speak, but shared a link. Shocking. The harm of elderly people obsessed with the internet and fandom is so great. Zhao Lei looked at the flooding messages and suddenly felt anxious. Quickly typing out a line. I'm putting my old face on the line today. If the song is bad, I'll serve you tea and water in the future. The group suddenly fell silent for a minute. Everyone knew that Professor Zhao Lei cared a lot about his reputation. The fact that he was willing to bet his own reputation meant that this album must be extraordinary. For the next half hour, there was not a single sound in the group. Zhao Lei was not in a hurry. He knew these old guys were probably on repeat listening. After a while, Professor Lee, the modal application in childhood is simply textbook level. I will have all the students analyze it tomorrow. Professor Su, don't laugh at me. I'm over 50, and I actually shed a tear while listening to Darkness Falling. Professor Sun, I Only Care About You is definitely a timeless song. Professor Zhang, the most brilliant is still that song Childhood. Once this song is out, all musicians should be ashamed. At this moment, Zhao Lei spoke up. Old fellows, shouldn't we team up and post a blog to review this album? His call immediately received a response from everyone. Thus, several professors jointly wrote a long article. The article provided an in-depth review of the 4 songs in the Darkness Falling album. At the end of the article, it stated, we, a few old fellows nearing retirement, collectively appeal to the state that childhood should be included in the textbooks. We do not intend to mythologize the nameless person, but we must admit, when so-called elegant art becomes a game for a small circle, the nameless person has proven that sincerity is more penetrating than skill. Moreover, we warmly welcome the nameless person to teach at the Magic City Music Academy and share the art of songwriting and composition with our students. If he is willing to come to our academy to teach, we old fellows are willing to move the piano bench for him and copy sheet music. This blog post, jointly published by 5 esteemed professors from the Magic City Music Academy, exploded like a nuclear bomb on the internet in the early hours. Countless musicians were stunned by this statement. 5 esteemed professors actually spoke out for Su Nanxiao and even invited the nameless person to teach at one of the highest institutions in the music industry. They even offered to move the piano bench and copy sheet music for him. This was simply outrageous. So, the nameless person was already strong enough to this extent. With curiosity, musicians began to download Su Nanqiao's songs. Half an hour later, hashtags like Professor Superb Band Speaks Out for Su Nanqiao and Should Childhood Be in Textbooks skyrocketed to the top of the trending list. 1 hour later, the official WeChat accounts of the Magic City Music Academy and Yinjing Music Academy retweeted this blog post, captioned, "Worth deep thought for every musician." 2 hours later, the president of the Xiaobai Art Academy shared a handwritten score of Childhood, captioning, "The melody is beautiful, and the lyrics are even more beautiful." The entire Chinese music scene was shaken, and industry insiders were sharing and discussing it. Senior music critic Melody Catcher published a long article giving high praise to the Darkness Falling album. Every song in the album is a classic. There is no doubt that Su Nanqiao will reach the peak of his career and become the new generation's diva. As for the nameless person, he has pushed Chinese music to a new height. Even people outside the industry were drawn in, starting to pay attention to Su Nanqiao's works. Find out, who exactly is the nameless person? The public relations department of T-Online Entertainment was brightly lit, and the CEO, Zhao Chun, stood in front of the data screen, his face dark as thunder. The real-time monitoring data was showing a dramatic turnaround. Gu Qingwu's new album sales growth plummeted from 100,000 per hour to 50,000, while Su Nanqiao's Darkness Falling album sales were skyrocketing geometrically, already showing signs of surpassing. Assistant Xiao Lin, holding a tablet, finally mustered the courage to speak. "Say it." Gu Qingwu's cold voice rang out. Su Nanqiao's new album Darkness Falling has now surpassed. Xiao Lin swallowed hard. Over 2.5 million copies. Bang! Gu Qingwu heavily smashed her wine glass on the ground, coldly saying, "Then what about mine?" Xiao Lin stepped back in fright, stammering, 11 million copies. How can a third-rate singer's album sales exceed mine as a diva? Gu Qingwu slowly turned around, her face as cold as ice. "Don't be angry. If it weren't for those old guys from the Magic City Music Academy speaking out for Su Nanqiao and the nameless person, it definitely wouldn't be this situation," Xiao Lin said impatiently. "What did those old guys say?" Gu Qingwu elegantly sat down on the sofa, crossing her legs, revealing her perfectly toned legs from years of fitness. They collectively appealed to the state that childhood should be included in textbooks. They also said they welcome the nameless person to teach at the Magic City Music Academy and share the art of songwriting and composition. If he's willing to come, they will move the piano bench for him and copy sheet music. Xiao Lin's voice grew quieter. Are those old fools blind or deaf? Moving a piano bench and copying sheet music? Gu Qingwu sneered, slowly standing up, and said, "Go call Lin Jia over. Right now." Immediately, Xiao Lin felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, quickly exiting the room. Gu Qingwu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Once upon a time, she was the queen of the Chinese music scene. Album sales were unmatched, concert tickets sold out in a minute. And now, her throne was actually threatened? At that moment, Liu Xiaobai's slightly handsome face immediately surfaced in her mind, making it hard for her to shake off. That kid had become her biggest threat. "Qingwu, what is wrong?" Her manager Lin Jia pushed the door open. "Immediately increase the promotional efforts for my album and call on fans to buy." A hint of coldness flashed in Gu Qingwu's eyes. "But I've already sent messages in the fan group multiple times. Those who should download have already downloaded. Sending more might not have any effect and could instead annoy the fans." After saying this, Gu Qingwu fell into a long silence. Chapter 51. Redeeming basic singing skills. At this moment, Longting Entertainment is holding a celebration banquet. The reason we, Longting, could defeat Tianlai is all thanks to Nan Xiao and the unnamed person. Come on, everyone, let's raise a glass. Lu Feng raised his wine glass, his face full of pride. He had just received news that Su Nanqiao's album sales had successfully surpassed Gu Qingwu's. He was now in an incredibly excited mood. It should be noted that Longting has always been a defeated opponent of Tianlai. In the past, even when Su Nanqiao and Zhou Mengqi combined, they were not Gu Qingwu's match, but this time they actually achieved a comeback. Everyone raised their glasses, but their eyes occasionally glanced at the empty seat beside Lu Feng. This was the seat reserved for the unnamed person by President Liu. Everyone was curious about who this mysterious creator was. Nan Xiao, you have truly brought glory to Longting this time, Lu Feng said with a smile while holding up his red wine glass, looking at Su Nan Xiao. Everyone present cast envious and jealous glances at Su Nan Xiao. Currently, her album sales had already surpassed the queen. What an honor that is. As long as this momentum continues, her position as queen is absolutely secure. At this moment, Zhou Mengqi and Li Wenba sat dejectedly in a corner, keeping a distance from those around them, which was quite pitiful. By the way, President Liu, the biggest contributor to this celebration should be the teacher unnamed person, right? Why haven't we seen him? At this point, someone finally couldn't hold back their curiosity and stood up to ask. The banquet hall fell silent for a moment. Everyone turned their gaze to Lu Feng. Ha ha ha, this is the biggest secret of our company, and everyone will know in the future. Lu Feng smiled mysteriously. Hee hee, as for the identity of the unnamed person, I wouldn't even tell my own son, so why would you want to know? Dream on. Lu Feng could guarantee that if he revealed the identity of the unnamed person, countless music companies would fight to sign Lu Xiaobai. He wouldn't do such a foolish thing. In that case, may I say something? At this moment, a music creator named Wang Feng suddenly stood up and glanced at Lu Xiaobai. Ever since Li Wenba was defeated, he believed he had become the best creator in Longting. Mr. Wang, please say, Lu Feng said with a smile. The 808 room should be reserved for the unnamed person. Someone only wrote one good song. Why should they occupy such a good office? He said indignantly. Exactly. Mr. Wang voiced our thoughts. The 808 room is for the best creators in our company. That person isn't even worthy of carrying unnamed person shoes. Well said, Mr. Zhang. Your words resonate with me. Other creators immediately echoed. Lu Xiaobai couldn't help but smile bitterly. This group of people had such a narrow vision in mind. It was truly eye-opening for him. They could argue for so long over a mere office. After hearing this, Lu Feng's expression suddenly darkened. I want to emphasize again that teacher Lu Xiaobai's abilities absolutely deserve the 808 room. If anyone dares to object again, your year-end bonuses will be directly deducted. Lu Feng said word by word. Why? I'm not convinced. Wang Feng said defiantly. Yes, I'm not convinced either. Lu Xiaobai only wrote one song. How can he be compared to one named person? Another creator stood up. Human resources, make a note of their names. Their year-end bonuses will not be issued. Lu Feng said coldly. Although this move would offend some creators, he was not afraid at all. As long as he could keep Lu Xiaobai, he wouldn't mind offending all of them. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai was secretly delighted. After helping his wife defeat Gu Qingwu, his reputation value skyrocketed to an incredible 7,124 points. The skills available for redemption include basic singing skills, basic guitar playing skills, basic violin playing skills. After thinking for a long time, Lu Xiaobai decided to redeem basic singing skills first. As a behind-the-scenes creator, singing skills weren't crucial, but he often needed to guide singers in the recording studio. To better demonstrate for the singers, it was important to improve his singing skills. Thus, the system panel changed again. Reputation value, 124 points, skills zoned, basic piano playing skills, basic singing skills, intermediate music theory proficiency, skills available for redemption, none. After attending the celebration banquet, Su Nan Xiao, under the envious gazes of everyone, got into Lu Xiaobai's old Camry. They don't know that you are the unnamed person, and they are already so envious of me. If they knew the truth, they might tear me apart. Su Nan Xiao stuck out her tongue and joked. Let them be envious. Anyway, my good songs are only for my wife. Lu Xiaobai smiled, reaching out to brush away the wind-blown strands of hair from her face. Ever since the two established their relationship, he had become incredibly adept at sweet talk. Who is your wife? We haven't. Su Nan Xiao said shyly as she lowered her head. Not yet, what? You're so naughty. After a playful exchange, Su Nan Xiao's expression suddenly turned gloomy. I have a lot of upcoming engagements, and I won't be able to see you for a long time. Now, she was only half a step away from the queen position, and major TV stations and advertisers were flocking to her. Lu Xiaobai's mood also fell instantly. Just when they were at a sweet moment, they were facing separation. By the way, my mentor just contacted me, asking me to invite you to give a lecture at Yanjing Music Academy. Do you want to go? Su Nan Xiao gently poked his arm. Oh, Lu Xiaobai raised his eyebrows. He almost forgot that Sunan Xiao was a top student at Yanjing Music Academy. You tell him to hold off on that for now. I still plan to maintain the identity of unnamed person. Lu Xiaobai said, by the way, I've had some insights while practicing singing recently, and now I need you, the newly promoted queen, to give me some feedback. He suddenly said, you're still practicing singing? Sunan Xiao looked surprised. However, I'm not a queen yet. She quickly corrected herself. Of course, I have to practice. After all, I need to be worthy of our Su queen. Lu Xiaobai said softly while holding the steering wheel with one hand. Oh, then hurry up and sing. I want to hear how much progress the musical genius has made in singing skills. Sunan Xiao tilted her head, looking forward to it. Ahem, then I'll start. Lu Xiaobai cleared his throat and began to sing. Once I first encountered this world, lingering in every way, gazing at the horizon as if it were right before me, I would willingly plunge into fire and water to experience it again. As soon as he opened his mouth, Sunan Xiao was stunned. When did that young man, who always buried himself in writing scores, acquire such effortless singing skills? Chapter 52, Do you know what my greatest pleasure in life is? How about you, Su Tianho? Do you think it's okay? Lu Xiaobai said proudly. Genius. You are truly a one-in-a-million musical genius. If you practice for a while longer, I'm afraid the throne of the king will belong to you. Su Nanxiao looked at him as if he were a monster. You know, Lu Xiaobai just sang the chorus of The Wind is Rising. How difficult is it to sing the chorus? The entire chorus stays in a high vocal range and combines falsetto and true voice. Most people often go too high in falsetto and too low when returning to true voice. Even someone with her great singing talent took a long time to practice. Yet Lu Xiaobai managed to do it effortlessly. Don't forget, they had only just met a little over a month ago. If back then Lu Xiaobai's singing skill was merely at a 60-point level, he has now reached 75 points, enough to be compared with the pseudo-queen Zhou Mingxi. If he is given more time to practice, it's simply unimaginable. On that morning at 9 a.m., after dropping off Lu Xiaoyan and Su Mingyao at school, Lu Xiaobai strolled leisurely towards the company with his hands in his pockets. Although he had bought a car, he preferred walking to work lately. In his past life, he was too stressed, and in this life, he wanted a leisurely lifestyle. Walking to work allowed him to enjoy the street life and digest some food. As for being late to work, haha, even if he didn't go to the company for a day, no one would dare to say a word. If asked, he would just say he was out looking for inspiration. As he turned the corner, a noisy commotion caught Lu Xiaobai's attention. In front of the Xingguang audiovisual store, a long line snaked from the store entrance to the roadside. The crowd was restless, with people shouting loudly. Boss, is there any stock of Dark Knight? Boss, save me 3 copies of Dark Knight. I'll pay extra. Whoa, don't push me. You step on my foot, you know. At that moment, the store owner leaned out. Su Nanxiao's new album is sold out, and the new batch won't arrive until 11 o'clock. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted. Whoa, are you kidding me? It's only 9 a.m. and it's sold out? I took half a day off just to buy this album. Oh no, if I can't buy it, my girlfriend is going to explode. Ha! Luckily I was prepared and brought a small stool. I'm going to squat here. Lu Xiaobai sidestepped the crowd and looked through the window. The display for Su Nanxiao's album had been completely cleared out, while the section for Gu Qingwu was piled high with albums, still wrapped in plastic. The corners of Lu Xiaobai's mouth lifted slightly. Just thinking about the expression on Gu Qingwu's face made him very happy. Whoever has the album Dark Knight, I'll buy it at 100 times the price. Suddenly, a shout silenced the crowd. Lu Xiaobai turned to see a middle-aged man, about 50, standing at the edge of the line, his eyes bloodshot and trails of dried tears on his face. Uncle, what is wrong? Lu Xiaobai approached and asked softly. My mom. Late-stage lung cancer. Recently, she loves listening to Childhood and Dark Knight. The doctor said she only has a few days left. I want her to listen to her favorite song as she goes. The middle-aged man's lips trembled violently. Lu Xiaobai felt a tightness in his chest. This one is for you. I hope your mother recovers soon, he said, pulling the album from his pocket and handing it to the man. The middle-aged man suddenly hugged the album tightly, pressing it to his chest as if embracing the most precious treasure in the world. Thank you. Thank you so much. He choked, bowing repeatedly to Lu Xiaobai. After helping the middle-aged man up, Lu Xiaobai turned to leave. A smile crept across his face. It seemed that soon Nanxiao would soon step onto the throne, standing on Gu Qingwu's shoulders. Moreover, the hot sales of the new album not only meant more small money, but also more prestige. As Liu Xiaobai walked past the corner, a white BMW pulled up beside him. "You must be that unnamed person, right?" The window rolled down, and a cold voice came through. Liu Xiaobai's heart tightened, and he turned to look. The person was none other than the Queen Gu Qingwu. "What the hell? Why are you back in Binhai City again?" Liu Xiaobai said with a face full of disdain. "Thanks to you, I've had more free time lately, so I came here to relax." "Can we have a good talk, Mr. Unnamed Person?" Gu Qingwu said softly. "I have nothing to talk to you about," Liu Xiaobai said coldly, continuing to walk forward. "Stop." Gu Qingwu's chest heaved with anger. But Liu Xiaobai ignored her and kept walking. He was very annoyed by Gu Qingwu. Did she think that just because she was a queen, everyone in the world had to cater to her? Did she really think she was that important? Gu Qingwu had no choice but to soften her approach, driving the BMW slowly alongside Liu Xiaobai, the window halfway down. She scrutinized this ordinary-looking young man through her sunglasses. No one could tell he was the anonymous person who could write timeless hits. Congratulations on winning a round against Su Nanxiao, but that was just luck. Her voice carried an air of superiority. "Luck?" Liu Xiaobai couldn't help but laugh in anger. "I have to admit, your songwriting ability is far above Zhang Ziyuan. But compared to Longting and Tian Lai, it's nothing. If it weren't for those people from the Modem Music Academy standing up for you, do you think you could win?" Gu Qingwu's lips curled into a proud arc. Then, she handed over a gold embossed business card. "As long as you're willing to join Tian Lai, we can offer you 3 times the treatment of Longting." Liu Xiaobai shook his head. "I write songs because I want to give them to singers I like, and you, Gu Tianho, are precisely not that kind of person." Gu Qingwu's expression changed instantly, and she sharply said, "Don't be ungrateful. Do you know how big of an honor it is for me to come here in person to find you?" A cold glint flashed in Liu Xiaobai's eyes, and he said coldly, "Honor? Gu Tianho, you might as well keep your honor for those who are willing to kneel to receive it." Liu Xiaobai sneered and casually tossed the gold-embossed business card into a nearby trash can. "What do you think you are? Just because you wrote a few good songs? You think you're something special?" Gu Qingwu's pupils constricted, her voice almost squeezed out between her teeth. "Miss Gu, do you know what my greatest pleasure in life is? It's personally pulling down self-important queens from their pedestals." Liu Xiaobai said word by word. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingwu's face turned from green to white. "All right, you're good. Let's wait and see." Her chest began to rise and fall violently. Liu Xiaobai waved his hand, hailed a taxi, and immediately got in. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even look at Gu Qingwu. Chapter 53. The next dawn, Liu Xiaobai walked into the office, comfortably sat down, and then lit a Cuban cigar. "Knock, knock. Knock. Come in." The door to his office was pushed open as the cigar in his hand burned down to a third. "Teacher Liu, please help Siki." Li Siki's manager, Sister Lan, almost dragged Li Siki in. The usually well-groomed manager looked disheveled at this moment. Li Siki, being pulled by her, looked even more disheveled, with one of her coat buttons popped open. Both of their clothes were wrinkled, clearly having gone through some pushing and shoving. What is going on? Are stars and their managers fighting? Liu Xiaobai's eyes widened, and he didn't even notice when the expensive cigar fell to the ground. "Teacher Liu, please help my Siki. You know how hard it is for her? She's been stuck in a recording studio for a whole week, sleeping only 4 hours a day. After finally making it into the top 5 with Silent, she was about to become a first-tier singer. But now, with the news of Nan Qiao's new album, all her heat is gone." Sister Lan's voice was tinged with a sob, her hands clasped in a pleading gesture. The explosive popularity of Nan Qiao's new album exceeded everyone's expectations, with songs like Childhood dominating the top 10 on all music platforms. Although Li Siki had 3 new songs from Wang Dali, she didn't dare to release them. Not just her, almost all singers now had to avoid Nan Qiao's brilliance. "Sister Lan," Li Siki suddenly broke free from her grip. "Teacher Liu has already done us a huge favor with Silent. How can we? Are you stupid?" Sister Lan suddenly sneered. "Do you know the difference between first tier and second tier? The internet is flooded with news about Nan Xiao and Unnamed. Your name is almost unsearchable." She turned to Liu Xiaobai, changing to a pleading expression. "Teacher Liu, Only you can help Siki now. The internet says you're the only one who can compete with Unnamed. Just leaking a song would be enough for us to make a beautiful comeback. All right. Liu Xiaobai's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. As soon as he said this, the office fell silent. Even Sister Lan, who was usually fierce, held her breath, afraid to make a sound. Sister Siki, what kind of song do you want? Just say it. Looking at Li Siki, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Liu Xiaobai's eyes. This little woman was kind, knew how to be grateful, and was very hardworking. During this time, even with a busy schedule, she always found time to take him out for meals, sincerely seeking his advice rather than trying to curry favor. Such a person was worth his full support. Besides, Liu Xiaobai had promised Liu Feng to cultivate another diva in the company, and the chosen one was Li Siki. Teacher Liu really no need. Li Siki's pupils suddenly constricted. Siki, Teacher Liu has already spoken. What are you refusing for? Sister Lan covered her mouth and turned to Liu Xiaobai, her face filled with ecstasy. Thank you, Teacher Liu. Li Siki deeply bowed to Liu Xiaobai and continued. I'm missing one song for my new album, and the style is a sad love song. I hope the melody can be memorable at first listen, ideally expressing the longing and unspoken regrets after parting delicately. If it can have a narrative feel, allowing the audience to immerse themselves in their own stories, that would be even better. After she finished speaking, she looked at Liu Xiaobai with great anticipation, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the hem of her clothes. After pondering for a moment, Liu Xiaobai extinguished the cigar and walked to the piano. I just got a bit of inspiration. This song is called The Next Dawn. Let us see what you think. After saying that, he pressed the keys. What? Li Siki and Sister Lan froze in place, exchanging incredulous glances. From making a request to completing the composition, it took only a few seconds? Is this even human? Before they could recover from their shock, the piano prelude had already begun. Liu Xiaobai's fingertips danced over the keys, releasing a somewhat melancholic melody. With a fluctuating silhouette blocking a crying heart, some stories don't need to be told to everyone. Many eyes see too shallowly and too closely, missing the part of me that hasn't been seen. The entire office fell into silence, with only Liu Xiaobai's magnetic voice echoing. Wow! Li Siki instantly covered her mouth, blinking in astonishment. This song is so beautiful. At that moment, Sister Lan also got goosebumps. She sneaked a glance at Li Siki and found her artist's eyes were already red. This song is simply tailor-made for Li Siki. The lyrics convey the poise and strength of a mature woman facing emotional setbacks, which is exactly her forte. How did Teacher Liu come up with this? Just listening to a few of Siki's words, he wrote a song on the spot, and it sounds as good. She felt an infinite sense of admiration. Soon, the song reached its climax. When the next dawn comes, shall we take a walk where we held hands and admired the flowers last time? Some snow will melt away on its own. Your shoulder is my generous paradise. Tears sparkled in the corners of Li Siki's eyes. The lyrics are so wonderful. The next dawn hints an incomplete relationship. Some emotions should be conveyed to those who understand, reflecting a mature attitude of no longer clinging to past regrets, but learning to express and let go. The entire song does not have intense accusations, but expresses a deep-seated regret more profoundly than any weeping. Teacher Liu, thank you so much. The next dawn is the best gift I've ever received. Li Siki deeply bowed to Liu Xiaobai again. Oh, I misspoke. The rest also silent. She added, no need to be so polite, just enjoy it. Liu Xiaobai waved his hand. By the way, Teacher Liu, how did your singing skills become so good? Li Siki blinked her big eyes. Besides that, I have prepared a few more songs for you. Liu Xiaobai did not answer, but shifted the topic. Huh, more? Li Siki was so excited she was about to explode. With this song The Next Dawn, she was already very satisfied, not expecting more surprises. Thank you so much. Teacher Liu. Sister Lan pulled Li Siki, repeatedly apologizing, in order to cultivate the next diva as soon as possible. Liu Xiaobai had written a total of 3 songs for Li Siki. Li Siki exuded a mature woman's charm, her voice having a slightly hoarse magnetism. Therefore, the songs Liu Xiaobai prepared were all geared towards maturity. Decent radio love song, and He Doesn't Love Me. Of course, it also included the first song The Next Dawn. Li Siki's hands trembled slightly as she took the sheet music. She carefully opened it, as if holding a priceless treasure. Chapter 54. The Formation of the Starry Moon Legend Group. Teacher Lu. No wonder people say you can compete with the Nameless One. These 4 songs, each one is capable of blasting through the charts. After looking at the sheet music, Li Siqi's breathing became increasingly rapid. Sister Lan leaned over to take a look at the sheet music and gasped. He doesn't love me. The hand-holding feels too cold. The hugs aren't close enough. My goodness. These lyrics hit too hard. Li Siqi tightly clutched the sheet music. Teacher Lu, I don't know how to thank you. Singing well is the best way to thank me. Lu Xiaobai interrupted her, his eyes filled with encouragement. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Siqi will practice these songs well, even if she has to stay up. Sister Lan pulled the still-dazed Li Siqi over and bowed repeatedly. Just as they were about to leave, Lu Xiaobai suddenly called out to them. What is wrong, Teacher Lu? Li Siqi looked at him in confusion. Your new album will be released in a while, at least half a month later. Lu Xiaobai said. Why is that? Li Siqi tilted her head, looking surprised. Have you heard of my friend, Wang Dali? I've heard of him. His new song Above the Moon is about to be released. Once this song comes out, even I will have to avoid it. So, it's best to stagger the release time of your album. What? Li Siqi and Sister Lan were shocked into speechlessness. Is this song Above the Moon really that incredible? Even an X2 bright, and he doesn't love me can't compete? Lu Xiaobai smiled faintly. In my previous life, this divine song was simply insane. Its popularity exceeded everyone's imagination. Songs like a Next 2 Bright are good, but they might not necessarily win in a competition. In the parking lot downstairs, Li Siqi sat in the back seat of the van, repeatedly looking at the sheet music under the car's light. Sister Lan excitedly made phone calls nearby, arranging for tomorrow's recording. Siqi, we're really going to make a comeback. After hanging up, Sister Lan said excitedly, any one of these 4 songs by Teacher Lu could be a title track. Li Siqi didn't speak. She gazed out at the swiftly passing night scenery. Suddenly remembering Lu Xiaobai's focused profile while playing the piano, her heart inexplicably racing. Siqi, have you ever thought about pursuing Teacher Lu? Sister Lan suddenly leaned in and whispered in her ear. What are you talking about, Sister Lan? Li Siqi's face turned red to the roots of her neck. I'm not joking. A talent like Teacher Lu, how many are there in the entire Chinese music scene? Now that he isn't super famous yet, it's the perfect opportunity. As long as you become his girlfriend, becoming a diva is just a matter of time. Sister Lan said, I admire Teacher Lu's talent, but feelings aren't a transaction. Li Siqi shook her head. Besides, I'm already 30. How could someone like Teacher Lu ever like me? She then lowered her head. So what if you're 30? 30 is the most beautiful age for a woman. Sister Lan frowned. Li Siqi closed her eyes, unable to help but daydream. She indeed had a vague fondness for him. But would such a talented genius really like her? In the recording studio, I'm gazing up, above the moon. How many dreams are flying freely? Lin Dachuan and Ulan were singing passionately. Not bad. After finishing the song, the producer nearby praised them repeatedly. This song may be a bit old-fashioned, but when it's old-fashioned to the extreme, it becomes trendy. I can almost guarantee this song will be a hit. Teacher Lu, your friend Wang Dali is simply a genius. He turned his head with admiration. I'll thank Teacher Wang Dali for your praise. Lu Xiaobai smiled. Teacher Lu, what do you think? Lin Dachuan and Ulan also looked at Lu Xiaobai with expectation. Ulan, your voice is high-pitched and bright, with strong penetration and a metallic quality. Dachuan, your voice is deep and magnetic, complementing Ulan's voice well. However, your emotions are still not sincere enough. Lu Xiaobai said solemnly. Lin Dachuan and Ulan couldn't help but feel a bit wronged. They had been practicing hard and studying the sheet music all night, yet they still didn't gain Teacher Lu's approval. Lu Xiaobai stood up and said calmly, do you know what Teacher Wang Dali wanted to express in this song, Above the Moon? He constructed an image of the vast night sky over the grasslands, incorporating the nomadic people's reverence for nature into emotional expression. On the surface, it's a duet love song, but in essence, it elevates personal feelings to a yearning for home and freedom. Therefore, the emotions of this song should be presented in a grand and magnificent way. And you? There's always a hint of small-mindedness. Upon hearing this, Lin Dachuan and Ulan felt enlightened. Clap, clap, clap. Hearing this, the producer clapped his hands in agreement. Teacher Lu speaks so well. He truly deserves to be Teacher Wang Dali's close friend. Only you can understand what he wants to express. Lin Dachuan and Ulan quickly bowed to Lu Xiaobai. Thank you for your guidance. Teacher Lu, we'll do it again. After that, they started singing again. They sang it a full 10 times before Lu Xiaobai finally said, "That's enough." Lin Dachuan and Ulan let out a long sigh of relief. They had been in the industry for years and had never encountered such a strict teacher. From now on, you'll form a group called Starry Moon Legend, Lu Xiaobai said after thinking for a moment. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Starry Moon Legend bowed deeply again. Once this song is released, the whole Dragon Country will go crazy. These two have really hit the jackpot, being able to sing such good songs. I can completely imagine that they will inevitably become superstars in the future. Looking at their backs, the producer said with emotion. Lu Xiaobai smiled faintly and did not respond. Are you kidding? This is a song by Phoenix Legend. In my previous life, this duo unified the aesthetic of Dragon Country's Annies, and it was a hit across all age groups. He could completely imagine how terrifying his reputation would soar once Lin Dachuan and Ulan became famous. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. With the passage of time, Su Nanxiao's new album Darkness received better and better reviews, and the sales continued to climb. Within less than half a month of release, the sales had already surpassed 8 million copies, physical numbers, setting the most terrifying record in the history of Chinese music. A senior music critic exclaimed in a column, "This is no ordinary album. It's a cultural tsunami." From 8 to 80, no one can escape Su Nanxiao's voice kidnapping. Among them, the song I Only Care About You directly swept through wedding scenes, becoming this year's strongest wedding BGM. Chapter 55. So, come jump with us. A seasoned MC with 15 years of experience jokingly remarked, during this time, I've hosted over 20 weddings, and almost every bride and groom has chosen to sing this song. He recalled an occasion when 8 weddings were held simultaneously at a hotel, and all 8 brides selected I Only Care About You as their entrance song. Some wedding planning companies even quoted the lyrics in their advertisements. As time rushes by, I only care about you. If I only care about you dominates the marriage market, then childhood has achieved a precise explosion across all age groups. The Ministry of Education quickly included it in the new national music textbooks for primary and secondary schools. Almost all primary and secondary school students can sing this song. Moreover, professors at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music and Yenjing Music College spent several classes analyzing the song's lyrics and structure. Countless fans opened the music charts, only to be surprised to find Su Nanjiao's songs completely dominating, with 9 out of the top 10 spots taken. It suggested that major music platforms should create a dedicated section for Su Nanjiao. It's even suggested that the Civil Affairs Bureau should play I Only Care About You on a loop to cut the divorce rate in half. My grandma asked if she could use this song as background music for a funeral, saying it would be peaceful. Filial piety is strong. Our professor spent 3 classes explaining the lyrics and music of childhood, and the assignment was to write a similar piece. Now, the whole class is cursing unnamed person. Thank you for failing us. Haha, that woman's expression must be quite something now. Lu Xiaobai turned off the computer and stretched. In his mind, he seemed to envision Gu Qingwu's exasperated face. Then he moved his somewhat stiff shoulders and casually picked up the dark gray trench coat hanging on the back of the chair. As soon as he pushed open the office door, he saw Gu Qingqing jogging over with a folder in her arms. Mr. Lu, you're going to pick up Xiaoyan and Mingyao, right? Let me handle it. You can focus on your work, she said, slightly out of breath. Last month, when the company announced the recruitment internally, all the female employees in the logistics department were buzzing. Almost everyone who met the criteria applied. Who doesn't know that Lu Xiaobai is currently the hottest creator in the company? If one could become his assistant, they might just transform from a chicken to a phoenix. Promotions and salary increases, or even becoming a star, are all possible. Seeing the excitement at the recruitment site, Li Wenbo and his buddies were grumbling with envy. This isn't hiring an assistant. It's clearly selecting a concubine. However, everyone was ultimately surprised to find that Lu Xiaobai chose the most ordinary-looking Gu Qingqing. This was mainly because Lu Xiaobai was worried about Su Nanjiao getting jealous. If it weren't for the occasional need to pick up the two girls, he would have preferred to hire a male assistant. I'll go myself today. Lu Xiaobai buttoned up his coat. After a long day's work, he wanted to go out and relax. Okay. Gu Qingxing smiled sweetly. After Lu Xiaobai left, she pouted. You call this hard work? You were just grinning at the computer screen all morning. If anyone else dared to do that, they would have been fired by the company. She muttered to herself. Lu Xiaobai drove back to the residential area with Lu Xiaoyan and Su Mengyao. Before the car had even stopped, a familiar melody penetrated the car windows. This music, he frowned. Brother, look. Xiaoyan leaned halfway out of the car window, excitedly waving her little hand. It's Mom leading the dance. Lu Xiaobai looked in the direction and almost pressed the gas pedal instead of the brake. In the central square of the usually elegant and quiet high-end community, dozens of well-dressed ladies were dancing in unison. And, standing in the center, leading the dance, was his mother, Cheng Yakin, who never danced. Even more outrageous, the music playing was Above the Moon, which he had composed under the name Wang Dali. This is unbelievable, Lu Xiaobai murmured to himself. It was already ridiculous enough for Mom to be dancing in the square. He had thought Above the Moon would be popular, but he never expected it to be so popular that even his own mother would be dancing to it. But the most outrageous thing was that this was one of the highest-end residential areas in Binhai City. Even the ladies who usually only drank hand-brewed coffee were swaying to the rhythm. I am looking up, above the moon. How many dreams are flying freely? As soon as he rolled down the window, Ulan's powerful voice echoed throughout the community. This song is super popular recently. Everyone in our class is singing it. Lu Xiaoyan proudly shook her head. So lame. Su Mengyao pouted in disdain. You can't say that. This song was written by my brother. Lu Xiaobai quickly covered his sister's mouth, but it was too late. Su Mingyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lu Xiaobai. Brother Xiaobai, you actually wrote something like this. The genius brother-in-law in her mind, who had written classics like Classmate You in childhood, had actually written such a cheesy song? Lu Xiaobai wished he could dig a villa with his toes out of embarrassment. It's fine to talk about it among ourselves. But if you two dare to let this slip, I'll spank your little butts, got it? He said sternly, trying to look fierce. Oof. The two little girls raised their heads defiantly, clearly unconvinced. Just then, Cheng Yakin made a grand turn and spotted her son's car, immediately waving and shouting, "Son, come jump with us." The surrounding dancing ladies all turned to look, and Lu Xiaobai instantly became the focus of the crowd. Without saying a word, Lu Xiaobai silently rolled up the car window, stepped on the gas, and sped towards the underground parking lot. On the way, he pulled out his phone and saw that Star and Moon Legend and Above the Moon had quietly climbed to the trending searches. The comments were even more exciting. This song is so catchy. Grandma dances, Mom dances, the whole family is together above the moon. Haha, the current music taste is getting lower and lower. What the hell is this Wang Dali and Star and Moon Legend? They're dragging down Longwa music. What do you know? This is called being down to earth. Being down to earth? It's already down to hell. Compared to my Nanjiao songs, these are all trash. Come at me if you disagree. Exactly. Compared to unnamed person, Wang Dali isn't even worth mentioning. Lu Xiaobai felt a bit annoyed. How dare they say his mom's song is cheesy? If I find out who said that, I'll definitely throw a brick at them. By the time he got home, it was dinner time, but Cheng Yakin still hadn't returned. Fortunately, Lu Xiaobai had already hired a nanny to cook. He and the two little ones were halfway through dinner when Cheng Yakin finally returned home. Chapter 56. This is your pension. Son, the song Instar Moon Legend is really beautiful. Finally, we have songs suitable for us middle-aged and elderly people in Dragon Country. Mom exclaimed excitedly. Mom, this song is written by you. Lu Xiaobai took a sip of his drink. What do you mean? I wrote it? How could I write a song? Cheng Yakin was momentarily stunned. Isn't it written by Wang Dali, which is actually you? Lu Xiaobai chuckled. Oh, so that's the stage name. I was wondering why you wanted me to sign that authorization letter. Cheng Yakin suddenly realized. Take a look at your bank card. The advance payment and the first share of this song should have arrived. Lu Xiaobai continued. Cheng Yakin quickly logged into her mobile banking. As soon as she opened the page, her eyes widened. The account balance showed 194,432 yuan. Cheng Yakin stared at the numbers on her phone screen. Her fingers trembling slightly, counting 3 times before confirming she hadn't misread the decimal point. 190,000. Son, did this money really come from that song? Her voice trembled. Strictly speaking, it's 180,000. The extra 10,000 is your lifetime savings. Of course, this is all your pension, Lu Xiaobai said proudly. Once Star Moon Legend releases more songs, the revenue share might become astronomical. By then, Mom might be so excited she wouldn't be able to sleep all night. Cheng Yakin suddenly clutched her chest, her face changing dramatically. Lu Xiaobai was startled and quickly supported her. Mom, are you okay? Cheng Yakin took a deep breath. I just remembered, this morning when I was buying groceries, I haggled for a few cents. Laughter erupted in the living room. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai felt very pleased. His prestige points were also skyrocketing, just like the money in his mom's bank account. Opening the system panel, it clearly displayed prestige points, 1543, skills owned, beginner piano performance, beginner singing skills, intermediate music theory proficiency, skills available for exchange, none. Next, Lisiki's album was about to be released as well. By then, his prestige points would surely rise again. At 8 a.m., Cheng Yakin sat in front of the chairman's desk, nervously tugging at her clothes. The chairman in front of her had a beaming smile, his enthusiasm leaving her somewhat bewildered. Cheng Jia, you absolutely cannot leave. If you do, this company will be like a ship without a captain. The chairman stood up, walked around the large desk, and shook Cheng Yakin's hands tightly, smiling broadly. Today was the day Cheng Yakin had decided to resign. In fact, Lu Xiaobai had suggested she retire early long ago, but she had firmly refused. Finally, Lu Xiaobai told her that her monthly salary of over 1,000 yuan was not even enough to pay for a nanny, and continuing to work would wear her out. So it would be better to go home and enjoy life. After much contemplation, Cheng Yakin finally decided to resign. Yes, Aunt Cheng, you've helped us so much. We all really don't want you to go, please stay, said the administrative supervisor, kindly handing her a steaming cup of coffee. Chairman, I'm just a cleaner. I haven't done anything remarkable. Cheng Yakin was flattered and waved her hands. Cheng Jia, how about this? You could be the manager of the administration department, with a 5-fold salary increase and full benefits. As long as you stay, everything is negotiable. The chairman continued. This is out of the question. I don't know how to be a manager. Cheng Yakin's eyes widened as she repeatedly shook her head. In truth, she understood very well that the chairman was treating her this way purely because of her son, the unnamed person. In Blue Star, the identity of an excellent creator is extremely respected, often making them the guest of honor among the powerful, with extensive connections. As long as the chairman could keep her, it would bring many conveniences to the company. But Cheng Yakin was unwilling to cause trouble for her son for a little benefit. After her insistence, the chairman finally had to give up persuading her. Amidst everyone's crowding, Cheng Yakin walked out of the chairman's office. Jiai, this is the latest song written by my son, a memento for you. Before leaving the company, she handed an album to Zheng Jia. As soon as she said this, everyone looked at Zheng Jia with envy. Just as she said before, Aunt Cheng has already become someone we can't reach. Everyone thought, thank you, Aunt Cheng. Zheng Jia tightly clutched the album, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The album wasn't expensive, they could all afford it, but it was personally given to her by the mother of the unnamed person. However, when Zheng Jiayi's gaze swept over the album cover, she suddenly froze. Lisiki? Why did the mother of the unnamed person give me Lisiki's album? Shouldn't it be Su Nanxiao's? After work, Zheng Jia rushed home with the album. As soon as she got home, she put on her headphones and began reading a novel to the sound of the unnamed person's songs. Ever since she listened to Su Nanxiao's album last time, she had become the unnamed person's most loyal fan, with her headphones always looping his songs. As for the album Cheng Yakin gave her, she had long forgotten about it. Just then, her phone suddenly vibrated. Opening the WeChat group, she saw a message from one of her friends, sisters, sharing another amazing album next on. There are 4 super nice songs. Lu Xiaobai is definitely another creative genius after the unnamed person. Zheng Jia shuddered. Next on, Lu Xiaobai. Isn't that the album Aunt Cheng gave me? She immediately sat up straight and inserted the album into her computer to play. The first song was the titular track next on. With a fluctuating silhouette, blocking a crying heart. Li Siqi's slightly hoarse yet story-rich voice instantly pulled her into the atmosphere created by the song. As the song ended, Zheng Jia was still immersed in that sense of regret when the prelude to Decent immediately followed. Breakups should be decent. No one should say sorry. At this point, she couldn't help but tear up, gently humming along to the rhythm. Next came Radio Love Song. We always forget to build a bridge, to look into each other's hearts, experience what each other truly needs, don't embrace in loneliness anymore. Hearing this, Zheng Jia felt her scalp tingle, completely absorbed. Build a bridge, to look into each other's hearts. What kind of imagination does it take to write such astonishing lyrics? The last song, He Doesn't Love Me, began to play, igniting Zheng Jia's emotions completely. I saw his heart, playing out all his and her movies. These lyrics brought tears streaming down her face. Li Siqi's voice perfectly interpreted the pain of unrequited love. Chapter 57, The Twin Stars of the Golden Age. Sure enough, it's a divine album. Zheng Jia couldn't wait to pick up her phone to share this great album on Weibo. However, when she logged into Weibo, she realized she didn't need to do that all. Li Siqi's album had already gone viral across the internet, opening the music charts. These 4 songs had quietly climbed into the top 15. Among them, Decent and 2 other songs had even pushed Su Nanxiao's I Love You, and The Bug Flew out of the top 10. At this moment, netizens were buzzing, all discussing Li Siqi and Lu Xiaobai. Sister Siqi's voice is really healing. I love it. My Siqi's voice grew up listening to CDs, no explanation needed. From being obscure to phenomenally popular, she achieved this miracle in just a month or 2. The discussion about Lu Xiaobai was even more intense. What kind of deity is Lu Xiaobai? He actually dared to challenge the Nameless? Did the upstairs just get internet? Decent is a song he wrote. No wonder he is the only man in the Chinese music scene who can compete with the Nameless. Veteran music critic Melody Catcher released a lengthy article titled The Twin Stars of the Golden Age overnight. On the music charts, the name The Nameless was thunderous. Every song of his was like an insurmountable mountain, dominating the charts for months, and music fans had long gotten used to his reign. However, at this moment, a newcomer suddenly emerged, Lu Xiaobai. From the deep and restrained silence to the warm healing the next dawn, from the heart-wrenching Decent to the retro romance of Radio Love Song, and to the unrequited love and He Doesn't Love Me. Teacher Lu Xiaobai completed a splendid musical tour with 5 distinctly styled works: Silence, The Next Dawn, Decent, Radio Love Song, and what is even more astonishing is that all these works not only broke into the top 15, but 3 of them entered the top 10, forming a competitive stance against the Nameless. This was a spectacle unseen in the Chinese music scene for many years, a face-off between 2 extraordinary talents. Their collision was creating a musical legend for this era. I must say, this is the golden age of the Chinese music scene. The Chinese music world has finally welcomed a true peak showdown. Once this lengthy article was published, it quickly sparked a new wave of discussion on the internet. Some even initiated a poll asking who they believed would be the future star of the Chinese music scene, the Nameless or Lu Xiaobai. Within just a few hours, hundreds of thousands of netizens participated. Of course, the final result was clear. Lu Xiaobai lost so badly he didn't even have his underwear left. Only 1/3 of netizens voted for him. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai was sitting in Su Nanxiao's living room, laughing at the comments. Mengyao, you said my alias beat me, so did I win or lose? Suddenly, he asked the aloof little girl seriously. Hee, you wouldn't be able to ask that question without 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. So let me ask you, if you take a laxative and an antidiarrheal together, will you go or not? Su Mengyao replied disdainfully. Lu Xiaobai awkwardly smiled. This aloof little girl actually makes cold jokes now. That day was a grand party for all musicians and singers. The award ceremony for the Chinese Music Festival arrived as scheduled, and the entire Dragon Country was boiling with excitement. From early morning, major hotel entrances were crowded with fans waiting eagerly for their idols to appear. On social media, the topic Chinese Music Festival had already surpassed 1 billion in views, with the real-time discussion area refreshing updates every minute. For every musician and singer, winning an award at the festival was their lifelong pursuit and dream. The moment a newcomer singer receives a trophy, means they are officially accepted by the mainstream market. And while veteran singers may have won numerous awards, each time they take the stage, their hearts still race, because this means they have not yet been eliminated by the times. For music creators, this festival is almost their only opportunity to step out from behind the scenes and into the spotlight. At this time, night had fallen, but the entire Shanghai sports arena was as bright as day. Crowds surged on both sides of the red carpet, with fan screams rising and falling like waves. Every star's appearance would trigger a tsunami of cheers. Reporters rushed to raise their microphones, vying for the best shooting angles. "Teacher Lu, over here, please," Huang Wenkai whispered, guiding Lu Xiaobai through the VIP passage directly into the venue. As a behind-the-scenes creator, Lu Xiaobai didn't have to participate in photo ops or walk the red carpet. But along the way, he still felt countless heated gazes. "Is this the creator of Silence and the Next Dawn, Teacher Lu Xiaobai? I'm the production director of Tianyi Entertainment. I've heard so much about you." A middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses came up to shake hands. "Teacher Lu, our platform is preparing an original music program. I wonder if you're interested." Another stylishly dressed woman quickly approached. "Teacher Lu, long time no see, still as charming as ever." A loud voice rang out as director Zhang Haoran strode over, firmly shaking Lu Xiaobai's hand. Everyone turned to look. Unexpectedly, the top director of Dragon Country would show such respect to a newcomer, but it was also understandable, as Teacher Lu is known as one of the twin stars of the Chinese music scene alongside the Nameless. Lu Xiaobai then truly realized how high the status of a music creator is in Dragon Country. He had only used his real name to create 5 songs, and his reputation and position in the industry had reached such heights. If his identity as the Nameless were to be leaked, he didn't know how many people would go crazy over it. No wonder Lu Feng tried every means to conceal my identity. If it were me, I would probably do the same. A smile crept onto Lu Xiaobai's lips. After taking their seats, there was still half an hour until the ceremony began. To pass the time, Lu Xiaobai took out his phone to watch the live broadcast of the ceremony. "Nanxiao, look over here. Nanxiao, I love you. My Nanxiao is so beautiful she's about to bubble over." Just then, deafening cheers erupted outside the venue, almost toppling the dome of the sports arena. When Lu Xiaobai looked down at his phone, all the comments disappeared. Countless netizens couldn't be bothered to comment, their eyes glued to the national goddess. Su Nanxiao was wearing a pure white chiffon long dress, perfectly accentuating her slender waist. Her long, dark, and shiny hair fell naturally. Her makeup was so light it was almost unnoticeable, but it made her skin look as translucent as snow. When she pursed her lips and smiled, 2 cute dimples appeared on her cheeks, so innocent it reminded people of the sweetest first love in school. Chapter 58: The Opening of the Chinese Music Awards Ceremony. Oh my God. Nanxiao is so beautiful, it's breathtaking. I can't take it anymore. My heart is melting. This is not a person. She is clearly a fairy descending to earth. If I could marry her, I'd be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. Soon, the barrage of comments surged like a tide, flooding the entire screen. Lu Xiaobai looked up toward the entrance and saw Su Nanxiao walking gracefully towards him. She was smiling, and with a glance of her eyes, the entire Chinese Music Award shone just for her at that moment. Su Nanxiao scanned the audience and quickly spotted Lu Xiaobai. The two exchanged smiles. Next, renowned stars like Gu Qingwu and Shun Mingzhi entered the venue. Outside the venue, there was a roaring cheer, louder than that for Su Nanxiao. It seems that Nanxiao still can't compare to the true superstars. Lu Xiaobai stroked his chin, pondering to himself, watching that annoying woman steal the spotlight. He felt very displeased. At this moment, the topic on the barrage suddenly changed. By the way, will the nameless person win an award tonight? If he wins, he should show up, right? Of course. If he doesn't win, then the Chinese Music Awards would be a joke. Wow, I can finally see the real person. I'm a bit excited thinking about it. I bet a pack of spicy strips that the nameless person won show up. Shut your stinky mouth. It was already 8 p.m., and the Chinese Music Awards ceremony officially began. Esteemed guests, dear audience friends, good evening. Welcome to the 34th Chinese Music Awards ceremony. I am your host, Zhang Chong. I am your host, Li Xiang. as the most authoritative awards ceremony in the Chinese music scene. The Chinese Music Awards cover almost all areas of the industry. There are three main categories: technical awards, best arranger, best MV director; work awards, best single, best album; best film TV song; personal honors, best male-female singer, best new artist, best band group, best lyricist composer. The first award to be announced is for best MV director. The winner is Zhang Haoran, and the winning work is the MV for the theme song of 7-Year Appointment, Silence. This award didn't attract much attention and didn't cause a stir. Next, it was time for the Best Arranger Award. Next, we're going to present an award that is often overlooked but deserves the most admiration: the Best Arranger Award. Male host Li Xiang said, "Brother Li, why do you say the Best Arranger Award deserves the most admiration?" Female host Zhang Chong asked deliberately, "What does an arranger do?" They can turn a mediocre melody into a masterpiece that you want to loop endlessly. It's well known that arranging and songwriting are two different tracks, and very few musicians who excel in songwriting also arrange. However, this award winner is quite remarkable. Although he is an excellent songwriter, his arranging skills are also extraordinary. Male host Li Xiang said mysteriously. At this time, almost everyone thought of the nameless person and Liu Xiaobai. The only two gods in the Chinese music scene who excel in both songwriting and arranging are these two. All right, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. The winner is the arranger of Invisible Wings, Master Nameless Person. As soon as this was said, the audience erupted. Viewers were even more excited. Wow, it's finally going to be revealed. Let me see which god it is. The moment to witness history has arrived. The entire live broadcast screen was drowned in barges, with dense text covering the hosts entirely. I've been defeated by my own disguise again. Liu Xiaobai smiled wryly, touching his nose. Everyone held their breath. The nameless person was finally going to appear. Countless music company bosses issued orders to contact him as soon as he showed up. At this moment, Huang Wenkai, who was beside Liu Xiaobai, stood up and walked towards the center of the stage. The entire venue gasped. So he is the nameless person? The barrage instantly changed tone. He is actually a greasy, fat uncle? What do you mean, family? My idol filter shattered into pieces. Sigh, so disappointing. I thought he would be a handsome guy. Of course, many people present knew the truth, like Su Nanxiao and Gu Qingwu, but they all chose to remain silent. Huang Wenkai walked up to the microphone and took the trophy from the host's hands. Are you Master Nameless Person? Female host Zhang Chong asked in surprise. No, I am Huang Wenkai, the AR director of Longting Entertainment. Master Nameless Person cannot attend this ceremony due to personal reasons, so he entrusted me to accept the award. Huang Wenkai took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. TCH. As soon as he said this, boos surged from all directions. Damn, what a waste of feelings. What is this? I've been waiting for this live stream for so long just to see this fat guy. Fat guy, hurry up and get off the stage. I have a thought. Could it be that nameless person is too ugly to show up? No thoughts allowed. Not even a think. Thinking is a crime. Viewers commented one after another. Seeing the situation getting a bit out of control, male host Li Xiang hurriedly let Huang Wenkai leave the stage and moved on to the next segment. Next, we will present the award for Best Single of the Year. The stage lights suddenly dimmed, and the entire venue fell into darkness. The big screen began to play clips of the 5 nominated works: the Queen Gu Qingwu's Love as Stroll, the King Shun Mingzhi's Promise Under the Moonlight, the powerful singer Lin Yifeng's Gentleness in Time, Li Siqi's Decency, and Su Nanxiao's Childhood. The camera swept over a few nominated singers in the audience. The Queen Gu Qingwu held her hands tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms. The King Shun Mingzhi pretended to be relaxed as he adjusted his cuffs, but his eyes kept darting toward the stage. Lin Yifeng smiled, but secretly bit his lip. The calmest was Li Siqi. She still had some self-awareness. Although Decency had achieved considerable success, it was still a huge gap compared to Childhood. At this moment, Zhou Mingqi sat in a corner with a look of disappointment. Although she had fallen from grace, she was at least a once-famous queen. Yet now she didn't even have the qualification to be nominated. The award for Best Single is... Li Xiang suddenly paused, and the music stopped abruptly. At this moment, even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. The performer of Childhood is Su Nanxiao, and the songwriter is the nameless person. The audience erupted with deafening applause and cheers. Chapter 59, First Appearance in Public. Although Su Nanjiao was mentally prepared, she was still so excited that her body trembled slightly. This was her first time winning the Best Single award since her debut. She took a deep breath and walked slowly towards the stage. Nanjiao, this song has swept all major charts. How do you feel right now? Zhang Chong asked. I feel like I'm dreaming. This is the first time I've won such an important award in my life. Su Nanjiao's eyes slightly reddened, but she quickly adjusted her emotions. I really want to thank everyone who loves this song, but the person I want to thank the most is the nameless person teacher. Thank you for writing such a great song for me. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to stand on this stage. Thank you for helping me fulfill my dream. Her gaze swept through the crowd, making eye contact with Xiaobai, and she revealed a gentle smile. By the way, the nameless person teacher is currently the most prominent and mysterious figure in the Chinese music scene. You must know him, right? Can you introduce him to everyone? Li Xiang asked. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's eyes were locked on Su Nanjiao. They all wanted to speculate on the identity of the nameless person from her few words. I'm sorry to disappoint everyone. The nameless person teacher is unwilling to reveal his identity. Su Nanjiao. TCH. The audience erupted into boos again. Xiaobai frowned. Is my wife someone you can boo? Next, let's invite the national goddess Su Nanjiao to perform this song Childhood Live. Seeing the situation getting a bit out of control, the female host Zhang Chong quickly changed the topic. When the familiar prelude of Childhood played, the entire venue immediately quieted down. On the banyan tree by the pond, cicadas are calling out for summer. Su Nanjiao gently opened her lips, her pure voice flowing like a clear spring. If this song doesn't win an award, it would be an injustice. Music producer Zhang Ting remarked. In the audience, someone started humming along. Gradually, more and more voices joined in, getting louder. When the chorus came, tens of thousands of people in the audience began to sing together. The stars in the front row stood up one after another. Even the serious judges started clapping to the rhythm. Even backstage staff were quietly humming along. Su Nanjiao's eyes widened in surprise, tears of excitement streaming down her face. With the judges and stars singing along with her, this was definitely the most glorious moment of her entire career. After the song ended, the applause was thunderous. Now, the award for Best Film Song will be presented. After Su Nanjiao left the stage, Zhang Chong continued. The big screen began to play clips of the nominated works. When the theme song of 7 Years of Agreement, Silence, started playing, the camera immediately cut to Li Siki. She unconsciously tightened her grip on her skirt, her knuckles turning slightly white. Siki, stay calm. You have to have confidence in yourself, and even more confidence in teacher Xiaobai. Sister Lan reminded her quietly. The winning work is... After the nomination clips finished playing, Zhang Chong deliberately prolonged her tone. Li Siki held her breath, as if she could hear her own heart beating violently. Silence. The theme song of 7 Years of Agreement, performed by Li Siki. Zhang Chong finally announced the answer. Li Siki could no longer care about her image. The 30-year-old woman danced with joy like a little girl, shouting excitedly. Although her movements were exaggerated, no one laughed at her. Li Siki had always been a third-tier artist. However, with songs like Silence in the Next Dawn, she became a first-tier singer in just a few months. Now, she had also won the significant award for Best Film Song. In this situation, no one could be calmer than her. As she walked towards the stage, Li Siki's steps became more steady. When she took the heavy trophy from the host's hands, she said into the microphone, "Actually, this award should belong to teacher Xiaobai. If it weren't for him writing such a moving melody, and if he hadn't insisted that I sing it, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today." As she spoke, Li Siki's eyes turned red with tears. Below the stage, Xiaobai shook his head and smiled helplessly, meeting Li Siki's grateful and affectionate gaze. He shivered in fright and quickly averted his eyes, afraid that his wife would misunderstand. It is well known that teacher Xiaobai and the nameless person are known as the twin stars of the Chinese music scene. However, many people probably haven't seen teacher Lu, right? Let's invite him to the stage to say a few words, shall we? The host Zhang Chong said loudly. Yes. The audience immediately erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Someone whistled, and the audience in the back even stood up, stretching their necks to try to see the true face of this genius creator. Compared to the nameless person, Liu Xiaobai was not as mysterious, but everyone was equally curious about him. Liu Xiaobai stood up from his seat. He wore a simple white shirt and casual pants, exuding a refreshing youthful vibe. His facial features were well-defined, and his eyes were clean, no matter how you looked at it. He didn't seem like a big shot who could write classic works like Silence, The Next Dawn, and Radio Love Song. The audience first fell silent, then erupted into waves of gasps. He is Liu Xiaobai. What a joke. I thought he was at least a 40-year-old uncle. What's so strange about it? His name is Xiaobai, so he must be young. Have you lost your mind? Just because he's called Xiaobai doesn't mean he's young. By that logic, if he gets old, he should be called Liu Laobai. Under the gaze of everyone, Liu Xiaobai calmly walked onto the stage. This was his first appearance in public, but he was not at all flustered. In his previous life, as an 18-line singer, he was used to such occasions. The two hosts exchanged surprised glances. This teacher, Liu's aura, doesn't seem like someone who's facing the camera for the first time. Zhang Chong slightly tilted her body and lowered her voice to Li Xiang. It's known that creators usually hide behind the scenes for a long time, are generally not good with words, and may even be a bit socially anxious. But someone as calm and composed as Teacher Liu was something they had never seen before. Beside her, Li Siki was staring intently at Liu Xiaobai, who was slowly walking towards the stage, her eyes filled with warmth and affection. Oh no! Su Nanjiao's nails unconsciously dug into her palm. Her husband seemed to be noticed by this woman, although she was over 30. The mature charm that Li Siki exuded made her feel like she was facing a formidable enemy. There's a saying online, young people don't know the goodness of aunties, mistaking young girls for treasures. Who knows if Liu Xiaobai would like older women? It's said online that you're the only one in the Chinese music scene who can rival the nameless person teacher. So, do you have confidence in winning against him? Zhang Chong asked with a smile. Chapter 60. Everyone likes you, but you don't like them. Who do you think you are? I wouldn't dare to claim such a title. The nameless person is a top figure in the music industry, and I'm not even worthy to carry his shoes. Liu Xiaobai pretended to be flustered and waved his hands. Upon hearing this, the entire audience erupted in laughter. Teacher Liu is indeed quite humble, but he's right. Who in the Chinese music scene dares to compare to the nameless person? It's worth noting that in the entire Dragon Country, this is the only artist whose works have been included in textbooks. Su Nanjiao also chuckled. Others thought Liu Xiaobai was being modest, but only she knew the truth. He gave all the good songs to her and left the ordinary ones for others. It's highly likely that Liu Xiaobai will never surpass the nameless person in his lifetime. After chatting for a few moments, Liu Xiaobai stepped off the stage. Next up is the most prestigious award of the Chinese Music Festival, Best Album Award. Host Li Xiang's voice resonated throughout the venue, and the entire hall fell silent in an instant. The air seemed to freeze, and even the sound of breathing became audible. Everyone present knew the significance of this award. It is not just a trophy. It is a ticket to the pinnacle of the Chinese music scene. Whoever wins this award essentially reserves a spot as a king or queen of music. If you haven't won the Best Album Award, then sorry. No matter how high your sales or popularity, people won't acknowledge you as a king or queen. Even a mediocre queen like Zhou Mingqi had won this award 3 years ago. Here it comes. The ultimate showdown is upon us. I bet on Tian Hey Hey. My Nanjiao's album should be directly crowned. Sister Qing Wu doesn't win an award. I'll live stream doing a handstand while washing my hair. Well said. My Qing Wu's Human Whisper is the strongest. The comments exploded on screen. The big screen displayed the names of 5 albums. Queen Gu Qingwu's Human Whisper, King Shun Mingzhi's Promise of Love, rising singer Su Haiyang's Floating Light, Li Siki's The Next Dawn, and Su Nanjiao's Tian Hey Hey. The winning album is... Host Li Xiang suddenly paused. The sound engineer cooperatively played a tense heartbeat sound effect. The atmosphere was suffocating. Su Nanjiao's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the audience. Liu Xiaobai was staring at her, his lips silently forming the words, "Don't be afraid." This made her tense spine relax slightly. Tian Hey Hey, Su Nandia. Let's welcome her back to the stage. Host Li Xiang announced excitedly. At this moment, Gu Qingwu's lips involuntarily twitched. Shun Mingzhi suddenly sat up straight, the chair groaning in protest. Of course, the winning Su Nanjiao wasn't in a much better state. Her legs felt weak as she stood up, nearly toppling over. When she walked onto the stage to receive the trophy, her body trembled, almost causing her to fall. Female host Zhang Chong quickly reached out to support her. Everyone's burning gaze was fixed on the trophy in her hands. Those eyes were mixed with jealousy, desire, and unwillingness. This woman is truly lucky. Here, I want to sincerely thank the nameless person. Su Nanjiao was so excited she could barely speak. I represent everyone to ask you a question. Why does the nameless person only write songs for you? What is your relationship with him? To ease the tension, Li Xiang asked the question everyone was curious about. I only have a simple cooperative relationship with him. Upon hearing this, Su Nanjiao immediately calmed down. Her husband had repeatedly instructed her not to reveal his identity. TCH. The audience erupted in boos again. If you say that, you probably won't believe it yourself. When Su Nanjiao held the trophy and walked down the steps, no one noticed the cold light flashing in Gu Qingwu's eyes. Qingwu, it's okay. No one can shake your position as the #1 in the music industry. You were just a bit hasty in your comeback, which is why you lost to Su Nanjiao. Next year, we will definitely win this award. Gu Qingwu's manager, Sister Lin, comforted her. Of course, inform the company that for my next album, I want to invite top creators to write songs for me. Gu Qingwu's face was icy. Next, we will present the Best Band Group Award. Li Xiang announced. When the big screen displayed the names of 5 groups, Xingyue Legend, which had been quietly observing, suddenly brightened up because they had received a nomination. The winner is Xingyue Legend. As soon as Zhang Chong finished speaking, the audience's gaze turned toward the somewhat awkward-looking duo. No one in the audience applauded, and many began whispering to one another. The camera panned over, and some people even covered their mouths, laughing so hard their shoulders shook. The negative comments on the live stream platform began flooding in. Wow, such a tacky song, such a vulgar group can win an award? The domestic entertainment industry is finished. The Chinese music festival has fallen. Performances at this KTV level deserve an award. Now anyone can win an award. It's truly a sad state for the industry. That song Above the Moon is simply ridiculously tacky. Did Aunt Wong from the village do that makeup? Faced with this scene, Lin Dachuan and Wulan were at a loss for what to do. Wulan's eyes were red from crying. What do we do wrong? Above the Moon is clearly very good. Why should we be so discriminated against? At this moment, Lu Xiaobai was filled with rage. When you criticize Above the Moon, you are insulting Wang Dali. Insulting Wang Dali is insulting my mother. Insulting my mother is insulting me. This is absolutely intolerable. His face turned ashen, and he strode onto the stage amid the gaze of the crowd. The entire venue fell silent, everyone looking at him in confusion. Sorry, I want to say a fair word for teacher Wang Dali. Lu Xiaobai said coldly with a smile. Just now, someone said Above the Moon is tacky. That Xingyue Legend shouldn't have won the award. Then I want to ask, what is tacky? Nowadays, Above the Moon has surpassed 1 billion plays in square dancing, KTV, short videos, shopping malls. No one can escape this song. If that's called tacky, then why is everyone listening to it? Does that mean the taste of everyone in the Dragon Country is poor? Above the Moon integrates multiple elements such as folk, pop, and electronic. Calling the modernization of Dragon Country's traditional music tacky? Then what is considered high class? Total westernization? Teacher Wang Dali infused the winds of the grasslands and the smoke of the marketplaces into the melody. They are not singing tacky flavor, but the lives of millions of ordinary people. Praising the stars and the sea is high class, while singing in the fields is tacky. Lu Xiaobai's words were powerful, leaving everyone speechless. The last sentence sent to everyone. If you don't like what everyone likes, who do you think you are? After saying this, he turned and walked off the stage. Chapter 61. The nameless person sweeps 5 major awards. As the announcement was made, the audience fell into a stunned silence. Everyone was shocked, their mouths agape. In everyone's impression, behind-the-scenes music creators were supposed to be graceful, humble, and gentle individuals. But today, Lu Xiaobai actually confronted tens of thousands of viewers directly in front of the live broadcast camera. Moreover, in the eyes of some high-end listeners, Above the Moon was synonymous with being tacky. Yet, Lu Xiaobai not only did not shy away, but he also openly supported it, even elevating it to the height of national culture. Was this big shot really so bold in his actions? Claps began to erupt. At that moment, renowned music producer Zhang Ting suddenly started to applaud. Soon, more creators and judges joined in, and finally, thunderous applause filled the room. Many who had previously questioned Xinyu legend began to lower their heads in shame. Lin Dachuan and Ulan were moved to tears, continuously bowing to Liu Xiaobai. At this moment, music producer Zhang Ting also stepped onto the stage. He took the microphone, scanned the audience, and spoke loudly and sincerely. I completely agree with what teacher Liu Xiaobai said. When voting for the Best Band Group Award, I was the only one who voted for Xinyu legend. The song Above the Moon is a perfect collision of national and popular music. It is an organic fusion of tradition and modernity. It is a perfect balance of professionalism and mass appeal. I dare say it has created a new paradigm for popular music in Longwa. Finally, I will repeat teacher Liu's words. If you don't like something that everyone else likes, who do you think you are? With that, he stepped off the stage. The audience erupted into warm applause once again. Truly good songs never fear being misunderstood. If professional judges say so, some people should wake up. It turns out that what is tacky is not the music, but our lofty prejudices. Teacher Liu's words were resounding. If you don't like something that everyone else likes, who do you think you are? At this moment, the comments on the live streaming platform began to turn around. In this heated atmosphere, host Li Xiang regained control of the pace. What teacher Liu and teacher Zhang said was truly wonderful. It deserves reflection from all of us. All right, let us quickly move on to the next segment. Otherwise, we will all have to work overtime. Ha ha ha. He thought he had made a funny joke, but no one paid attention. Everyone was still immersed in passionate discussion. An awkward Li Xiang said again, "Next, we will present the Best Lyricist Composer Award. The winner is..." He built suspense again. Shall he just say it? There is no suspense for this award. At this moment, a judge in the front row laughed. Hee hee. Then I will just say it. Li Xiang awkwardly smiled. The winner is the nameless person. Huang Wencai's face turned red, reluctantly walking onto the stage. Wow, did everyone notice? The nameless person is practically becoming a legend, commented a netizen. Seeing this comment, the entire internet exploded. This meant that apart from teacher Liu Xiaobai and teacher Wang Dali, the nameless person had outperformed any other music creator. Another netizen commented, "Even more astonishing is that these works span a wide range of styles, completely unlike the work of a single person. Everyone thought about it, and it really was true. Among the songs he wrote, there were ones depicting family love like Where Has the Time Gone, graduation-themed songs like You, My Deskmate and The Wind Rises, inspirational songs like Invisible Wings, and sweet love songs like I Love You. Of course, there was also the song included in textbooks, Childhood. The Chinese music scene is truly about to undergo a change. A spectacle unseen in the Chinese music scene for 20 years. A mysterious person sweeping 5 major awards. My mom is asking why I have to kneel to watch a live broadcast. This is simply unbelievable. The nameless person, please accept my knees." Seeing these comments, Liu Xiaobai couldn't help but smile with pride. Is this what you call unbelievable? If you knew that the nameless person and Wang Dali were both my alter egos, that would truly be unbelievable. At this time, the award ceremony was nearing its conclusion, but it was also reaching its most climactic moment. The most significant award, the Best Male-Female Singer Award, was about to be presented. If the Best Album Award is a necessary stepping stone to becoming a king or queen, then the Best Male-Female Singer Award is almost equivalent to being a king or queen. The winner of the Best Male Singer Award is the king, Shun Mingjie, announced the host, Li Xiang, loudly. This award had almost no suspense. In today's Chinese music scene, there is a phenomenon of an imbalance in gender representation. There are numerous queens. Besides Gu Qingwu and Lin Shuaying, there are also potential queens like Su Nanxiao and the recently fallen star Zhou Minqi. But the kings only have Shun Mingjie as a lone contender. Thank you to my fans for their support, and thank you to the judges. Shun Mingjie gracefully walked onto the stage, bowing deeply. Wow, my husband is so handsome. His looks are simply unbelievable. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to faint. As soon as the words fell, many young girls began to scream and cheer. At this moment, Liu Xiaobai felt very displeased. because Shen Mingzhi was better looking than him. Shen Mingzhi, looking confused. What the heck? I'm an idol and a strong singer. I sent it a bit strange for you. A behind-the-scenes creator to compare looks with me? Thus, Liu Xiaobai made two important decisions. First, to quickly make another average-looking male singer popular, to completely suppress Shen Mingzhi's arrogance. Second, and most importantly, to quickly accumulate enough prestige points to exchange for personal looks and charm. He absolutely would not allow anyone in the entertainment industry to be more handsome than him. Moreover, being handsome can also win others' affection, which would make it easier to gain prestige points. Poor Shen Mingzhi had no idea that he was facing hostility from someone just because of his looks. The winner of the Best Female Singer Award is. Host Zhang Chong began to build suspense again. The big screen displayed the names of 5 individuals: Gu Qingwu, Lin Shuang, Su Nanxiao, Li Siki, and another female singer named Lin Xia, whom Liu Xiaobai had never heard of. The camera quickly cut to close-ups of the 5 nominees. Gu Qingwu had her red lips slightly pursed. Lin Shuang was tightly covering her mouth. Su Nanxiao was lowering her head to adjust her dress. Meanwhile, Li Siki's breath was almost suspended. She felt all the blood in her body boiling, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. Oh my God, she was actually standing alongside these queen-level figures. Even if it was just a nomination, it was enough to make her wake up smiling in her dreams. Just as everyone was at the peak of tension, host Zhang Chong finally slowly spoke. Su Nanxiao. Chapter 62. Su Nanjiao is crowned as the empress. As soon as the words fell, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Congratulations to Nanjiao for being crowned as the empress. Huang Wenkai stood up, shouting and waving his hands vigorously. Nanjiao is amazing. Li Siki jumped up and screamed, her eyes sparkling with pure joy. Nanjiao deserves to be the empress. Music producer Zhang Ting stood up to applaud. The artists from Longting Entertainment also stood up in unison, clapping and cheering. Although some of them were a bit jealous of Su Nanjiao, this moment was worth celebrating for all Longting people. Boss Liu, Longting has had a great harvest tonight. Almost all the awards are yours. Yes, if you don't set up a few tables tonight, we won't let you go. Several music company bosses surrounded Liu Feng, their faces filled with smiles, but their eyes flickered with complex emotions. Oh no, this is all thanks to the nameless person, Liu Xiaobai, and teacher Wang Dali, Liu Feng said, smiling with his eyes squinted, his chubby face shaking with laughter. Damn, what the hell? Hearing this, the bosses suddenly came back to their senses. It was only then they realized that these 3 people were all under Longting. They stared at Liu Feng's fat face, jealousy almost making them sick. What kind of luck did this fat guy have? He actually managed to snag the 3 most powerful figures in the entire Chinese music scene. At this momentum, it was practically a done deal that Longting would become the industry leader. The day after the ceremony, media coverage flooded in. Su Nanjiao crowned in 2 categories. The Dark Knight wins Best Album and Best Female Singer. The nameless person sweeps 5 awards, but remains elusive, sending the internet into a frenzy. Liu Xiaobai makes a bold statement for Star Moon legend. Who do you think you are? Becomes an internet meme. Gu Qingwu's team leaves early. Suspected dissatisfaction with the award results. In the news on Huaxia TV, the host excitedly recapped the highlights of the ceremony, frequently mentioning the nameless person. His works ran throughout the entire award ceremony, becoming the biggest highlight, yet his identity remains a mystery, sparking nationwide discussions. The internet was even more explosive. Major social media platforms were flooded with related topics, with half of the top 6 trending topics on Weibo related to the ceremony. Topics like Su Nanjiao becomes empress, the nameless person becomes legend, Liu Xiaobai makes stunning appearance, Liu Xiaobai confronts audience continued to soar in popularity, with views easily surpassing hundreds of millions. Some music professional media focused on the music itself. The magazine Voice of Music commented, "From invisible wings to childhood, the nameless person has proven his extraordinary talent through his works. His songwriting spans multiple styles, and each song evokes strong emotional resonance from listeners, undoubtedly injecting new vitality into the Chinese music scene." Additionally, Liu Xiaobai's contributions should not be underestimated. Hits like Silence, Decency, and The Next Dawn showcase his deep songwriting skills. The twin star dynamic of Liu Xiaobai and the nameless person will push the music industry to new heights. Of course, in this media frenzy, Li Siki and the Star Moon Legend Group also received widespread attention, with endorsement offers pouring in like snowflakes. At 10:35 a.m., Longting Entertainment Headquarters Building. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. Liu Xiaobai, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding an iced Americano, stepped out, radiating happiness. He was, of course, delighted because his popularity had soared after the Chinese music ceremony. As Liu Xiaobai walked out of the elevator, a chorus of greetings immediately rang out. "Good morning, Teacher Liu. You look so handsome today." The front desk girl's eyes sparkled. "Teacher Liu, I dream of the day I can sing a song you wrote. Do you think I have that honor?" A sweet-looking female artist linked her arm with his right arm. "Teacher Liu, if you need any help, just let me know. I'm at your service." A knowledgeable beauty in a professional outfit said, half jokingly and half seriously. Liu Xiaobai kept smiling and nodding. Although he only won one award, Best Film Song, at the Chinese music ceremony, his reputation within the company had reached an astonishing height. The reason was simple. He was not only the only one who could compete with a nameless person, but he was also the spokesperson for the socially anxious teacher Wang Dali. Everyone knew that if they flattered him, they could simultaneously gain the support of both big shots. Of course, there were plenty of people talking behind his back. When the tiger is away, the monkeys take over. If it weren't for the nameless person being so low-key, where would he get to be so arrogant? Music creator Wang Feng said sourly behind the scenes. "Good morning, Teacher Liu." As soon as Liu Xiaobai pushed open the office door, his assistant Gu Qingqing handed him a steaming cup of coffee and then quietly returned to her workstation. Room 808 was an open office area, and Gu Qingqing's workstation was only about 3 meters away from Liu Xiaobai's, making it convenient for her to respond to his needs at any time. Of course, this need was not what everyone was thinking. Is it still early at 10:30? Also, don't call me teacher anymore. It sounds so distant. Liu Xiaobai chuckled lightly and sat down at his desk. Seeing that he was in a good mood and had no urgent matters, Gu Qingqing lowered her voice mysteriously. "Brother Xiaobai, do you know? King Shinmingzhi and Empress Lin Shuaying secretly contacted Boss Liu yesterday. They want to invite you to write songs." Guess what Boss Liu said? She deliberately paused, her eyes spinning. He said his schedule is booked until next year. Liu Xiaobai didn't even lift his head. Much harsher than that. Gu Qingqing mimicked Liu Feng's voice. "Our teacher Liu now only writes songs for our artists. How about you all break your contracts and come over?" She laughed so hard she was pounding the table, while their manager turned green. "Oh," Liu Xiaobai replied lightly. "By the way, there's even more explosive news. I heard." Gu Qingqing became more and more excited, her mouth foaming as she prepared to continue spilling the tea. Liu Xiaobai was about to explode. This girl had been rambling for over 10 minutes. "Ahem. It's work time. Focus on your work. No slacking." Liu Xiaobai finally couldn't help but say seriously. "Oh." Gu Qingqing stuck out her tongue and quickly began to work diligently, eyes on her tasks. "You're the one who slacks off the most in the entire company. And you still say I do?" "Seriously," she complained in her heart. Liu Xiaobai was utterly speechless. How did he end up choosing such a chatterbox as an assistant? The office finally quieted down. Liu Xiaobai opened the system panel. After the Chinese music ceremony, his popularity had surged again. The panel displayed reputation value, 5,512 points, skills owned, beginner piano playing ability, beginner singing skills, intermediate music theory proficiency, skills available for exchange, none, chapter 63. Cantonese Song King Lin Zimic lighting a cigar. Liu Xiaobai began to ponder. Recently, he didn't plan to exchange any skills, but instead wanted to save them all for exchanging personal appearance and charm. The reason was simple. On one hand, it was because the superstar Shinmingzhi had made a splash at the gala with his looks, which stimulated him greatly. Shinmingzhi, looking confused. "No matter how much attention I get, can it compare to you?" On the other hand, he realized another issue. That is, exchanging for appearance and charm could also bring him prestige points. Moreover, the way to gain prestige points was much easier. He didn't need to do anything. Just going out frequently would suffice. That's settled, he thought to himself. Just then, the phone screen lit up, and the notification sound kept ringing. Liu Xiaobai picked up his phone and saw at least dozens of messages from Su Nanjiao. "I just had a dream. dreaming that we were watching the sunrise by the sea. That scene was so beautiful. I didn't want to wake up. This was sent at 6 a.m. Just finished work. So tired, but thinking of you gives me strength. I miss you. Do you miss me? This was sent at 11:30 a.m. Lunch looks pretty good, with my favorite shrimp. But without you here, it feels like something's missing. Have you eaten lunch? Are you eating well? This was sent at 12:30 p.m. It turned out that after Su Nanjiao saw Li Siki looking at Lu Xiaobai during the Chinese music gala, she suddenly felt a sense of crisis. So she wanted to bombard him with WeChat messages, keeping a close eye on her husband. Looking at these messages, Lu Xiaobai couldn't help but smile gently. This woman is actually jealous. She doesn't even think about it. With her around, which woman would I look at? After replying to the messages, Lu Xiaobai sat in his chair, lost in thought. Recently, the artists he supported were mostly female, and he had a bunch of male songs that no one was singing. It seemed he had to discover one or two male singers. Ching, which male singers with good singing skills does the company have? Lu Xiaobai asked. The best singer is definitely the Cantonese Song King Lin Zimic. Gu Qingqing said after thinking for a moment. How could I forget him? Lu Xiaobai suddenly recalled that this male singer had also participated in the audition for Wang Dali's song. This artist was very talented and humble. However, Lin Zimic was from Hong Kong and was more skilled at singing Cantonese songs, and his Mandarin wasn't very standard. Brother Xiaobai, you write all Mandarin songs? I'm afraid he. Gu Qingqing continued. So he is from Hong Kong. Lu Xiaobai interrupted her, looking pleasantly surprised. Gu Qingqing blinked, looking at him in confusion. What's so happy about Lin Zimic being from Hong Kong? Can you write Cantonese songs? Lu Xiaobai was indeed happy. In his past life, he listened to Cantonese songs just as much as Mandarin songs. But since crossing over, he hadn't encountered any artists from Hong Kong or Guangdong province. This resulted in a bunch of Cantonese songs he had that had no place to be used. Ching, call Lin Zimic and ask him to come over. Lu Xiaobai said, this is the status of a top music creator in Blue Star. A first-line singer can be summoned with just a phone call. Lin Zimic has a concert today. Gu Qingqing shrugged her hands. Well then, you work hard. I'm going out to gather materials. Also, I want T come to work in the afternoon. You can do your own thing. Lu Xiaobai picked up his coat and walked towards the door. Binhai Primary School was holding a sports meeting this morning. And in the afternoon, his sister and sister-in-law were on holiday, so he planned to take them out for some fun. I can't believe I'm so silly. Taking two little women out shopping. Following them, Lu Xiaobai, carrying a dozen shopping bags, let out a sigh of despair. He had already accompanied them for 3 hours and was exhausted. Finally, after shopping, the two little girls were tired. Lu Xiaobai thought they would sit down and rest, but... Brother hug. Lu Xiaoyan suddenly turned around, opening her chubby little arms. Hug me. Do you see I have any hands left? Lu Xiaobai grimaced, showcasing his full arms of spoils. Lu Xiaoyan pouted, her eyes looking away. This showed that the little ancestor was upset. Helplessly, Lu Xiaobai could only pick her up. His sister was his greatest weakness. Brother Xiaobai, I want to. Su Mengyao also opened her arms. You. Lu Xiaobai glared at his sister-in-law. Su Mengyao immediately imitated Lu Xiaoyan, tossing her little head to show she was also sulking. Lu Xiaobai once again picked up his sister-in-law. Alas, his sister-in-law was his second greatest weakness. Poor Lu Xiaobai, whether in his past life or this life, was a person who could do nothing with his hands. Carrying 2 8-year-old girls was almost killing him. Persisting until they reached the parking lot would be a victory. Lu Xiaobai gasped for breath, feeling like his spine was about to break. Finally, the three were about to exit the mall. Brother, there's a lottery over there. Lu Xiaoyan's eyes lit up, pointing not far away. If you spend over 6,000, you get 2 chances to win. Win what? Hurry home. Lu Xiaobai looked displeased. Of course we want to win. What if we win? Su Mengyao chimed in. Lu Xiaobai, feeling helpless, had to agree to the requests of the two little ancestors. The three of them had spent nearly 7,000 today, enough for 2 lottery draws. Take a look. Every 3,000 spent gives you a chance to draw a lottery. The first prize is an electric bike, and the grand prize is a VIP ticket to Lin Zimic's concert. Don't miss out. The staff at the lottery station shouted loudly. Under their shouts, the lottery station quickly filled with people. Oh my, there are actually tickets to Lin Zimic's concert. What a pity, I only spent over 2,000. Honey, let's go buy more. Everyone was excitedly discussing. Chapter 64. What virtue and capability do I, Lin Zimo, have? Lu Xiaobai raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Lin Zimo to be quite famous in Binhai City. Brother, Xiaobai, go, come here quickly. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyan and Su Mingyao had already slipped off him like loaches, tugging at his pants leg to drag him to the prize draw stage. All right. Lu Xiaobai helplessly handed the shopping receipt to the staff. Please spin the lucky wheel. The staff smiled as they handed over the remote control. Lu Xiaoyan snatched it away and pressed the button directly. The wheel spun rapidly. Congratulations, you won 5th prize. A plush toy, the staff said with a smile. Yay, it's Mr. Rabbit. Lu Xiaoyan bounced up and down with the toy. So childish. Su Mingyao said with a look of disdain. For the second draw, the wheel spun again. Congratulations. The host's voice trembled. Grand prize. 1 VIP ticket to Lin Zimo's concert. We won. The two little girls screamed in unison. Lu Xiaobai instantly covered his face. These two are really embarrassing. What's so great about winning concert tickets? As long as he wants. Dozens of tickets would be no problem. The entire venue fell silent for 3 seconds, then erupted into deafening screams. Big brother, I'll pay 10,000 for that ticket, okay? A heavily made-up female fan of Lin Zimo squeezed over. I'll pay 15,000. Another girl shouted loudly. Brother, hurry and sell it to her. Little money-loving Lu Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. They spent over 7,000 shopping today, and selling this ticket would mean they spent nothing, plus they would profit 8,000. Yes, sell it quickly. Su Mingyao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. What's so special about Lin Zimo? Both her sister and brother-in-law have a bigger presence than him. Everyone looked at Lu Xiaobai with envy. This guy is really lucky. Not selling. Lu Xiaobai pulled the two little girls and walked out of the mall under countless envious and jealous gazes. Are you kidding? With his current wealth? He really doesn't care about that 15,000 yuan. But Lin Zimo's concert is worth watching. He plans to assess this person's temperament, stage presence, and singing skills on site, and then decide whether to promote him to a superstar. Seriously, what's so great about Lin Zimo's concert? Exactly. I wouldn't even watch my sister's concert. In the VIP seat to the concert, the two little girls sulked in low voices. Lu Xiaobai felt a bit regretful as well. The concert follows a 1-ticket-per-person rule, with no child exemption policy, and he only had 1 ticket. If it weren't for a staff member from Longteng recognizing him and giving him 2 extra tickets, he wouldn't have been able to bring the 2 little girls in. Before he could think more about it, the concert began. The entire venue suddenly plunged into darkness. Suddenly, a beam of white light split the darkness, shining onto the center of the stage. Lin Zimo, dressed in a tailcoat, sat in front of a black piano. The audience immediately erupted into a thunderous roar of cheers. Who would have thought Lin Zimo's popularity was so terrifying? Lu Xiaobai sighed. The level of excitement at the scene could almost rival Su Nanjiao's concert in Modu. What many don't know is that Lin Zimo is a pride of us from Xiangjiang and Nanyue. The reason he isn't widely known nationwide is because he mainly sings Cantonese songs, said a middle-aged uncle next to him with a Nanyue accent. I see, Lu Xiaobai nodded. In this parallel world, Cantonese songs aren't as glorious as in his previous life, being limited to a few provinces in the south. The first song I will bring you tonight is a classic work titled The Promise Under the Moonlight, written and composed by the famous creator, Mr. Huangzhan. Lin Zimo said with a smile. Huangzhan? Could be that great master? Lu Xiaobai's body trembled, and he immediately focused on listening carefully. However, after the song was sung, he realized he had overthought it. Clearly, this Mr. Huangzhan is not the same person as the great master from his previous life. Compared to the classic Cantonese songs from his past, this song The Promise Under the Moonlight seemed quite mediocre. On stage, Lin Zimo was about to sing the next song. Next, I will bring you. Halfway through his words, he suddenly froze, staring intently at the VIP seats. What's going on? The audience looked in the direction of his gaze, puzzled. Dear fans, I am truly honored that a great master has come to my concert. Lin Zimo trembled with excitement. At this point, the staff zoomed in on the VIP seats on the big screen. What great master? Where is the great master? At this moment, Lu Xiaobai looked around, his handsome face full of confusion exposed in front of tens of thousands of audience members. He is Teacher Lu Xiaobai. Let's give him a warm welcome. Teacher Lu is actually here for my concert. What virtue and capability do Lin Zimo, have? Lin Zimo led the applause, his eyes slightly red with excitement. Wow! Great Master Lu is here. The audience instantly erupted. Cheers and screams filled the air. Ah, he was talking about me? Lu Xiaobai suddenly realized. Let me tell everyone secretly, Teacher Lu Xiaobai's singing skills are actually quite good. Shall we invite him to the stage to sing a song? Lin Zimo shouted. During the audition, Teacher Lu showcased his vocal talents. His singing skills are definitely not bad. Good. I want to hear silent. No, I want to hear the next on. It must be decent. The audience shouted loudly. Although they were all Cantonese song enthusiasts, they also liked Mandarin songs very much. They had long heard of Lu Xiaobai's great name. Under the gaze of thousands, Lu Xiaobai walked onto the stage with I pay to watch the concert. Why am I getting roped into this? How unlucky. Teacher, it is truly an honor for you to come to my concert. Although the audience here were all from Xiangjiang and Nanyue, they also love Mandarin songs. How about you sing a song? Lin Zimo tightly grasped Lu Xiaobai's hand, excitedly saying, Sing one, sing one. The audience shouted in unison. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'll reluctantly sing one. However, since most of the audience is from Xiangjiang and Nanyue, I'll sing an original Cantonese song. Lu Xiaobai smiled. What? Teacher Lu can also compose Cantonese songs? Lin Zimo looked at Lu Xiaobai with burning eyes. The entire audience began to stir. They simply could not contain their excitement. You must know that in today's Blue Star, Cantonese songs have become a niche culture. Whether it's lyricists, composers, or singers, they have become incredibly rare. Just how pitiful is it? Even a Cantonese song king like Lin Zimo can only be considered first-tier nationally. Now that they heard that top Chinese music creator Lu Xiaobai could actually write Cantonese songs, how could they not go crazy? Chapter 65 Tribute to the Idol. The Nameless One. I'm from Binhai City in Guangdong Province. How could I not write Cantonese songs? Lu Xiaobai rolled his eyes. What? Teacher Lu, you're actually from Guangdong. Lin Zimo suddenly widened his eyes, dramatically clutching his chest and stepping back 2 paces. The audience erupted in laughter and whistles, with many responding loudly in Cantonese. We didn't know either. My singing skills can't compare to Brother Lin, so everyone just bear with me for a moment. Lu Xiaobai said as he walked over to the piano. Teacher Lu, your creative talent is so outstanding. If you could sing well too, where would that leave us singers? Lin Zimo immediately picked up the cue, exaggerating his words. The audience couldn't help but laugh. Once the crowd quieted down, a gentle piano prelude began to play. The familiar yet slightly melancholic melody instantly filled the venue. Morning mist and light rain. Returning to this earth, a person hides alone. In a moment of turning, by this familiar roadside, I noticed the passerby behind me is you. What Lu Xiaobai was performing was the classic song Breakup Always Happens on Rainy Days by the late king of pop, Zhang. He had discovered that Lin Zimo's voice was magnetic and had a metallic quality, somewhat similar to that of the king, so he planned to gift this song to him. My goodness, this is too beautiful. Lin Zimo tightly covered his mouth, his face filled with disbelief. No one in the audience paid attention to the somewhat silly Cantonese song king. Everyone was immersed in a serene sadness. Why has your gaze not changed over the years? Why must memories return to the past? The night you said you wanted to leave, the rain fell endlessly, just like today. The audience had long been lost in the musical world created by Lu Xiaobai. Some closed their eyes, as if they were reliving their past emotional experiences through the song. Others had red-rimmed eyes, tears welling at the corners. An elderly man with gray hair sat quietly in his seat. Perhaps he was reminiscing about his own unfulfilled love from his youth in the song. On the live streaming platform of the concert, the comments from netizens were overwhelming. Wow. Teacher Lu Xiaobai has truly taken Cantonese songs to a new height. This talent, this looks, this singing skill. TSK, TSK, TSK. No one who has experienced over 10 heartbreaks could write this song. Ooh, Teacher Lu Xiaobai, give me back my tears. It's over. I want to be able to sleep tonight. I'm thinking of my first love. Swallow, where are you? Liu Xiaobai's performance finally reached the chorus, Always in the Rain. Escaping from a past, but the raindrops happen to bring about this meeting. Always in the rain, one remembers the past, after crying and embracing, never to meet again. At this point, the entire audience began to sing along. The live comments went wild. Help. My mom asked me why I'm kneeling while listening to the song. Just broke up. Now I'm crying so much my dog is helping me wipe my tears. Ding and ding don't understand. Learning and learning is effortless. But it's just so good to listen to. This ISNT writing a song. This is pouring out the heart. I, a 300-pound foot-picking man, cried like a fool. I, a 400-pound graceful lady, cried like a madwoman. The two of you upstairs need to be more serious. You've ruined the atmosphere. Lin Zimo was completely frozen, goosebumps all over his body. As a professional singer, he knew better than anyone the value of this song. This was undoubtedly the strongest Cantonese song ever. More importantly, it would surely transcend Guangdong and Hong Kong, becoming popular all over the Dragon Country. Teacher Liu Xiaobai's power is simply terrifying. Lin Zimo fixed his fiery gaze on Liu Xiaobai. Compared to the nameless one, Teacher Liu was indeed slightly inferior. But so what? In the realm of Cantonese songs, Teacher Liu is the true top star. When the last note fell, there was a 3-second silence in the venue. Then, it erupted into the loudest screams and applause of the night. Yet many were still in a daze, seemingly unable to pull themselves away from the song's emotions. Teacher Liu, please accept my knees. I want to worship you as my master. Lin Zimo rushed onto the stage, hugging Liu Xiaobai tightly, kneeling on both knees. Ha 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 ha. Lin Zimo's exaggerated action immediately made the entire audience laugh. The song was fine, but it was ruined by my singing skills. Liu Xiaobai humbly said, Who dares to say Teacher Liu's singing skills are lacking? Step up and show us. If you practice a bit more, the next king of the Chinese music scene will be yours. Lin Zimo stood up, pretending to be serious. Indeed, that's right. The audience cheered. To be fair, Liu Xiaobai's singing skills are indeed good, just slightly inferior to Lin Zimo's. If this song were sung by Brother Lin, it would definitely be better than mine. Liu Xiaobai's next words immediately made Lin Zimo tremble with excitement. Do you mean? He swallowed hard, cautiously asking. Brother Lin can include this song in your next album. Liu Xiaobai said with a smile. Wow, I can't believe it. The entire audience erupted in excitement. The best Cantonese song given to the best Cantonese song king to sing. This is definitely a bomb. Lin Zimo's eyes sparkled. He never dreamed that such a classic song would be entrusted to him to sing. Teacher Liu, sing it again. Yes, we want to hear it again. At this moment, tens of thousands of audience members shouted in unison. Yes, I strongly suggest that tonight's concert be entirely handed over to Teacher Liu. I'll just handle the accompaniment. Lin Zimo joked. Of course, the concert's earnings should also go to Teacher Liu, he added. Even if Liu Xiaobai stole his spotlight. Even if he couldn't earn anything, so what? As long as Cantonese songs can be promoted and passed on, this little loss is nothing. Singing it again is out of the question, Liu Xiaobai said with a smile, just when everyone was incredibly disappointed. He added, I'll switch to a new song. The entire audience erupted with excitement. There's a new song? There's actually a new song. Everyone welcomed Teacher Liu Xiaobai's second song with the warmest applause. Lin Zimo clapped his hands desperately. This time, the audience's cheers and applause were enough to lift the roof. Liu Xiaobai suddenly pressed down with his left hand, signaling that he had something to say. The venue immediately fell silent. At Sun Yinxiao's concert, the creator I respect the most, the nameless one spontaneously created the two classic songs The One Sitting Next to You and The Wind Has Risen. Here, I want to pay tribute to my idol and imitate him once. Liu Xiaobai said with a smile. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, the entire audience gasped. Chapter 66. Bicycle Oh My. Teacher Liu Xiaobai actually wants to replicate such a divine scene? This is not just paying homage to an idol. This is clearly showing off to the idol. Teacher Liu, please don't joke around. Lin Zimo forced a smile on his face, trying to change the subject. Just focus on dominating the Cantonese pop scene. Why provoke that deity? Liu Xiaobai waved his hand, interrupting him with a smile. Next, Let's invite the lighting teacher to randomly shine a spotlight on the audience. After a countdown of 10 seconds, whoever the light lands on will share a theme. Then, I will improvise a song based on that theme. And the theme is not limited to gender," he said with a smile. Hiss. The audience collectively gasped again. Teacher Liu is really going to compete with the nameless person. At Su Nanjiao's concert, there were restrictions on themes suitable for female singers, but now he has removed all limitations. This is going to create a brand new legend. Everyone began whispering to each other, the murmurs rising and falling. 10, 9, 8. At this moment, Liu Xiaobai had already started the countdown. Everyone held their breath, anticipating the shocking scene about to unfold. When Liu Xiaobai shouted 1, the spotlight stopped on a middle-aged man. Among Lin Zimo's fans, the older demographic was predominant, so it wasn't surprising to pick a middle-aged man. The man stood up and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "My father passed away 3 years ago from heart disease. He was very good to me since I was young, always providing me with good food and drinks. The only regret I have is that there was always a lack of emotional communication between us. My father never said he loved me in his lifetime." This statement hit everyone like a hammer. Indeed, people often say a father's love is like a mountain, but if the word love is never expressed, how much regret it brings to life. Many audience members recalled their own moments with their fathers, and their eyes began to glisten. Lin Zimo, however, couldn't afford to be sentimental. He felt a wave of panic. He even doubted whether this man was a plant sent by the trolls. Why? Because this theme was simply too difficult to write about. If it were just to praise paternal love, it would actually be easy to write. But this theme was about expressing regret and reflection on paternal love. Teacher Liu, can you do it? All right, I already have inspiration now. Next, please continue singing. Lin Ge, while I write down the music score during this time, Liu Xiaobai said after a moment of thought. Upon hearing this, Lin Zimo was almost startled enough to drop the microphone. The entire audience was also dumbfounded. What the heck? Is this even humanly possible? He has inspiration already. Your speed of getting inspired is faster than us peeing. Next, Lin Zimo began to perform his old song, while Liu Xiaobai sat on a chair brought by the staff, writing his song live. The audience had long lost interest in Lin Zimo's performance, all focusing intently on him. They saw Liu Xiaobai writing passionately on paper, seemingly without a moment of thought. Seeing this, the livestream's comments exploded. Wow, this is even more impressive than the nameless person. I suggest the Chinese Academy of Sciences study Liu Xiaobai's brain. This isn't just songwriting, it's clearly hacking the system. Does anyone understand? I still can't solve a math problem, and he has almost finished writing a song. Seeing this, one could fear that the nameless person would have to flee on a high-speed train overnight. Just as Lin Zimo finished the last note, Liu Xiaobai stood up and handed him the music score filled with notes. Lin Ge, later you play the lead guitar, and I'll play the rhythm guitar, Liu Xiaobai said with a smile. Although he had an exchange for guitar playing skills, his own level was enough to manage. All right, Lin Zimo waved for the staff to bring 2 guitars. The lead guitar started first, and Liu Xiaobai's rhythm guitar entered at just the right moment. The melody woven by the 2 guitars intertwined like 2 rivers converging. This prelude sounds really good. The audience's eyes lit up. However, Liu Xiaobai was secretly wryly smiling. He had severely overestimated his guitar skills. The chord transitions were too awkward, truly ruining this beautiful song. Liu Xiaobai finally began to sing, and the entire venue seemed to have been muted. Don't assume I know. Everything is done for me. Why so great, yet feel so little? This song is God's classic work bicycle. Among God's many songs, this one isn't particularly famous, but is the most special. Many people might initially think it's a song celebrating paternal love, but it's actually not. The audience began to close their eyes and listen. Instinctively, they could feel that this was definitely a piece on par with breakups always happen on rainy days. Meanwhile, the real-time viewership on the livestream platform had already surpassed 10 million. Not saying a word of love is great, only once remembered when truly touched. Riding bicycles together, we embraced tightly against each other's backs. This song was like a dull knife, slowly slicing open the memories of the audience both on-site and online. Just like this. My dad and I were just like this. A man in a suit suddenly stood up, his lips trembling. Finally, as the chorus arrived, Liu Xiaobai's right hand began to strum the strings. Hard to part, hard to hold tight. Life seems like a wilderness. If a child could rest upon his father's shoulder, who would want to get off? The livestream platform was flooded with comments. My dad was like this back then, carrying me through the whole old street. I cried listening to this. He never said he loved me, but his back was my most stable harbor. Now he is old, and it's my turn to carry him. In this life, the scariest thing is suddenly understanding a song. The camera swept across the audience. Some looked up, trying to hold back tears, while others bowed their heads, tightly gripping their fists. The ones most touched on sight were those who were fathers. They too had been like the fathers in the song, clumsily loving, yet not knowing how to express it, thinking that hard work and silent sacrifice were enough. They suddenly realized that their children had always been waiting for that one sentence, waiting for a hug. But they always thought love didn't need to be spoken. Actions were enough. A middle-aged man in the front row clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He remembered how his son used to love hugging his waist. His face pressed against his back. But as his son grew older, their conversations became fewer. During their last argument, his son had yelled with red eyes, "You never understand what I want. Hard apart, hard to hold tight. Some feelings are inescapable. No matter how cruel the world may be, remembering this bicycle, there is still happiness to borrow." Liu Xiaobai's voice continued. Chapter 67, Letting It Go. His identity will truly be exposed. A middle-aged man quietly loosened his tie, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. 20 years ago, he failed in his business and was heavily in debt, but one day, his son silently placed half a year's worth of pocket money into his palm. Later, he made a comeback, but became increasingly distant from his family due to his busy schedule. Suddenly, he realized that in his pursuit of career success, he had missed countless moments of his son's growth. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man took out his phone and sent a message to his son, who was studying at university in the north. "Come home early for the holiday. Dad wants to take you for a bike ride around Binhai City." As the last note faded away, the venue erupted not only with applause, but also with intermittent sobs. Liu Xiaobai put down his guitar, bowed deeply, and prepared to walk back to the audience. It was time to give the stage back to Lin Zimo. "Teacher Liu, you not only gave me 2 songs, but you also gave new life to Cantonese music." Lin Zimo tightly grasped Liu Xiaobai's hand, his voice choked with emotion. The applause from the audience was unending. After the concert, within an hour, hashtags like Liu Xiaobai Bike and Lin Zimo Concert Legendary Live topped the trending topics. On short video platforms, clips of Liu Xiaobai performing Breakup Always Happens on Rainy Days and Bicycle were shared wildly, with related topics surpassing 200 million views. On social media, celebrity artists also joined in. Lee Siki retweeted concert clips with the caption, "Teacher Liu's talent always surprises." At the same time, Lin Zimo also posted a video of him performing with Liu Xiaobai on his Weibo account, saying, "This is the most precious moment of my career. Thank you, Teacher Liu." The long silent Cantonese music market welcomed a glimmer of revival because of this concert. Veteran music critic Melody Catcher aptly published a review. "In the galaxy of Chinese music, Teacher Liu Xiaobai has split open a brand new galaxy belonging to Cantonese music with his astonishing talent. This genius, with surgical precision in his writing, has completed the most profound deconstruction of love and familial bonds. Breakup Always Happens on Rainy Days is a pinnacle work of emotional narrative, perfectly matching its soothing rhythm and lyrics to vividly express the feelings of heartbreak. The emergence of Bicycle further showcased teacher Liu Xiaobai's unparalleled creative power. Just 1 hour after the post was published, it garnered 100,000 likes. However, at this moment, Liu Xiaobai was very troubled. He inadvertently logged into the Weibo account of Nameless Person, which he hadn't used a long time, only to find the comments section exploding. "Master, Liu Xiaobai copied your legendary live performance at Su Nanxiao's concert. Isn't this a challenge to you? Yeah, can you tolerate this? I admit Liu Xiaobai has a bit of talent, but isn't it a bit excessive to provoke the master? I really dislike that Liu Xiaobai, who keeps saying Nameless Person is my idol, yet turns around to challenge him." Does anyone remember that at the Chinese music festival, Liu Xiaobai said he wasn't worthy to hold nameless person's shoes? Exactly, Liu Xiaobai is the most hypocritical person, who agrees and who disagrees. Seeing this, Liu Xiaobai couldn't help but smile bitterly. My fans are joining forces to scold my true self. What is this? However, no one expected that a storm was brewing at that moment. A person named Flowers Blooming on the other side published a long article that instantly went viral online. The article stated, "I seriously suspect that Liu Xiaobai and nameless person are the same person. The reasons are as follows. First, both can improvise and every song they write is a classic. These two are rare geniuses in the Chinese music scene. So I ask, is it too much of a coincidence for two remarkably talented geniuses to appear at the same time? Second, Liu Xiaobai and nameless person are both creators under Longting. Moreover, according to rumors, Liu Xiaobai has the most top-notch and luxurious office at Longting. His strength is obviously not as strong as nameless person's. So I ask, why does Longting give him the best office and not nameless person? Third, Liu Xiaobai once said at the Chinese music festival that he wasn't worthy to hold nameless person's shoes. How could such a young and accomplished creator say such overly humble words? In summary, I believe nameless person is just Liu Xiaobai's alter ego. With this, everything makes sense. This article has already surpassed 1 million reads, with comments numbering 100,000. It really seems to be the case. I've always suspected that having two genius creators appear in the Chinese music scene at the same time is just too coincidental. I have another piece of evidence. Liu Xiaobai challenged nameless person at Lin Zimo's concert, but nameless person did not respond at all. This storm escalated. Even Lin Zimo and Li Siki began to have doubts and sent WeChat messages to Liu Xiaobai to inquire about the matter. As for the outside reactions, Liu Xiaobai did not respond at all. To be honest, it would violate contract regulations. Saying falsehoods would affect his personal image. However, Liu Xiaobai wasn't anxious at all because he knew there was someone who was more anxious than him and would do everything to help him keep his secret. Longting Entertainment Company, Limited Liu Feng's office. President Liu, it's bad. It's bad. Secretary Lin Yashuan rushed in a panic. What is the big deal? Liu Feng's heart tightened as he hurriedly asked. His secretary was usually calm and collected, never this flustered. It seemed something serious had happened. Teacher Liu performed 2 original Cantonese songs at Lin Zimo's concert. Lin Yashuan gasped for breath. I already knew that, so what? Liu Feng raised an eyebrow. Now everyone online is speculating that Liu Xiaobai is a very likely nameless person. If this continues unchecked, I'm afraid his identity will really be exposed. Lin Yashuan said. Bang! The teacup in Liu Feng's hand instantly slipped and shattered on the floor. I've already found out. It's all because of this article. Lin Yashuan, not bothering to clean up, immediately handed over her tablet. Liu Feng opened it and immediately saw the long article written by Flowers Blooming on the other side. After reading it, he felt a chill run down his spine. This person's logical reasoning ability was simply otherworldly. What he said was actually completely in line with the facts. It seemed that, as Lin Yashuan said, if this continued, Liu Xiaobai's identity would indeed be exposed. Once exposed, countless music companies would waive huge checks to snatch Liu Xiaobai away. At that time, Longting would probably really not be able to keep him. Liu Feng's fingers lightly tapped on the office desk, the rhythm growing faster and faster. Chapter 68, I Saw the Immortal Brother. Immediately gather all management personnel from the PR department, technical department, and artist and work department for a meeting. He suddenly stood up, his voice low and urgent. 3 things. First, have the technical department trace the IP of the poster and give him a little incentive to delete the post immediately. Second, have the PR department organize a team of online commenters to refute the views of the other shore flower blooms by any means necessary, while concealing Liu Xiaobai's identity. Third, immediately have Star Moon Legend release a new song to divert everyone's attention. Longting is indeed a top music company in the country, with remarkably strong crisis public relations capabilities. Just 2 hours later, the post of the other shore flower blooms was deleted. Additionally, they had the online commenters publish articles that systematically refuted the original post. The article stated, "It is somewhat impossible for 2 genius songwriters to emerge in the Chinese music scene at the same time. However, The claim that Liu Xiaobai and the nameless person are the same person is even more absurd. First, let's take stock of the songs these two have created so far. The nameless person has composed 9 songs, including Invisible Wings, Love You, and Where Has Time Gone? While Liu Xiaobai has composed 7 songs, including Silent, The Next Dawn, and Decent. These works were all completed by both in just 2 months. So I ask, can a normal person create 16 classic works in 2 months? Moreover, both Liu Xiaobai and the nameless person are indeed songwriters under Longting. Liu Xiaobai's office at Longting is also the most top-notch and luxurious. But that's because the nameless person has some social anxiety and never comes to the office. So Longting naturally didn't provide him with one. Now let's look at the third point. Those who are familiar with Liu Xiaobai know that he is a very humble and gentle person. Furthermore, what he said at the Chinese music gala was actually a joke. In summary, it is simply impossible for the nameless person and Liu Xiaobai to be the same person. This article was well-structured and logical, leaving netizens baffled. It seems to make sense. Creating 16 classic works in 2 months means one song every 3 to 4 days. Even a production team's donkey wouldn't work that hard. Soon after, the latest single, the most dazzling ethnic style from the group's Star Moon legend under Longting, was released. The popularity of this song was so terrifying that it instantly quelled the storm. Wang Dali's name became well-known across the country along with this song. From then on, the top 20 of the Chinese music charts was completely dominated by the nameless person, Liu Xiaobai, and Wang Dali. Many industry insiders exclaimed, the Chinese music scene has entered a 3-way standoff. This is an era of celestial beings fighting. The nameless person brings the prestige. Liu Xiaobai brings the heartfelt emotion, and Wang Dali brings the street appeal. Their roles are clearly defined. A certain well-known singer cried during a live broadcast, now there's no room for us in the music scene. We are struggling to survive in the cracks between the 3 giants. Just yesterday, we barely made it to the top 20, and then the most dazzling ethnic style dropped in at midnight, directly kicking us out of the top 20. Ding, ding, ding. This morning at 7 o'clock, Liu Xiaobai's alarm clock rang. The reason he got up so early was to welcome his wife back to Binhai City. With Christmas approaching, Su Nanjiao had canceled all her engagements to spend a peaceful Christmas Eve with Liu Xiaobai. It's still early. Liu Xiaobai yawned and took out his phone to play for a while. Feeling a bit bored, he opened the system panel. Wow! He sat up abruptly, nearly rolling off the bed. The panel displayed reputation points, 20,903, skills owned, beginner piano performance, beginner singing, intermediate music theory proficiency, skills available for exchange, beginner guitar performance, intermediate piano performance, intermediate singing. My reputation points have increased so much. Liu Xiaobai was instantly stunned. The reason was simple. Recently, Su Nanjiao, Lin Zimo, Li Siki, and the singles or albums from Star Moon Legend had all been hugely successful, creating a cumulative effect that naturally boosted his reputation points. Still, I should save up a bit more. Just as he was about to close the system panel, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the last item in the exchangeable skills. No way. He rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't seeing things. It was indeed correct. It was personal appearance and charisma, beginner. Exchange. Right now, Liu Xiaobai said eagerly. Which man doesn't desire looks at the level of a handsome god? As soon as he finished speaking, a warm current flowed from the top of his head throughout his body. He felt the bones in his face adjusting subtly. The whole process felt like receiving a high-end spa treatment, so comfortable it made him want to moan. After the exchange, Liu Xiaobai immediately walked to the dressing mirror. The man in the mirror stood tall and straight, with a high nose and thin lips, his gaze sharp. His looks rivaled those of a handsome god, his charm comparable to that of a popular idol. Although he had only exchanged for beginner-level appearance and charisma, he was already on par with the pretty boys in the industry. There actually exists such a handsome man in this world. If the Dragon Country government were to tax handsome men, I'd probably go bankrupt paying my taxes. Liu Xiaobai sighed dramatically, feeling a bit sorry for himself. He walked out of the bedroom with satisfaction. My God, how did a handsome guy walk out of my brother's room? Liu Xiaoyan, passing by, dropped her cup on the floor, frozen in place. What a surprise. Liu Xiaobai shook his head and strode out of the house, leaving Liu Xiaoyan standing there questioning her life choices. 5 minutes later, A top-notch handsome guy arrived at the poolside of the community. Immortal brother. I saw the immortal brother. A few wealthy women swimming in the pool covered their faces with their hands, looking infatuated. Bah, haven't they seen the world? Lu Xiaobai secretly cursed. Binhai Airport. Su Nanjiao strode out of the airport corridor. Behind her followed her manager, Sister Qin, and her assistant, Wu Yuan. Nanjiao. Lu Xiaobai quickly approached, arms open, ready to give her a big hug. What are you doing? Are you being a pervert? Su Nanjiao's face instantly turned pale as she saw a strange man rushing toward her, and she stepped back 3 times. Stinky pervert, stop right there. Assistant Wu Yuan screamed, and quickly stepped in front of Su Nanjiao. Chapter 69. How is my husband so handsome? I warn you, if you dare to act recklessly, I will call the police. Sister Qin, as expected of someone who has seen a lot, immediately pulled out her pepper spray from her bag. The airport was suddenly in chaos. This handsome young man turned out to be a pervert. It's unbelievable. If he treated me like that, I definitely wouldn't resist. Not only would I not resist, but I would also cooperate with him. But that woman wearing sunglasses is really clueless. Many young ladies around began to discuss. Nan Xiao, it's me, I'm Lu Xiaobai. Lu Xiaobai's outstretched arm froze in midair, and the smile on his face also froze. Lu Xiaobai? Are you kidding me? How can my husband be this handsome? Su Nanxiao couldn't believe it at all, her eyes filled with anger and vigilance. Nanxiao, it's really me. I just enroll in a personal training course? The coach is particularly strict, watching me every day for posture correction and muscle gain training. Plus, I changed my hairstyle, grew a beard, and got new clothes. Take a closer look. Fortunately, Lu Xiaobai had prepared in advance and did his homework. Su Nanxiao began to carefully examine the man in front of her. This man was much more handsome than Lu Xiaobai, but looking at his eyes, nose, and facial contours, he was indeed Lu Xiaobai. If he shaved off his beard, he would look just like her husband. Our first meeting was at Jiangnan Restaurant, and our second meeting was at Food Street. You have a younger sister named Su Mingyao, and their essay. Lu Xiaobai stepped closer and whispered. Shut up. Su Nanxiao's expression changed. These details couldn't possibly be known so clearly by an outsider. She suddenly leaned in and sniffed Lu Xiaobai's neck. This scent is definitely him. Let us get in the car first. Sister Qin noticed that more and more people were gathering around and decisively said, once Su Nanxiao and her group got into the Camry, they believed him a little more. This person, unless he is a car thief, wouldn't he have Lu Xiaobai's car? Great talent. What personal training class did you enroll in? Why is the change so drastic? Wu Yuan asked curiously. I'm taking Lu Feng's personal training, and I also hired an image designer. Lu Xiaobai had already colluded with Lu Feng. It really seems like it. Are you sure you didn't get plastic surgery? Su Nanxiao pinched Lu Xiaobai's face, pulling it left and right. Ouch, that hurts. Lu Xiaobai wailed. I got it. Wu Yuan suddenly said loudly. Everyone looked at her in confusion. The book says that talent can give a man a unique charm. This inner charm makes a man appear more handsome in the eyes of others, and this handsomeness increases over time. So, is there a possibility that the great talent has actually not changed, and we just didn't notice his handsomeness before? Wu Yuan said seriously. That does make sense. Moreover, Teacher Lu is becoming more and more confident now, and this confident charm also makes him look exceptionally handsome. Sister Qin nodded. Hearing this, Lu Xiaobai wished he could hug both of them and give them a kiss. One mature woman and one young girl, their imagination was too strong. So, what you mean is that Xiaobai suddenly became handsome, or was I blind before? Su Nanxiao suspiciously released her grip on Lu Xiaobai's cheek. Not blind. It's an upgrade in aesthetics. Sister Qin adjusted her glasses. There is a professional term in psychology called exposure effect, just like how the more you listen to a song, the more you get into it. Lu Xiaobai was trying to hold back his laughter, his shoulders shaking. These two women were putting on a show, helping him get through this situation. So in your eyes, was I very ugly before? He deliberately made a melancholic expression. Not ugly, not ugly. Wu Yuan quickly waved her hands. It's just that. Very special. Next time this happens, send a photo in advance. I really thought I encountered a pervert just now. Su Nanxiao leaned on Lu Xiaobai's shoulder, complaining softly. Oh, you're blaming me now? You ruined my reputation. and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Everyone thought I was a pervert. Lu Xiaobai said with an unhappy expression. Husband, I was wrong. Su Nanxiao immediately admitted her mistake with a soft voice. Just admitting your mistake is enough? What do you want? Lu Xiaobai's eyes rolled, and then he leaned closer to Su Nanxiao's ear and whispered, Show me your nude photo. My dear wife is usually too shy, and they haven't crossed the line yet, making someone very itchy. You're asking for death. Su Nanxiao's ears turned red, and she suddenly pulled Lu Xiaobai's ear. Ouch. Be gentler, or I'll take a discount. A lingerie photo will do. You said that? Then I'll send it now. Hurry up, hurry up. Su Nanxiao quickly sent it. She was true to her word. What she sent was indeed a lingerie photo. However, it was just the lingerie without the person. Seeing Lu Xiaobai's dejected expression, Su Nanxiao revealed a sly smile. All right, let me give you a belated hug. After saying that, she blushed and actively dove into his arms. Sister Qin and Wu Yuhan covered their faces. Damn, being force-fed dog food. Single dogs can't take it. None of them noticed that in a nearby car, a man picked up his phone and captured the intimate moment between Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanxiao. Immediately after, the car window quickly rolled up and the car sped away. This man is Zhao Yu, a paparazzo hired by the fallen star Zhou Mengqi, specifically to follow and secretly photograph Su Nanxiao's relationship. Inside a CAF private room. Miss Zhou, I got what you wanted. You promised me 200,000, right? Zhao Yu rubbed his hands, his eyes gleaming with greed. Zhou Mengqi elegantly set down her coffee cup and slowly pulled out a wad of cash from her handbag. This is your commission. Her voice was as calm as a still pond. Zhao Yu's smile instantly froze. He quickly grabbed the wad of cash and flipped through it a few times. What kind of joke is this? Didn't we agree on 200,000? His voice suddenly rose, and the veins on his forehead bulged. I forgot to inform you. The task is canceled. You can take this commission if you want. Zhou Mengqi's indifferent gaze was like looking at something trivial. Why? Zhao Yu's eyes turned red. 3 months ago, Zhou Mengqi had begged him countless times to follow and secretly photograph Su Nanxiao's private life 24/7. For this, he even used private detective equipment, risking breaking the law. You must have taken intimate photos of Su Nanxiao and Lu Xiaobai, right? That has no use to me now. Zhou Mengqi took a sip of coffee, the bitter taste spreading on her tongue. She had long sensed the ambiguity between Su Nanxiao and Lu Xiaobai. For this, she spared no expense to hire Zhao Yu, just to obtain solid evidence to destroy the pure and innocent image that Su Nanxiao had worked hard to build. Chapter 70. Your relationship with Lu Xiaobai has been exposed. But now the situation is completely different. With songs like The Next Dawn, Decent, and Breakup Always Happens on Rainy Days, Lu Xiaobai has become a top music creator in the country. Even though the relationship has been revealed, Su Nanxiao will not fall from grace. Instead, her status will be more solid due to Lu Xiaobai's support. After all, which fan can resist a chosen one who possesses both looks and a talented boyfriend? Zhou Mengqi can even imagine how the media will hype up this couple and how fans will crazily ship them once the relationship is public. Su Nanxiao's commercial value will only rise. Her original plan has completely failed. However, just as Zhou Mengqi was about to give up, Zhao Yu suddenly sneered. Who told you it was Lu Xiaobai? He abruptly stood up, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. He then took out his phone, swiped the screen, and slammed it on the table. Zhou Mengqi's fingers paused, her coffee cup hanging in midair. Not Lu Xiaobai. She quickly grabbed the phone. On the screen was a photo of Su Nanxiao embracing a young man in a car. The man's handsome face was clearly visible. He was obviously in his early 20s. This person was definitely not Lu Xiaobai. Zhou Mengqi's lips slowly curled up, excitement igniting in her eyes. Ha ha ha. Su Nanxiao, you're done for this time. Her voice trembled slightly with joy. Flirting with Lu Xiaobai while secretly dating a young fresh meat? This is no longer just about a collapsed persona. Once these photos are exposed, how will Lu Xiaobai react? A normal man would never tolerate betrayal. By then, what Su Nanxiao stands to lose is not just her pure image, but also Lu Xiaobai, this gold mine. Without his songs, how will she maintain her top-tier status? Zhou Mingqi could almost imagine Liu Xiaobai's furious expression upon seeing these photos, and picture Su Nanjiao's panic and desperate pleas that would be of no use. Just thinking about it made her feel exhilarated. You did well. Zhou Mingqi took a deep breath, suppressing her joy, and quickly took out her phone. I'll transfer you 200,000 right now. Lu Yu is a die-hard fan of Su Nanjiao. From the moment she debuted, he was deeply attracted to her pure and sweet image. Over the years, he has collected all of Su Nanjiao's posters and albums. He would save up for her concerts just to cheer for her on-site. In his heart, Su Nanjiao is that unreachable yet profoundly sacred existence, the warmest light in his life. That day, after work, Lu Yu, as usual, eagerly opened his phone to check if Su Nanjiao had updated her status. However, a piece of news hit him like a bomb, shattering his world. The headline was eye-catching: relationship exposed. The queen, the J-girl master Su Nanjiao, in an intimate embrace with a mysterious young fresh meat in a car, accompanied by a high-definition photo. In the photo, an incredibly handsome young fresh meat was hugging Su Nanjiao, their expressions very intimate. Lu Yu felt his mind explode with a loud bang. This can't be real. It must be a doctored photo. Someone is deliberately slandering her. He kept comforting himself in his mind. Lu Yu, with trembling hands, manipulated the mouse, enlarging the photo to find traces of editing, but ultimately failed. The photo was crystal clear, and it was impossible for it to be edited. This is bad, Nanjiao. Your relationship with Liu Xiaobai has been exposed. On the other end of the line, Manager Qin Jie's voice was urgent and anxious. In the background, there were sounds of people rushing back and forth and the noisy chatter of an emergency meeting. Qin Jie, I already know about this. You're still so calm after knowing? The whole internet is spreading your photos. It's about to trend. So what if it's exposed? Anyway, my relationship with Xiaobai will be made public sooner or later. Su Nanjiao smiled gently, her eyes shimmering with warmth. Nanjiao, you're already a queen, do you know that? As long as you settle down a bit, Gu Qingwu will probably be beneath your feet. At this juncture, having your relationship exposed, do you know how many fans you will lose? Hearing this, Qin Jie was immediately frantic, speaking earnestly. I've already had the PR department prepare a statement, saying that he is your cousin, and that you have been close since childhood. On the other end of the line, Qin Jie was still rambling. Qin Jie, don't worry about me. I don't want to be an idol anymore. I want to pursue the path of a powerful singer. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Nanjiao hung up the phone, leaving Qin Jie in a state of disarray on the other end. Nanjiao, you need to think this through. What you're doing will make you lose a lot of fans. Beside her, Liu Xiaobai frowned. Losing them is fine. What I need are music fans, not superficial fans. Besides, as long as you're by my side, I don't care if I'm not a queen. Su Nanjiao turned her head, a sweet smile on her lips. All right, since you decided to do this, I'll accompany you on this journey. Liu Xiaobai gently stroked her hair. Su Nanjiao snuggled in his arms. Like a lazy cat. Let us first see the fans' reactions. Liu Xiaobai sat up and opened the computer. At this moment, the entire internet was in an uproar. My youth is over. Su Nanjiao is actually in love, and the partner isn't me. I can't believe it. Where's our Jade Girl master? How did it suddenly become? Who is this man? He looks decent, but doesn't he match our Nanjiao? I'm unfollowing. My idol is disqualified. Seeing the photo made my heart break. I never expected Nanjiao to be so shallow, dating a young fresh meat. Exactly, if it were unknown people of Liu Xiaobai, I could barely accept it. Looking at the comments from netizens, Su Nanjiao felt unhappy. These people actually said you were a young fresh meat and that you don't match me. They really have no vision. She pouted, but I'm very happy to see it. Who would want to rely on their looks? Liu Xiaobai chuckled. In my heart, whether it's talent or looks, you are the best. Su Nanjiao laughed at his teasing, turning around to wrap her arms around his neck. She gazed at Liu Xiaobai's handsome face, never getting tired of looking at him. This man, not only is he exceptionally talented, but now even his looks can rival those of young fresh meats. How about I just reveal my identity? As long as everyone knows the young fresh meat in the photo is me, maybe you won't lose fans. Excitement sparkled in Liu Xiaobai's eyes. The more he spoke, the more he felt this idea was feasible. Chapter 71. Even the great god can be betrayed by a bad woman after all. In the entertainment industry, fans love to ship CPs, especially those combinations that are a perfect match, like a talented man and a beautiful woman. If Su Nanjiao's fans knew that the person she was dating was Liu Xiaobai, the one who wrote those classic songs, they might not only not unfollow her, but would instead support Su Nanjiao even more. As for the contract issue, it was completely not a problem. As long as he didn't reveal that he was an unknown person, everything would be fine. That won't do. You said you didn't want to be in the public eye. Once our relationship is exposed, you won't be able to live a normal life anymore. I can't let you live in the spotlight of public opinion because of this. Su Nanjiao looked at him with eyes full of tenderness. My wife is really understanding. Liu Xiaobai was very touched. Your pronunciation is off. It's understanding. Su Nanjiao rolled her eyes, but she quickly realized, pouting her small fist and playfully punching his chest. What are you doing? When did I ever understand your clothes? Liu Xiaobai smiled without saying a word. Su Nanjiao would rather lose fans than let him be in the spotlight, which moved him greatly. However, since he had supported his wife's career, he wouldn't let their relationship affect her path to stardom. By the way, you can't go to work for a while. Once you go to the company, everyone will definitely recognize the young hunk in the photo as you, Su Nanjiao said. Okay, then I'll just be a house husband for a while. Liu Xiaobai joked. Nowadays, he held a high position in Longting, and no one said anything if he didn't go to the company for a month. He didn't even need to ask for leave. But to be honest, this secret couldn't be kept for long. We'll talk about it later. Come on. A house husband? Can you even cook? Su Nanjiao shot him a glance. By the way, we can go travel. Ever since we got together, we've been spending less time together. So why not take this opportunity to relax? Her eyes suddenly lit up as she gently shook Liu Xiaobai's hand like a spoiled little girl. That sounds good. Liu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. The original owner had never left the province since birth, so it would be good to broaden her horizons. Thus, Su Nanjiao immediately called Sister Qin to cancel all her engagements. Liu Xiaobai opened his computer to start searching for travel guides. Of course, before they left, they did something important, transferring Liu Xiaoyan and Su Mingyao to an expensive private school. It wasn't because they were wasting money or thought public schools were bad, but for safety reasons. As Liu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao's fame grew, the safety of the two little ones at school became very important. If a criminal were to find out their identities and attempted a kidnapping, it would be disastrous. At this time, Su Nanjiao's relationship was escalating online, like a powerful 12-level earthquake, shaking the entire entertainment industry. Related topics surged to the top of the trending list at an astonishing speed, and various marketing accounts reposted, causing the topic's popularity to rise exponentially. Su Nanjiao's fan club also fell into chaos. Countless fans expressed their dissatisfaction, and the number of unfollowers skyrocketed. Many stars secretly reveled in her misfortune, discussing, Su Nanjiao is finished this time. Among the many pessimistic voices, what attracted the most attention was whether the unknown person would continue to write songs for Su Nanjiao. Just as everyone was discussing, an analysis article written by someone called Pure-Hearted Young Boy stirred up a storm and spread wildly online. The article, with seemingly reasonable analysis, pushed the public's anger to a new peak. The talent displayed by the unknown person surely attracted many big-name stars wanting to collaborate. But what was thought-provoking was that, up until now, he had only created songs for Su Nanjiao. What did that imply? It was easy to infer that he must be deeply in love with Su Nanjiao. One could feel the profound affection just by savoring his classic love songs Love You and I Only Care About You. If it wasn't filled with true love, how could the unknown person create such touching works? However, how did Su Nanjiao respond to this deep affection? She actually played both sides, using the unknown person's feelings for her to keep him creating songs for her, while simultaneously spreading rumors of a romance with the so-called young hunk. Which man could endure such humiliation? If it were you, what choice would you make? Therefore, I dare to conclude that the unknown person would definitely not write songs for Su Nanjiao anymore. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before Su Nanjiao completely withdrew from the entertainment industry. Once this article was published, it was like adding fuel to an already boiling pot of oil. Many fans, influenced by the article, rushed to the unknown person's Weibo account to leave comments. Great God, don't be sad for someone like her. Su Nanjiao doesn't deserve everything you've done for her. My heart aches for the great God for 30 seconds. Turns out the great God is just like us ordinary people. He can also be betrayed by a bad woman. I can relate. In terms of being betrayed by a bad woman, I have something in common with the great God. Big shot, you might consider writing a song for my girl Chinwoo. Her singing skills and image are amazing, and she would definitely bring your work to life. Don't dream. Your Chinwoo already has a child. My Siki is the perfect match. Everyone in the comments section was debating fiercely. As for the two parties involved, they were completely unaware of the events unfolding online. They had already taken a night flight and started their journey of love. On the cobbled streets of the ancient city, Xiaobai had one hand in his pocket, and the other hand tightly held Su Nanjiao's. The girl wore a simple white t-shirt paired with denim shorts, her hair tied in a high ponytail. Without makeup, she looked pure like a college student, with no trace of a music diva. Hey, walk slower. What is so great about having long legs? Su Nanjiao jogged a couple of steps to catch up with him, pouting in complaint. Xiaobai's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he suddenly stopped. Su Nanjiao unexpectedly bumped into his arms, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. What's this? Is the big star acting cute? He leaned down and whispered in a domineering CEO tone in her ear. Who was acting cute? Su Nanjiao blushed and pushed him away, but he pulled her back with their fingers intertwined. The two strolled through the ancient city's alleys like this. At that moment, there were no paparazzi chasing them, no fans screaming, just a peaceful time that belonged to the two of them. The only regret was that they both had to wear masks and sunglasses. Even Xiaobai was no exception. After their relationship was exposed, he too became a celebrity. Chapter 72. Su Nanjiao's downfall. Try this. Xiaobai bought a grilled sausage from a roadside stall and held it up to Su Nanjiao's mouth. Feed me. Su Nanjiao purposely didn't take it. What a hassle. Xiaobai pretended to complain, but his actions were tender. Su Nanjiao squinted her eyes in satisfaction, resembling a lazy cat. Suddenly, she tiptoed and quickly pecked him on the cheek. That's a reward for you. Xiaobai was momentarily stunned, then returned a deep kiss. He only let go when Su Nanjiao blushed and punched his chest. You always have to escape a past on rainy days, but the raindrops seem to encourage such encounters. On rainy days, one can't help but reminisce about the past, having never seen each other again after crying and hugging goodbye. Just then, a melodious singing suddenly floated out from a bar by the roadside. Someone is singing your song. Let's go in and take a look. Su Nanjiao's eyes sparkled. Okay, Xiaobai said, pulling Su Nanjiao's hand as they walked into the bar. The bar was dimly lit. The two quietly found a corner to sit. On stage, the resident singer was nearing the end of his performance. His singing is quite good, nearly on par with yours. Su Nanjiao teased with a smile. Hee hee. Xiaobai chuckled, but remained silent. When my buddy exchanges for intermediate or even advanced singing skills, even you, the diva, will have to kneel before me. Another one. Another one. As the last note fell, everyone applauded and cheered. Thank you for your encouragement. However, my Cantonese isn't very good. So let us do a Mandarin song next. Here's childhood for everyone. The resident singer cleared his throat and smiled into the microphone. As the prelude began, the noise in the bar instantly quieted down. The moment he opened his mouth, the entire audience began to sing along. This song had been heard countless times, but as soon as the prelude played, they couldn't help but join in. Some even raised their glasses, gently swaying them, as if paying tribute to this classic piece. Xiaobai turned to look at Su Nanjiao and found her smiling. What's wrong? Are you shy listening to someone else sing your song? He reached out and pinched her cheek, chuckling softly. I just didn't expect to hear your song randomly in a bar. Su Nanjiao shot him a glare, but couldn't hide her smile. This means the songs your man wrote have become popular all over the country. Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Su Nanjiao snorted lightly, but couldn't help but lean closer to him. After finishing Childhood, the resident singer began to perform other songs. Darkness, Decent, I Only Care About You, Where Has Time Gone? Without exception, they were all works by Xiaobai, the nameless one. The only downside was that it seemed no one was singing teacher Wang Dali's songs. But it was understandable. Those who came to the bar for drinks were typically somewhat pretentious office workers, and Wang Dali's songs weren't suitable for this setting. The entire bar was immersed in familiar melodies, as if it were an exhibition of Xiaobai's works. Hello, Handsome, can we share a table here? Just as Lu Xiaobai was lightly tapping the rhythm, lost in his music, a clear voice rang out. He looked up and saw two innocent-looking young girls. Of course. Lu Xiaobai nodded and squeezed closer to Su Nanjiao. Wow, this handsome guy is so handsome. Even a mask can't hide his damn charm. Are you trying to get yourself killed? His girlfriend is right next to him. The two young girls whispered as they sat down. Are you disappointed to be traveling with me? If it weren't for me, you have a full plate tonight. Su Nanjiao poked Lu Xiaobai in the waist and whispered. Not at all. I'm absolutely not disappointed. I'm actually very happy. Lu Xiaobai said with a serious expression, not looking away. TCH, a man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. Then, the two began to joke and play around. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Why does this singer keep singing Su Nanjiao songs? How unlucky. Can we hear this trash's song wherever we go? Forget it. Let's leave. I'm never coming to this damn place again. The two girls said as they hurriedly left. Before they left, they shot a disgusted glance at the resident singer who was performing Classmate You. Su Nanjiao was dumbfounded and suddenly thought of something, quickly taking out her phone. On Weibo's trending topics, the entry Su Nanjiao got out of the entertainment circle had already surged to the top of the trending list. Due to an analysis article written by a pure-hearted boy, a flood of insults came pouring in like a tide. What are you pretending to be a pure and innocent girl for, playing so openly behind the scenes? I feel sorry for the nameless one, deceived by this trash. I heard all her awards were obtained through sleeping around. As she read, Su Nanjiao couldn't help but tear up. Suddenly, a hand covered her phone screen. Lu Xiaobai's deep eyes were filled with suppressed anger. Don't look at this. We're going back to the hotel. He gently hugged Su Nanjiao, his voice carrying an irresistible strength. What are we going back for? Su Nanjiao bit her lip, trying hard not to let the tears fall. We must turn the tide of public opinion and clear your name, Lu Xiaobai said firmly. He would not allow his wife to suffer any grievances. As soon as they left the bar, Lu Xiaobai dashed into a musical instrument store to buy a guitar, then hurriedly pulled Su Nanjiao back to the hotel. You have inspiration again? Su Nanjiao blinked her eyes, her tear-streaked face filled with curiosity. Yes. Lu Xiaobai nodded vigorously. You need to practice these next two songs quickly. Then we'll release a single immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the guitar. He couldn't wait to support his wife. Having finally made this decision, he would ignore what others said, as long as she was equally affirming. I'm willing to go anywhere with you. I know everything isn't easy. As Lu Xiaobai began to sing, Su Nanjiao covered her mouth. Why do you understand my thoughts so well? Everything I want to say is in your song. The song quickly reached its climax. Love really needs courage to face rumors. As long as you give me an affirmative look, my love becomes meaningful. At this moment, Su Nanjiao could no longer hold back her tears, which slid down her cheeks. But this time, they weren't tears of grievance, but tears of happiness. She knew that no matter how difficult the road ahead was, as long as Lu Xiaobai was by her side, she had the courage to face everything. This song is called Courage. You've learned it, right? After finishing the song, Lu Xiaobai looked at Su Nanjiao, his eyes filled with tenderness and love. Yes. Su Nanjiao not that he li. Then came the next song, At Least I Still Have You. Lu Xiaobai strummed the guitar strings again. Chapter 73. The two big shots joined forces to support Su Nanjiao. I'm afraid it will be too late. I want to hold you until I feel your wrinkles, the marks of time. Upon hearing this, Su Nanjiao's eyes sparkled with intense passion. If the first song expresses the courage to love against external pressures, then this one is a deep and heavy promise. It sounds good enough, but what's more important is that it fits the occasion. If I can give up the whole world, at least you're worth cherishing. Perhaps I can forget the whole world, but I am unwilling to lose your news. When Lu Xiaobai sang the chorus, Su Nanjiao suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. This is not a love song at all. It is clearly a declaration of war. So what if my fans have all abandoned me? At least I still have my lover and music by my side. Su Nanjiao could completely imagine the uproar these two songs would cause once released. Su Nanjiao, are you crazy? You're about to collapse. And releasing a single now is just seeking your own death. On the other end of the phone, Sister Qin shouted sharply. Sister Qin, just do as I say. Su Nanjiao gently exhaled, her tone calm yet firm. What you should do is stay low and avoid the spotlight, not add fuel to the fire. Nan Xiao, you've been in the industry for years. You don't need me to teach you this. Sister Qin yelled. What if the authors of these two songs are nameless people and Lu Xiaobai? Su Nanxiao said. The other end of the phone suddenly fell silent. A few seconds later, Sister Qin's voice trembled slightly. What did you just say? Teacher Lu is going to take action? She knew too well what this meant. It meant that the two most talented and top-notch creators in the Chinese music scene were joining forces to support Su Nanxiao, working together to protect her. Even if the quality of the songs themselves was mediocre, just this lineup alone would be enough to shake the entire music scene and make all celebrities envious. More importantly, the rumors that the nameless person no longer writes songs for Su Nanxiao would be debunked, and all those who looked down on her would be slapped in the face. All right, I'll contact Director Huang right away. These two songs need to be released as soon as possible. Sister Qin instantly became excited. Early that morning, Su Nanxiao officially announced on Weibo, my two latest singles, Courage and At Least I Still Have You, will meet everyone at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Let us not miss it. At the same time, she attached a statement below. Regarding yesterday's news, I would like to say a few words to everyone. Yes, the gentleman who was photographed is my boyfriend, and we have been dating for a long time. As a singer, I always believe that my work is the most important. As an ordinary person, I also desire a normal love life. Regarding this relationship, I will not respond with more details. Please give us some private space. Thank you for your understanding. After the Weibo post went live, within a minute, a large number of netizens flooded the comment section. What the hell? This scumbag actually has the heart to release a single now? Simply shameless. I think she just wants to cash in on the hype. The new song must be a money-grabbing piece of trash. Not buying it. Without nameless people, can your song still be listened to? Sisters, we absolutely cannot indulge her. Let us blow up her comment section together. Family, unite to resist. We cannot let this kind of scumbag thrive in the entertainment industry. We absolutely refuse to be her new song's cash cows. Nanxiao works really hard. What is your intention in bashing her? If the whole world is against Nanxiao, then we will stand with her against the world. Nanxiao, why do you want to date? My heart is shattered. That little fresh meat doesn't deserve you. You are the national goddess. Besides looks, what else does he have? You can totally consider my brother Zishuan. At this moment, the netizens were already in a heated argument. What comforts Su Nanxiao is that there are still quite a few fans firmly standing by her side. Xiaobai, I don't understand why you let me reveal the creators of the two singles. She turned her head, blinking her beautiful eyes. This is called creating surprise and anticipation. When everyone is skeptical about your new song, temporarily concealing my identity can create suspense for the release, bringing everyone a surprise. Lu Xiaobai explained with a smile. Xiaobai, you're so smart. Su Nanxiao's eyes lit up, and she suddenly leaned in to kiss him on the cheek. That's not enough. Then what do you want? Lu Xiaobai didn't answer but reached out to hold her waist, gently pulling her into his embrace. Su Nanxiao was caught off guard and sat down on his lap. Hey you. Her ears turned red, and she instinctively wanted to dodge. But he held her tightly. You have to give some tangible rewards, right? Lu Xiaobai's fingertips gently brushed through her long hair. So, husband, what reward do you want? Su Nanxiao wrapped her arms around his neck, exhaling softly. What the hell? Lu Xiaobai suddenly felt his entire body tingle. The way she called him husband made his heart flutter. Longting Entertainment Company, 7 p.m. In the data monitoring room, more than a dozen staff members were staring intently at the real-time sales curve on the big screen, the air thick enough to squeeze water from it. How much? Huang Wenkai asked in a deep voice, his fingers tapping nervously on the table. Courage downloads 9,000. At least I still have you 8,000. Xiao Zhang from the data team's voice grew quieter. The office was dead silent. An hour had passed, and the sales of the two singles from a top diva were surprisingly dismal. This was not even a fraction of previous singles. It's all Teacher Lu's fault. He wouldn't let Sister Nanxiao announce the creators of the singles. Su Nanxiao's assistant Wu Yuhan complained softly. Shut up. Is Teacher Lu someone you can criticize? Even if he never writes songs for Nanxiao again, we still owe him a debt of gratitude. Sister Qin shouted angrily. Wu Yuhan trembled in fear. This was the first time Sister Qin had been so fierce to her. Wait, the sales are starting to rise. Just then, Xiao Zhang from the data team suddenly widened his eyes. Everyone turned to look at the screen. The curve, which had been nearly stagnant, suddenly shot up at a terrifying speed. Courage surpassed 20,000. At least I still have you 17,000. Xiao Zhang shouted loudly. What is going on? Huang Wenkai, Sister Qin, and others suddenly stood up. Xiao Zhang trembled as he opened the trending search list. College student Su Shuang's phone screen lit up, and her best friend Sun Qian sent her the nth WeChat message. Strongly recommend Nanxiao's new song. It's simply amazing. If it's not good, hit me. Hands together. Are you there? Give sound pitiful. You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you don't listen. Chapter 74. I'm sorry. We all misunderstood you. Su Shuang felt very annoyed. Ever since Su Nanxiao's downfall, she had torn down all the posters in her room and even put her treasured signed CDs up for sale. She secretly vowed never to listen to Su Nanxiao songs again. What troubled her was that her best friend Sun Qian, who had originally been a fan of Gu Qinwu, was now crazily promoting Su Nanxiao's new songs as if she had taken the wrong medicine. Just as Su Shuang was about to switch her phone to silent mode, her phone suddenly rang. It was Sun Qian calling. Qian, are you sick? Why are you calling for no reason? Su Shuang said impatiently. Shuang. Nanxiao's two singles are Nameless Person and written by Lu Xiaobai. On the other end of the line, Qian's voice was sharp. What did you say? Su Shuang shivered and quickly opened her computer. On the music platform, it prominently displayed Courage composed by, Nameless Person lyrics by, Nameless Person At Least I Have You composed by, Lu Xiaobai lyrics by, Lu Xiaobai. Su Shuang rubbed her eyes repeatedly to make sure she wasn't seeing things. My God, two big names teamed up to support Nanxiao. This lineup is like a nuclear weapon in the Chinese music scene. She froze. Wait a minute. Nanxiao cheated on the big name. So why is the big name still writing songs for her? Thinking of this, Su Shuang logged into the Nameless Person's Weibo account and found that the comments section had exploded. What charm does Su Nanxiao have that makes you willing to give so much for her? Big name, have you lost your mind because of love? Su Nanxiao is like this, and you still write songs for her? Don't say that. Maybe there's something we don't know. We can't guess what the big name is thinking. We ordinary people can't understand. The water is too deep. Let's listen to the songs first. No matter what, with the names Nameless Person and Lu Xiaobai, I have to give it a listen. After much hesitation, Su Shuang finally clicked play on Courage. She thought to herself, if it's not good after 10 seconds, I'll switch it off. Gritting her teeth, she put on her headphones. The prelude began, with a clear piano sound flowing like moonlight. Finally made this decision. I won't care what others say, as long as you are equally certain. When Su Nanxiao's voice came in, Su Shuang's breath caught. So beautiful. Love really needs courage to face rumors. As long as you give me a look of affirmation, my love has meaning. Hearing this, Su Shuang's nails dug deep into her palm. She understood the hidden edge in the lyrics. This was not just a love song. It was clearly a declaration of war. Su Nanxiao was announcing to all the doubters, even if the whole world forsakes me, as long as the one I love stands by me, I have the confidence to fight against everything. By the time she came to her senses, Su Shuang found herself on the third loop. Without hesitation, she clicked play on the next song, At Least I Have You. The electric guitar prelude began. I'm afraid it will be too late. I want to hold you until I feel your wrinkles, the traces of time. Hearing this, Su Shuang felt her scalp tingle. If courage was the struggle of breaking out of a cocoon, then At Least I Have You was a confession after rebirth. If courage was a declaration of war, then At Least I Have You was a love letter. Su Nanxiao was declaring to the world, true love should not be questioned, nor should it be shattered by light rumors. I am willing to give up everything for my loved one. Tears suddenly fell from Su Shuang's eyes. At that moment, she immediately picked up the keyboard and left a message in the comment section. It turns out we have always misunderstood Nanxiao. She is not two-timing. The one she has always loved is that young fresh meat. And what about the Nameless Person? Knowing Su Nanxiao doesn't love him, yet he still remains devoted to her. 3 people, 2 passionate loves. Let's bless them. Less than a minute after the comment was posted, it garnered thousands of likes. At this moment, Su Nanxiao's 2 new singles had become wildly popular. In just one day, the download count had exceeded 300,000. In the comment section, Netizens' messages had surpassed 100,000. Nanxiao. I'm sorry, we all misunderstood you. It turns out you and that young fresh meat are true love. As long as you give me a look of affirmation, my love has meaning. Hearing this lyric made me burst into tears. I broke up with my boyfriend due to family opposition. And after listening to At Least I Have You, I cried uncontrollably. I decided that no matter what, I would face it with him. Love should not be easily abandoned. Working overtime until 3 a.m., sitting on a pile of steel bars wearing a hard hat listening to At Least I Have You. Suddenly thinking of my wife who has breast cancer, a 30-year-old man cried like a dog on the construction site. On the first Qingming festival after my grandmother passed away, my grandfather had someone make a lot of papier-mâché swords and spears. We all laughed at him, but he said with red eyes, I dreamt she was being bullied in the underworld. May all lovers in the world end up together. After listening to Courage, I suddenly had the courage to confess to the goddess I've had a crush on for 3 years. I was just rejected yesterday, While I was listening to Courage. I was at the train station. It was just too good. The guy next to me said you have to close your eyes to feel this song, so I did. And when I opened my eyes, my backpack was gone. In addition, the hashtags 2 big names supporting Su Nanxiao and Su Nanxiao declares war to the world instantly topped the trending search list. In the celebrity lounge, a group of artists sat around the sofa, their eyes glued to their phone screens. What kind of luck has Su Nanxiao struck? Nameless Person and Xiaobai. Those are big names that even top stars can't hire, and they actually teamed up to write songs for her. A popular female star gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. I pulled so many strings recently just to get Nameless Person to write me a song, but I didn't even get to see him. She, on the other hand, managed to get both big names at once. This resource is just too outrageous. A male artist chimed in, his tone filled with envy. People's fates are just different. With 2 big names backing her, she can casually release a song and it goes viral online. A female artist shook her head, her tone full of emotion. In the bathroom, the sound of water splashed, the frosted glass door covered with a layer of mist. Xiaobai was bored playing on his phone in the living room when he heard that tantalizing sound, feeling countless ants crawling in his heart. Wife, can I come in and take a couple's bath with you? He knocked on the door. Go to hell, you big pervert. Suanan Kias, Colette. This little enchantress. Xiaobai gritted his teeth, having to put away his tools. They had been dating for so long, yet Su Nanxiao had always stuck to the last step, never letting him cross the line. Which man could endure this? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Excitement suddenly sparkled in Xiaobai's eyes. Chapter 75. Feeding dog food and teasing fans to properly deal with this little, Xiaobai took out Su Nanjiao's phone, logged in her Weibo account, and quickly typed on the screen, woke up to find I've been used as a pillow by someone again. Frustrated, but this guy cuddled me for half an hour and even said my little treasure, even when angry, looks like a little strawberry gummy. Should I? Forget it. I'll reluctantly forgive him. Kissing. Just now he fed me mango pudding and then leaned in to lick the cream off the corner of my mouth, frustrated. Help! Who can withstand this? Flirty Xiaobai admired his masterpiece with satisfaction and clicked send without hesitation. Anyway, his wife had already decided to become a powerful singer, so showing off their love and feeding dog food was just a matter of time. The Weibo post was instantly confirmed as sent. Just a few seconds later, the phone began to vibrate crazily, with notification sounds ringing out one after another. Curious, Xiaobai opened the comment section. Top comment 1. What is going on? Is this the Su Nanjiao I know? Top comment 2. Did she get hacked? How could she say such cheesy things? Top comment 3. Help! Sister Nanjiao has been possessed. Give me back my pure goddess. Top comment 4. Seeing the words licking cream. I feel dirty. Top comment 5. Nanjiao, if you've been kidnapped, just blink, doghead. Top comment 6. What charm does this young, fresh me have to make the goddess so obsessed? Xiaobai laughed so hard his shoulders shook at these comments. Suddenly, he noticed that the reputation value on the system panel was skyrocketing, increasing by 100 points in just half a minute. He was instantly thrilled. This growth rate was quite scary. To put it in perspective, when he sang Invisible Wings 5 times in front of a barbecue stand, he only earned a mere 20 points. Xiaobai quickly figured it out. It turned out that Su Nanjiao feeding dog food made fans envious of him, thus gaining reputation points. Since that was the case, he had to milk the system more. His eyes lit up as he took out his wife's phone again, excitedly starting to sweetly interact with the fans. Reply to top comment 1. It's me, Shy. Just suddenly want to show off my love, Shy. Reply to top comment 6. My husband is full of charm, radiating it everywhere, Shy. Then, he posted a new Weibo. This guy is really not honest. He has to come in and mess around while I'm taking a shower. He promised just a kiss, but this trickster ended up kissing all over my body. Woo-woo. Upon reading these words, many of Su Nanjiao's beauty fans felt like the sky was falling. The Weibo comments section was about to explode. I can't live anymore. I will kill this young, fresh meat sooner or later. Kid, come out and fight your uncle for 300 rounds. This young, fresh meat must have saved the galaxy in his last life. How did he trick the Jade Girl sect master? Damn. I declare that I will never fan Su Nanjiao again. You upstairs, can you bear it? Then you 1T have songs to listen to from now on. Count me unlucky. I admit defeat. Is that okay? You might as well get married and completely cut off my last bit of hope. Watching his reputation points continue to soar, Lu Xiaobai couldn't help but smile. He loved seeing fans in such a pitiful state, wanted to unfollow but unable to let go. Just as he was about to post an even more explosive Weibo, a dangerous voice suddenly came from behind. Su Nanjiao had come out of the bathroom at some point, squinting at him with a murderous look. I was just looking at the fans' comments on the song. Lu Xiaobai chuckled awkwardly. Oh really? Then why do you look so excited? Su Nanjiao placed her hands on her hips, her arms as white as jade and her long, curvy legs fully exposed. Hee, just thought of something happy. Lu Xiaobai scratched his head. Suddenly, Su Nanjiao lunged at him, carrying the fragrance of her bath. Lu Xiaobai hid the phone behind him. The two began to wrestle on the sofa. In the end, Lu Xiaobai was pinned down, and his phone was snatched back. Oh no, my reputation. Seeing the words on her Weibo, Su Nanjiao looked utterly disheartened, slumping on the sofa. Wife, the fans are saying they want to give us wedding gifts. Lu Xiaobai took the opportunity to kiss her. Su Nanjiao shot him a glare, but her eyes still revealed a hint of sweetness. She wasn't really angry. Then, she quickly edited a new Weibo post. Just now, someone sneaked in and posted while I was showering angry. Everyone don't misunderstand. After sending it, she tossed the phone aside and shot Lu Xiaobai a glare. HMPF. Su Nanjiao's post sent the fans into a complete meltdown. Oh no, it turns out the goddess wasn't kidnapped. They're living together. At this point, the topic Su Nanjiao feeding dog food had surged to the top of the trending list. Lu Xiaobai's reputation points had also unknowingly reached a new height. Originally, he had 20,000 reputation points, but after exchanging for personal appearance and charm beginner level, he was left with only 903 points. But now, reputation points, 7,890, skills owned, beginner piano performance ability, beginner singing skills, intermediate music theory proficiency, personal appearance and charm, beginner, skills available for exchange, beginner guitar performance ability, beginner violin performance ability. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaobai chose to exchange for guitar performance ability. Although his current guitar level was sufficient, his chord transitions were too clunky. Moreover, if he were to release rock songs in the future, his current level wouldn't allow him to play those stunning solos. As Su Nanjiao's single sales continued to soar, another heavyweight news in the music industry emerged. Lin Zimo's brand new Cantonese album Breakups Always Happen on Rainy Days was officially released. This powerful singer, who had been deeply entrenched in the music scene for over 20 years, meticulously polished this album with nearly harsh standards. The songs Breakups Always Happen on Rainy Days and Bicycle were polished for almost half a month, unlike a certain Diva, whose courage and at least their SU only took a few days. Teacher Lu, I can't thank you enough. The album's performance has already broken all my personal records. Lin Zimo, far away in Binhai City, called Lu Xiaobai, his tone filled with excitement and gratitude. His new album broke the 100,000 sales mark in just a week. This number may not seem astonishing in the mainstream market, but in the niche field of Cantonese music, it was nothing short of a miracle. In Blue Star, people's acceptance of Cantonese songs was quite low. The highest sales record for a Cantonese album, held by the late god of song Zhang Yahuwei's album Longing, was only 400,000 copies. Chapter 76, The Return of the Condor Heroes. In just a few days, he broke through 100,000. In other words, becoming a platinum record was almost a certainty. And even becoming a diamond record was no longer a dream. In Blue Star, the standard for a platinum record is 500,000, while a diamond record is 1,000,000. Brother Lin, you are too humble. It is your voice that gives these works their soul. Liu Xiaobai stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city's lights. Lin Zimo's new album exploded? After hanging up the phone, Su Nanxiao, who had just finished showering, walked out of the bathroom. She wore a silk robe, revealing her snow-white shoulders and long legs. Liu Xiaobai's breath slightly paused. This damn fairy never dresses properly after showering. 100,000 in the first week, but now I'm more concerned about another number. He walked behind her and gently dried her hair. Su Nanxiao tilted her head, looking puzzled. How many droplets of water are left on you? Liu Xiaobai suddenly bent down and picked her up horizontally. Hey, stop it. Director Zhang's heroic spirit and tenderness is airing tonight, and I'm still waiting to binge-watch it. Su Nanxiao exclaimed lightly, kicking her legs uncontrollably. Liu Xiaobai had no choice but to put her down, and they both sat on the sofa. Which director Zhang are you talking about? Zhang Haoran, the big director who owes you a favor. Ah, he still directs TV dramas? Yes, director Zhang is very talented, but of course, he is still a bit lacking compared to you. Hee. As they were talking, the TV drama had already started. Liu Xiaobai only watched the opening and became energized. Because this was a martial arts drama. You should know, he was a martial arts fan in his previous life, especially fond of Jin Daxia and Gu Daxia. And Blue Star had neither of these two gods. He was very curious about what kind of martial arts world Zhang Haoran's drama would depict. However, just after watching the beginning, Liu Xiaobai felt drowsy. From a modern perspective, this drama was simply cliché D to the extreme, and one could guess the ending just by watching the beginning. Su Nanxiao actually watched this trashy drama with great interest. Stop watching. Let's go shopping. Don't be ridiculous. People are about to cry with emotion. Boo-hoo. I already guessed the next plot. What is there to see? You know? Want to bet? This beautiful woman named Lin Qingyue will soon fall in love with the male lead. TCH. I can't be bothered to talk to you. 1 minute later. Oh my god, you actually guessed it. Su Nanxiao looked at Liu Xiaobai in shock. Liu Xiaobai sneered. Even a fool could guess it. Okay? ISNT, this just a cliché D hero saving the beauty plot? Alright, stop watching. You're annoying. This is the most exciting part. Then I'll spoil it. Next, the male lead will obtain a martial arts manual. TCH. I can't be bothered to talk to you. 2 minutes later. Oh my god. How did you know? Su Nanxiao was already shocked to the extreme this time. Liu Xiaobai sneered again. Damn it. The male lead falls off a cliff. He will definitely get the martial arts manual. Okay. Even elementary school students in my previous life knew this. Unfortunately, no matter how much Liu Xiaobai spoiled, Su Nanxiao still kept her eyes glued to the screen. He was bored, so he could only open the system panel to study his reputation points. The panel showed reputation points. 1901. Skills owned. Beginner piano playing ability, beginner guitar playing ability, beginner singing ability, intermediate music theory proficiency. Personal appearance and charm, beginner. Skills available for exchange. None, something's not right. Recently, my reputation points have been growing a bit slowly. Liu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. A week ago, his reputation points were 7890, and after exchanging for beginner guitar playing ability, he had 890 left. Logically speaking, gaining over 1,000 points in a week ISNT considered slow. But don't forget, he had been crazily teasing fans to gain reputation points. Plus, Lin Zimo's new album was selling hot, and Su Nanxiao's 2 singles were still dominating the top 5 on the charts. By common sense, reputation points should have surged explosively, but this speed was clearly a bit slow. Liu Xiaobai quickly consulted the system customer service in his mind. Yes, this dog system even as customer service. Dear, your current talent and status in the music industry have reached a very terrifying level. When a person is elevated to the altar, even the most stunning performance will only be taken for granted. When you release songs now, everyone will only say the master should be like this, rather than, oh my god, my goodness, so terrifying. This person is born to be a songwriting saint, etc. The system customer service replied, "Oh, I understand. So even if I help a few more singers become famous and produce more classic songs, my reputation points won't grow as fast as before?" Liu Xiaobai rubbed his chin in frustration. "That's right. I suggest you explore new fields. You might consider exchanging for novels. This system can exchange various novels." The system customer service said. Liu Xiaobai was somewhat speechless. He just wanted to focus on music, and didn't he want to write any damn novels? The profession of a writer is both bitter and tiring, and the money earned isn't much compared to music creators in Blue Star. For example, that failed author from Husky's Family, who wrote novels and turned people into couch potatoes, only earns a pitiful amount for cigarettes in a month. Liu Xiaobai sneered and prepared to close the system interface. But when his gaze swept across the TV screen, he suddenly froze. This world doesn't have Jindasha and Gudasha. If I don't write novels, how can I showcase the charm of those classic martial arts songs that have settled in the memories of generations from my previous life? Thinking of this, Liu Xiaobai immediately got up and dove into the suite, battling in front of the computer. Before long, the first episode of Heroic Spirit and Tenderness had ended. Director Zhang's drama was really wonderful. Where's Xiaobai? Su Nanxiao turned around reluctantly and found that Liu Xiaobai had already disappeared. When she curiously walked into the suite, she saw this scene. Liu Xiaobai stared blankly at the screen, his long fingers flying across the keyboard. The document's word count visibly breaking through the 50,000 mark. This is how a failed author codes words. Are you practicing typing? Planning to change careers to become a clerk? Sunankia Chuka. But Liu Xiaobai seemed not to hear, still fixated on the screen, his fingers tapping the keyboard without missing a beat. Su Nanxiao became even more curious and tiptoed closer to the screen. The document title was prominently The Return of the Condor Heroes, Volume 1. I said, "Great talent. You might as well save your energy. Writing novels has no future for you." Su Nanxiao laughed even more. A musical prodigy running off to write novels. Isn't that ridiculous? But Liu Xiaobai was completely immersed in the plot of the book and didn't have time to pay her any attention. Su Nanxiao felt it was boring, so she casually moved a chair to sit next to him, planning to take a few glances and then leave. But this glance turned into a full 3 hours. Chapter 77, Jianghu Magazine Office. Su Nanxiao's expression gradually changed from initial indifference to shock. Later, she completely forgot that this was a novel, as if she were immersed in that world of martial arts, her emotions surging with the characters' fates. "I'm tired from working. Let's go for a late-night snack." Liu Xiaobai stood up and stretched lazily. "Why aren't you writing? Keep going. I was really into it, and you suddenly stopped updating. Is that fair?" Su Nanxiao said anxiously. "I've been writing for 4 hours, superstar. I need to eat something and take a break." Liu Xiaobai replied helplessly. "All right, then tell me what happened to Yanghua and Xiaolong later." Su Nanxiao tightly tugged at his sleeve. "Well," Liu Xiaobai deliberately teased her. "Hurry up and tell me. I warn you, if you don't, you'll sleep on the sofa tonight." Su Nanxiao stamped her foot in frustration. "I say, Su Superstar, we're sleeping in separate beds. What is the difference between the sofa and the bed?" Liu Xiaobai was speechless. "The little lady will apologize to Lord Liu. Once you finish writing the novel, I might consider sharing a bed." Su Nanxiao blinked her big eyes. Liu Xiaobai finally surrendered and smiled, revealing a bit of the subsequent plot. "Xiaobai, you're truly a once-in-a-century genius. If this novel gets published, it will definitely become a phenomenal work." Su Nanxiao excitedly waved her little fists. "By the way, I need to send this novel out." Liu Xiaobai suddenly remembered something and immediately opened his computer to search for novel websites. However, the search results left him stunned. Endpoint Novel Network? Not available. Tomato Novel? Doesn't exist. Even searching for keywords like web literature and online novels yielded no results. Blue Star? No web literature? He muttered himself. Web literature? What is that? Su Nanxiao tilted her head, looking confused. Liu Xiaobai rubbed his forehead. The entertainment industry in this world was too barren. If you want to publish a novel, you can try Jianghu. It's the most authoritative martial arts weekly in Long Country, Su Nanxiao suggested. Liu Xiaobai nodded helplessly. Since there was no web literature, he might as well carve out a path in traditional magazines. So, He found the editor's email and sent the manuscript as an attachment. He didn't use a pen name, but directly used his real name, Liu Xiaobai. He suddenly realized that he already had 2 aliases, and if he made more, he was afraid he wouldn't remember them. At 7:30 a.m., senior editor Chen Mo pushed open the office door of Jianghu magazine, holding a thermos filled with goji berries. The editorial office was empty, with only an old printer in the corner buzzing away. He sighed, tossed his briefcase on the desk, and rubbed his throbbing temples. Another drop, Chen Mo muttered, glancing at the latest sales report on the desk, which showed a 15% decrease compared to last month. Mo Gu, President Wang, said there a full staff meeting at 9 o'clock. An intern editor said quietly as she came out of the tea room with a mop. Chen Mo suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The magazine sales had been plummeting, and they hadn't been able to pay salaries for 3 consecutive months. This might be the last full staff meeting for the magazine. At 9 o'clock sharp, all the editors gathered, and the chief editor, Wang Yuanshan, walked into the meeting room with a grim expression. Everyone, you all know the current situation of the magazine. If there's no turnaround before the end of the year, the magazine will cease publication. His voice was hoarse and tired. The meeting room fell into dead silence. Everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. Several female editors even had red eyes. Turnaround? Will there still be a turnaround? For a whole year, the magazine hadn't received a single quality martial arts novel, leading to widespread complaint from readers and a refusal to purchase the magazine. If the magazine ceased publication, would they still be able to find such good jobs? Chen Mo clenched his fists. He had worked at this magazine for 12 years, starting from proofreading to editing, witnessing the rise and fall of martial arts literature. But now, was he really going to watch it close down? After the meeting, Chen Mo paused involuntarily when passing the honor wall. Those yellowed magazine covers recorded the most glorious era of Jianghu. 2 years ago, Xiaobai Roaching burst onto the scene, and renowned director Zhang Haoran adapted the novel for the screen. The magazine experienced its last glory. However, since then, it gradually declined, and now it even faced the threat of closure. Chen Mo mechanically returned to his workstation, opened his computer, clicked on his email, and began processing the mountain of submissions. Bloodstained Jianghu? Damn, another Klitsch revenge story. Xia, for heaven's sake, can't you put some thought in the title? Just looking at the title makes me lose interest in reading. Autumn Water Sword? That name is not bad. However, it completely mimics the pattern of Xiaobai Roaching. If nothing else works, I'll choose it. Chen Mo's expression grew more disappointed. Suddenly, a submission titled Shunjiao Xia Lu caught his attention. This title has originality. He immediately clicked it open. The You girl picking lotus by the autumn waters, narrow sleeves of light silk, revealing double golden bracelets. After finishing the first paragraph, his fingers froze. Good poetry. Good poetry. Chen Mo's eyes lit up, and he continued to read on. A gentle, melodious song floated over the misty lake. The song came from a small boat, where 5 young girls were singing and laughing while rowing to pick lotus. Upon reaching this point, he unconsciously sat up straight. In just a few strokes, the opening had sketched out a vivid picture of the martial arts world. Before he knew it, he had been reading for over 3 hours. Mo Gu, it's lunchtime. Why haven't you left? An intern editor passed by him, softly reminding him. Huh? Oh. Chen Mo suddenly looked up and saw that it was already 12:30 p.m., but he still couldn't bear to leave his workstation. Yanguo es arrogante. Xiao Long's coldness, the conspiracy of the Chuanjian sect, the secrets of the ancient tomb sect. His mind was still savoring that grand martial arts world. Chen Mo suddenly stood up, grabbed the printed manuscript, and strode toward the chief editor's office. Editor Wang, take a look at this. He almost burst through the door, his voice trembling with excitement. Chief editor Wang Yuanshan didn't scold him for his recklessness, but was slightly surprised. Chen Mo was usually a steady person. Was he suddenly so excited because he saw a good piece? Wang Yuanshan put on his reading glasses and picked up the manuscript. Shunjiao Xiaolu? That name has a certain elegance. He read the title softly, his brow slightly relaxing. Initially, his expression was one of professional indifference, but gradually his brow unfurled, his breathing quickened, and his heart raced. Chapter 78, the last stop of the journey of love, Wang Yuanshan increasingly realized that this was a masterpiece far beyond the heroic spirit and tenderness. Unknowingly, it was already 3 p.m. He hadn't taken a nap or had lunch, yet he felt neither tired nor sleepy at all. Just as Wang Yuanshan was about to continue reading, the novel abruptly stopped. Reluctantly, he set the manuscript down. Chunmo, Chunmo. Wang Yuanshan strode out of his office and approached Chunmo's workstation. Contact this author immediately. I want to meet him in person. This novel, The Return of the Condor Heroes, is the turning point for our magazine, Jianghu. He grasped Chunmo's arm tightly, trembling with excitement. Okay. Chunmo quickly logged into his email. Upon checking, it felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over him. Generally, authors who submit work leave a phone number. But this one, whether due to ignorance of the convention or having simply forgotten, didn't he leave any contact information? Well, since that's the case, just send him an email. Wang Yuanshan rubbed his forehead and sighed. Not being able to contact this great writer immediately made him feel a bit frustrated. All right. Just as Chunmo was about to send the email, he suddenly froze. Editor Wang, this person is named Lu Xiaobai. He shouted excitedly, startling Wang Yuanshan. Chunmo was also a music enthusiast. Apart from unknown artists, his favorite creator was Lu Xiaobai, especially that song breakups always happen on rainy days. He could listen to it endlessly. There are many people named Lu Xiaobai in Longhua. What's so surprising about that? Wang Yuanshan thought it was a bit strange but didn't pay much attention. Unbeknownst to them, half a month had passed. The magazine Jianghu had published 2 issues of The Return of the Condor Heroes. During this time, Lu Xiaobai took some time to check on his novel. According to the magazine's official website, the sales of the recent 2 issues had not shown a significant increase. However, this was quite normal. Even the best novels needed some time to ferment. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanxiao had arrived at the last stop of their journey of love, the capital of Longhua, Yanjing. To be precise, they were not here for tourism, but to visit Su Nanxiao's parents. After all, they had already confirmed their relationship and even obtained a marriage certificate, so it was time to meet the in-laws. At Yanjing Airport, Lu Xiaobai dragged his suitcase, while Su Nanxiao held onto his arm tightly. Nervous? Su Nanxiao tilted her head to look at him, a mischievous smile in her eyes. How can I not be nervous when meeting the in-laws? Lu Xiaobai pretended to be anxious. In reality, he wasn't afraid at all because his future mother-in-law had completely accepted him. When Su Nanxiao's relationship was exposed, she called her parents to explain. Her boyfriend was not a pampered young man, but the top music creator Lu Xiaobai in Longhua. When her future mother-in-law learned this news, she was overjoyed. After all, who wouldn't be happy to have a handsome, wealthy, and talented son-in-law? Su Nanxiao chuckled and pinched his face. Who allowed you to call them in-laws? We haven't held the wedding yet. As they joked, the taxi had already entered the urban area of Yanjing. By the way, I still haven't asked. What do your parents do? Lu Xiaobai suddenly remembered something. My dad is a professor at Yanjing Music Academy, and my mom is just an ordinary office worker. Su Nanxiao leaned on his shoulder casually. Huh? Lu Xiaobai was slightly taken aback and turned to look at her, surprised to find out she came from a scholarly family. He had thought that her family was struggling financially after she mentioned her father's serious illness. He didn't expect her father to have such a prominent identity. What's so strange about that? Su Nanxiao pouted. After her explanation, Lu Xiaobai understood. It turned out that university professors, apart from their fixed salaries, relied on research project funds for most of their income. However, her father was quite old-fashioned and devoted most of his energy to teaching. So he naturally couldn't secure profitable projects and mainly lived on that fixed salary. Wait, I remember you also graduated from Yanjing Music Academy. You didn't sneak in through the back door, did you? Lu Xiaobai squinted his eyes, teasing her on purpose. Lu Xiaobai. Su Nanxiao instantly exploded, grabbing his ear. I got in with the top score in my major. Do you know that? All right, I was wrong. Our Nanxiao is the best. Lu Xiaobai grabbed her hand in return. Who's your family? Su Nanxiao's ears turned red as she mumbled softly. By the way, my dad is a bit of an old-fashioned person. He might have some opinions about you, so please bear with it. She suddenly thought of something. But we haven't met. How could he have an opinion about me? Lu Xiaobai was a bit puzzled. Strictly speaking, it's not about you. It's about the songs you write. Su Nanxiao frowned. What? Liu Xiaobai doubted whether his ears were working properly. Nowadays, he could be considered one of the top creators in Longhua, and his songs have become popular across the country. How could he still be disliked by his future father-in-law? Su Nanxiao sighed and began to explain patiently, "My dad teaches classical music. And you know that in our Blue Star, there has always been a gap between classical music and pop music. More importantly, you only write pop songs, all about love themes, so that's why Liu Xiaobai understood the gap Su Nanxiao was talking about. The audiences for classical and pop music were different, and their styles were distinct. In the mainstream music scene, the evaluations of the two were worlds apart. Actually, if you're willing to reveal another identity, he would definitely see you in a different light. But I haven't dared to say anything without your permission," Su Nanxiao said hesitantly after a moment. It turned out that Liu Xiaobai's true identity and his alias as an unknown artist were roughly on par in the pop music field. However, in the mainstream music scene, the reputations of the two were completely different. The unknown artist had gained recognition from countless music professors with classic songs like Childhood, You in the Same Desk, and Where Did the Time Go? In comparison, Liu Xiaobai's works were mostly love-themed pop songs with relatively low artistic value, which naturally made it hard to catch the eye of his future father-in-law. "I'll make my father-in-law like me. Don't worry." Liu Xiaobai patted the back of her hand. "It's fine, even if he doesn't agree. There's nothing he can do. At worst, I'll elope with you." Su Nanxiao stuck out her tongue playfully. "By the way, before we go, let's stop by the mall and buy you a suit. You need to dress formally for the first meeting with my parents," she added. Chapter 79, The Return of the Condor Heroes, sweeps the nation. Liu Xiaobai stood in front of the fitting mirror at the luxury store, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he tugged at his tie. "Isn't this suit too expensive?" He turned to look at the woman beside him, wearing sunglasses and a hat pulled low. Even though he was now worth over 10 million, he had gotten used to being frugal since his time travel, and spending over 100,000 on a suit felt like a waste. "If you're reluctant to spend this money, I'll pay for it," Su Nanxiao said with a light laugh, jokingly. "Sure," Liu Xiaobai replied with a smile. Of course, he wouldn't let his wife pay. On one hand, he didn't want to be a kept man. On the other hand, his net worth had already far surpassed Su Nanxiao's. A wealthy man buying clothes wouldn't let a poor person pay, right? The uninformed salesgirl glanced disdainfully at Liu Xiaobai. She had already imagined that this man was a kept boy, relying on a woman even to buy a piece of clothing. "Looking this handsome is going to kill me," Liu Xiaobai remarked, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. Hearing this, Su Nanxiao burst into laughter and leaned closer to his ear. "It's better to be handsome. Let my parents see how jealous they should be of their precious daughter's boyfriend." Her voice unintentionally got a bit loud, making the salesgirl next to them blush. After Su Nanxiao paid with Liu Xiaobai's bank card, the two hurriedly left. Several salesgirls gathered together and began discussing. "This kept boy is truly a model for men. That woman actually spent over 100,000 on a suit for him," one male sales assistant exclaimed. "Exactly. If that woman were to support me, I would mind being a steel wool," another male sales assistant said, speechless. "Dream on. That woman is such a great figure. She is clearly a once-in-a-lifetime beauty. Just knowing her is already a stroke of luck." Everyone burst into laughter. "What is a suit compared to that? Didn't you see the watch that kept boy was wearing?" a sharp-eyed salesgirl suddenly said. "Vacheron Constantine. Worth enough to buy a toilet in the second ring of Yanjing, given to Liu Xiaobai by Liu Feng." "Oh my God," two male sales assistants gasped. After buying the suit, Su Nanxiao took Liu Xiaobai to buy shoes, shirts, underwear, etc. In short, the handsome guy was completely transformed, becoming the brightest star in the mall, with a return rate of 100%. "Wife, quickly let me use your phone," Liu Xiaobai suddenly said as they were about to leave the mall after shopping. "What are you doing? Are you going to do something bad with my phone again?" Su Nanxiao said with a wary expression. Liu Xiaobai chuckled. Once he returned to work, his relationship with Su Nanxiao would probably be exposed quickly. He wanted to take advantage of this time to gain more reputation points. Su Nanxiao couldn't resist his request and had to give him her phone. Liu Xiaobai skillfully logged into his wife's Weibo account, took a picture of the packaged suit and shoes, then edited a message. "Accompanied someone to go shopping today. That someone said it was too expensive, but after trying on the clothes, they couldn't move their legs. In the end, I still paid with my card." Smile. The salesgirl's eyes were a bit off. How could this guy be so shameless? What do you care? Who told me to pamper him, Sundara? Oof. All my money is for my little puppy to spend, Shy. That someone even secretly used my phone to post on Weibo, so I'll openly add another post. Hubby, you look so handsome today that it's unfair. You have to take responsibility and help me sleep tonight, or I'll bomb your fans with your high-definition handsome photos. Then, he wrapped his left arm around Su Nanxiao's waist and took a high-definition selfie. With text and image, he successfully sent it out. A few seconds later, the comment section was filled with chaos. Shameless dog thief. Get your paws off and roll away. How dare you touch my Nanxiao's slim waist? Nanxiao, wake up. What does this pretty boy have besides his face? This guy is truly a disgrace to men. I advise you, little kept boy, to withdraw from the circle voluntarily, or we'll be forced to hunt you down. Hearing the system notification of his reputation points skyrocketing, Lu Xiaobai revealed a triumphant smile. Messing with these brain-dead fans was quite fun. However, he felt a bit frustrated because he had paid for the clothes and shoes himself. Paying for his own clothing while being a kept boy seemed like a loss. Next time I borrow your phone, I'll be a fool, Su Nanxiao said through gritted teeth after seeing the Weibo post. You're already a fool, and I love my little fool the most. Lu Xiaobai teased as he patted her head, unbeknownst to the one who was teasing fans and the behind-the-scenes mastermind. The novel he was writing, copying, The Return of the Condor Heroes, was sweeping the nation with unstoppable momentum. In the boys' dormitory at Xiaobai University. Du Maijian, are you reading that old-fashioned martial arts magazine again? Wang Lei pushed open the dorm door and saw his roommate, Du Mingyuan, leaning against the head of the bed, engrossed in a copy of Jianghu magazine, and couldn't he help but chuckle. Du Mingyuan remained silent, completely immersed in the world of martial arts. Our Du genius just loves this kind of thing. Lu Chong from the upper bunk leaned halfway out. Is it yet another old trope of the young hero falling off a cliff and finding a secret manual? But Du Mingyuan still didn't say a word. Old 4 is acting a bit strange today, Wang Lei said, surprised. Previously, no matter how seriously Du Mingyuan read, he wouldn't be this quiet. Curiously, he moved closer to Du Mingyuan to read along. The boy held a rooster in his left hand, singing folk songs, bouncing along. This novel is so strange. There are no blood and gore, nor deep grievances, but rather it carries a bit of vivid street life. Wang Lei unconsciously straightened his back. 5 minutes passed, and the lower bunk was silent. Lu Chong noticed something was off, jumped down, and joined them to look. The three of them huddled together, 6 eyes fixed on the Jianghu magazine, the dormitory filled only with their breaths. Though they were in a university dormitory, it felt as if they were in the snow-covered Zhongnan Mountains, witnessing the stone door of the tomb of the living dead slowly opening. Hearing the subtle sounds of the ancient tomb sect's lightness skill. Unknowingly, the three had finished reading the last line of the serialized story in the magazine. When they turned to the next page and found the story abruptly halted, they felt a strong sense of loss, as if being yanked from a beautiful dream. Is there truly such a brilliant martial arts story in this world? Wang Lei's voice was hoarse. The depth of character portrayal and the intricacy of plot design far exceeded any current martial arts work. Du Mingyuan took a deep breath. This, The Return of the Condor Heroes, may redefine martial arts novels. Lu Chong murmured, this great novel must be recommended to others. Du Mingyuan said, shaking his fist vigorously. Chapter 80. You should learn from the unknown ones. A week later, The Return of the Condor Heroes had become a phenomenon on the campus of Xiaobai University. The reading club, organized by Du Mingyuan, attracted nearly 100 participants, with people standing at the back of the classroom. Meanwhile, the Jianghu magazine at the newsstand near the school had long been sold out. In various corners of other university campuses, more and more students were holding Jianghu magazines, immersed in that tragic martial arts story. On that day at 7:30 in the morning, a newsstand in Yanjing was already crowded with people. Is there any Jianghu left? A student with a backpack squeezed to the front, panting as he asked. Sold out, the owner said without looking up, engrossed in flipping through the last magazine in his hands. What kind of joke is this? You open at 7 and you've sold out in just half an hour? The student widened his eyes. What the hell? The crowd behind him immediately gasped. Just now, a guy wearing sunglasses bought 50 copies all at once. The owner waved his hand impatiently. Crazy? Buying so many for wallpaper or firewood? The student jumped in anger. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed girl spotted the magazine in the owner's hands. "Boss, don't you have one left? I'll pay double. Not for sale." The owner quickly hid the magazine in his arms. "I haven't finished reading it myself. I'll pay triple." Another boy with glasses immediately raised the price. 4 times. The girl refused to back down. A middle-aged man passing by was so surprised by the scene that he stopped and grabbed a boy who was about to leave. "Little brother, what's going on here? You don't know?" The new serialization of the return of the Condor Heroes in Jianghu is simply amazing. It's sold out everywhere. The boy's eyes lit up. At the Jianghu magazine office, the phones were ringing off the hook. "Okay, Boss Liu, we guarantee to restock next week." "Hello, Boss Zhang. What? You want to reserve for next month? I need to report this to the boss." Lee from the distribution department held the microphone in one hand while quickly jotting down orders with the other. At this moment, the editors at the magazine were all wearing smiles that couldn't be hidden. Their magazine had been sold out, and even with an additional print run of 200,000 copies, it still couldn't meet the reader's demand. All of this was, of course, due to the return of the Condor Heroes. They firmly believed that as long as this book continued to update, the magazine would absolutely shine even brighter than during its peak. "Our jobs are finally secure. Thank God." "What are you thanking?" "Thank Teacher Liu Xiaobai." "That's right. Teacher Liu Xiaobai is truly our benefactor. By the way, old Chun, you discovered this the return of the Condor Heroes. Your bonus this month is definitely going to double. You have to treat us then." An editor patted Chun Mo on the shoulder. Of course, Chun Mo was so excited that he almost cried. A few months ago, he was in the darkest moment of his life. His wife had quit her job to take care of their 8-month-old daughter, and the magazine hadn't paid salaries for months, even on the verge of shutting down. He felt like he had reached a dead end. Every night, while smoking on the balcony to drown his sorrows, he even had the impulse to jump off. But at that moment, Liu Xiaobai and The Return of the Condor Heroes shone like a light in his life. "Mo Gu, editor-in-chief, Wang is looking for you." At this moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. After knocking on the door of the editor-in-chief's office and getting permission, Chun Mo walked in. "Chun Mo is here. Sit down quickly." Wang Yuanshan was friendly and even personally poured him a glass of water. "Thank you, editor-in-chief Wang." Chun Mo felt a bit flattered and only dared to sit halfway. "Our magazine has set the highest sales record in a year, and this is all thanks to you, our talent scout. Now, the magazine is turning a profit, and the salaries owed to you will be paid by the end of the month. Additionally, you will be recognized for your performance this month, and your bonus will double," Wang Yuanshan said with a smile. "Thank you, editor-in-chief Wang." Chun Mo trembled with excitement. "Teacher Liu Xiaobai is truly my lifesaver." He felt immensely grateful. "I also have something important to discuss with you." Many readers have responded that 8,000 words per issue is simply not enough. They strongly request more content. "So, you need to contact Teacher Liu as soon as possible," Wang Yuanshan said. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo was at a loss. It turned out that since Liu Xiaobai sent in a 50,000 word manuscript last time, he had completely disappeared. He had sent many emails, but none received a reply. After Chun Mo explained, Wang Yuanshan irritably lit a cigarette. It was frustrating to have such a high-profile person making him feel stuck. "It's okay. The backlog can last for a few weeks. Just send more emails to Teacher Liu. I don't believe he won't reply to you for a few weeks." He exhaled a puff of smoke. In the living room of Su Nanxiao's home, Liu Xiaobai sat on a wooden chair, curiously looking around. This small apartment was about 50 square meters, not much larger than his previous home. His father-in-law was Su Zhiqiu. Although he was a professor at the Yanjing Conservatory of Music and quite well known in the industry, this place was simple to the point of being frugal. The white walls looked a bit worn, and a traditional wooden tea table was placed in the center of the living room. The most eye-catching item in the room was the black Steinway grand piano in the corner. According to Su Nanxiao, she wanted to buy her parents a bigger house. But her father Su Zhiqiu, that old-fashioned man, had repeatedly refused. "Xiaobai, try some cantaloupe," his mother-in-law Yang Yun said with a smile as she handed over a plate of fruit. "Thank you, Auntie." Liu Xiaobai received it with both hands. "Look at this child. Why so polite? Just treat this place as your home." Yang Yun smiled, her heart filled with joy. As the saying goes, the mother-in-law looks at the son-in-law. The more she sees, the more pleasing he becomes. The more she looked at Liu Xiaobai, the more she liked him. This boy was not only handsome, but also had a calm demeanor, and most importantly, he was exceptionally talented. Every time she went to the market, the music stores on the streets played the songs he wrote. Even Aunt Wang next door's 3-year-old grandson could hum a few lines. "You old-fashioned man, stop burying yourself in the newspaper all day. Talk to our future son-in-law." Yang Yin turned and gave her husband a reproachful look. Young people should listen to more classical music to cultivate their sentiments. What benefit is there in being all about love and romance? Her future father-in-law, Su Jiqiu, put down the newspaper and said, Chapter 81. The son-in-law competition. In fact, Su Jiqiu does not discriminate against pop songs. As a music scholar, he understands the diversity of musical forms better than anyone else. He is just a bit tired of the cliché themes of trivial love. But the anonymous artist is different. This mysterious musician's songs are of a level that even this old scholar has to admit, especially that song Childhood, which he has mentioned several times in his university classes. "So may I ask, uncle, what do you consider to be a song with depth?" Liu Xiaobai asked with a smile. Music should carry more social responsibility and not be limited to the shallow expression of personal emotions. Su Jiqiu adjusted his reading glasses and replied seriously. After pondering for a moment, Liu Xiaobai stood up and walked to the piano in the center of the living room. Then, "Uncle, please listen to this song. If there is anything wrong, please point it out." Liu Xiaobai smiled as he opened the piano lid. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Nanqiao's eyes. Could this treasure of a boy have been inspired again? Su Jiqiu's expression was slightly disdainful. What depth could a person who writes love songs all day long possibly convey? It's just that those shallow young people like to listen to such things. Liu Xiaobai's fingers gently touched the piano keys. Immediately, a pure melody as clear as a spring emerged, gently waking the sleeping soul, slowly opening your eyes. See if the busy world is still spinning endlessly in loneliness. Upon hearing this, Su Jiqiu straightened up. This song seems a bit interesting. Moreover, this kid's piano skills are impressive. Even among his own students, few can compare. Su Nanqiao also perked up, just from the opening lines. She could sense that this might be a masterpiece on par with Childhood. Raising your head to seek the wings of the sky, the migratory birds show their shadows, bringing news of distant famine, merciless war, and messages that still exist. Jade Mountain, white snow drifting, igniting the hearts of youth, turning true feelings into notes, expressing distant blessings. The piano accompaniment and Liu Xiaobai's singing gradually became more intense. Su Jiqiu's body trembled. This song has truly high artistic conception and structure. The love expressed is no longer limited to personal emotions, but rather a great love for humanity and the world. Furthermore, in terms of harmony, the song employs a rich variety of chord progressions, with layered richness and strong expressiveness. Compared to Childhood, this song seems even better. Sing out your passion. Stretch out your hands. Let me embrace your dreams. Let me have your true face. The song finally reached its climax. Old Su, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but why don't you even close the door? I happened to pass by and came to see you. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding a refined aura barged in. Sure. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Jiqiu, Su Nanqiao, and Yang Yin interrupted him angrily. The middle-aged man then noticed Liu Xiaobai singing at the piano. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he could only randomly find a place to sit down. Who can disregard their own homeland, abandoning the childhood of their memories? Who can bear to see yesterday's sorrows take away our smiles? At this moment, the song entered its second verse. The middle-aged man's expression shifted from casual to intense focus. These lyrics are so literary, gently waking the sleeping soul, slowly opening your eyes. See if the busy world is still spinning endlessly in loneliness. The sunrise awakens the morning, the earth shines anew. At this point, the song reached its third verse. Who exactly is this kid? The middle-aged man stared intently at Liu Xiaobai, his gaze burning with intensity. The clever use of imagery, rich rhetorical techniques, sincere emotional expression, and clear narrative structure. This is no mere pop song. It is clearly a poem. As the last note fell, the living room was so quiet that one could hear the birds chirping outside. Young man, did you write this song? The middle-aged man stood up, excitedly grasping Lu Xiaobai's hand and not letting go. Yes, I wrote it. May I ask who you are? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and asked. This is Professor Qi Shuhong of the Chinese Language and Literature Department at Yanjing University. You can just call him Uncle Qi. Su Jiqiu said. Young man, you're not married yet, right? I have a daughter who is the same age as you. How about being my son-in-law? Qi Shuhong exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Lu Xiaobai's neck, his voice slightly trembling. His daughter hasn't had a boyfriend since graduating from college, which has driven him crazy. Heaven has opened its eyes, and a good son-in-law has fallen from the sky. Lu Xiaobai was immediately speechless. This guy is actually a professor in the Chinese department of a top university in the Dragon Kingdom. He is clearly a thief specializing in stealing men. Su Jiqiu exclaimed. Qi Shuhong, this is my son-in-law. How dare you compete with me? Su Jiqiu stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with anger. Su Nanxiao and Yang Yun looked at Qi Shuhong with even more hostility. So it turns out he is Nanxiao's boyfriend. Why didn't you say so earlier? Qi Shuhong chuckled awkwardly. Young man, you haven't told me your name yet. He turned his head, still tightly holding Lu Xiaobai's hand. My name is Lu Xiaobai. Lu Xiaobai answered honestly. Lu Xiaobai? The one who wrote At Least There SU? Qi Shuhong asked in surprise. Yes. Lu Xiaobai nodded. Idol. Did you know? My daughter and I are both your fans. Especially your song Silence, and At Least There SU. I've looped them endlessly. Qi Shuhong suddenly became excited, his eyes sparkling. Lu Xiaobai touched his nose, feeling a bit proud inside. I didn't expect a professor in the Chinese department of a top university to be my fan. Qi Shuhong, let go of my son-in-law. Seeing the two of them so close, Su Jiqiu felt a bit sour. Old Su, weren't you just saying you dislike Xiaobai? Mother-in-law Yang Yun shot him a fierce glare. Who said that? Su Jiqiu felt a bit awkward. Just now, Lu Xiaobai's song had completely won him over. This son-in-law, even the king of heaven, couldn't take away. By the way, idol, what was the name of the song you just sang? Qi Shuhong asked eagerly. The title of this song is Tomorrow Will Be Better. Also, Uncle Qi, please don't call me idol. It sounds creepy. Lu Xiaobai said helplessly. What a great song. If this song ISNT performed at this year's Spring Festival Gala, Old Qi, will be the first to disagree. Qi Shuhong said excitedly, pacing back and forth. What good does it do for you to disagree? The song performed at the Spring Festival Gala, ISNT, decided by you. Su Jiqiu said disdainfully. Old Su, you underestimate me. Qi Shuhong smiled slightly. What do you mean? Su Jiqiu frowned and asked. Chapter 82. If this song doesn't make it to the Spring Festival Gala stage. I'm afraid even the director won't agree. Qi Shuhong didn't answer and directly took out his phone. Old Zhang, I heard an amazing song today. You'll regret it for a lifetime if you don't listen to it. What? You're busy? What the hell are you busy with? Hurry over. If you don't come, I'll fall out with you. The address is... After hanging up, Qi Shuhong looked around proudly. Do you know who I just called? Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he had to announce the answer himself. It's Zhang Haoran, Director Zhang. My buddy since childhood. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanjiao exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This somewhat goofy professor is actually on brotherly terms with the famous director Zhang Haoran. At this moment, Zhang Haoran was sitting in the back seat of a car, rushing to the staff residential area of the Yanqing Music Academy. Ordinary people couldn't get this big shot to come, but Qi Shuhong was an exception. They not only grew up together as close friends, but also supported each other through their toughest times. More than a decade ago, when Zhang Haoran's film project faced a financial crisis, it was Qi Shuhong who mortgaged his ancestral home to help him through it. Of course, there was a more important reason. That is, although Qi Shuhong was a bit eccentric, he was definitely not someone who would exaggerate. Since he said this song was amazing, it must be extraordinary. Stop the car. Zhang Haoran suddenly slapped the leather seat. The black Mercedes stopped by the roadside, splashing water everywhere. His gaze was firmly fixed on the newspaper stand at the street corner where a long queue had formed, extending onto the sidewalk. Once the car came to a halt, he got out and walked towards the long line at the newspaper stand, patiently joining the end of the queue. The driver looked back in surprise through the rearview mirror. This renowned director, known for his time is money philosophy, was actually queuing in the drizzle to buy a newspaper. Zhang Haoran was indeed there to buy the Jianghu magazine. Recently, many friends had recommended the novel The Return of the Condor Heroes to him, saying that if adapted into a TV series, it would definitely be a hit. However, Zhang Haoran had been too busy with work to find the time to read it. Since he had a bit of free time today, he decided to buy a copy to check it out. After waiting for 5 minutes, it was finally his turn. The Jianghu issue is sold out. Come back this afternoon. But you still have one in your hand. That's for me to read, not for sale. I'll pay 10 times the price. Haha, boss, that is a bit unreasonable. 20 times if you don't sell it, I'll leave. Don't go. Deal. After getting the Jianghu magazine, Zhang Haoran immediately got back in the car and started reading. As he read, he became completely immersed in a tragic martial arts world. He was still oblivious when the car arrived downstairs at Su Jiqiu's home. Old Zhang, let me introduce you to a music creation genius. He just wrote a song called Tomorrow Will Be Better. If this song doesn't make it to the Spring Festival Gala stage, I'll 1T agree. As soon as Zhang Haoran entered Su Jiqiu's home, Qi Shuang couldn't wait to introduce Lu Xiaobai to him. Hello, Director Zhang. Lu Xiaobai smiled and greeted him. Hello. Zhang Haoran replied flatly. He felt somewhat displeased. After all, he was a top director in Longhua, always treated like royalty wherever he went. But this young guy didn't even stand up to greet him. These young people nowadays, getting a bit of talent and becoming so arrogant. Lu Xiaobai was taken aback by his reaction. The director had been so warm to him before. Why was he acting like this now? Director, this is Lu Xiaobai. Don't you recognize him? Fortunately, Su Nanjiao reacted quickly. What? Zhang Haoran rubbed his eyes and carefully examined Lu Xiaobai's handsome face. Although his appearance had changed a lot, he still recognized him from his features. This was indeed his great benefactor. Teacher Lu, how did you change so much? I almost didn't recognize you. Once he realized, a smile instantly filled Zhang Haoran's face as he stepped forward enthusiastically to shake his hand. Yes. Young people should be a bit proud, like teacher Lu Xiaobai. Hee. I recently signed up for a personal training class. Lu Xiaobai then understood. It was indeed his handsome face that made the big director not recognize him. So you guys know each other. Then let us stop the small talk. Xiaobai, please sing Tomorrow Will Be Better again. Whether this song makes it to the Spring Festival Gala depends on the director's opinion. Qi Shuang urged from the side. All right. Lu Xiaobai stood up, walked to the piano, and sang Tomorrow Will Be Better once more. Zhang Haoran listened intently, his eyes filled with increasing amazement. After the song ended, he exclaimed, "What a great song. It's so moving. If this song doesn't make it to the Spring Festival Gala stage, I'm afraid even Director Lu of Longhua TV 1T agree." Zhang Haoran excitedly paced back and forth in the living room. That's great. Su Jiqiu and Yang Yun suddenly became excited. This song will definitely be given a Nanjiao by Xiaobai. Just thinking about her son-in-law writing a song for his daughter to sing, and even performing on the Spring Festival Gala stage. Even the old-fashioned Su Jiqiu couldn't help but smile widely. Teacher Lu, who are you planning to give this song to? Zhang Haoran suddenly asked. Su Nanjiao's heart raced. Although she knew her husband would definitely give her the song, she still felt nervous. What else there to say? Of course at Nanjiao. How could a song written by their son-in-law be given to someone else? Su Ziki Lauget Hotiti Li. Dad. Su Nanjiao's ears turned red instantly. That's a must. However, a star-studded chorus would be more appropriate. Lu Xiaobai pondered for a moment and said, I was thinking too small. This song carries wishes for the world. The power of one person is too weak. Only by gathering many voices can we sing with true grandeur. Su Jiqiu's eyes lit up. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. In that case, let us gather half of the top singers in the entertainment industry for a chorus. Zhang Haoran suddenly slapped his thigh. He was boasting. Once he, as the director of the Spring Festival Gala, spoke, whether it was a superstar or a diva, they would all be eager to come. Hearing Lu Xiaobai's words, Su Nanjiao initially felt a bit unhappy. She didn't want to share such a great song with others. But she understood very well. This song belonged to all humanity. It shouldn't be owned by any one person. Next, everyone excitedly gathered together to discuss which stars to invite. Everyone chimed in, discussing passionately. Zhang Haoran became more and more excited. completely unaware that the Jianghu magazine had fallen out of his arms. Old Zhang, so you're also following the return of the Condor heroes. Qi Shuang dashed over to pick up the magazine, his eyes shining. Sunan Jiao looked at Lu Xiaobai with a smile, as if to say, the top director of Longhua and a professor from Yin University's Chinese department are both reading your novel. Aren't you excited? Zhang Haoran suddenly thought of something. Teacher Lu, the author of this novel has the same name as you. It wouldn't be you who wrote it, right? He looked at Lu Xiaobai with a strange expression. Chapter 83. So you're the unnamed person? Haha, Lao Zhang, what nonsense are you talking? This joke is a bit too big, isn't it? Qi Shuang laughed heartily. It really is my work, Lu Xiaobai said after pondering for a moment. The teacup in Qi Shuang's hand slipped to the ground. Zhang Haoran almost lost his balance. Everyone looked at Lu Xiaobai as if he were a monster. A genius. A true genius. Zhang Haoran held onto the sofa armrest, his face filled with disbelief. Genius. What about the subsequent plot? Hurry up and show me. Qi Shuang dashed over and wrapped his arms around Lu Xiaobai's neck. Lu Xiaobai was speechless. Uncle Qi, mind your image. Hurry up and show me. I'm dying of anxiety. Qi Shuang was so anxious he was stamping his feet, his glasses crooked. He had just seen Yanghua clash with Guofu and the Wu brothers on Peach Blossom Island, infuriating him. He was eager to see the scene where Yanghua practiced his martial arts and came back to slap faces. I only have 10,000 words of stored manuscripts. In desperation, Lu Xiaobai could only take out his laptop and hand it to Qi Shuang. As soon as Qi Shuang received the laptop, he eagerly opened it. Zhang Haoran came to his side to watch with him. Even his father-in-law and mother-in-law curiously leaned in. They wanted to know what kind of book their son-in-law had written that made a big director and a professor from the Chinese department so obsessed. Bored, Lu Xiaobai took out his phone and logged into his email. With his novel being so popular, the editor should be contacting him about the manuscript fee, right? Chen Mo fainted in the bathroom. Have you finally remembered this matter, old man? Upon opening the email, he saw that Chen Mo had sent him multiple emails. Email 1. Teacher Lu, please leave your contact information. Our chief editor is particularly optimistic about your novel and wants to contact you personally. Email 2. Lord Lu, it's been almost 3 days. Can you reply? Little Mo is begging for your response. Email 3. Daddy Lu, please reply. You're the return of the Condor heroes exploded. Please take a look at the contract. We are willing to increase the profit-sharing ratio by another 20. Email 4. Great father-in-law. The finance department says your manuscript fee can be settled at the highest standard. Just reply with a yes, and I'll transfer the money immediately. Email 5. Grandpa Lu, can you reply? Little Mo has bowed to you. Readers are strongly requesting more words in each issue. Your stored manuscripts are not enough. Email 6. Ancestor Lu, if you don't reply soon, the chief editor will throw me into the river. Email 7. Su Nanxiao leaned over to take a look and laughed until her stomach hurt. Lu Xiaobai touched his nose, feeling a twinge of conscience. So, he hurriedly replied to one email and added Chen Mo's QQ number. However, he didn't leave his phone number. It wasn't that he was aloof. Rather, he received too many calls every day. If it weren't for a little assistant helping him handle most of the work calls, he would probably spend half his day answering calls. Jianghu magazine. Teacher Lu replied to me. He replied, ha ha ha. Chen Mo shouted like a madman at the computer screen. His voice was so loud that it nearly startled everyone. However, from the leaders to the interns, no one dared to criticize him, because everyone understood his excitement. Who doesn't know that Teacher Lu is now the treasurer of the magazine? That's great. Chief editor Wang Yuanshan rushed out of the office, moved a chair, and sat beside Chen Mo, excitedly watching the two chat. Daddy Lu, the contract has been sent over. Do you see any issues? No problem. That's great. Is it convenient to send over some more manuscripts? The current ones are not enough. Sure. Our chief editor wants to visit you in person. Do you have time? Wait, I'm offline now. Let's chat next time. The chat window suddenly turned gray. Wang Yuanshan and Chen Mo were speechless at the same time. There were only 3 or 4 sentences in total, yet it felt so cold, like an emperor reviewing memorials. Lu Xiaobai was certainly not arrogant. He was currently being besieged by Qi Shuang, Zhang Haoran, and others. They had already finished reading his manuscript and were discussing the subsequent plot with him. This was no ordinary novel. It was building a complete martial arts system. If this novel were adapted for the screen, it would surely be a milestone in martial arts films. Zhang Haoran's eyes sparkled with the light of discovering treasure. Director Zhang, you flatter me. It was just a casual write-up. Liu Xiaobai smiled humbly. He thought to himself, if you want to praise someone, praise Jin Daxia. I can't take that. If this were just a casual write-up, those professional writers could change careers. Qi Shuang was unhappy upon hearing this. Su Nanxiao quietly sat beside Liu Xiaobai, occasionally pouring him tea. She looked at her husband being surrounded by a group of big shots discussing the plot, her eyes filled with pride. We agreed that the film adaptation rights of this book must be given to me, Zhang Haoran said excitedly, holding his hand. No problem, Director Zhang, Liu Xiaobai smiled. That's great. Zhang Haoran's eyes sparkled. If such a good novel could be handed over to him to direct, it would be worth it for a lifetime. By the way, you should also write out the sheet music for tomorrow will be better. I want the band to rehearse in advance. He continued. Okay. Liu Xiaobai took the paper and pen that Qi Shuang handed him and began to write vigorously. After finishing, he encountered difficulty when filling in the section for lyrics and music. The quality of tomorrow will be better was quite solid, even surpassing childhood. According to the contract, the best songs had to be published under the name of the unnamed person. However, doing so would expose his identity. In other words, no matter how Liu Xiaobai chose, he would ultimately violate the contract. After pondering for a moment, he still filled in the name of the unnamed person. Although this action would expose his identity, the people present were either his father-in-law and mother-in-law or prominent figures. They probably wouldn't spread it around. The unnamed person. So, you are the unnamed person? Out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Haoran suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open. What did you say? Qi Shuang and Su Zhiqiu simultaneously grabbed the sheet music, almost tearing the paper apart. Childhood and your classmate were all written by you? Qi Shuang was so excited he was speechless. Xiaobai, you are the mysterious creator that the entire music industry has been searching for? The expression of his father-in-law was a mix of shock and pride. Everyone, please keep this a secret. Don't let it out. Liu Xiaobai nodded. Why not? This is a great opportunity for fame. Do you know how many singers want to invite you to write songs for them? Su Zhiqiu asked in confusion. Xiaobai has an agreement with the company. At this moment, Su Nanxiao interjected. After a round of explanation, everyone's gaze towards Liu Xiaobai became even more fervent. Chapter 84 Music Announcement. This young man, in the face of the glamour and excess of the entertainment industry, is surprisingly able to resist the temptation of fame for the sake of a contract. That's quite rare. Good. Teacher Liu is a man of his word, honoring the contract. This friend is definitely worth having. Zhang Haoran laughed heartily and patted Liu Xiaobai on the shoulder. Father-in-law, Su Zhiqiu has now fully accepted this son-in-law. Not only is he loyal and righteous, but he also views fame and fortune as mere dirt. He has practically carved from the same mold as me. A son-in-law like this is hard to find even with a lantern. However, Xiaobai, I beg you to be my son-in-law. I will marry both my daughters to you. Qi Shuang almost wanted to kneel before Liu Xiaobai. Qi Shuang, do you still have any shame? Trying to poach my son-in-law in front of me? Su Zhiqiu was furious and pulled Liu Xiaobai behind him. Unknowingly, Liu Xiaobai and Su Nanxiao have been on vacation for over a month. It's time to return to Binhai City. Xiaobai, you're leaving after just a few days? Stay a few more days. Yang Yin grabbed Liu Xiaobai's hand and Wen Ti let go. Mom, we're not coming back. Su Nanxiao linked her arm with her mother's. I know. Yang Yin smiled and turned to Liu Xiaobai, saying, Nanxiao has a quick temper, so be more tolerant. Su Zhiqiu laughed heartily at this, saying, this kid knows how to behave. We don't have to worry about him. He lowered his voice and said to Liu Xiaobai, next time you come back, let's have a good talk about the new song you wrote. Liu Xiaobai and Su Nanxiao finally got into a taxi. My parents treat you better than they treat me. Their daughter, Su Nanxiao, said somewhat jealously. Of course, a son-in-law is like a half-son, Liu Xiaobai said proudly. Who agreed to marry you? Su Nanxiao's face turned beet red with embarrassment. By the way, I just received a notice from the company. The Spring Festival Gala program team has invited me. When she mentioned this, her eyes lit up. Getting on the Spring Festival Gala stage has always been her dream. Oh, really? Liu Xiaobai raised his eyebrows. Besides me, there are 4 other people from our Longting who have also received invitations. Sister Siki, Brother Zimo, and Star Moon Legend. Xiaobai, this is all thanks to you. In previous years, no one from Longting could get on the Spring Festival Gala. Su Nanxiao looked at Liu Xiaobai with sparkling eyes. It seems that the favor Zhang Dao owes me 1 TB needed. Liu Xiaobai said nonchalantly. Come on, what is so great about being on the Spring Festival Gala? In the future, I plan to make a few kings and queens famous. What he was most worried about right now was actually the matter of going to work tomorrow. Once he shows up at the company, his colleagues will easily recognize him as the young fresh meat in Su Nanxiao's relationship photos. Their relationship being exposed has almost become a foregone conclusion. Thinking of this, Liu Xiaobai felt incredibly complicated. Bad news. His leisurely and low-key life would never return. Good news. His popularity would soon soar again. Why don't we take the initiative to expose it? Let us announce it directly on Weibo. Su Nanxiao saw through his thoughts and said excitedly. That's good. Liu Xiaobai thought for a moment and said, this suggestion is good. Waiting passively for a leak is not his style. It's better to take control of the narrative. However, he wouldn't let go of this great opportunity to boost his popularity easily. But if we're going to do it, let's do it big. Simply issuing a statement is too boring. How about a music announcement? A mischievous light flashed in Liu Xiaobai's eyes. Su Nanxiao's eyes brightened. You mean? A duet love song. Then we record a video and post it on Weibo. Liu Xiaobai said, a duet love song? You wrote a new song again? Su Nanxiao exclaimed in surprise. That's right, this song is called Choice. Liu Xiaobai said solemnly. That's a nice title. Su Nanxiao's excited little face turned rosy. Thus, they decided to change their plans on the fly. After flying back to Binhai City, they didn't go straight to work, but first recorded the video at home. Tianlai Record Company. Sister Qingwu, good news. Gu Qingwu's assistant Lin Miao Miao rushed into the makeup room excitedly. What's got you so happy? Gu Qingwu said casually while doing her nails. Sister Qingwu, the mountains and rivers are safe has been tentatively selected by the Spring Festival Gala program team. Lin Miao Miao was beaming with excitement. What is so great about a song by a major diva being on the Spring Festival Gala? Hearing this, Gu Qingwu was indifferent. By the way, where's Su Nanxiao? Did the program team invite her? She suddenly raised her eyes and asked. They did invite her. Lin Miao Miao's voice dropped several decibels. What song? In addition to the old song Childhood, there's also a new song Tomorrow Will Be Better. What did you say? 2 songs for her, 1 for me? Hearing this, Gu Qingwu exploded. Sister Qingwu, don't misunderstand. That new song is a group ensemble. Su Nanxiao only has 1 solo song. Lin Miao Miao hurriedly explained. But Gu Qingwu didn't care about that at all. All she knew was that Su Nanxiao had 2 songs while she only had 1. That bitch is actually competing with me everywhere. A cold glint flashed in Gu Qingwu's eyes. She still remembers that it was because of Su Nanxiao that her comeback met with a crushing defeat, and she hasn't been able to recover since. Next, Su Nanxiao also won the Best Album and Best Female Singer awards at the Chinese Music Festival, successfully rising to diva status. Her face as an established diva was ruthlessly ground into the dirt. And now, she is coming to outshine her again at such a major occasion as the Spring Festival Gala. If this continues, how can I, as a diva, show my face in the entertainment industry? In that case, I'll make sure you gain nothing. Gu Qingwu revealed a sinister smile and took out her phone to make a call. 3 days later, at exactly 8 a.m., Liu Xiaobai's assistant, Gu Qingqing, arrived at the company as usual. Good morning, Qingqing. Have you eaten? Want to eat together? Qingqing, let us go out for a big meal tonight. It's on me. On the way, many colleagues greeted her warmly. Gu Qingqing smiled and responded. Such a scene was unimaginable just a few months ago. With Liu Xiaobai's rising popularity, her status in the company has also skyrocketed. From a silent Cinderella, she has become a popular figure in the company. Now, even the vice president of the company greets her proactively when they see her. After politely responding to everyone's greetings, Gu Qingqing finally arrived at room 808. During the time Liu Xiaobai was away, she had been living quite happily. Every day, besides answering work calls from her boss, Liu Xiaobai, she spent the rest of her time goofing off listening to music, playing games, and reading novels. This is because she was the exclusive assistant, besides Lu Xiaobai. Hardly anyone in the company dared to ask her to do anything. This kind of life is truly delightful. Gu Qingqing felt very pleased. She stretched and opened her computer, preparing to start a new day of joyful goofing off. Suddenly, her fingers froze in midair. Her face was filled with shock, as if she had seen a ghost. This was because Su Nanxiao's Weibo had been updated. Chapter 85. Su Nanxiao's boyfriend turns out to be a music industry big shot due to personal reasons. I hadn't revealed my boyfriend's identity to everyone before. This time, I came clean. He is Mr. Lu Xiaobai, the top music creator in Longhua. Below is a duet love song we performed together, titled Choice. Without grand vows, we hid the words we wanted to say to each other in every lyric. This enchanting melody is the sound of our love. Mr. Lu, please take care of me for the rest of my life. Below the text is a video of about 4 minutes. How could the young fresh meat dating sister Nanxiao be brother Xiaobai? Gu Qingqing exclaimed in shock. She had seen that romantic photo countless times, and the young fresh meat did look somewhat like brother Xiaobai. But he was simply too handsome, okay? How could he possibly be the ordinary Xiaobai? Gu Qingqing clicked on the video with trembling fingers. At the beginning of the video, Su Nanxiao was sitting in front of a piano. She wore a simple white shirt and jeans, with no makeup, yet she was stunningly beautiful. A super handsome guy sat next to her, holding a guitar. He was also dressed simply in a white shirt, his gaze slightly lowered. His profile as perfect as a sculpture. Wow, seeing this handsome guy could make my day. Gu Qingqing felt her legs weaken. At this moment, Su Nanxiao's long fingers fell onto the piano keys, and a soothing prelude began to flow out. On windy days, watching the falling flowers, the handsome guy began to sing first. Su Nanxiao glanced at him while playing the piano, her eyes so gentle they seemed capable of squeezing water out. It was clearly the look of a girl encountering love for the first time. In the snowy season, raising a glass to the moon. Next, Su Nanxiao began to sing. Suddenly, her eyelashes fluttered. Just now, she got distracted by the handsome guy and missed a note. But Lu Xiaobai smiled at her affectionately. Lu, such feelings. Su, such roads. Together, we've walked through together. When they sang to this point, the two gazed deeply into each other's eyes, filled with love for one another. Time seemed to stand still, leaving only their existence. At this moment, Gu Qingqing could no longer worry about why brother Xiaobai suddenly looked handsome. She was completely immersed in the beautiful singing. Soon, the song reached its climax. Su, I hope you can love me until the earth is old and the sky is high. Lu, I hope you can accompany me to the ends of the earth. Together, even if everything starts over, I will not change my decision. At this moment, the two in the video simultaneously set down their instruments and began to sing a cappella. They leaned against each other, fingers intertwined, sweetly gazing at one another. Wow, so romantic. What a perfect CP. Gu Qingqing rested her chin on her hands, her eyes filled with little stars. Lu, having walked through spring, having walked through autumn. Su, sending away today, it's tomorrow again. Day by day, month by month, our hearts remain unchanged. In the video, Lu Xiaobai suddenly pulled Su Nanxiao into his arms and placed a light kiss on her cheek. Su Nanxiao smiled with her brows and eyes curved, shyly burying her face in his chest. Su, I hope you can love me until the earth is old and the sky is high. Lu, I hope you can accompany me to the ends of the earth. When they entered the chorus again, Lu Xiaobai suddenly knelt on one knee, holding Su Nanxiao's hand. Su Nanxiao gently caressed his cheek. Oh my God, what a beautiful song. What a romantic announcement. After finishing the song, Gu Qingqing sat frozen in her seat for a full minute. If it weren't for Lu Xiaobai's work phone ringing, she would have continued to hold that pose. She picked up her phone. It was a call from the president of a record company. Miss Gu, is the video real? When did Teacher Lu and Su Tianho get together? Gu Qingqing looked bewildered, I don't know either, before she could finish her sentence. Her personal phone began to vibrate wildly. She looked down and saw her screen filled with unread messages. The friend group exploded with 99 messages. Her university classmates were frantically ING her, and even former colleagues she hadn't contacted for 3 years sent emojis asking for insider information. When Su Nanxiao's sweet announcement was released, the Weibo server instantly crashed. The first reaction of netizens was not to congratulate, but to say, "What the heck, what a twist. How did the young fresh meat suddenly turn into Lu the Great? That is not right. We saw Lu the Great at the Chinese Music Awards. He wasn't this handsome. Could it be that Lu the Great had plastic surgery? What the heck? A great talent went for plastic surgery? My worldview just shattered. Are the people upstairs stupid? Can plastic surgery really make someone this handsome? If there was such a good plastic surgery clinic, the streets would be filled with Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanxiao." For the netizens' reactions, Lu Xiaobai was well prepared. He had Sister Qin and several core executives from the company organize a public relations team overnight to explain his change in appearance. Soon, various marketing accounts and entertainment bloggers jumped in. Entertainment aid. Talent is the best cosmetic surgery. It allows a man to shine from within. Entertainment Circle Truth Emperor. Scientific research shows that when a man is immersed in love and creativity, he becomes more handsome. President of the Beauty Control Association, Lu the Great used to just not dress up. Now he tidies up a bit, plus his talent, he instantly transforms from ordinary to top male god. Music Circle Insider. Top talent, top temperament. Do you think being handsome is just about looks? Wrong. True handsomeness is about aura, talent, and confidence. Under the powerful public relations offensive, netizens began to brainwash themselves and quickly accepted the fact that Lu Xiaobai had become handsome. In just 3 minutes, topics like Su Nanxiao's young fresh meat boyfriend turns out to be a music industry big shot. A song choice stuns the entire internet. And the sweetest announcement in the entertainment industry soared to the top 3 on trending searches. Netizens' attention finally shifted. Some are captivated by the sweet love between the two. Before, I said this young fresh meat wasn't worthy of Sister Nanxiao. Now my face hurts. I'm dying. Lu the Great's gaze at Su Nanxiao is so affectionate. A talented man with a beautiful woman. This CP is so comfortable to ship. Help! That moment they gazed at each other killed me. Others were moved by the song choice. After listening to choice, I was completely dumbfounded. This is free to listen to? I'm bowing down. This is a textbook-level duet. I hope Sister Nanxiao releases a single soon. This song is simply too beautiful. After listening to it, I want to fall in love. Walking around campus, looking at the girls coming and going, when will my future her come my side? In just one day, the video of the song choice had over 100 million shares across the internet. At the same time, it sparked a wave of couple duets online. On short video platforms, tens of thousands of couples imitated Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanxiao singing this song, and countless single dogs were once again fed dog food. Chapter 86. Does your brother-in-law snore while sleeping? At this moment, Lu Xiaobai was scrolling through his phone, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. The comment section was flooded with well wishes from netizens. Countless people were saying that this was the most touching musical confession of the year. What made him even happier was another matter. With the support of the novel The Return of the Condor Heroes and the music announcement, his reputation points had surged once again. The system panel clearly displayed. Reputation points, 10, 201. Skills owned. Beginner piano performance ability, beginner guitar performance ability, beginner singing ability. Intermediate music theory proficiency, personal attractiveness, and charm, beginner. Skills available for exchange. Intermediate singing ability, intermediate piano performance ability, intermediate guitar performance ability. Lu Xiaobai thought for a moment and ultimately decided to save up for now, exchanging later when he needed it. In the girls' dormitory of Binhai International Bilingual School, Su Mengyao was leaning against the head of her bed, her math textbook spread across her lap, but she couldn't focus on a single word. Her gaze occasionally darted towards her 3 roommates who were engrossed in their phones. Her sister and brother-in-law were now both millionaires, but neither agreed to buy her a phone. Look, Sister Nanxiao has officially announced her relationship. Lin Yu suddenly screamed. Let me see. The other 2 girls immediately climbed on her bed, their 3 little heads almost diving into the phone screen. What a twist. Sister Nanxiao's boyfriend is actually Lu Daxian. They even released a duet love song. Quick, open it and listen. Wow, so nice. Lu Daxian is so handsome. They are such a perfect match. I'm in love. They are simply a match made in heaven. On the small bed covered with pink kitty cat sheets, 6 little feet swung in the air. So annoying. My sister didn't even tell me when she officially announced it. Su Mengyao mumbled, covering her head with the quilt. The dormitory instantly fell silent. Linyu, what did Mengyao just say? It seemed like sister. No way, right? Nanxiao is Mengyao's sister? The several little girls exchanged glances. Oh no. Su Mengyao's little face turned pale under the covers. Her sister and brother-in-law had repeatedly warned her not to reveal her identity. If it really got exposed, her bottom would definitely be spanked by her sister. You were wrong. That is not true. Su Mengyao quickly defended herself. But the three little girls completely ignored her. They both have the surname Su, and they look so alike. I didn't notice until you said it. They really do look similar. And then Su Nanxiao is also in Binhai City. Oh man, this is solid proof. Ah. The three girls screamed as they pounced on Su Mengyao's bed, instantly surrounding her. Su Mengyao instinctively shrank back like a frightened little rabbit. They bombarded her with questions. How did they get together? Who confessed first? Does your brother-in-law snore while sleeping? Does he have athlete's foot? Who does the housework at home? What brand of cosmetics does your sister use? The questions came at her like a barrage of firecrackers, leaving Su Mengyao dizzy. I can tell you, but you can't reveal my identity to outsiders. Su Mengyao said seriously. I swear I won't say a word. This is the highest secret of dormitory 408. Lin Yu suddenly became serious, extending her pinky. The other two girls immediately extended their pinkies as well, and the four tiny fingers hooked together and shook solemnly. Soon after, Su Mengyao began to tell her roommates the love story of her sister and brother-in-law. The other little girls gathered around her, listening intently as if they had become a part of this star family. At 10:34 a.m. that day, Longting Entertainment Company Limited. Hello, sir. Who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? The receptionist stood in front of a very handsome man, smiling, but with a resolute expression. The company had strict regulations against unauthorized persons entering. Even if you look just like my idol and dream lover Lu Xiaobai, I still can't let you in. Xiao Zhao. It's me, Lu Xiaobai. Lu Xiaobai said with a wry smile. You a teacher, Lu? The receptionist's eyes widened, her voice suddenly rising. She stared at Lu Xiaobai, repeatedly comparing him with the videos online in her mind. It really is him. After recognizing him, the receptionist's eyes sparkled with stars. Can I go in now? Lu Xiaobai smiled slightly. Of course, of course. The receptionist's face instantly flushed red as she hurriedly nodded. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Lu Xiaobai walked towards his office with steady steps. His colleagues recognized him and greeted him enthusiastically with various thoughts in mind. Some envied Lu Xiaobai. With both looks and talent, how can ordinary men survive? More were jealous of Su Nanxiao. This woman has it too good. Two big names in the Chinese music scene. One is her good friend who writes songs just for her, and the other has directly become her boyfriend. Even many male artists envied Su Nanxiao. Why isn't Lu Daxian's girlfriend someone like me? I could even go to Thailand if needed. Lu Xiaobai finally entered his office. Oh, soon. An ear-piercing scream from Gu Qingqing echoed. Lu Xiaobai couldn't be bothered with that silly girl, sitting down at his desk to start a day of hard work. The first thing he did was write the return of the Condor Heroes. As of now, the manuscript was almost exhausted, and he had to speed up. Just as Lu Xiaobai clicked to open the document, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. In his previous life, many online writers would live stream their writing on platforms. He could do that too. Isn't this a great opportunity to earn reputation points? So Lu Xiaobai quickly registered an account on the Douyin platform and started writing, copying away. At 11 a.m., office worker Zhou was curled up in her cubicle, propping her chin with her left hand, pretending to look at reports while secretly scrolling Douyin with her right hand. Suddenly, a strange live stream popped up on her screen. In the camera, a pair of long hands were flying over the keyboard, the black mechanical keyboard making a crisp clicking sound. This Douyin streamer is so boring, even live streaming while writing. Zhou pouted, her thumb about to swipe up, when she suddenly caught sight of the live stream ID Lu Xiaobai. Her finger froze in midair. Could it be that top musician who wrote Decent? The creative genius that countless people looped endlessly? This big shot actually has a Douyin account now? Zhou rubbed her eyes, confirming she wasn't mistaken. She was about to explode with happiness. This big shot was her second favorite music creator. The nameless one was first. She immediately brought her phone closer. On the computer screen, the document prominently displayed the large text of Chapter 10 of The Return of the Condor Heroes. Zhou Wen's pupils instantly contracted. It turned out it wasn't the music creator Liu Xiaobai, but the novelist. Instead of being disappointed, she was even more excited. Zhou Wen had been following the novel The Return of the Condor Heroes recently, reading it with rapt attention, neglecting sleep and food. Now, she was fortunate enough to witness the author's creative process. But wait, is writing a novel really this fast? Zhou Wen suddenly realized something. Chapter 87. The Empress Lin Shuiying in Zhou Wen's view. A novel as brilliant as The Return of the Condor Heroes should be something that the creator struggles to write for days. But the person in front of the camera is practically making the keyboard smoke. Is there really someone who writes like this? At this moment, the sound of typing is as dense as a torrential rain, and the originally blank document is instantly filled with neatly typed Sony characters. Zhou Wen doesn't even have time to finish reading the previous line before a new paragraph is already completed. She secretly calculates that this great god can write about 40 characters in a minute, which means he can write 500 characters in an hour. If he works for 8 hours, that would be a terrifying 20,000 characters a day. Note, a good online novelist usually writes around 10,000 characters a day, while an unsuccessful author can consider it good if they write 4,000. Hiss! Zhou Wen gasps in disbelief. At this moment, more and more people are entering the live broadcast room. The bullet screen is exploding. I didn't expect The Return of the Condor Heroes was written like this. 40 characters a minute? Is this guy a typing machine? Does this great god not need a brainstorm? Just spewing out. Damn, my reading speed isn't even as fast as his typing speed. Old thief Liu, you type so fast, but you only publish so little each time? Is that feeding the beggars? People are asking if this writer Liu Xiaobai is the same as the music creator Liu Xiaobai. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Great God, please say something. Don't just bury your head in typing, okay? Meanwhile, golden rockets and carnival effects are constantly flashing on the screen, with donation alerts playing one after another. Liu Xiaobai looks at the comments and donations from netizens, grinning from ear to ear. He can write novels, earn some pocket money, and gain prestige all at once. It's like hitting 3 birds with 1 stone. Teacher Xiaobai, why are you so invested? Just then, a sweet voice that is almost nauseatingly sweet sounds in front of him, startling him. Liu Xiaobai looks up to see that the person is actually Zhou Mingqi, and he quickly shuts down the live stream. Who let you into my office without my permission? Liu Xiaobai's good mood vanishes in an instant, and he suppresses his anger as he asks. He looks around and realizes that his assistant Gu Qingqing has somehow gone out, which allowed this woman to sneak into his office. Mingqi didn't understand before. Can you forgive me this time, Teacher Xiaobai? Zhou Mingqi leans forward, grabbing Liu Xiaobai's hand and placing it on her chest. What are you doing, Miss Zhou? Trying to exchange favors for resources? Liu Xiaobai immediately pulls his hand back, his tone laced with disdain. Teacher Xiaobai, you're the only one who can help me now. Please write a song for me. Zhou Mingqi bites her lip, her eyes brimming with tears, looking pitiful. As she speaks, she slowly unbuttons the first button of her shirt. Now, Zhou Mingqi has completely fallen into a desperate situation. Not only has she been abandoned by her fans, but she's also being hidden away by Longting. If she doesn't come up with a solution soon, she will truly be kicked out of the entertainment industry. Suddenly, Liu Xiaobai grabs her wrist with enough force to make her gasp. Get out now, or I'll call security. His voice is as cold as ice. I beg you, I'll do anything you want. Zhou Mingqi suddenly kneels beside him. This gesture is understood by those who know, no explanation needed. Get lost. Even if you want to, I find it disgusting. Liu Xiaobai forcefully pulls her up and then pushes her out the door. The moment the door slams shut, Zhou Mingqi collapses onto the carpet, her makeup running from crying, completely losing her former empress's grace. What bad luck! Liu Xiaobai is filled with anger and has no desire to continue typing. Just then, Gu Qingqing returns. Where have you been? Did you know someone just entered my office? Liu Xiaobai rarely gets angry at her. I'm really sorry, Teacher Liu. Just now, Empress Lin called me, and I was worried it might disturb your work, so I went out to take the call. Gu Qingqing bows repeatedly in apology. Although she usually talks a lot, she immediately shrinks back when Liu Xiaobai is angry. It's fine, no need to apologize. Liu Xiaobai, quickly helps her up. Although he is now in a high position, he also came from humble beginnings. So he would never make things difficult for an ordinary person like Gu Qingqing. Empress Lin? Is it Lin Shuaing? What does she want from you? He then asks curiously. Yes, it's Lin Shuaing. She wants to invite you to write a song. Recently, she has been calling me nonstop. Teacher Lu, the Empress herself is calling you to invite you to write a song. You should give her this face. Gu Qingqing sees that Lu Xiaobai is no longer angry and smiles again. For a long time, it has been Lin Shuaing's manager seeking to invite Lu Xiaobai to write songs. But now Lin Shuaing can't wait to come personally. It's just an invitation for a song. Why is she in such a hurry? Lu Xiaobai asks curiously. Gu Qingqing rolls her eyes. Dude, it's almost the spring festival. Lu Xiaobai suddenly realizes. There are only about 3 months left until the spring festival, and Lin Shuaing, a top empress, has not received an invitation from the spring festival gala. She is now eager to release a good song to make it onto the spring festival stage. Tell her I agree. Lu Xiaobai says in a deep voice. Great, I'll reply to her right away. Gu Qingqing rushes out of the office like the wind. Recently, Lin Shuaing's calls have been driving her crazy, and now she is finally relieved. That girl, Lu Xiaobai, shakes his head helplessly. The reason he agrees to write a song for Lin Shuaing is partly because she is an artist under Tianyu Records. This company can be considered a half-ally of Longting against Tianlai. Of course, the more important reason is that Lu Xiaobai has recently discovered that his connections in the entertainment industry are too limited. It's always the same people like Zhang Haoren and Lin Zimo. In the entertainment industry, interpersonal relationships are also very important. In a hotel private room. Teacher, I'm so sorry to trouble you to come out on such a rainy day. Lin Shuaing stands up and walks to the door of the room, taking the umbrella from Lu Xiaobai's hand and softly saying, It's nothing. Lu Xiaobai smiles slightly. He feels a bit dazed. The woman in front of him, bare-faced yet breathtakingly beautiful, looks like a friendly neighbor's sister, yet exudes a unique charm of a mature woman. No one can tell that she is a superstar sweeping the Chinese music scene, second only to the Empress Gu Qingwu. The two take their seats. Lin Shuaing has already ordered a large table of food and drinks. After a few rounds of drinks, her fair cheeks are tinged with a faint blush. I really envy Nan Xiao for having such a talented and good-looking boyfriend. If I were 10 years younger, I would definitely compete with her for men. Lin Shuaing laughs, covering her mouth. Empress Lin, you came to find me this time for the Spring Festival, right? Lu Xiaobai lightly coughs and changes the subject. Chapter 88, as desired, yes. I heard that Li Siki and Lin Zimo from Longting have both received invitations from the Spring Festival Gala program team. As a diva, I'm still being ignored, so I can only shamelessly ask you for a song. Lin Shuaing's expression was somewhat desolate. A new generation in the Chinese music scene is surpassing the old, and she, as a diva, is almost past her prime. Writing songs is no problem at all, but I can't guarantee you'll make it to the Spring Festival Gala. Lu Xiaobai said in a deep voice. As long as Teacher Lu writes for me, I'm 90% sure I can make it to the Spring Festival Gala. Lin Shuaing smiled slightly. Oh, Lin Diva has so much confidence in me? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Of course. Who in the entertainment circle doesn't know that whoever Teacher Lu supports will become famous? Lin Shuaing's eyes curved, her smile sweet. So what kind of song does Lin Diva want? Lu Xiaobai's fingers unconsciously tapped on the wine glass. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shuaing said, Since it's a song for the Spring Festival Gala, it's best to express a sense of patriotism and a cherishing of peaceful life. But I'm not really fond of grand narratives. What I want to sing is about the ordinary yet warm moments in the flickering lights of thousands of homes. Her voice gradually lowered, and her ears turned slightly red. Did she ask for too much? Would Teacher Lu find it difficult? Would he not like her? Lu Xiaobai didn't notice her expression and began to ponder hard. Watching him, Lin Shuaing's heart suddenly stirred. He looks so handsome when he's serious. Got it. Lu Xiaobai suddenly snapped his fingers, startling her. You wrote it out just like that? Lin Shuaing was very surprised. She had heard about Lu Xiaobai's speed in writing songs, but seeing it with her own eyes was still hard to believe. As there was no piano or guitar in the box, Lu Xiaobai had to take out a draft book and start writing lyrics. His pen danced across the paper, sometimes pausing, sometimes writing quickly, with a focused look on his brow. Lin Shuaing curiously leaned closer to him. The draft book clearly had the words "as desired" written on it. The song Lu Xiaobai chose for her was indeed the classic piece sung by the former diva Wang Fei in her past life. Because Lin Diva's voice is very similar to Wang Fei's, it has an ethereal and fairy-like quality. This lyrics are nice. Lin Shuang's eyes lit up. She could tell that Lu Xiaobai was aiming to showcase a sense of patriotism and generational inheritance. The main verses are about remembrance and tribute, comparing predecessors to roads and lamps, presenting their guiding role in life's journey. The chorus is about inheritance and commitment, expressing a willingness to love the world their ancestors cherished, hoping to see the beautiful scenes they envisioned, inheriting their aspirations, and walking hand in hand towards the future. Before she could recover, Lu Xiaobai began composing the music again. Lin Shuang watched while humming along in her heart. By the end, she had fallen in love with this song to the point of being unable to let it go. Following that, Lu Xiaobai started writing the arrangement. Lin Shuang was stunned. The piano accompaniment, the string arrangements, the guitar harmonies. Teacher Lu wrote everything in incredible detail. With this arrangement, they could head straight into the recording studio to record the accompaniment. All done. Now you sing at once. Lu Xiaobai tossed aside his pen and handed the draft book to Lin Shuang. People say that in the entire Chinese music scene, only you can rival the Nameless One. I think your talent is already enough to stand alongside the Nameless One. Lin Shuang raised her eyes, her watery gaze fixed on Lu Xiaobai. Lin Diva is joking. The Nameless One teacher is a master. That's a presence I cannot aspire to. That gaze was too intense, causing Lu Xiaobai to have to look away. You mustn't belittle yourself like that. Lin Shuang gave him a glare, her brows and eyes unexpectedly carrying a hint of charm. Lu Xiaobai turned his head again. Lin Shuang finally began to sing. You are the distant road, the light in the fog of the mountains and fields. I am but a child, walking in your gaze. A look of surprise flashed in Lu Xiaobai's eyes. He had to admit a fact. If it comes to singing ability, this person in front of him is indeed the undisputed number one in the Chinese music scene. However, this powerhouse diva has never been as famous as Gu Qingwu, and she doesn't even compare to the rising diva Su Nanxiao. The main reasons are twofold. Compared to Gu Qingwu, her company Tianyu Records is financially far inferior to Tianlai. Compared to Su Nanxiao, her looks and figure are slightly lacking, and she is not as young as Su Nanxiao. Suddenly, Lu Xiaobai had a thought. Last time, he had said he would pull Gu Qingwu down from her pedestal. Among his collaborators, the most famous and capable is just Su Nanxiao. It would still be a bit challenging to compete against her. After all, Tianlai's financial strength and Gu Qingwu's fame are truly terrifying. However, teaming up with this one would be much easier. After finishing the song, Lin Diva's voice was simply like it had been kissed by angels. Your singing reminds me of a saying, some people sing with their voices, while you sing with your soul. Lu Xiaobai enthusiastically applauded. This was the first time he had given such a high evaluation. Half was because Lin Shuang really sang well, and the other half was because he wanted to win her over. To receive praise from the talented Lu is indeed a stroke of luck for Shuang. Lin Shuang felt delighted at his words. One should not bother two masters with one thing. It would be better if teacher Lu could write a title song for my new album, although As Desired is good. It doesn't fit the theme of my new album. She raised her glass and toasted to Lu Xiaobai. No problem. What type does Lin Diva want? Lu Xiaobai clinked glasses with her. The company has positioned this album style as urban ballads, or rather, sad songs. After all, a single woman in her 30s like me can only sing this type of song now. Lin Shuang laughed self-deprecatingly. Okay. Lu Xiaobai set down his glass, needing no thought. Directly pulled out a piece of draft paper and began to write. Sad songs, this type of song, was abundant in his past life. Lin Shuang leaned closer again to take a look. The song title was Loving Someone Who Won't Come Home. Upon seeing these words, she shivered all over, nearly dropping her glass. Does teacher Lu know about my past experiences? This song title is simply a true reflection of me. Having loved, don't say sorry after all. We have walked this way together. I have never regretted the beautiful appointment when we first met. Lin Shuang's hand unconsciously formed a fist. Loving someone who won't come home, waiting for a door that won't open. changeable eyes, tightly closed lips. Why must I keep seeking, keep questioning? At this point, Lin Shuang suddenly grabbed the whiskey on the table and downed 3 big gulps. She realized at some point that her eyes were moist. Chapter 89, I fell in love with a person who doesn't come home. How long has it been since I last cried? Since breaking up with that man. Lin Shuang has not allowed herself to shed a single tear. She does not permit herself to be weak, nor does she allow herself to regret. But at this moment, Liu Xiaobai's lyrics are like a sharp knife, precisely cutting through her carefully packaged, strong exterior, revealing the unhealed wounds inside. When Liu Xiaobai wrote the last note, he realized that this diva had already smudged her makeup from crying, and she was reeking of alcohol. She was drunk. Lin Diva, you're drunk. Let me take you home. Liu Xiaobai reached out to support her, but she grabbed his arm tightly. No, I'm not drunk, I'm fine. Lin Shuang looked up, her voice soft with drunkenness. Then I'll ask the waiter for some sour plum soup to sober you up. After Liu Xiaobai said this, he prepared to leave. Don't go. Lin Shuang suddenly hugged him from behind, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, pressing her whole body against him. Okay, I want to go. Liu Xiaobai stiffened, trying to pry her fingers apart. But Lin Shuang clung to him like a drowning person grasping onto a life buoy, refusing to let go. Let go. No. During the struggle, Lin Shuang's legs gave way, and she fell into his arms. Damn it, this is really testing my patience. Liu Xiaobai sighed inwardly, resigned to catching her. He really regretted writing this song now. Lin Shuang was burning hot, her breath filled with the smell of alcohol. This diva, who shone brightly on stage, was now as fragile as a fledgling bird in a storm. 8 years ago, we were both newcomers in the entertainment industry. Lin Shuang murmured in Liu Xiaobai's arms, exhaling warm breath. At that time, he had clean eyes and a warm smile. We squeezed into a cramped rental room of just over 10 square meters, and even a bowl of instant noodles tasted sweet. I sang at a bar, and he sat in the front row corner cheering me on. He played guitar in the underpass, and I stood beside him helping to collect money. Liu Xiaobai felt her body trembling slightly in his arms. He was somewhat surprised, not expecting the glamorous diva to have such a dark past. What happened next? He asked softly. Lin Shuang's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she grabbed the remaining half glass of wine on the table and downed it in one go. Later, to become famous, he got involved with a rich woman. At first, it was just some gifts, luxury watches, custom suits. He said it was just the goodwill of a senior. Then later, he stopped coming home all night. Lin Shuang revealed a bitter smile. And then you broke up, right? Liu Xiaobai gently patted her trembling shoulder. No, I was still foolishly waiting for him to change his mind. Just like what you wrote in your lyrics. I fell in love with a person who doesn't come home. Lin Shuang gasped, her breath fragrant. Damn, Liu Xiaobai thought to himself. This woman really is a love-struck fool. He betrayed you, and you still can endure it? If I dare to do that, I'm afraid Nanjiao would have already run away from home. But I was wrong. He not only didn't change his mind, but became even worse. Then later, the most disgusting thing happened. One day, he came home, holding his back, looking in pain. I asked him what happened, but he refused to say anything. In the end, I found out through various channels that Lin Shuang was so agitated she couldn't speak for a long time. What happened to him? Liu Xiaobai was completely curious. You know Zheng Xipeng, right? Lin Shuang suddenly asked. Liu Xiaobai nodded. Zheng Xipeng, 73, media tycoon, holding half of the entertainment industry's resources. Zheng Xipeng has a peculiar hobby of collecting beautiful young male artists. So, he became his adopted son. Lin Shuang laughed, as if telling an absurd joke. Hearing this, Liu Xiaobai suddenly felt nauseous. No wonder he was covering his back. The entertainment industry is truly chaotic. He's already a king now. Lin Shuang's voice suddenly became eerily calm. A king obtained through trading his body. Could he be? Liu Xiaobai's breath quickened. Only that person in the entire entertainment industry is qualified to be called a king. That's right, he is Shun Mingjie. Lin Shuang's face revealed deep exhaustion. Liu Xiaobai was stunned. That king who shone brightly on stage, adored by countless girls, was actually this kind of person? He couldn't help but wonder if Shun Mingjie would regret his decision if he knew the woman he abandoned would one day become a diva. Xiaobai, take me. I don't want you to be responsible. Lin Shuang suddenly said. What? Lu Xiaobai stiffened, his throat unconsciously rolling. Lin Diva, you're really drunk. Let me take you home. He unceremoniously supported the completely drunk Lin Shuang out of the hotel. As the night breeze blew, she slid down softly towards the ground. Why? Why doesn't anyone want me? Is it that I'm not good enough? Lin Shuang gazed up with drunken eyes, her lips almost touching Lu Xiaobai's chin. Lu Xiaobai forcefully calmed himself as he stuffed her into the back seat of his Camry, then headed to a nearby five-star hotel. The male staff at the front desk looked at Lu Xiaobai with envy, a smirk on his face, as if to say, bro, you're really something. Lu Xiaobai ignored him and quickly took Lin Shuang to a suite. Then he immediately left. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would make some mistakes that all men tend to make. When he left the hotel, the staff threw him a disdainful look, as if to say, bro, can you handle it? It's only been 10 minutes. If you can't, let me take over. Stepping out of the hotel door, Lu Xiaobai let out a long sigh. Boys really need to learn to protect themselves when they're out. At the same time Lin Shuang and Lu Xiaobai met, all the artists under Longting received explosive news. Our top music creator, teacher Lu Xiaobai's new song Tomorrow Will Be Better has been selected by the Spring Festival Gala Program Group as a must-sing song. This is a star-studded chorus, and Longting has secured 6 spots in total. Interested artists can sign up for auditions, with the deadline being tonight at 6 p.m. As soon as the news broke, the entire company's artists were instantly excited. The significance of this audition was truly immense. Firstly, once they successfully audition, they might catch teacher Lu Xiaobai's eye, leading to more collaboration opportunities in the future. Secondly, the Spring Festival Gala stage is the ultimate dream for every singer, a chance to have their name etched in the audience's memory. Moreover, the Spring Festival Gala Program Group rarely designates a song as a must-sing track. Once they do, it indicates that the quality of this song is astonishing. Chapter 90. Leaving without a word. Lin Zimo was brushing his teeth when he saw the message and accidentally sprayed toothpaste all over the mirror. Wow, teacher Lu's song. It's for the Spring Festival Gala. He quickly rinsed his mouth and hurriedly dug out his formal outfit. Lisiki was running on a treadmill at the gym and almost fell off when she saw the news. She immediately called her agent, Sister Lon. Sister Lon, sign me up right now. Although Lin Zimo and Lisiki had already booked their songs for the Spring Festival Gala, who would turn down such a rare opportunity to appear? Even these 2 top singers were so excited, let alone the others. As soon as the registration channel opened, the company's internal server crashed. All singers under Longting Entertainment, except for Su Nanxiao, signed up. Even the fallen diva Zhou Mengqi shamelessly registered again. Why was Su Nanxiao the exception? The reason was simple. She was already predetermined to participate. The songwriter Lu Xiaobai and the director of the Spring Festival Gala, Zhang Haoren, had already given their approval, so she didn't need to audition. Xin Wimaldens, Longting Entertainment Company, Limited. Good morning, Teacher Lu. The receptionist greeted Lu Xiaobai warmly as soon as he stepped through the company's door, throwing him flirtatious glances. Lu Xiaobai yawned, his dark circles under his eyes evident. Although he managed to avoid making mistakes last night, Lin Shuang's charm was too overwhelming, causing him to have a sleepless night. So, Lu Xiaobai really didn't want to come to work today, but he had no choice. He still needed to finish his writing. Editor Chen Mo from Jianghu magazine had already urged him countless times. Furthermore, the audition for Tomorrow Will Be Better was about to start, and he had to return to the office to take charge. Good morning, Teacher Lu. Just as he exited the elevator, Jiang Xiaodang, the captain of the new girl group Strawberry Girls, jogged over, her short skirt swaying gently with her steps. Teacher Lu, have a cup of coffee. She handed him a Starbucks cup, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Before Lu Xiaobai could reach out, a figure suddenly pushed in from the side. Good morning, Teacher Lu. Come to my office for a chat when you have time. I have good cigarettes and alcohol. The director of the HR department, who was like an old friend, threw his arm around Lu Xiaobai's shoulder, pretending not to notice that Lu Xiaobai had come to work at 10 a.m. Good morning, Teacher Lu. You've worked hard. You look so handsome today. Countless colleagues and artists passing by greeted Lu Xiaobai enthusiastically. Nowadays, Lu Xiaobai's status in the company had gradually surpassed that of the nameless. Currently, 5 singers from Longting had received invitation from the Spring Festival Gala team. Su Nanxiao, Lin Zimo, Li Siki, and a Xingyue legend group. Among them, 2 relied on songs written by Liu Xiaobai, while only Su Nanxiao relied on the nameless. It could be said that in terms of contributions to the company, he had surpassed the nameless. Rumor had it that whoever teacher Liu wanted to promote would become popular. Whoever he wanted on the Spring Festival Gala would get on. After sending away a bunch of flattering artists and colleagues, Liu Xiaobai finally returned to his office. Qingqing, from now on, you're not allowed to say a word during working hours, or I will deduct your entire month's bonus. His assistant, Gu Qingqing, had just opened her mouth when Liu Xiaobai's words shut her down. She pouted in grievance. She just wanted someone to chat with. Was that wrong? Liu Xiaobai ignored her resentful gaze. Because he hadn't slept well, he didn't want to talk today. He walked straight to his desk, opened a document, and started typing, copying text. His long fingers danced across the keyboard, and the words on the screen flowed like a stream. An hour later, Liu Xiaobai stretched and looked at the 50,000 word draft on the screen with satisfaction. He skillfully packaged the document and sent it as an attachment to editor Chen Mo's email at Jianghu Magazine. A morning's hard work was finally complete. He moved his stiff neck. Now it was time to relax. He casually opened a browser and aimlessly browsed the internet. Suddenly, his mouse stopped in an unexpected place, to the return of the Condor Heroes Forum. This forum, established just 2 months ago, had already attracted a shocking 50 million followers. Inside, various discussion threads were popping up. The depiction of the ancient tomb sect by Master Liu is so immersive. I can already picture a secluded martial arts sanctuary. The martial arts system created by Master Liu is simply stunning. Xuanzhen sect, ancient tomb sect, beggar's sect. Just based on this book should be enshrined. Don't you think the character portrayal in the book is super impressive? Yang Guo is unruly, and Xialong is proud and aloof, much better than those template protagonists. The part describing the night view of Zhongnan Mountain in the chapter Heartless Wind and Moon could be read as an essay. Master Liu has a deep literary foundation. Damn it, the novel is good, but the word count per issue is too short. It's simply not enough to read. Liu Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. He really liked the name Master Liu. Scrolling up, he saw a pinned post titled, Crowdfunding for Master Liu. Liu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. What do you want to crowdfund for? I'm not short on money. Curious. He clicked in and was immediately amused. It turned out that netizens were collectively raising funds because they were afraid he would leave the story unfinished or stop updating. So they wanted to support him to write with peace of mind. Just as he was feeling good, his phone suddenly buzzed with a text message. Picking it up, he saw it was from Lin Shuiying. Teacher Liu, I'm back in Magic City now. I lost my composure last night. I'm really sorry. I want to do that again. I wish you and Nanxiao a lifetime of happiness. Also, thank you again for the great song you wrote for me. The first payment has been transferred to your account. Please check. She actually left without saying goodbye. I haven't even formed an alliance with her yet. Seeing this message, Liu Xiaobai felt a slight sense of loss. He reached for the drawer to grab a Cuban cigar, but realized he had already smoked them all. Qingqing, go buy me the most expensive cigarettes. There will be a runner's fee. Okay. Gu Qingqing stood up excitedly. The next day, the audition for Tomorrow Will Be Better officially began. Due to the overwhelming number of applicants, to save everyone's time, the department director Huang Wenkai decided, after discussing with Liu Xiaobai, to conduct the first round of preliminary selection. All applicants were to submit a singing audio clip, which Liu Xiaobai would use for initial screening. Those who passed the first round would then come to the recording studio for live auditions. This was truly tough for Liu Xiaobai. For a whole day of 8-hour work, he didn't even get to relax. He spent all his time listening to the applicants' audio clips. It was until 5 minutes before the end of the workday that he finally finished listening to the last one. Chapter 91, the lyrics of the song Childhood, are quite unhealthy. Liu Xiaobai is now experiencing firsthand why music creators hold such a high status in Blue Star. There are countless singers with excellent vocal skills, not to mention powerhouses like Lin Zimo and Li Siki. Even the girl group Strawberry Girls are close to first-tier level. However, the number of people who can write songs is very few. In the entire Chinese music scene, besides himself, there are only Zhang Ziyuan from Tianlai and a few semi-retired creators who can be counted. All right, time to get off work. Liu Xiaobai checked off the names of over 20 artists, indicating that they had passed the initial selection. He then sent the list to the director, Huang Wensai's email. Work is done. Liu Xiaobai picked up his coat, ready to leave for home. Teacher Liu, something big has happened. At that moment, Su Nanxiao's manager, Sister Qin, and assistant Wu Yuhan rushed into room 808 in a panic. What happened to you? Liu Xiaobai looked at the two in surprise. Sister Qin, who is usually calm, actually rushed in without knocking this time. Nanxiao's childhood has been removed by the Spring Festival Gala program team. Wu Yuhan leaned against the door frame, panting. How could this be? Liu Xiaobai stood up abruptly, shocked. Director Zhang Haoran had told him in advance that Su Nanxiao's childhood was already set by the program team to perform at the Spring Festival Gala. How could this situation arise now? If this song is removed, Su Nanxiao would only have one chance to appear at the Spring Festival Gala, which is the song Tomorrow Will Be Better, and it would be a duet. Although one opportunity is still decent, how could Liu Xiaobai, a devoted husband, tolerate this? After all, even Li Siki, Lin Zimo, and Xingyu a Legend all have solo opportunities. What is the reason? Liu Xiaobai's voice suddenly turned cold. I just received a notice from the program team. I asked the reason, but they hung up without saying a word. I used a lot of connections to inquire. But no one knows the inside story, Sister Qin said, sitting down heavily on the sofa, her chest heaving. This is too unusual. Not to mention that childhood was already set by the program team. Even if it wasn't with the song's popularity and artistic value, if it doesn't appear at the Spring Festival Gala, over 1 billion viewers would never agree. How dare the program team make this decision? As soon as Liu Xiaobai heard this, he immediately thought of someone, Gu Qingwu. What other songs has the Spring Festival Gala program team set? He asked Sister Qin. Teacher Liu, this is the preliminary list. At this moment, Gu Qingqing walked over quickly, handing a document to Liu Xiaobai. Why didn't you give this to me earlier? Liu Xiaobai glared at her. You told me not to talk during work hours. Gu Qingqing pouted, looking aggrieved. I told you not to talk nonsense. Work matters are still okay to discuss. After explaining, Liu Xiaobai picked up the document and began to read it carefully. Sure enough, Gu Qingwu's name was on the list, and she had 2 songs. It must be Tianlai's doing, he said in a low voice. What should we do then? Sister Qin suddenly panicked. Although she is an excellent manager in the industry, she couldn't think of any way to resist a giant like Tianlai. I'll call Director Zhang and ask about the reason. After pondering for a moment, Liu Xiaobai took out his phone. Right? I almost forgot. Director Zhang owes you a favor. As long as Director Zhang speaks, resolving this matter should be a piece of cake. Wu Yuhan's eyes lit up. Liu Xiaobai and Sister Qin exchanged glances. This silly girl really is naive. Things aren't that simple. Hello, Director Zhang. This is Liu Xiaobai. After dialing the number, Liu Xiaobai said, Ha ha, so it's Teacher Liu. The Spring Festival Gala program team was just talking about you, praising your song Tomorrow Will Be Better. A hearty laugh came from the other end of the line, and Director Zhang's enthusiasm came through the receiver. I'm so flattered. Teacher Liu, you have something to discuss with me, right? Just say it. I want to ask why Su Nanxiao's childhood was replaced. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoran suddenly fell silent. You know Zheng Xipeng, right? After a long pause, he finally spoke. Liu Xiaobai was taken aback. This was the nth time he had heard this name. Yes, I know, he's a media tycoon, rumored to hold half of the entertainment industry's resources, Liu Xiaobai replied. And he is also Shun Mingzhi's godfather, he added silently in his mind. This incident is being manipulated by Zheng Xipeng behind the scenes. Zhang Haoran said helplessly. Even as the director of the Spring Festival Gala program team, he is powerless against this big shot. What's his connection to this? Liu Xiaobai asked, somewhat surprised. He's the behind-the-scenes boss of Tianlai. The visible boss of Tianlai, Zhao Chun, is just a puppet. Zhang Haoran sighed heavily. Liu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. It really was Tianlai's doing. Their goal is to promote Gu Qingwu and suppress Su Nanxiao. After all, Su Nanxiao's current status has seriously threatened Gu Qingwu. What method did Zheng Xipeng use? Liu Xiaobai continued to ask. Zheng Xipeng collaborated with some scholars to express the viewpoint that the country is currently promoting traditional culture, and as a national cultural project, the Spring Festival Gala should pay more attention to this. Both of Gu Qingwu's songs are in the national style, aligning with the country's promotional direction. In contrast, Childhood not only lacks traditional cultural connotation, but its lyrics are also unhealthy, and performing it at such an important occasion would set a bad example for children. Zhang Haoran said in a low voice, "This is all insider information. If it weren't for Liu Xiaobai being his benefactor, he would never have revealed it," he thought. How are the lyrics of Childhood unhealthy? It's still included in elementary and middle school music textbooks. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaobai was both angry and amused. Their exact words were, "One promotes early romance, and the other undermines the spirit of learning," Zhang Haoran said solemnly. He also found it very funny. Liu Xiaobai suddenly understood. The girl from the neighboring class. How hasn't she passed by my window yet? This is talking about early romance. Always waiting until bedtime to realize that only a little homework has been done. Always waiting until after the exam to find out that the books that should have been studied haven't been read. This is undermining the spirit of learning. Okay, I understand. May I ask Director Zhang, if Nanxiao releases a national-style song that is better than Gu Qingwu's, can she perform at the Spring Festival Gala? Liu Xiaobai asked again. Of course. No matter how powerful Zheng Shipong is, can he surpass Long with television? This excuse he found is impeccable, which is why we were caught off guard. Zhang Haoran's voice became loud. He was also furious about Zheng Shipong replacing Childhood. The song that was replaced, while good, simply pales in comparison to Childhood. Chapter 92 tomorrow will be better trial singing, by the way. Teacher Liu, can you still write national-style songs? Zhang Haoran asked in surprise. It wasn't that he doubted Liu Xiaobai's ability, but writing national-style songs required a deep foundation in traditional culture. Oh, I almost forgot. You're also the author of The Return of the Condor Heroes. How could the great hero, Liu, not be able to write national-style songs? I was overthinking it, huh? Zhang Haoran's mood instantly lifted. What did Director Zhang say? Wu Yuhan asked eagerly after Liu Xiaobai hung up the phone. Qin Jie and Gu Qingqing also stared intently at his handsome face. Liu Xiaobai ignored the three of them and lit a cigarette, sinking in a thought amidst the smoke. Gu Qingwu and the big shot behind her actually dared to use despicable means to suppress his wife and even slander the classic piece Childhood. This grudge must be avenged. No matter who you are, a diva or a big shot, I will make sure you gain nothing on the Spring Festival Gala stage. However, Liu Xiaobai faced a dilemma when it came to song selection. In his previous life, there were countless national-style songs, but there weren't many suitable for Sun Yinxiao. First, songs like Blue and White Porcelain, Chrysanthemum Terrace, and A Laugh from the Sea were not suitable for female singers, so they could be excluded. Although May You Live Long is a classic, it is themed around the Mid-Autumn Festival, so it also had to be excluded for the Spring Festival Gala. The Yangtze River flows east, the sky of history, and the funeral song of flowers are themed around the Three Kingdoms and Dream of the Red Chamber, which are also inappropriate. After much contemplation, Liu Xiaobai finally thought of two songs. Qinjie, contact a master of opera immediately. Then cancel all of Ningxiao's engagements during this time, and let her stay home to learn from the opera master. Also, all her energy must be focused on vocal practice. Liu Xiaobai stood up and forcefully extinguished his cigarette. These two songs were too difficult, and he was a bit worried that Sun Yinxiao wouldn't be able to handle them. Looking up, he found Qin Jie and the other two still staring blankly at him. Liu Xiaobai furrowed his brows and said, "Aren't you going yet? I still have to work overtime to write songs." Oh. Qin Jie and Wu Yuhan suddenly snapped out of it and hurriedly left. As long as my wife can practice these two songs well, you, Gu Qingwu, can forget about stepping onto the Spring Festival Gala stage. Liu Xiaobai lit another cigarette, a glint of determination in his eyes. The next day, in the break area outside the recording studio on the 7th floor of Longting, over 20 artists were either sitting or standing, anxiously waiting for the trial, singing to begin. Lin Zimo's fingers gripping the sheet, music turned white. He had been studying the sheet music for so long that the edges of the pages were already worn. Li Siki's cup was empty. To maintain her vocal condition, she had already drunk 7 cups of honey water that day. Oh. The Xinhua Legend Group was warming up nearby. Although the 4 of them had already had their songs selected for the Spring Festival Gala, who wouldn't want more opportunities? Even they were nervous and excited, let alone the other artists. Everyone looked like job seekers waiting for an interview. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, The elevator doors opened, and Lu Xiaobai stepped out. "Good morning, Teacher Lu." "Teacher Lu, thank you for your hard work." "Teacher Lu, have a cup of coffee." Everyone rushed forward to greet him warmly. Lu Xiaobai's expression was indifferent as he waved his hand, signaling everyone not to be polite and to prepare well. He then turned and entered the recording studio. Everyone exchanged glances. It was evident that Teacher Lu didn't seem to be in a good mood today. First up, Jiang Xiaoding. Huang Wenkai called out, "Go, Xiaoding." The captain of the Strawberry Girls, Jiang Xiaoding, clenched her fists to cheer herself on, took a deep breath, and walked into the recording studio with her head held high. The scene looked like a warrior about to face execution. Just half a minute later, Jiang Xiaoding walked out of the recording studio, dejected. "What's wrong with Xiaoding?" Li Siki asked eagerly. "I was eliminated before I even finished singing the main part." Jiang Xiaodong's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Gasp! Everyone took a sharp breath. It was confirmed that Teacher Lu was indeed in a bad mood today. In previous trials, even if someone sang poorly, Teacher Lu would let them finish the song. Jiang Xiaoding had decent singing skills, and she was very sweet and cute, resembling Sun Yinxiao somewhat. Within the company, she had the nickname of the beautiful deputy head. However, Teacher Lu was showing no mercy. Next, Wang Xiang. Huang Wenkai called out again. 10 minutes later, the eighth singer also walked out dejectedly. The atmosphere in the break area had become extremely tense. 8 singers had been completely eliminated. It seemed that Teacher Lu had very high standards for this song. Before long, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because Lin Zimo, Li Siki, and the 4 members of Xingyue Legend finally passed the trial singing. However, even though they had passed, Lu Xiaobai still sternly instructed them to continue practicing before they left. Next, Chun Jiai. Huang Wenkai called out again. "I'm here." A girl of ordinary appearance took a deep breath, trying to calm her nerves, and then quickly walked into the recording studio. As she pushed open the door of the recording studio, flashes of the years of drifting over the past few years flashed before Chun Jiai's eyes. At the age of 19, she boarded a train heading south. Under her parents' disappointed gazes, on the platform, her father's last words still echoed in her ears. "Once you leave this door, don't come back." Arriving in Binhai City, she moved into a cramped rental room in an urban village. During the day she worked, and at night she sang in bars, saving every penny to take vocal lessons. During the hardest autumn, she survived on instant noodles for 21 days with just 3 yuan. A year ago, she successfully signed with Longting, thinking she had finally made it. However, that was just the beginning of another tragic chapter. Months ago, during a commercial performance, the organizer publicly mocked her, saying, "With your looks, you think you deserve to be on stage?" Just yesterday, she had received news that her contract was expiring and the company didn't plan to renew it. This trial singing might be her last chance to turn her life around. If she succeeded, she could step onto the Spring Festival Gala stage that every singer dreams of. If she failed, she would have to pack up and return to her hometown, spending the rest of her life in that impoverished mountainous area. "Hello, Teacher Lu." "Hello, Director Huang. My name is Chun Jiai. I was born in Guangdong Province." Chun Jiai bowed deeply and started her self-introduction. "Enough with the small talk. Let's get started." Lu Xiaobai interrupted her impatiently without even raising his eyelids. He was indeed in a bad mood today. Yesterday, Sun Yinxiao had studied with the opera master all night, but the results were very poor. With the Spring Festival approaching, if the progress continued to be this slow, it was likely that stepping onto the Spring Festival Gala stage would become a pipe dream. "Okay." Chun Jiai bowed again. She was already used to this kind of treatment. Without accompaniment, she began to sing a cappella, "Gently awaken the sleeping soul, slowly open your eyes." At first, Lu Xiaobai was indifferent, but as he listened further, he straightened up in his seat. Chapter 93. You will dazzle the entire dragon country. This girl, though unassuming in appearance, has a bright and rich voice, resonating with a metallic quality from her chest, infused with the lively spirit of the streets and the rivers. It's perfect for her to sing the theme song of the legend of the Condor Heroes. It seems that Jia Yi is about to turn her life around. After catching a glimpse of Lu Xiaobai's reaction, Huang Wenkai couldn't help but reflect. Teacher Lu's gesture and expression clearly indicate that he holds a high regard for this ordinary female singer. Sing out your passion, stretch out your hands. Let me embrace your dream. At this moment, Chun Jiai had already reached the chorus. Stop, you don't need to sing anymore, Lu Xiaobai suddenly said. The singing came to an abrupt halt. Chun Jiai stared blankly at Lu Xiaobai, her heart sinking to the bottom. Could it be? I failed. Congratulations. You passed. Lu Xiaobai stepped forward, extending his right hand enthusiastically. Teacher Lu, you're not joking, are you? Chun Jiai trembled as she reached out her hand, her face filled with disbelief. Someone like me? Can I really have the chance to perform at the Spring Festival Gala? Can I really sing a song by the great Lu? It's true. Lu Xiaobai smiled and nodded, walking back to his seat. Your name is Chun Jiai? You're from Nanhua? Yes. Do you speak Cantonese? I do. Good, you can go back now. I'll come looking for you when I have songs. Oh. Chun Jiai walked out of the recording studio in a daze. The surprise was too overwhelming. She hadn't come to her senses yet. Teacher Lu, do you think highly of Jiai? Huang Wenkai asked tentatively. She is the third queen of Longting after Su Nanjiao and Li Siki. Lu Xiaobai replied casually. What? Huang Wencai's eyes widened in shock. It's important to note that Chun Jiai was just a bottom-tier singer in Longting, the kind that no one wanted for performances. But teacher Lu actually thought so highly of her. Not only would she perform at the Spring Festival Gala, but he also wanted to promote her to become a queen. If it really happens, it might just be the most inspiring case of a turnaround in the Chinese music scene. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai was reviewing Chun Jiai's personal information. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. This girl not only had great singing skills, but was also from Nanhua. Nowadays, he had a pile of Cantonese songs suitable for female singers, but had never found the right candidate. Finally, he had found a collaborator. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had quietly passed. One day, the atmosphere at Su Nanjiao's home was terrifyingly tense. She still hadn't successfully practiced those 2 songs. Am I very stupid, Xiaobai? Su Nanjiao asked anxiously, tears welling up in her eyes. Her husband's songs were beautifully written, with elegant and ancient lyrics and a melodious tune. The operatic style in the chorus was meant to be the highlight. But as soon as she got there, her voice seemed to be choked, unable to produce that melodious and clear sound. Don't rush, take your time. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Lu Xiaobai gently caressed her delicate cheek, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. But there is no time left. Su Nanjiao finally let the tears fall. There were only a few dozen days left until the Spring Festival Gala. Time. It might really be too late. Don't worry, let me think of a way. Lu Xiaobai tightened his embrace, holding her soft body closer. Right, when in doubt, consult the system. A spark of inspiration hit him, and he immediately opened the system panel. The panel displayed reputation value, 15,304 points, skills owned, beginner piano performance ability, beginner guitar performance ability, beginner singing skill, intermediate music theory proficiency, personal appearance, and charm, beginner. Skills available for exchange. Intermediate singing skill, intermediate piano performance ability, intermediate guitar performance ability. During this time, due to the music announcement, his reputation value had surged by a whopping 5,000 points. Lu Xiaobai scrolled to the end of the page. Ding! Does the host confirm the exchange for the music mentor skill? Consumes 3,000 reputation points. The system's prompt sounded in his mind, and Lu Xiaobai confirmed without hesitation. The so-called music mentor skill could help the host quickly diagnose the technical bottlenecks faced by singers and flexibly adjust guidance plans to help them become better singers. Lu Xiaobai had noticed this skill long ago, but had always looked down on it. Since he had only encountered powerful singers since his reincarnation, they didn't need guidance. But now our queen was actually lagging behind. In an instant, the problems Su Nanjiao faced quickly became clear in his eyes. So that's it. It's not that my wife has singing problems, but psychological ones. Nanjiao, let us try again. Lu Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. But Su Nanjiao wiped her tears. Your problem is not with your singing skills, but with your psychology. Lu Xiaobai quickly wiped her eyes. What do you mean? Su Nanjiao blinked her beautiful big eyes. You're trying too hard to imitate professional opera singers, forgetting your identity as a pop singer. These 2 songs require a pop singer's interpretation of the operatic style, not for you to become them. Forget your identity as a queen. Imagine yourself as an actor on a stage. Let us do it again. Lu Xiaobai walked to the piano and spoke in a deep voice. Yes, I've been stuck in a rut. Su Nanjiao suddenly realized. As soon as Lu Xiaobai's piano prelude began, she opened her mouth to sing again. A miracle happened. The operatic style that had tormented her for 2 months flowed effortlessly from her lips. I sang it out. She covered her mouth in disbelief. Lu Xiaobai smiled and pressed the playback of the recording. The operatic style that came from the speakers was clear and transparent, even more shocking than the originals by those 2 singers from her past life. You sang very well. I believe that on the day of the Spring Festival Gala, you will definitely dazzle the entire Dragon Country. Lu Xiaobai ruffled Su Nanjiao's long hair. I didn't expect you to have the ability to be a music teacher. Su Nanjiao suddenly threw herself into his arms, laughing through her tears. My ability was brought out by your urgency. Lu Xiaobai blinked. By the way, is it still possible for the program team to review in time? Suddenly, Su Nanjiao thought of something, and her face turned extremely anxious. The program team's review process is lengthy. Now, there are only a little over 20 days left until the Spring Festival Gala. And let us not forget, rehearsal time is included. I'll call Director Zhang and ask him to arrange a fast-track review. Lu Xiaobai pondered for a moment and said, It's all my fault for making you ask the director. Su Nanjiao felt extremely guilty. What nonsense. We are a couple, Lu Xiaobai said with a smile. He then dialed Zhang Haoren's number and explained the situation. Chapter 94. Old Thief Lu comes out for a duel. Send over the recording, and I'll have the production team review it overnight. Director Zhang agreed readily. However, if the quality isn't up to standard, I won't go easy on you. Lu Xiaobai was full of confidence. Don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you. Su Nanjiao breathed a sigh of relief, but then felt a bit worried. What if they're still not satisfied? Have a little confidence in yourself. Your Majesty, Lu Xiaobai smiled as he pinched her nose. Even I get goosebumps from it. Director Zhang will definitely be impressed. Su Nanjiao's eyes sparkled with a hint of playful annoyance. You're the only one who knows how to coax me. They waited for a full 5 hours this time. Time passed second by second, and the wall clock emitted a faint ticking sound. Each tick seemed to remind them of the passage of time. By the end, even Lu Xiaobai began to feel anxious. Finally, Zhang Haoren's call came in again. These 2 songs are incredible. Teacher Lu's work is truly extraordinary. Moreover, Nanjiao's acting skills are handled quite impressively, completely meeting the requirements for the Spring Festival Gala. His voice trembled with excitement. Lu Xiaobai deliberately put the call on speaker. Su Nanjiao's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with joy. In the review, Lu Xiaobai intentionally stretched his tone. Pass directly. Rehearsal will be scheduled in 3 days, so get ready. Director Zhang said decisively. Also, we've decided to replace Gu Qingwu's song, he added before hanging up. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiaobai laughed happily. A glimmer of unnoticeable coldness flashed in his eyes. Dare to play tricks in front of me? I won't let you off easily. Hubby, thank you so much this time. I'll cook for you tonight. Su Nanjiao raised her face, her eyes filled with tenderness. Come on, can you even cook? Better let the auntie do it. Lu Xiaobai was taken aback and then chuckled. This time is different. I promise you'll be amazed. Su Nanjiao blushed and playfully punched him. After saying that, she huffed to the kitchen, her back showing a hint of stubbornness and cuteness. Lu Xiaobai sat back with his legs crossed, watching her flustered movements, a smile unconsciously spreading across his lips. While Su Nanjiao was cooking, Lu Xiaobai walked into the study, preparing to write. At that moment, his handsome face suddenly fell, because the plot he was about to write involved the little dragon girl being defiled by Yin Jiping in the new version called Zhen Jiping. Lu Xiaobai was extremely conflicted about this highly toxic plot. In Jin Daxia's original work, this plot was like a thorn in the heart of readers, still causing discomfort even after decades. Yet it was precisely the key to pushing the fate of Yanghua and the little dragon girl to a turning point. Thus, Lu Xiaobai still gritted his teeth and continued to write. It'll have to be like this. After typing the final period, he dragged the document into the email attachment and clicked send. He could almost imagine editor Chun Mo's expression when he saw this content. It was already 11 p.m. Editor Chen Mo of the Jianghu magazine was still in the office waiting. In fact, he didn't need to work overtime. He was doing it entirely to see Liu Xiaobai's masterpiece as soon as possible. Master Liu has finally sent the manuscript. When he saw the new email, his eyes lit up with excitement. Master Liu's new plot never disappoints. He couldn't wait to open the attachment and brewed a pot of fine Biluacan tea, which he usually wouldn't allow himself to drink. To him, drinking that kind of inferior tea while reading The Return of the Condor Heroes was a desecration of the novel. The plot of the first few pages developed smoothly, with Yang Guo and the little dragon girl living a warm and peaceful life in the ancient tomb. Chen Mo nodded and smiled from time to time. However, when he turned to the 7th page, his teacup froze in midair. What? Chen Mo's hand trembled slightly. He took off his glasses to wipe them and put them back on, hoping he had misread. But the black and white text clearly stated that the little dragon girl was defiled by Yin Jiping. Chen Mo hurriedly emailed Liu Xiaobai, hoping he would reconsider, but there was no response. He thought about calling, but Liu Xiaobai hadn't left him a number. Chen Mo slumped in his chair, feeling cold all over. Suddenly, he grasped at a lifeline like a drowning person and quickly dialed the phone of Chief Editor Wang Yuanshan. Xiao Chun, it's almost midnight. Why are you calling me? After dozens of rings, Wang Yuanshan finally answered. He was already an elderly man in his 60s, had shallow sleep, and found it hard to fall back asleep once interrupted. If it had been someone else calling, he would have cursed them out. Editor Wang, the little dragon girl was defiled. Chen Mo couldn't wait to explain. What? Wang Yuanshan's right hand shook violently, nearly dropping the phone. After Chen Mo recounted the plot, he fell silent for half a minute. Editor Wang, what do we do now? The magazine is set to be sent to the printing factory tomorrow, and we can't contact Master Liu. Chen Mo said anxiously. He could almost imagine the anger of readers when they saw the new plot tomorrow. How about we make some changes? For example, the little dragon girl was saved by someone else? Chen Mo suggested immediately. Publish it as is. Wang Yuanshan said after a moment of contemplation. What? Chen Mo almost doubted his hearing. This would cause a huge problem. I have a feeling that this plot is crucial for the overall development of the story. More importantly, if you modify it without permission, it will anger Master Liu. Wang Yuanshan said slowly. Hearing this, Chen Mo fell silent. Liu Xiaobai was the cash cow of the magazine. If he got angry, it would be a fatal blow to Jianghu. On the day the new issue of Jianghu was released, the magazine's phone had not stopped ringing since 8 a.m. Is your magazine crazy? How dare you publish such a plot? Is old thief Liu mentally ill? The intern Xiao Jing, who was answering the calls, sat pale at her desk. Before she could speak, the other party yelled again, I tell you, you must have old thief Liu change the plot. Otherwise, I'll send you a blade. Bang! The phone was slammed down hard. Xiao Jing's eyes turned red. This was already the 52nd abusive call she had received today. A thick pile of reader letters lay on her desk, all addressed to old thief Liu. Chen Mo was not in a better position. He looked through the blinds at the crowd downstairs, the teacup in his hand trembling like a sieve. It was barely 9 a.m., and already hundreds of angry readers had gathered outside the magazine's door, with the number rapidly increasing. Keep the little dragon girl's purity. We want an explanation. Old thief Liu, come out for a duel. Chapter 95. Don't let Nan Xiao suffer. In reality, the scene was incredibly chaotic, with some emotionally charged readers throwing rotten eggs at the door. If it weren't for the security maintaining order, the consequences would be unimaginable. A few passers-by who understood the situation curiously asked them, if you think the book is bad, why not just not buy the magazine next time? Why are you so worked up? The onlookers shook their heads repeatedly. Not buying? That's impossible. The harder I scold, the faster I flip through the pages. That old thief Liu is just too hateful. He knows we can't bear to abandon the book. That's why he dares to write like this. Upon hearing this, the passers-by exchanged glances and suddenly became very curious about this magazine. What kind of book is it that is so toxic yet irresistible? Let us go buy one and see. Thus, the passers-by, who had no interest in martial arts novels, rushed to the nearby newsstand to snatch up the latest issue of Jianghu. With the release of the latest issue of Jianghu, the entire internet exploded. On Weibo's trending topics, hashtags like Liu old thief give me back my little dragon girl topped the charts one after another. Major forums, Tieba, and short video platforms were all discussing the scandalous plot involving the little dragon girl. This overwhelming condemnation sparked even more curiosity. As a result, Those who were originally uninterested in martial arts novels were drawn in by the storm of public opinion, rushing into newsstands to buy Jianghu. However, once they actually opened a magazine, they each became entranced in the martial arts world of the Return of the Condor Heroes. Editor Chun, it's exploded. The sales have skyrocketed. The head of the magazine's distribution department rushed into the office, his face flushed with excitement. What exploded? Chinamo was taken aback. Newsstands all over the country are urgently restocking. This issue's sales have doubled compared to last month. The distribution department head shouted excitedly. Huh? This group of readers scolding while buying? Chunamo stared blankly at the angry crowd downstairs, then looked at the sales data, suddenly realizing something. Lu Daxia, you really have a firm grasp on human nature. Chunamo couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. In fact, Lu Xiaobai wasn't having a good time these days. Professor Qi Shuang from the Chinese department of Yanjing University, Director Zhang Haoran, and even his father-in-law, everyone who knew his true identity had called to scold him, and he wished he could turn off his phone. Lu Xiaobai slumped on the sofa, his phone on silent, but the screen kept flashing with missed calls. 99 WeChat messages. 999. He rubbed his temples and sighed. Are these people really that upset? Just then, a pair of soft hands gently covered his eyes from behind. Guess who I am? A cheerful voice rang in his ear. Is it the 108th person who called to scold me today? Lu Xiaobai smirked. Wrong. It's your wife, the only person in the world who hasn't tea-scolded you. Su Nanjiao released her hands, walked around in front of him, holding a steaming cup of honey pomelo tea. Wife is the best. Lu Xiaobai wrapped his arms around her slender waist. All right, what did Professor Qi scold you about? Nanjiao laughed, ruffling his hair like she was comforting their once little dog named Xiaobai. He questioned me if I had a shadow over love. Lu Xiaobai looked up, his face filled with indignation. What about that director? Nanjiao chuckled. Lu Xiaobai imitated Zhang Haoran's miserable expression. If I adapt this novel for the screen, the audience will kill me. Deserved. Who told you to write such torturous plots? Nanjiao laughed, so hard her shoulders shook. Even more ridiculous is my father-in-law. He said, Xiaobai, you can write like this in the novel, but in reality, don't let Nanjiao suffer. Lu Xiaobai continued. To be honest, after reading your novel, even I doubted your sanity. Su Nanjiao smiled brightly, sitting on his lap. Oh, why do you say that? Lu Xiaobai furrowed his brow. Now everyone online is saying I'm the real-life little dragon girl. If the Return of the Condor Heroes is adapted for the screen, I'm the most suitable person to play the little dragon girl. And you, how could you let the little dragon girl be? Sunandia Pautet, you must never become an actress. Hearing this, Lu Xiaobai looked nervous. In my previous life, when Lu Tianxian was filming the Return of the Condor Heroes, she was attacked by extras. Don't worry, I won't be an actress. I'll only be your leading lady. Su Nanjiao gazed at him affectionately. At the Tian Lai Company headquarters, Qingwu, that assistant Lin Miao Miao, stood by, stammering, unable to get a complete sentence out. Is your tongue tied? Can't even speak clearly? Gu Qingwu gave her a cold look, her face full of impatience. Your Song Shan, He Wu Yang, and Yin Yu Ruxian have been replaced by the program team. Lin Miao Miao finally gathered her courage. Slap. Gu Qingwu slapped her hard across the face. What did you say? Say it again, she said with a fierce expression. I said your songs have been replaced. Lin Miao Miao covered her flushed left cheek, feeling wronged. Gu Qingwu stood up abruptly, glaring at her. Why? Su Nanjiao's 2 Guofeng songs were chosen by the program team. Director Zhang said 2 Guofeng songs are enough, so Lin Miao Miao looked directly at Gu Qingwu. She was starting to feel a bit of anger. Damn it. Why should I take the blame for the program team's decision? Not daring to vent her anger on the program team. She took it out on me? I quit. Su Nan Gu. Gu Qingwu pronounced the name slowly. Her exquisite features twisted into a near snarl. How could this bitch always be against me? Director Zhang said her 2 songs far surpassed Shan, He Wu Yang, and the station's leaders made a decision on the spot after hearing the demo. Lin Miao Miao deliberately used this to provoke Gu Qingwu. She had already made up her mind to resign as soon as her contract expired. She had had enough of this job. Prepare the car. Gu Qingwu suddenly interrupted her, pulling out her sunglasses from her bag and putting them on, heading to President Zhang's golf resort. Nowadays, the only person who could help her turn the situation around might be that man. An hour later, a white Bentley drove into a private estate in the suburbs. Gu Qingwu crossed the lawn and saw Zheng Xipeng swinging his club from a distance. This man was dressed in a plain t-shirt, refined and elegant. No one could tell that he was the actual controller of T-Online Entertainment, holding half of the entertainment industry's resources. President Zheng, long time no see. You still look so good. Gu Qingwu took off her sunglasses, instantly switching to a sweet tone. The secretary serving nearby wisely stepped back. Shan Huiyong was pulled. Zheng Xipeng replied without turning his head. You already know? Gu Qingwu's eyes turned red immediately. Su Nanjiao was really too much, always going against her. Chapter 96. Wake up, Xiaobai. Everyone is watching you. Let it go. This time we admit defeat. Zheng Xipeng interrupted her again. What? Gu Qingwu froze instantly. The man she viewed as omnipotent actually said such demoralizing words? Su Nanjiao's 2 new songs had already been praised by the higher-ups. Zheng Xipeng picked up the glass of red wine handed to him by his secretary and took a small sip. I've listened to both of these songs, and their quality is far better than the mountains and rivers are fine. The nameless one is indeed a dragon among people, he exclaimed. Then Gu Qingwu suddenly became anxious. Zheng Xipeng suddenly turned around, his face filled with frost. Last time I asked you to go to him to apologize and invite him to join Tianlai. What did you do? Always flaunting your queen status wherever you go. You're really more of a hindrance than a help. His deep voice was filled with anger. Gu Qingwu was taken aback by this sudden reprimand and took a step back. Zheng, She opened her mouth, her nails unconsciously digging into her palm. Zheng Xipeng used his cue stick to lift Gu Qingwu's chin and coldly said, Do you know what identity the Nameless One has now? Insider News says that Longwood TV is preparing to invite him as a music consultant. And those 2 songs of his have already been included in the traditional cultural exchange song library. Gu Qingwu's face instantly turned pale. She knew what this meant in the entertainment industry. It was a golden ticket to survival. I will give you one last chance to defeat Su Nanjiao. If you fail again, you will kneel in front of the Nameless One and beg him to join Tianlai. If you can't get this done, just go home and take care of the kids. With that, Zheng Xipeng angrily left the court. Gu Qingwu slumped down on the grass, completely unaware that her body was covered in grass clippings. The Spring Festival was getting closer. On this day, the year-end meeting of Longting Entertainment Company Limited was officially held. Since the company is now wealthy, Lu Feng booked the largest 5-star hotel in Binhai City, Jiangnan Restaurant, in its entirety. The year-end meeting was held in the panoramic conference room on the top floor of the restaurant. Except for the artists and stars who truly couldn't make it, almost all company employees gathered together. According to tradition, the biggest stars of the company, Su Nanjiao, Lu Xiaobai, and Lu Feng, would definitely appear last. Lu Xiaobai walked onto the red carpet dressed in a white suit, his steps leisurely, with a gentle smile on his face. Su Nanjiao walked beside him on his right. Her makeup tonight was much softer than usual, her eyes and brows filled with undeniable sweetness. The appearance of this handsome couple instantly dazzled the entire audience. The spotlight that Lu Feng, who appeared last, had was completely overshadowed by them. Just then, Lu Xiaobai made a shocking move that caused an uproar in the audience. He naturally extended his hand, and Su Nanjiao unhesitatingly placed her hand on top. Their fingers intertwined, 10 fingers clasped together. Their relationship had already been exposed, and this was their first time showing such intimacy in public. Wow, what a pair of golden boys and girls. Our company's couple finally doesn't have to hide anymore. Someone in the audience exclaimed. Seeing this scene, Li Siki, sitting in the center of the second row, felt her heart shatter. Siki, your skirt. Her manager, Lanjia, handed her a tissue. It turned out that the champagne in Li Siki's hand had accidentally splashed onto her skirt. Li Siki mechanically took the tissue, but kept her gaze fixed on the big screen. At that moment, Lu Xiaobai slightly leaned over and whispered something in Su Nanjiao's ear, causing her to cover her lips and giggle, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. In the third row, the fallen diva Zhou was gripping her wine glass tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her palm. She had specifically worn a bright red gown today, her makeup dazzling. But at that moment, she felt like a glamorous clown, completely ignored. Meanwhile, Li Wenbo, in a corner of the venue, silently watched everything unfold. Once upon a time, all the important projects of the company passed through his hands. Now, Xiaobai had not only stolen his limelight, but also won the heart of the diva. The meeting officially began. Compared to last year, our company's annual revenue has increased tenfold. CEO Lu Feng stood in front of the projection screen, his gaze steady as he scanned the crowd below. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy. This was quite an impressive achievement. More importantly, everyone's year-end bonus this year would likely double. Although CEO Lu isn't the best person, he is quite generous. When he has money, he truly shares it. Next, let us invite Director Huang Wenkai to the stage to review our company's performance this year. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he stepped down from the podium. Under CEO Lu's wise guidance, our company has achieved remarkable results this year. Huang Wenkai began with a lot of formalities and cliches. Among the many songs released by our company, Invisible Wings, Where Has the Time Gone?, You at the Same Table, and 20 other songs have completely dominated the top 20 of the Longwa Mandarin song chart. Among them, Su Nanjiao's Childhood has even been included in middle and primary school music textbooks. Additionally, at the Mandarin Music Gala Awards ceremony, our company won almost all the awards, especially Su Nanjiao, who took home the most prestigious Best Album Award and Best Female Singer Award, successfully rising as the new generation diva. More importantly, this year, a total of 6 of our artists performed on the Spring Festival Gala stage, which is our company's greatest honor. They are Su Nanjiao, Lin Zimo, Li Siki, Star Moon Legend, and Chun Jiai. Behind these glorious achievements, we cannot forget 3 individuals: Teacher the Nameless One, Teacher Lu Xiaobai, and Teacher Wang Dali. Huang Wenkai said passionately. Lu Xiaobai hated meetings and would usually doze off. But today he was wide awake, his face filled with excitement. Because as Huang Wenkai was speaking, he actually jumped onto the conference table, shaking his ample hips while continuously throwing flirtatious glances and kisses at Lu Feng. Director Huang, do another one. Lu Xiaobai watched with great interest, clapping enthusiastically. He is out of breath. Let CEO Lu do a bit of the electric hip dance. Huang Wenkai bashfully said. Xiaobai, wake up. Everyone is watching you. Su Nanjiao, sitting next to him, gently poked his waist. Lu Xiaobai suddenly woke up with a start, looking around. Everyone was speechless. Only this guy would dare to sleep during the year-end meeting. More importantly, the company leader was praising him in front of all the employees. It's fine. It's fine. Geniuses always have some quirks. Despite Lu Xiaobai's behavior being so outrageous, Lu Feng still smiled at him. Don't say Lu Xiaobai sleeping during the meeting. Even if he were to defecate on his head, he would still cheerfully ask him to continue. He would even make sure to clean himself up, afraid of dirtying Teacher Lu's backside. Chapter 97. Taking office as music director next. Let's invite President Lu to the stage to announce a personnel appointment. Huang Wenkai said. Lu Feng strode up to the podium and cleared his throat. The board of directors has unanimously decided that, effective immediately, Teacher Lu Xiaobai will serve as the music director of Longting Entertainment, fully responsible for the company's music production and artist development. As soon as he finished speaking, the meeting room fell into silence. Everyone turned to look at Lu Xiaobai, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. If Lu Xiaobai's status in the company was already absurdly high before, now his power was boundless. The position of music director is the highest rank that an ordinary music creator can achieve. Just how much power does it hold? It not only controls the final decision-making power for signing new artists, album production budget approvals, but also the authority to determine the artistic direction of artists. In short, this position wields life and death power over artists. Even the biggest stars must bow their heads before him. At this moment, Huang Wenkai, the director of the Artists and Works Department, felt a slight pang of bitterness. This young man had only been at Longting for half a year, and he was already on equal footing with him in terms of position. Furthermore, Director Lu would have the authority to build his own team. Lu Feng continued. This statement was like a deep water bomb, instantly causing ripples among the crowd. Even the company's vice president cast a jealous glance at Lu Xiaobai. President Lu had given him too much power. It is known that when a CEO appoints a senior executive, they usually place some representatives from other factions to prevent the department from becoming a kingdom within a kingdom. However, President Liu directly handed over the authority to appoint subordinates to Liu Xiaobai, which was a tremendous honor and trust. Liu Xiaobai, however, remained calm. He had already seen through Lu Feng's character. As long as you can bring him value, he treats you better than his own father. Soon, the venue erupted in warm applause. But upon closer listening, the applause was mixed with different emotions. Sincere congratulations from stars like Su Nanjiao, Li Siki, Lin Zimo, etc. Gasps of surprise from company executives and undeniable jealousy from music creators. The year-end meeting lasted only half an hour. This is Longting's style. Efficiency is emphasized even in meetings. If it weren't for Huang Wen's few minutes of official platitudes, the meeting might have ended even earlier. Next up was the celebration party. Director Liu, congratulations. Are you free tonight? I know a new Japanese restaurant opened. President Liu, I worked in the AR department for 3 years and have rich experience. What do you think? At this moment, a crowd had already surrounded Liu Xiaobai, flattering and fawning over him. The reason was simple. The position of music director means resources, connections, and a voice. Anyone who joins the music director's team can secure the biggest slice of the pie in future projects. Everyone is not foolish. Although they feel jealousy in their hearts, no one would turn down money. Liu Xiaobai politely responded, wearing an appropriate smile, but his eyes remained calm. Having lived 2 lives, he was well aware that these people's enthusiasm was purely driven by self-interest. But soon, he could no longer stay calm. Brother Xiaobai, I have a little girl who's very sweet-looking and has top-notch singing skills. Can I send her to your office tonight for some guidance? Even if it's just for a little fun, it wouldn't hurt, right? Hee hee. Director Liu, she has many confusions in music. Why don't you come to my house tonight to give her some pointers? Brother Xiaobai, she's very interested in learning foreign languages. When do you have time to guide her? Liu Xiaobai waved his hands repeatedly, fearing that his wife might misunderstand. 7 a.m. At the VIP passage exit of Binhai City Airport. Big Zhuang, you promised to come pick me up? Why aren't you here yet? I tell you, if you don't show up in 10 minutes, I'm going to cry for you and break your heart. What? You don't have time to accompany me today? I don't care. You can't go anywhere today. I'm sticking to you. Who told you to be my boyfriend? A tall young man leaned against the railing with his phone, his rosy lips slightly pouting. Passers-by glanced over, shaking their heads and sighing. This man was exceptionally good-looking, with a tall stature and a pair of enviable long legs. But the tone of his speech was truly unbearable. This person was Lu Mingxian, the son of Longting's president Lu Feng, known as Prince Xian. It turned out that just a few months ago, he was studying abroad in England. Halfway through his studies, he skipped school to return to Binhai City to see his boyfriend, Big Zhuang. Upon seeing this, Lu Feng was furious. You don't want to study properly, huh? You dare to be gay, huh? Then I'll arrange for you to marry Su Nanjiao. However, Lu Mingxian, who had no interest in women, stood up his date with Su Nanjiao and spent an unforgettable night with Big Zhuang. This led to Liu Xiaobai's chance encounter with Su Nanjiao. With the spring festival approaching, Lu Mingxian returned home to celebrate the new year. Young master, hurry home. President Liu is waiting for you. After he hung up the phone, Wang, the butler who came to pick him up, reminded him cautiously. Got it, I'm going back now. Lu Mingxuan's earlier playful demeanor instantly turned cold. After saying that, he took long strides, his pace calm and dignified, exuding the grace of a young noble. Uncle Wang, here. What's my dad's current attitude towards my marriage? Young master, don't worry. President Liu won't force you to marry Su Nanjiao now. Oh, what did you say? Lu Mingxian stopped in his tracks, turning in surprise. His old man let him off so easily? Su Nanjiao is now with teacher Liu Xiaobai, Wang explained. What did you say? A cold glint flashed in Lu Mingxuan's eyes. Indeed, he had no interest in women. But that didn't mean others could take away his woman. Young master, calm down. Don't be impulsive. Wang panicked. In the entire Longting, no one dared to offend teacher Liu, and he was now the music director. Wang was suddenly alarmed. This young master had always been unpredictable. No one knew what he might do when he lost his rationality. But this time, Lu Mingxian did not act impulsively. Instead, he calmly took out his phone. Dad, this person named Liu Xiaobai dares to take away your son's woman. Why aren't you doing anything about it? On the other end of the line, Lu Feng's furious roar came. Mind your own business. I tell you, Never provoke Lu Xiaobai. In the entertainment industry, I can handle anyone you offend, but if you provoke Lu Xiaobai, I'll make you regret it. Lu Mingxian hung up the phone, his face dark as thunder. Who exactly is this Lu Xiaobai? Even my old man is wary of him? Chapter 98, Prince Xian, 8 a.m. Lu Xiaobai rarely got up early today. He first went to a dim sum shop and packed dozens of snacks, then walked briskly to the company. Recently, he had been insisting on walking to work, feeling that his waist no longer ached, his legs no longer hurt, and his figure had become slimmer. With the spring festival approaching, the festive atmosphere in the city was becoming more and more pronounced. Every household had hung up couplets, and some were setting off firecrackers. In Blue Star, there were no regulations prohibiting the release of fireworks, which was much more humane than in his previous life. "Good morning, Brother Xiaobai." After entering the office, Gu Qingqing greeted him and immediately buried herself in her work. Oh no, she was supposed to be working. "Good morning, Qingqing." Lu Xiaobai smiled as he sat down to enjoy his dim sum. The dozens of snacks nearly filled his desk. Abalone shrimp dumplings, black truffle shrimp dumplings, lava buns, soup dumplings, fried eggs. Of course, he also brewed a pot of fine Longjing tea. Su Nanjiao successfully took the stage at the Spring Festival Gala. Gu Qingwu gained nothing from the gala, and the fame of the return of the Condor hero's sword. With so many good things happening, Lu Xiaobai's mood was excellent, and he naturally wanted to treat himself well. This rich guy, eating such a lavish breakfast, isn't he afraid of choking? Gu Qingqing scolded inwardly. As she smelled the aroma of the dim sum, she was practically drooling. She had to save money to pay the mortgage, so she couldn't afford to eat or drink well. Today, she had to make do with just one bun for breakfast, which was not enough at all. "Do you want to eat together, Qingqing?" Lu Xiaobai asked. Yes, yes. Gu Qingqing flattered as she walked over, nodding and bowing like a Pekingese. However, just as she sat down to enjoy the food, her phone rang. Of course, strictly speaking, it was Lu Xiaobai's work phone. "Brother Xiaobai, Longwood TV is preparing to invite you as a music consultant and also wants you to guide the Spring Festival Gala rehearsal. They called to ask for your opinion." After hanging up the phone, Gu Qingqing looked at Lu Xiaobai with surprise. This man was too impressive, not to mention the title of music consultant for Longwood TV. Just the identity of guiding the Spring Festival Gala rehearsal was enough to make any musician envious. "It seems the higher-ups at Longwood TV have discovered my true identity." Lu Xiaobai stroked his chin, deep in thought. However, this wasn't surprising. His identity could be hidden from ordinary people, but not from true big shots. "Brother Xiaobai, what do you mean?" Gu Qingqing looked at him with expectation. "Help me decline it," Lu Xiaobai said. Compared to these empty titles, he preferred to live a carefree life. In the future, he would almost certainly become a superstar. But before that, he hoped to enjoy a peaceful and leisurely life. However, Lu Xiaobai's beautiful dream was soon shattered, because Zhang Haoran personally called, "Teacher Lu, our program team unanimously requests you to come to the scene for guidance. Especially for the song Tomorrow Will Be Better, which is of great significance. I guarantee to bring you here, you must give this old man some face." Lu Xiaobai could only agree. There was no way around it. Director Zhang had helped him a lot, and he had to give him this face. Bang! Just then, the office door was kicked open. Gu Qingqing, who was enjoying the shrimp dumplings, was so startled that she dropped her chopsticks. "Lu Xiaobai, dare to steal my woman? Are you looking for death?" Lu Mingxian stood at the door, his peach blossom eyes inherited from his mother burning with fury. "Who are you?" Lu Xiaobai frowned at him. He was Lu Mingxian, the son of President Lu. Gu Qingqing trembled beside him. It was said that this young master was not mentally normal, and no one in the company dared to provoke him. "Oh, so it's you." Lu Xiaobai casually lit a cigarette. "You gave me the opportunity to meet Nanjiao, and I, Brother Xiaobai, am very grateful to you. However, I'm very angry with your choice of words just now." He spoke while blowing out a smoke ring. "Remember this, Su Nanjiao has always been mine," Lu Xiaobai said word by word. All right, you're tough," Lu Mingxian said fiercely. At this moment, more and more people gathered outside the office. Many watched Lu Xiaobai with glee. "You have a high status and great power, but so what? If you anger this Prince Xian, he can do anything. However, I'm calling my boyfriend to deal with you right now." Lu Mingxuan's next sentence left everyone speechless. This statement was so weak. "Oh no, I'm so scared." Lu Xiaobai pretended to be terrified. All right. You wait. I'm calling for help right now. Lu Mingxian was so angry he could hardly breathe, then took out his phone and dialed a number. Dazhuang, someone is bullying me. Hurry over. He said triumphantly, He kid. My brother Dazhuang is a fighter. You're dead this time. Lu Xiaobai, however, remained calm and continued to smoke. He didn't know who this Dazhuang was, but he felt no fear, because he could exchange for top-level combat skills in the system at any time. By then, even if Tyson came, he wouldn't be able to handle him. Who dares to bully my little Xian? Looking for death? Just then, a loud shout shook the office, making the glass hum. The crowd automatically parted, and a burly man with a bushy beard rushed in. Dazhuang, it's him who bullied me. I'm so scared. Lu Mingxian ran over and hooked his arm around the big man's. Dazhuang patted Lu Mingxuan's hand to comfort him, then turned his furious gaze. Who dares to? Halfway through, he suddenly choked. Dazhuang's eyes widened like copper bells, and the flesh on his face twitched. He abruptly pushed Lu Mingxian away and took 2 steps forward to Lu Xiaobai. Teacher Lu, it's you. I'm really sorry, The fierce Dazhuang bent at a 90-degree angle, his voice trembling noticeably. In Longting, you could offend anyone, but offending director Lu meant looking for death. However, Lu Xiaobai couldn't respond to him because his worldview was about to shatter. He recognized this Dazhuang as the captain of the security team. Who would have thought that the young master of Longting was actually thinking of this? Lu Xiaobai glared at Gu Qingqing, as if to say, why have you never told me about such an interesting thing? Gu Qingqing blinked. You told me not to talk nonsense during work hours. After the farce ended, the crowd gradually dispersed. The security team captain, Dazhuang, left dejectedly. The rule from Director Lu was that no one was allowed to make noise in Teacher Lu's office. He feared his year-end bonus would be gone. Stop. Did I allow you to leave? Just as Lu Mingxian was about to flee the office, Lu Xiaobai sternly called him back. Chapter 99, Can I play the role of Xilong? You. What do you want? Lu Mingxuan's voice trembled slightly. The man in front of him made him feel a deep sense of helplessness. As the Prince of Longting, he surprisingly had no way to deal with this person. It's one thing that his dad wouldn't help, but now even his beloved stood on the enemy's side. How should a delicate young boy like him respond? Sit. Lu Xiaobai pointed to the sofa in the corner of the office. Lu Mingxian obediently sat down. Lu Xiaobai moved a chair and sat 1 meter in front of him, carefully examining his face. It seemed this young master inherited his mother's genes, looking incredibly handsome. What's more rare is that amidst the handsomeness, there was a hint of charm. His eyes were as soft as water, his nose high and elegant, and his slightly pouting lips looked quite playful. His skin was as white as jade, full of collagen, radiating a delicate sheen under the light. The more Lu Xiaobai looked, the more excited he became. This man looked even prettier than a woman. Although he was slightly less impressive compared to his wife, he could definitely outshine people like Zhou Mingqi. Moreover, his acting skills were particularly good. Just now, he transitioned seamlessly between the persona of a handsome, rich second generation and a delicate character. His acting skills were almost on par with seasoned actors. I tell you, don't mess around. I have a boyfriend. Lu Mingxian crossed his arms and shrank into the corner of the sofa. Lu Xiaobai's gaze was unsettling, and he was afraid of being violated. Qingqing, take this young Master Lu to the makeup room and find the best makeup artist to give him a classic girl look. Lu Xiaobai said while stroking the stubble on his chin. Now that he had become the music director, all the music resources of the company were under his control. Ordering a makeup artist was naturally not a problem. No. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxian waved his hands repeatedly, his face filled with fear. He certainly liked the idea of a girl's makeup, as he often did it at home. But this was a company. It would be very embarrassing. Do you have a say in this? Lu Xiaobai narrowed his eyes, his gaze intimidating. Oh, fine. Lu Mingxian obediently got up and followed Gu Qingqing. As a delicate young boy, how could he dare to resist a strong man like Lu Xiaobai? Since he couldn't fight back, it was better to follow his inner thoughts. 20 minutes later, the door of a makeup room slowly opened, and a figure walked out. The entire company fell into silence. Only the sound of a few LSBs swallowing saliva could be heard. The person was dressed in a plain white gauze dress, with eyebrows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn waters. The most marvelous part was the person's skin, white as jade, radiating a pearl-like luster. Bang! Zhou Mingqi, who was passing by, fell heavily to the ground, but she didn't care to get up, staring in shock at the unparalleled beauty in front of her. Standing next to this stunningly beautiful person, the once dazzling star was overshadowed, looking like a country girl. Seeing Zhou Mingqi's comical appearance, the person covered their mouth and chuckled. This smile made the world lose its color and all things weep. My goodness, the surrounding LSBs immediately felt dizzy. No matter how flowery the words, they could not express even 1/10,000th of her charm. A lyricist with a literary background sighed. When this unparalleled beauty walked into room 808, Lu Xiaobai's mouth dropped open in shock. Wow, Xiaolong. The role of Xiaolong belongs to no one but you. After regaining his senses, Lu Xiaobai stepped forward and tightly held Lu Mingxuan's hand. He was so excited. Now, the Return of the Condor Heroes had been serialized for over half, and Zhang Haoran was absolutely in love with this novel. Adapting it for the screen was practically a done deal. However, the role of Xiaolong had always troubled Lu Xiaobai. Logically speaking, the most suitable person in the entertainment industry to play Xiaolong would definitely be Su Nanxiao. But he absolutely didn't want his wife to step into the film industry, especially since there were a couple scenes in The Return of the Condor Heroes. As for others, either they lacked looks, were too old, or didn't fit Xiaolong's temperament. But with Lu Mingxian, none of these issues mattered. What Xiaolong? Lu Mingxian was momentarily taken aback. Have you heard of the novel The Return of the Condor Heroes? Lu Xiaobai asked. My brother Zhuang recommended it to me. Lu Mingxian tilted his head and replied. Xiaolong is the female lead of this novel, and this role now belongs to you. Lu Xiaobai looked him up and down, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Lu Mingxian was stunned. The Return of the Condor Heroes? I can play the female lead? His heart raced, and his palms were slightly sweaty. But then he thought it didn't feel right. Just because you say it belongs to me, it does. He felt a bit disdainful. This novel was written by me, and my good buddy Zhang Haoran is the director. Who do you think I am? Lu Xiaobai said lightly. Lu Mingxian was completely shocked. He had never read The Return of the Condor Heroes, and didn't know how impressive the author was. But he did know Zhang Haoran, the top director in Longhua. No wonder his dad warned him not to mess with this guy. It turned out he was so influential. What do you think? Lu Xiaobai stared at him with burning eyes. To be honest, being a star has always been my dream. But my dad wants me to study management and take over the company in the future. If I step into the film industry, he might kill me. Lu Mingxian pondered for a moment and said. Lu Xiaobai's words had already stirred his heart. Who wouldn't want to shine on the TV screen, receiving cheers from fans? But if he entered the entertainment industry, who would inherit the company? After all, his dad only had him as a son. You're silly. Does being a star conflict with inheriting the company? You have to enter the entertainment industry first to understand it. Only by understanding the entertainment industry can you manage Longting well in the future. Lu Xiaobai said lightly. This sentence struck Lu Mingxuan's mind like a bolt of lightning. Right? Why must he choose one? He could pursue his dreams and inherit the family business. Lu Mingxian suddenly raised his head, feeling his blood boiling, with an unprecedented excitement and gratitude surging in his heart. He took a deep breath, solemnly bowing deeply to Lu Xiaobai. I am willing to play Xiaolong. From this moment on, he would no longer be the bound rich second generation, but a dreamer ready to take flight. By the way, can you sing? Lu Xiaobai asked again. Lu Mingxuan's voice had both a man's magnetism and a woman's charm. Very distinctive. Yes. Lu Mingxian nodded like a chick pecking at rice. If being an actor was his biggest dream, then being a singer ranked second. Sing a few lines for me to hear? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Okay. Lu Mingxian cleared his throat. In the past, when I first encountered this world, I lingered everywhere, watching the horizon as if it were right in front of me. Chapter 100 Spring Festival Gala Rehearsal. Lu Xiaobai's eyes grew brighter. He suddenly realized that this Prince Xian was simply an endless treasure. To be honest, his singing skills weren't that great. After all, he hadn't specifically studied it. But that's okay. He had the skill of being a music mentor. However, Lu Mingxuan's innate ethereal quality, that androgynous vocal characteristic, was simply born for the stage. Lu Xiaobai's heart raced. In this country, where male and female singers had yet to emerge, such a voice would definitely shake the entire entertainment industry. And the bigger Lu Mingxuan's fame grew, the higher his own reputation would rise. Perfect. Lu Xiaobai took a deep breath. You are about to become a revolutionary in the music scene of Longhua. Brother Xiaobai, do you mean I'll become a superstar? Lu Mingxuan's big eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course. Lu Xiaobai smiled. He then leaned on the table and began to write vigorously. Love like tides, burning, don't be afraid of my heartbreak. One heartfelt song after another sprang to life on the paper. In a Longwood TV studio, the Spring Festival Gala rehearsal was in full swing. Li Siki stood in the center of the stage in a white dress, like a fairy under the moonlight. She took a deep breath and gently opened her red lips. Can't help but turn into a stubborn fish. Stop! Lu Xiaobai suddenly stood up from the VIP seat, his brows slightly furrowed. The entire studio fell silent in an instant. Even the accompaniment stopped abruptly. Everyone held their breath. Who didn't know about teacher Lu's current status in the music industry? Every word he said was golden advice that had to be noted down. Li Siki's fingers unconsciously tightened around the hem of her dress, and this diva of the music scene looked as nervous as a student waiting for a teacher's feedback. Her manager, Sister Lon, stood below the stage, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. The second line, swimming against the current all the way, the emotion needs to be a bit lower. Lu Xiaobai said solemnly, It's not sadness, it's stubbornness, do you understand? Just like. He paused, just like you shouldn't love that person, but you still feel unhesitatingly. Li Siki's eyes instantly reddened, tears welling up. Was teacher Lu hinting at something? Did he see her feelings for him? So he was telling her not to continue this relationship? But then again, how could she be worthy of teacher Lu? His girlfriend was 100 times more beautiful than her. Seeing Li Siki cry, Lu Xiaobai immediately felt flustered. Oh my, I didn't say anything harsh. There's no need to react like this. Perfect. Teacher Lu, your guidance has instantly changed the quality of the whole song. Siki, you should quickly go down and practice again. Just then, the music director sensed the situation was not good and quickly tried to smooth things over. Li Siki felt like she had been granted a pardon, bowed deeply to Lu Xiaobai, and quickly walked off stage. Next was Lin Zimo, who sat on the stage and began to sing. His manager stood below the stage, nervously watching Lu Xiaobai's changing expressions. After finishing a song, this king of Cantonese songs anxiously awaited Lu Xiaobai's judgment. Despite their usual close relationship, he was still trembling in this setting, because once this big shot entered work mode, he could be as harsh as a tyrant. Your breath is unstable, and the high notes are handled too roughly. Do it again. Lu Xiaobai's expression remained unchanged. Lin Zimo turned pale, and his manager almost knelt on the ground. The Xinghua Legend Group was met with a storm of criticism. The harmonies are completely off-key. The stay and yo-yo parts sound weak. Did you not eat? The entire backstage fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Lu Xiaobai's severity. However, once Xinghua Legend left the stage, Lu Xiaobai could no longer maintain the demeanor of a top music creator, because the next two were people he couldn't afford to offend. First was Lin Shuai. Throughout the entire singing process, this diva looked at Lu Xiaobai with a resentful gaze, completely not focusing on singing. It was as if she was saying, Have you really never liked me? Even just a little bit. I've done all this. Why are you still like this? Lu Xiaobai felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Fortunately, his wife was backstage. Otherwise, things would get serious. As soon as Lin Shuai finished singing, Lu Xiaobai couldn't wait to say, As expected of a diva, you are simply a walking CD, completely flawless. He wished he could immediately send her away. The music director was instantly dumbfounded. You call that flawless? Several notes were off-key. Okay? If you weren't Lu Xiaobai, I would truly suspect you were tone-deaf. The last one, of course, was his wife. Logically, the one guiding Sun Yinxiao should be an unknown person. But this big shot was elusive, and no one could invite him, so they had to let Lu Xiaobai take over. Sun Yinxiao, not knowing what was going on, made small mistakes just like Lin Shuai. Usually at home, Lu Xiaobai dared to point things out to Sun Yinxiao, but in public, he didn't dare to do so. If he were too harsh and made his wife feel wronged in front of everyone, This protective husband would have his heart broken. So, even when giving suggestions, he only dared to use an extremely gentle tone. That note, just now, if it were a bit higher then, Sun Yinxiao looked at him calmly. Then, it wouldn't be perfect. You handled it quite well. Lu Xiaobai immediately changed his words, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. The music director beside him felt a twinge of heartache. But the one feeling the most heartache was director Zhang Haoran. So, I invited you here just for you to guide Lin Zimo and Xingyu a Legend, right? Finally, the song rehearsal ended, and Lu Xiaobai hurriedly lowered his head and rushed towards the studio exit. Teacher Lu, please wait. Just as he was about to walk out the door, the sharp-eyed Zhang Haoran called him back. Lu Xiaobai inwardly wailed. Can you, director, do something productive? Stop always staring at me. Next is the skit rehearsal. Teacher Lu, could you guide us a bit? Zhang Haoran strode over, full of enthusiasm. Director Zhang, I'm a music creator. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to ask me to guide a skit? Lu Xiaobai looked astonished. The next few skits, I feel like there are a few lines that are not quite right and don't convey the emotions well. So I wanted to ask for your guidance. Zhang Haoran smiled. In the entire rehearsal venue, he was one of the few who knew that Lu Xiaobai was the creator of the legend of the Condor Heroes. He held great respect for this knight's writing. Since that's the case, how could this old fox let such an opportunity slip by? All right, Lu Xiaobai reluctantly agreed. He didn't want to stay here at all. He just wanted to go home and spend the new year with his mom, sister, and sister-in-law. Chapter 101 Father's Funeral. The rehearsal for the skit finally began. Zhang Haoran watched while stroking his beard, looking completely entranced. Look at this emotional scene. How touching. Not only that, but it also incorporates popular internet memes into the skit. How trendy. Listen to this line about making dumplings. How relatable. However, when he turned to look at Lu Xiaobai, his smile immediately froze. Lu Xiaobai was frowning, looking distinctly disdainful. It seemed that this great director's aesthetic was somewhat out of touch with the younger generation. Lu Xiaobai thought to himself, didn't you know that young people particularly dislike emotional scenes and skits? Didn't you know that using internet slang can be quite awkward? Didn't you know that Southerners don't eat dumplings during the New Year? Teacher Lu felt. These skits are not good? Zhang Haoran tentatively asked. Well, they're okay. I guess. Director Zhang, if I write a skit script now, will there be time for rehearsal? Lu Xiaobai stared at him. Director Zhang had done him a favor, and he didn't want this old man to be criticized by the audience after the Spring Festival Gala. You want to write a skit script? Zhang Haoran was momentarily stunned. Yes, the quality is at a legendary level. Lu Xiaobai said seriously. Sure. There's definitely time. Zhang Haoran immediately got excited. If even Teacher Lu said it was legendary, then we must make time for it. Lu Xiaobai immediately took out paper and a pen and began to write. Zhang Haoran curiously leaned over to take a look. Just seeing the title made his brow furrow. Father's Funeral? How could a skit with such a theme be performed at the joyous occasion of the Spring Festival Gala? He continued to read, and this time his frown deepened. What on earth is this skit about? It makes absolutely no sense. A regular worker holds a funeral, and scientists, a girl named 13, and even a centaur come to pay their respects. Isn't this nonsense? And then, out of nowhere, they even brought in Saturn. What is this all about? Here, I strongly recommend the skit Father's Funeral, which is definitely a legendary work in recent years. The reason this skit isn't very famous is mainly because it is too profound and thought-provoking, making it hard for many people to understand. That's right. There's actually a threshold to understanding a skit. I, the author, also took countless viewings to comprehend it. The following chapters will provide specific interpretations through the words of the main character and the audience. Teacher Lu, no one is perfect. After Lu Xiaobai finished writing, Zhang Haoran sighed deeply and patted his shoulder, implicitly meaning, you should focus on writing songs. Let others write the skit scripts. If you have time, you should let professionals take a look at the script. Lu Xiaobai smiled lightly, not offering further explanation, and left. This great director has a solid character, but he is also very stubborn. If he explains too much, it will only provoke his dislike. Shortly after Lu Xiaobai left, Lu Jiangwo, the director of Longwood Television, made his routine inspection of the rehearsal site. With his hands behind his back, he walked slowly through each rehearsal room, occasionally nodding to the staff. When he passed by the skit rehearsal area, he suddenly noticed a piece of scrap paper on the table. No matter how busy, one must maintain a tidy environment. Director Liu frowned and casually picked up the scrap paper. His gaze inadvertently swept over the title on the page, Father's Funeral. How could such a theme be performed at the joyous occasion of the Spring Festival Gala? He was somewhat curious and began to flip through the scrap paper. Director Liu, this is a script that Teacher Liu just jotted down. It's not really suitable for the Spring Festival Gala we were preparing. Zhang Haoran hurriedly stepped forward to explain. It was written by Teacher Liu. Director Liu's eyes lit up, and he quickly took it to read carefully. It seems Teacher Liu is about to lose points in Director Liu's mind. Zhang Haoran sighed deeply in his heart. He had high hopes for Liu Xiaobai and didn't want Director Liu to underestimate him because of this skit. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Director Liu suddenly slammed the table, his voice booming enough to silence the entire rehearsal hall. Zhang Haoran looked bewildered. What is so wonderful about this completely illogical skit? Teacher Liu's talent is simply unfathomable. No matter how rushed the timeline, this skit must be included in this year's Spring Festival Gala. Director Liu declared firmly, waving the script. Xiao Zhang, take your time to read the script, but we must arrange the rehearsal immediately. With this skit, along with Teacher Liu's songs, this year's Spring Festival Gala will be the most successful in Longwa's history. Seeing that Zhang Haoran still looked confused, Director Liu patted his shoulder. But this is about a funeral. It doesn't match the theme of the Spring Festival Gala. Zhang Haoran suddenly panicked. Once you understand the skit, you definitely want to think that way, Director Liu said meaningfully. After saying that, he quickly walked towards the directing team, pointing at the script. Immediately adjust the program list. This skit must be included. No matter how many days are left, it must be rehearsed. We need to find the best comedic actors. The stage design must also be reworked. The more Director Liu spoke, the more excited he became, pacing back and forth in the rehearsal hall. Everyone present was stunned by the director's enthusiasm. Director Liu suddenly stopped, taking a deep breath. The Spring Festival Gala has been held for so many years. It's time to give the audience some different surprises. This script is the breakthrough we are looking for. On this day, amid great anticipation, the Spring Festival Gala program team finally announced the complete program list. Wow, what a divine lineup. After seeing the program list, all the netizens were stunned. The list featured skits, magic, and dance performances as usual, but the songs were extraordinary. Silent, lyrics and music by Liu Xiaobai, sung by Li Siki, As You Wish. Lyrics and music by Liu Xiaobai, sung by Lin Shuang. Bicycle, lyrics and music by Liu Xiaobai, sung by Lin Zimo. The Most Dazzling National Style. Lyrics and music by Wang Dali, sung by Xingyue Legend. And then 3 more songs which everyone had never heard of, but whether it was the lyricist or the singer, their weight was astonishing. They were New Noble Concubine Gets Drunk, lyrics and music by an unnamed person, sung by Su Nanxiao. Red Singer. Lyrics and music by an unnamed person, sung by Su Nanxiao. Tomorrow Will Be Better, lyrics and music by an unnamed person, sung by a group of stars. The comments section instantly exploded. Did the song segment of this year's Spring Festival Gala get taken over by 3 big shots? With the collaboration of these 3 big shots, the Spring Festival Gala has turned into a divine battle scene. The song written by my husband Liu Xiaobai. Sisters, get ready to record. Please, can this unnamed person show their face this year? I've been curious for over half a year. However, some observant netizens noticed something. Did everyone notice? This year, the second biggest name in the music scene has actually caught up to the first. Chapter 102, Spring Festival Gala. At this moment, everyone realized that Liu Xiaobai had created 3 songs, the same number as the unnamed deity. Wow! The unnamed deity is about to be pushed off the pedestal by the great Liu. I really have to kneel to Liu now. I always thought he was just the unnamed deity's little brother, but now the situation has flipped. Something's not right. Why didn't the unnamed deity's childhood and where has time gone make it? Could it be that the program team is deliberately suppressing him? Suppressing what? Su Nanjiao has already appeared in 2 programs alone. Adding these 2 songs would be outrageous. However, no one is really paying attention to the skits. After all, the skits in recent years have become extremely terrible, and they only want to listen to songs. In the blink of an eye, the spring festival finally arrived. As the night of New Year's Eve set in, the whole city eagerly lit up its lights. In the kitchen, Chung Yakin was wearing an apron, skillfully stir-frying sweet and sour ribs. Since the family's nanny had gone back to her hometown for the holiday, she personally took charge of the New Year's Eve dinner this year. Brother Xiaobai, Xiaoyan stole my rabbit candy. You've already eaten 10 pieces. What is wrong with me taking one? Meng Yao, you're the older sister. Let your younger sister have a little. You're biased. The sounds of two little girls chattering filled the living room, along with their brother Lu Xiaobai's helpless attempts to mediate. As Chung Yakin listened, her hands suddenly paused, almost mistaking salt for sugar in the pot. She gazed out at the night sky, feeling a moment of daze. Last New Year's Eve, the three of them had squeezed into that 50-square-meter, one-bedroom apartment. The kitchen was so small that one could barely turn around, and the New Year's Eve dinner consisted of only 3 dishes and a soup. To save money, they couldn't even afford new clothes. Her daughter was still wearing her son's old clothes back then, and now, a 500-square-meter flat, a nanny, luxury cars, to her mom, a Camry was already high-end, a superstar daughter-in-law, and a lifetime of savings that could never be spent. What was even more surprising was that this year, the daughter-in-law would be performing on the Spring Festival Gala stage, singing a song written by her son. All of this made Chung Yakin feel as if she was living in a dream. Outside the window, someone lit the first burst of fireworks. At exactly 8 p.m., as the familiar opening music of the Spring Festival Gala played, Chung Yakin brought the last dish of steamed base to the dining table. Dinner's ready. She wiped her hands and called to the living room. Lu Xiaobai held his sister's hand with one and pulled his sister-in-law with the other. The two little girls had already changed into red New Year's outfits, their hair styled into cute buns, looking just like the lucky dolls from New Year paintings. Such a tacky outfit was naturally due to their mother's influence. Her taste was truly hard to compliment. Wow, sweet and sour ribs. Lu Xiaoyan's eyes lit up as she reached out to grab one, but was stopped by Chung Yakin. You have to wait for your brother to give a toast first.